There will be some fictional settings that do not align with reality. Oh, I hope everyone can understand that. April 2022, Tokyo, Japan. The afternoon sunlight poured through the windows of Class 2B at the private Ingmu High School, spilling across the back of the boy lying prone on his desk. Outside, the cherry blossoms had already fallen. Only a crown of fresh green remained, just like the boy's heart at this moment. Full of vitality, yet harboring a slightly chaotic ambition. Zhou Tian, 16 years old, 178 centimeters tall, with his growth plates not yet closed, and expected to shoot up a little more, a Chinese exchange student. At this very moment he was not asleep. Instead, he was staring at a faint blue holographic panel suspended in the air that only he could see. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, his expression uncannily like that of a player who has just opened a hardcore RPG, only to discover that the beginner's tutorial runs for 200 pages. Victor's Crown System. Host Zhou Tian. Age 16. Occupation high school student, amateur player. Position midfielder, MF. Overall rating D. Comment: your brain is world-class, your eyes are on the level of a microscope, but your body resembles an old, long-neglected, rusty machine. Right now, if you go to play professional football, it is like hitching a Ferrari engine to a handcart. Falling apart is only a matter of time. Zhou Tian drew in a deep breath and let his gaze slide downward. He had originally thought it would only be a few simple major categories like shooting, passing, and dribbling, but after the system update, the expanded detail page made his scalp tingle. Physical attributes: current cap, 100, speed 61 only, just not slow. Acceleration 55, your first step is like an old granny crossing the street. Agility 58, you turn like an aircraft carrier. Balance 52, one bump, and you go down. Jumping 45, matchbox level height. Stamina 65, besides being able to run you are good for nothing else. Strength 48, a scrawny pale chicken. Injury tendency low, your only advantage. One could even say you are remarkably durable. Offensive technique: shooting 42, leave it to fate. Long shots 38, perfect for hitting birds. Short passing 58, accurate within 5 meters, beyond 10 meters, it depends on luck. Long passing 45, no one knows where the ball will fly. Crossing 40, please stick to the central corridor. First touch 55, at least you do not trap the ball straight to the opposition striker. Dribbling 50, you only know how to run in a straight line with the ball. Ball control 52, you cannot shield the ball. Free kicks 30. You possess an exceedingly rare innate sense for spatial geometry. In your eyes, the pitch is not a flat plane, but a three-dimensional model filled with lines and vector arrows. Even with your back turned to your teammates, you can still perceive their positions. This is the admission ticket of a genius, and also the only fig leaf you currently possess. What the hell? Zhou Tian rubbed his temples, ranting inwardly. System, you have sliced these attributes far too finely. There were more than 20 attributes in total. And that was not even counting the hidden traits like stress resistance and versatility. System rules prompt: victory is justice by winning a match recognized by the system. Whether 5-a-side, 7-a-side, or 11-a-side, as long as there is a referee and clear rules, you obtain 1 free attribute point. Difficulty bonus: if you defeat an opponent far stronger than your side, or win in a formal professional league match, there is a chance of dropping a skill card or extra attribute points. Failure or draw, no rewards. Though no points are deducted, you have merely wasted your life. Daily acquisition cap, 3 points, in order to prevent the host from keeling over. Zhou Tian pulled out a calculator and clacked away on a sheet of scrap paper, running the numbers. To raise his short passing from 58 to the professional entry level of 80, he needed 22 victories. To push his long passing to 80 would take 35 wins. To polish his first touch so that even perfect passes would not be wasted would require another 30 matches. And then there was his utterly miserable physical condition, which means that ignoring any special rewards just to turn myself into a competent midfield distributor, I need to win at least 200 to 300 matches. 200 to 300 matches. Even if I played every single day to the fullest and won them all, I would need 3 months without sleep or rest. But in reality, where am I supposed to find that many matches to play? Zhou Tian gazed out of the window in despair. This was private Ingmu High School, a school which, aside from sharing a name with the one in Slam Dunk, was utterly worthless in terms of sports. The football club. Please. They were infamous across all of Tokyo as generous point donors. Forget winning. They could barely scrape together 11 players who would not accidentally shoot the ball into their own net. Zhou Tian's situation was rather awkward. His family was actually quite well off. His father worked in Sino-Japanese trade, and his mother was a cardiothoracic surgeon. But both parents were workaholics. After handing him a supplementary card with no spending limit and buying an apartment in Tokyo, they had essentially switched into free-range mode. This gave him the capital to play football without needing a part-time job, but also left him with an intense desire to prove himself. I have 3 options, he murmured. On a notebook filled with tactical diagrams, Zhou Tian wrote, planned a street football king route. Go to parks and play with primary school kids or elderly uncles. Rejected: the system requires a referee and clear rules. Those park games with 2 bricks serving as goalposts do not count. Besides, long-term street football will distort your technique. Plan B, carry Thescultium route. Become the star of Ingmu High, leading this band of rookies to rule the nation. Rejected: far too slow. With the level of these teammates, they would be knocked out in the first round of the regional tournament. The number of official matches they could play in a year could be counted on one hand. And if they tried to arrange friendlies just to farm points, who would willingly play chess against such hopeless amateurs? Plan C, springboard route. Join a professional youth academy. Only there would he find high-density leagues, cup competitions, and practice matches. Even in simple intra-squad scrimmages, there would be official coaches blowing whistles, and the system recognized wins in internal training matches. I have to get into a youth academy. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes. But with my current D panel, if I go to trial with the youth teams of J-League powerhouses like Kawasaki Frontale or Yokohama F. Marinos, I will be eliminated in seconds. They will filter me out the moment they see my physical attributes. He clenched his jaw. I need to use some special means in the short term to grind a few attributes, push the single, most crucial one or two to the top, and fashion myself into a specialist with one killer move. Only then will I have the faintest sliver of hope. Just as Zhou Tian was immersed in deep thought about how to exploit the system's loopholes, thud. With a dull bang, his desk was viciously kicked from the side. The desk lurched sharply, and the ballpoint pen in his hand dragged a long ink line, slashing right through half of the words "dominate the nation" on his scrap paper. Who was that? Zhou Tian's brows knit together as his temper flared up at once. He had already been on edge these past few days because of his attribute points. Who was so blind as to mess with him now? He whipped his head around, but in the very next second the word "get lost" that had reached the tip of his tongue was forcibly swallowed back down. Standing in the aisle beside his desk was a presence that every boy in the school both adored and feared. Hojo Maki. One hand planted on her hip, she stood with a casual posture that nonetheless carried a natural suffix. Today she was dressed in the same headache-inducing style as ever. The originally proper Western-style school skirt had been altered to the shortest permissible limit, revealing long, even alabaster thighs. There was nothing sickly skinny about them. Instead, they radiated a healthy vitality. Her shirt collar was slightly open at the throat, revealing a delicate collarbone and a silver cross necklace. Her ash blonde hair spilled loosely over her shoulders, and the two silver studs in her ears flashed with a chill glint in the sunlight. Hey Zhou Tian. Hojo Maki's slightly upturned phoenix eyes narrowed halfway as she stared at him like prey under examination. What are you muttering and scribbling about over there? What's with those 200 to 300 matches and that street football king? Planning to set up a fortune-telling stall in the park. Her voice carried a distinctive husky note, sounding lazy and languid, but Zhou Tian knew full well that ignoring her would have dire consequences. As her deskmate, Zhou Tian knew this young lady's background all too well. On the surface, the delinquent queen of Ingmu High, a disciplinary committee member, an ice-cold delinquent whose gaze alone could kill. In reality, the top student of her year, heiress to a family-owned private hospital, and a tsundere oddball who loathed being ignored more than anything. I'm working on a math problem, Zhou Tian said, snapping his notebook shut as he brazenly spouted nonsense. Huh. Hojo Maki arched a brow and slammed a palm down on his notebook. Do you take me for blind? That page is covered in formation diagrams with little stick figures kicking a ball. This is what you call a math problem. Planning to calculate the parabola of a football flying into the goal. That makes it a physics problem, Zhou Tian retorted stubbornly. Cut the nonsense. Hojo Maki released the notebook and brushed her hands as though dusting off dirt that was not there. Club activities have started. Get moving to your precious football club. I'm going, Zhou Tian said, helplessly beginning to pack his bag. I really do not understand, Hojo Maki said, leaning against the desk. Watching his slow dragging movements, she could not help but grumble. Your family is not short on money, so why insist on rolling around in that dirt field without even proper grass? And in the worst football club in the entire school, no less. Because I want to win, Zhou Tian replied without turning his head. Win? Hojo Maki sounded as though she had just heard a joke. You mean winning matches with that bunch of idiots who cannot even grasp what offside is? Zhou Tian, has football knocked something loose in your brain? That's harder than getting you to place first in the year. People need dreams, Zhou Tian said as he hoisted his bag onto his back and stood up. His panel might be trash, but his eyes shone. It was a radiance that appeared only when he spoke of football. Hojo Maki stared into his eyes and froze for a moment. Then she turned her head away with a huff. Pointless dreams. Don't forget today's homework. The last 2 big questions on the physics paper are still blank. Send it to me tonight. Can't you write it yourself? Oh, great, number 1 in the grade E. I've got something to do tonight. No time to write, Hojo Maki said vaguely, her eyes flickering for a moment. Anyway, just send it to me. Otherwise, I'll throw your desk out the window tomorrow. Okay, I'm scared of you, he muttered. Sakuraji High School, second training ground. It had originally been planned as a baseball field, but after the baseball club disbanded, the soccer club picked it up as a leftover space. The ground was dark soil mixed with gravel. Once it rained, it turned into a swamp, and when the sun came out, it became a desert. Gather up. Hurry up and gather. Captain Kobayashi was struggling to herd the players together. Zhou Tian, dressed in an old jersey, stood in the line and looked at his oddly mismatched teammates, once again overcome by a wave of despair. The chubby goalkeeper was sneaking a bite of a sausage. The stick-thin left back was fiddling with his phone. Only a few first-year newcomers seemed to have some energy, yet their juggling skills were so bad the ball flew everywhere, as if it burned their feet. So today we're going to play a friendly match against Dado Industrial High next door, Captain Kobayashi announced excitedly. Dado Industrial. Zhou Tian quickly searched his memory. It was a technical school, and rumor had it that every student there was built like an ox, their playing style notorious for brutal lumberjack-like fouls. Ding. Match environment detected. Match type interschool practice, match official referee. Opponent evaluation D. A bunch of brainless brutes with only muscles. Victory reward free attribute .1. Special quest triggered, keep a clean sheet. Reward defensive random attribute points 2. Zhou Tian's eyes lit up. A quest. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was only one free point, but if he could keep a clean sheet, he could boost his defensive attributes. Even a mosquito is still meat. Let's give it our all. This is our warm-up before the preliminary round of the selection tournament. Captain Kobayashi shouted. The match began. The players from Dado Industrial really did look like little calves. Right from the kickoff, they used their physical advantage to plow forward like bulldozers. Bang! Their own stick-thin defender was sent flying 2 meters by the opposing striker's shoulder. Foul. That's a foul. Captain Kobayashi protested to the referee. The referee, also their PE teacher, waved his hand signaling a fair challenge. Zhou Tian stood in the center circle calmly observing the situation. God's Eye Vision 82 activated. In that instant, the noisy shouts seemed to fade into the distance. On Zhou Tian's retina above each player's head, a red arrow appeared indicating their running direction. He saw it clearly. Though the opponents were strong, their defensive positioning was a total mess. There was at least a 20-meter gap between midfield and the back line. In professional matches, this would be fatal, but in a high school newbie game, it was practically a highway to heaven. If I don't exploit this gap, I don't deserve to be called De Bruyne. Even if I'm a budget version, he thought. Zhou Tian raised his hand for the ball. Pass it to me. The chubby goalkeeper flustered through the ball towards Zhou Tian. The moment the ball reached his feet, Zhou Tian felt the pressure. First touch 55. That damn low stat. The ball bounced off Zhou Tian's foot, rolling half a meter away from his body. In that half meter, the opponent's defensive midfielder, a black bear of a man, charged in. Pretty boy, the ball's mine. The bear-like midfielder sneered as he stuck his foot in. Zhou Tian's heart clenched. Physical duel 48 versus the opponent's estimated 75. He absolutely could not allow body contact. One touch, and he'd be dead. In that moment, Zhou Tian's mind raced. His body might not keep up, but his brain could. Instead of trying to shield the ball, he let it roll and nudged it lightly with the tip of his toe in the direction it was bouncing. If he couldn't control the ball properly, he'd just turn it into a pass. It looked clumsy, but the ball slipped right between the bears. What a... Zhou Tian seized the chance, ran around his opponent, and caught up with the ball again. Ahead, the field, open wide. Run. Don't just stand there. Zhou Tian shouted at the forward in front of him. That forward, though technically crude, was obedient. Hearing the shout, he immediately put his head down and sprinted ahead. Zhou Tian lifted his head for a glance. Distance, 35 meters. Wind light. Obstacles none. He adjusted his steps and swung his leg back. Long passing 45. Vision 82. His long passing stat was low, but with his vision, he could find the best route, and at this distance the ball hovered on the borderline between a short and long pass. Get over there. Zhou Tian drove his instep hard under the ball. The ball, carrying a faint spin, flew over the half line. Its curve was not exactly elegant, and the trajectory wobbled a bit, yet it dropped with uncanny precision into the space behind the opponent's defenders. This was the bonus of strength vision. Even with poor technique, the route was so well chosen that the margin for error expanded dramatically. The forward reached the ball. Onion. Zhou Tian clenched his fist. Shoot. Then he watched dumbfounded as his own forward, facing only the goalkeeper, unleashed a thunderous shot and sent the ball flying into the corner flag. Zhou Tian felt as if he were about to have a heart attack. This was the reality. Even if he were De Bruyne, feeding passes to a bunch of Sterlings like this would be enough to give him chronic hypertension. 20 minutes into the match, the situation was ugly. Sakuragi High was being pressed so hard they could barely breathe. Zhou Tian had already delivered 3 exquisite passes, all squandered by his teammates. Meanwhile, the opponent's simple long balance charge tactic left Sakuragi's back line on the verge of collapse. This won't do. We won't score like this, he thought. Zhou Tian wiped the sweat from his face. Stamina 65. For now, it was his best stat besides vision. Since passing was useless, there was only one solution left. Run. Use himself as if he were 2 players. In the next 10 minutes, the players of Dado Industrial were horrified to discover that the seemingly gentle Sakuragi midfielder was tearing around the pitch like a mad dog. He made tackles in his own half, often more by luck than judgment, stumbling the ball away, and then immediately sprinted forward to offer himself as a passing option. Does he not need to breathe? Someone gasped. Finally, as the match neared its end, Zhou Tian seized upon a mistake in the goalkeeper's distribution and intercepted the ball near the center circle. This time he did not pass. He no longer trusted anyone. Dribbling forward, he used his God's Eye to map out the least crowded route, avoiding all physical clashes. Slipping through like a slick mudfish, he wove his way crookedly up to the edge of the penalty area, shooting 42. With that kind of stat, he would only score if he practically shot from point-blank range. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Tian ignored the burning in his lungs and forced himself another 5 meters closer in. An opposing defender slid into tackle. Drop dead. Zhou Tian yelled, shutting his eyes as he stabbed his toe straight into the center of the ball just before the defender's boot arrived. It was a completely unreasonable poke shot. No technique, only speed and surprise. The ball rocketed like a shell, skimming over the grass and slipping under the goalkeeper's armpit into the net. 10. The whistle blew. The match was over. Zhou Tian collapsed, spread-eagled on the dirt that reeked of earth, and dust, his chest heaving violently. Ding. Congratulations on the victory. Free attribute point 1 acquired. Clean sheet achieved. Random defensive attributes obtained: tackling 1, anticipation 1. Haha. Zhou Tian stared up at the sky, a foolish grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Profit. He'd made a huge profit. 3 attribute points in one go. That was equivalent to 3 days worth of gains. How you actually won, came a slightly surprised voice from above his head. Zhou Tian laboriously turned his head and saw Hojo Maki standing by the sideline, a thick chemistry textbook in one hand and a bag of iced sports drinks in the other. She had actually stayed instead of leaving, watching this whole scrap between rookies to the end. Pure luck, Zhou Tian said, trying to get up only for his legs to wobble. Hojo Maki frowned and walked over, eyeing the dirt-covered Zhou Tian with distaste, yet still pulled a bottle of Pocari Sweat from the bag, twisted off the cap, and handed it to him. Here. For not embarrassing me, she said. Thanks, Zhou Tian replied, gulping the drink down. Watching him drink, Hojo Maki suddenly said, those passes you made just now were pretty interesting. Even though your teammates are as bad as crap, your passes always seem to find the open space. You can understand that? Zhou Tian asked in surprise. No, Hojo Maki said, righteously folding her arms. But I do know that if those idiot teammates were replaced with stronger players, those passes would have been guaranteed goals. She paused then, as if casually pulled a folded poster from her pocket and tossed it onto Zhou Tian's chest. This Sunday, FC Tokyo U18's open trial. Zhou Tian froze and picked up the poster. I found it in the student council trash can. I mean in the student council office, Hojo Maki said, eyes shifting away. No one was going anyway, so I took it, she added. FC Tokyo. Zhou Tian's heartbeat quickened. That was a powerhouse in the J-League. Your body's too weak and your technique is rough. Hojo Maki said mercilessly, but that strange sense of passing you showed just now. Maybe some professional coach will be blind enough to fancy you. Then she suddenly bent down, her exquisite face drawing close to Zhou Tian's, a trace of threatening smile playing on her lips. Go and try, Zhou Tian. If you can pass the trial. Then what, he asked. Then I'll reluctantly become the #1 fan of your dominate the nation dream, Hojo Maki said, blinking. For a brief instant her charm left Zhou Tian, stunned. And from then on, if you want to copy homework, you won't have to wait for me to throw it at you. I'll organize the key points and bring them to you myself. With that, she straightened up, returning to her delinquent queen demeanor, and turned away with a flourish. Remember, don't oversleep. If you dare show up late, I'll make your goal-scoring pose into a meme and upload it to the school intranet. Watching her back, Zhou Tian tightened his grip on the poster and the bottle. He reopened his system panel, gazing at that single free attribute point 1. Where should he invest it? For a trial with a professional youth team, which attribute would impress the coaches most? Not mediocre shooting, nor a body that had yet to be forged. It was about pushing his specialty to the extreme. With a thought, Zhou Tian assigned that precious point to short passing. Short passing 58-59. Still not enough. Far from enough. But it was only the beginning. FC Tokyo's trial, huh? Zhou Tian pushed himself up from the ground, patted the dirt from his clothes, and his eyes burned even hotter than when he scored. Just wait, delinquent princess, he murmured. I'll make it so you have no choice but to become my fan. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. In a high-end apartment in Setagaya, Tokyo, Zhou Tian suddenly sat up in bed, as if jolted awake from a dying state, startling the ragdoll cat that was sleeping at the foot of the bed. No, this is completely wrong. Zhou Tian raked his fingers through his hair, which was tangled like a bird's nest, his eyes glowing green in the darkness, illuminated by the system panel. The chicken fight he won against the Dong Industrial during the day had granted him 1 point in freedom attributes, allowing him to increase his short pass from 58 to 59. However, after lying in bed for 3 hours replaying the match in his mind, he became increasingly convinced that this point allocation strategy was flawed. What I need to aim for is the FC Tokyo Youth Training Camp, which is one of the most comprehensive youth training systems in all of Japan. Zhou Tian jumped out of bed barefoot, pacing back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. There are even many elite monsters who have been receiving formal training since elementary school. How can I compare my basics with? I've only been practicing for 2 months. Even if I allocate that 1 point to short passing and keep winning matches every day to increase my short passing after a month, it'll just be at a passing level. In the eyes of those professional coaches, a 60-point pass and a 40-point pass are indistinguishable. Both are considered garbage. Zhou Tian stopped in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the faint lights of Tokyo Tower in the distance. Since this is a trial, I must showcase a trait that they cannot ignore. A trait that, even if all my other aspects are subpar, will make them reluctant to eliminate me as long as I possess this one quality. His gaze returned to the system panel. Among a pile of pitiful gray and white D and a level data, one line shimmered with enticing golden light. Vision 82's potential. This was his only reliance. The barrel effect suggests that the short board determines the capacity, but in the draft of professional sports, the long board determines whether you can get through this door. Zhou Tian's eye sharpened as he made a decision. System changed the point allocation strategy. From now on, any available freedom attribute points should be prioritized to fully stack vision. As for everything else, we'll talk about it later. Even if I don't run or defend, as long as I can see the future that others cannot, I will have value. Although he currently had no new points to allocate, this was a strategic realization. Having come to this understanding, Zhou Tian returned to bed, a faint smile of relief curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow will be the first step for me to make a name for myself in Japanese football. He fell asleep within 3 seconds. The next morning, Sakuraji Private High School. For an ordinary Japanese high school student, today was just another unremarkable Friday. The cherry blossoms had nearly fallen, and they had to face the drudgery of cultural classes. Zhou Tian sat in the main character's special seat by the window while the bald mathematics teacher at the podium passionately explained trigonometric functions. If this had been 2 months ago before he got the system, Zhou Tian would have definitely been the most attentive student. After all, although his family was wealthy, he had always been taught that as a Chinese person, academic performance must be the hard currency no matter where one was. Getting into the University of Tokyo or Waseda University, then taking over the family business or working in a big company, that was the right path. But now, Zhou Tian twirled a pen in his hand, his eyes fixed on the blackboard, but his focus had long since faded. Under the desk, he was secretly operating his phone. The screen displayed the final confirmation page for FC Tokyo U18 team trial registration. He had filled out that form several times yesterday, terrified that he might make a mistake in some detail and get eliminated. Name: Zhou Tian. Age 16. Position: MF midfielder. Past experience. Seeing this section, Zhou Tian hesitated for a moment, but in the end he steeled himself and wrote, main midfielder of the Sakuraji private high school football team. This line of text felt so insincere. It was like going for an interview at Google and writing on your resume, I was the network administrator at a certain internet cafe on a certain street. Submit. As a green message popped up on the screen saying registration successful, please attend the physical test at 140 today, Zhou Tian's heart skipped a beat. Is this what they call a battle with my back against the wall? A mix of nervousness, excitement, and a strong sense of incongruity, after all he was still in math class, surged within him. What normal high school boy hasn't dreamed of becoming a professional player? Just as he immersed himself in his self-pity. Hey! A voice filled with a mix of laziness and coldness came from his right side. Zhou Tian didn't even need to turn his head to know who it was. She was his nightmare at Sakuraji High School, and his only ally Kataho Maki. He turned his head slightly, and saw Kataho Maki casually crossing her legs, leaning back slightly against the chair. She seemed to be in a good mood today, playing with a mechanical pencil, her long legs gently swaying under the desk, the hem of her skirt moving slightly with her actions. Zhou Tian. She called his name without using honorifics, directly addressing him. What is it? Zhou Tian tried to make his voice sound like a diligent student paying attention. You signed up for the FC Tokyo trial, right? Kataho Maki lowered her voice, but her sharp eyes were locked onto him. Zhou Tian was taken aback. How did you know I registered today? Duh. Kataho Maki rolled her eyes at him, looking at him as if he were an idiot. You posted on social media last night for the dream tomorrow along with a picture of that crummy poster. Although you deleted it in seconds, I happened to be scrolling through my phone at that time. Zhou Tian. Damn, I forgot to block this big sister. That was something he posted in a fit of enthusiasm in the middle of the night. Of course I registered. Zhou Tian puffed out his chest, though his voice was kept low. Since I've decided to go, there's no reason to back down. Oh. Kataho Maki responded lightly, spinning the pencil in her hand. Don't be late this afternoon. The coaches there are not as easy to deal with as the teachers at school. She gave Zhou Tian a once over, her eyes revealing an undisguised disdain. If you already play poorly, making a mistake on such a basic issue of punctuality means you might as well go back and prepare for your final exams. You. Zhou Tian's eyebrows shot up, about to retort, how am I playing poorly? Didn't you see that goal I scored yesterday? But as soon as he opened his mouth, he met Kataho Maki's sidelong glance. What kind of gaze was that? It wasn't the fierce glare of anger, but rather a condescending look, as if a queen was looking down at a commoner attempting. The corners of her mouth curled into a dangerous arc, her face clearly displaying 5 big words. Do you want to fight? Coupled with her flaxen hair and the silver studs glinting on her earlobes, the aura of a delinquent big sister was instantly magnified. Zhou Tian even suspected that if he dared to argue back now, he would be stuffed into a gasoline barrel and sunk in a Tokyo Bay after school. Well, you have a point. Zhou Tian took a deep breath, instantly putting on a smile, silently repeating in his heart, the strong dragon doesn't suppress the local snake. A good man doesn't fight with a woman for the peace of the system. He'll arrive half an hour early. Zhou Tian conceded. At least you know how to be sensible. Kataho Maki turned away contentedly, resuming her nail-design sketches in the textbook, as if the pressure from earlier had never existed. However, from an angle unseen by Zhou Tian, her lips curled up slightly. Good luck, idiot, she murmured in a voice only. At 1330 in the afternoon. FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Park Youth Training Base. When Zhou Tian stood at the entrance of the training base with his sports bag, he truly realized the difference between professional and playing for fun. The grass here was not black soil, but real grass, flat and smooth like a carpet. The air was filled with the mixed scent of grass and soil, of fragrance cultivated by money. Surrounding him were young boys dressed in deep blue FC Tokyo training gear. Some were juggling the ball, while others were sprinting, each looking fit and agile with well-defined thigh muscles. In contrast, the group attending the trial numbered about 20. Although they were all high school students, they were obviously divided into. One circle was made up of the quasi-professional group, equipped with professional gear and familiar with each other, most of whom came from low-level teams of well-known clubs or strong football schools. The other circle was made up of amateurs like Zhou Tian, wearing a mishmash of jerseys, and some even showed up in basketball shoes. Is that brother in basketball shoes serious? Zhou Tian internally scoffed, glancing down at his own Nike Legends, which, although not top tier, were still proper football shoes, regaining a bit of confidence. All trial participants. Assemble. A whistle blew, and a middle-aged coach with sunglasses and dark skin approached. He held a clipboard, his face marked with indifference that screamed, I am professional, you are garbage. The attendance roll. Tanaka Kenta. Here. From Yokohama Mariners U15. The coach nodded and circled something on the paper. Sato Takashi. Here. From Takeo High School. The coach nodded again. Until Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly here. The coach pushed up his sunglasses, glanced at the list, and frowned noticeably. A Chinese. Yes. Have you played in a professional academy in China before? Like Evergrande Football School or Luaning? No, Zhou Tian answered honestly. The coach's frown deepened as he looked again at the unfamiliar school name, Sakuraji Private High School. Does that school even have a football team? A few suppressed chuckles arose from the surrounding. Clearly some of the local players were aware of the reputation of Sakuraji High School. It was known as the infamous team that gave away points. Then your school team experience can basically be considered zero, the coach bluntly stated, even a bit harshly, just a pure enthusiast. Kid, this is not a summer camp. His words pierced like a thorn, making Zhou Tian's face flush with embarrassment. But since he was here, he had no intention of losing face. I want to play professionally. Zhou Tian answered loudly, staring straight into the coach's sunglasses. The scene fell silent for a second. The coach put down the clipboard, placed his hands on his hips, and seemed to find it somewhat amusing. You want to play professionally? Kid, you're 16, right? For professional football, if you haven't received formal training by 16, you've already missed the golden time to improve your ball sense. Your neural pathways are already fixed, do you understand? I know Zhou Tian did not back down, but I still want to play professionally. My brain isn't fixed yet. The coach was momentarily taken aback. Usually children who were struck down like this would have already looked down red-faced. However, this kid, there is a strange stubbornness in his gaze. Very good, full of spirit. The coach snorted, leaving it ambiguous whether it was a compliment or sarcasm, marking a question mark next to Zhou Tian's name. Since you're here, don't waste time. Let's start with the physical tests. Those who don't want to embarrass themselves can leave now, or for those who stay, don't come crying to your mothers later. Physical testing phase. For Zhou Tian, this was akin to public execution. A 30-meter sprint. Back in school, Zhou Tian thought he was quite fast. But here the small guy from Yokohama Mariners U15 zipped past like a gust of wind, disappearing in an instant. The recorder announced, Zhou Tian 4. 3 seconds. Next. Tanaka 3. 9 seconds. Vertical jump. Zhou Tian leapt with all his might. The recorder, expressionless, said, 55 centimeters. Next. 70 centimeters. Shuttle run yo-yo test. This was to measure physical fitness. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, desperately, trying to keep up with the rhythm. This was the only event where he could somewhat compete. But even so, he only managed to reach the mid-range level, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. After the whole process, Zhou Tian was exhausted, leaning on his knees, sweat dripping onto the expensive turf. The stern-faced coach looked at the data sheet in his hands and shook his head. Mediocre. Too mediocre. He said to the assistant beside him, this Chinese kid's physical fitness is decent for an ordinary high school, but in the professional tier, it's all levels. No explosiveness, and his confrontation ability is poor. The assistant sighed. Yeah, and look at his footwork, it's clear he hasn't trained in the basics. What a pity for his height. Should we let him go? The assistant suggested. The stern-faced coach pondered for a moment, glancing at Zhou Tian, who was still gasping for air, but standing straight. Let's keep an eye on him. Since he's already here, let him play a group match. If his performance in the real game is also terrible, then he can give up hope. 3:00 p.m. Group match. This was the moment of truth. The coach mixed the trial players with some substitutes from the U18 team, forming red and yellow teams. Hey over there. Your name is too hard to pronounce, so we'll call you Sunday, Zhou Tian. The stern-faced coach shouted at Zhou Tian, what position do you play? Zhou Tian took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Midfield. I want to play as an attacking midfielder or central midfielder. Midfield. The coach seemed to hear a joke. At this age, a midfielder without skills is a disaster. Usually such raw players would be assigned to play as fullbacks or forwards to disrupt the game. Midfield. That's a core area requiring both intelligence and technique. Are you sure? If your pass is off, causing the whole team to lose, your teammates will tear you apart. I am sure, Zhou Tian replied firmly. All right then. The coach waved his hand, casually placing him in the weaker yellow team. You go play as a midfielder in the yellow team. Just don't stand there like a pole. The match began. This was a 30-minute halftime offense and defense drill. As soon as the ball was kicked off, the pace was suffocating for Zhou Tian. This was the rhythm of a professional tier. The speed at which the ball rolled on the turf and the intensity of the players pressing were nothing compared to the muddy casual games from Sakuraji High School. In the first 5 minutes, Zhou Tian felt like a headless fly. He couldn't even touch the ball. His teammates didn't trust him at all. The ball kept circulating among the few recognized technical players. Hey, Sunday, move. Don't block the way, a teammate yelled at him. Zhou Tian was sweating profusely. Forget about boosting his stats. If he kept playing like this, even if the yellow team won, he would still be a 0. Zhou Tian was near the center circle. Instead of watching the ball like others, he quickly turned his head to observe the surroundings. God's perspective, fully activated. In that instant, the world transformed in his eyes. The originally chaotic crowd became clear moving points in his mind. He spotted a massive gap in the red team's defense. Because they had pushed too far forward, there was a vast open space behind their right back. Meanwhile, the yellow team's left winger, a fast small guy, was ready to spring into action. The ball came to Zhou Tian's feet. This was a pass out of his teammate's desperation as he had been cornered. Back pass, shouted his teammate. A strong red team defensive midfielder charged towards him like a tank about to knock the frail Zhou Tian down. Zhou Tian did not pass back. He had already thought through the script before receiving the ball. He didn't stop the ball stopping it was too risky, but instead as the ball rolled towards him, he made a feint to the left causing the opposing midfielder to slightly shift his weight. Then using the outer instep of his right foot, he discreetly flicked the ball to the right front. This didn't even look like a standard passing motion, or it appeared as if he had kicked awkwardly. The stern-faced coach on the sidelines frowned chaotic kick. But the next second his sunglasses nearly fell off. That ball, which seemed soft and powerless, perfectly threaded its way through the gaps between two red team defenders. The angle was so tricky that it seemed like it had been calculated with precision. The ball rolled into the open space. The yellow team's small winger didn't even need to slow down and the ball comfortably came into his path. Unknown. The small winger charged into the penalty area with the ball and slotted it home. Wow. After scoring, the winger looked back at Zhou Tian. Great pass, brother. How did you see me? Zhou Tian didn't respond, just silently wiped his sweat, cursing inwardly, damn, I actually miscalculated that flick. I wanted to pass it faster. That was close to being intercepted. But this was just the beginning. In the next 20 minutes, the coaches on the sidelines gradually shifted from disdain to confusion and finally to shock. Hey Tanaka. The stern-faced coach took off his sunglasses, pointing at Zhou Tian on the field. Don't you think this kid is a bit strange? He is a bit strange. The assistant Tanaka, holding a pen, looked conflicted. Look at his positioning, he moves like a ghost. He always seems to appear in unmarked spaces to receive the ball. And he can pass the ball into open spaces even without looking at people, the stern-faced coach continued. That long ball, just now, although technically it was terrible, the placement was spot on. It directly pierced through the entire defensive line. He's like a budget version of Xavi. The assistant tried to find a descriptor, or a legless Pirlo. Vision. The stern-faced coach hit the nail on the head. This kid's vision is truly exceptional. That's a talent that can't be taught. On the field, Zhou Tian was not feeling well. Although his vision was level, his feet were level. Even when his brain sent the command to pass to the right front at a 30-degree angle, his feet often ended up kicking it at a 45-degree angle. Several times his passes were too weak and intercepted by the opponent. Hey, Sunday, can you kick harder? His teammate complained. Sorry, Zhou Tian shouted back, then continued to run tirelessly. 30 minutes ended. The yellow team won 2-1. Zhou Tian was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the grass. System notification: won a professional tier training match. Reward: free attribute. Point 1. Special evaluation: your performance was like a soldier with a sniper rifle who only knows how to use the stock to hit people. Although you won, it was filled with humor. Received additional reward: vision proficiency slightly increased. Huff. Huff. Zhou Tian looked at the sky, feeling ecstatic. I earned 1 point again. And it was in this level of competition. Gather up. The stern-faced coach approached. All trial players stood nervously in a line. The results for today are out. The coach's voice was cold. Most people didn't qualify. You can go home. Those who remain are Tanaka, Kenta, Sato, Takashi. Upon reaching the end, the coach paused, his gaze landing on Zhou Tian, who was drenched in sweat and still panting heavily. And Zhou Tian's head shot up. But the coach's tone shifted, looking sternly at him. Your fundamentals are appallingly poor. Your passing technique is worse than that of our U12 kids. Your physical confrontation is garbage. However, the coach's lips curled into a playful smile. In light of those eyes of yours, we have decided to give you a chance. You can stay. However, you cannot join the U18 main team, or even the substitutes. You will report to the 5th tier. That is a reconstruction camp for injury recovery players, and those who can't keep up with the pace, and sometimes you will have to practice with U15, or even U14 kids. If you can't bear that humiliation, you can leave right now. The coach stared into Zhou Tian's eyes. Practicing with the 5th tier. For a high school student, that's indeed a bit humiliating. But at that moment, Zhou Tian only had 2 words in his mind: no matter what. As long as he could stay here, as long as there were matches to play, even if it meant playing with U15, there would be a continuous stream of attribute points. As long as there were attribute points, whether it was technique or physicality, it could eventually be trained up. Zhou Tian stood at attention and shouted loudly, no problem. Coach, even if it means playing with kindergartners, I will win against them. Laughter erupted around. The stern-faced coach was also amused, very spirited. Come back to report tomorrow afternoon after school. Dismissed. Zhou Tian clenched his fists, feeling the sweat in his palms. He succeeded. Although it was just the lowest threshold, he had finally stepped into the door of professional football. He took out his phone, wanting to post a celebratory moment, but after a moment's thought, he opened the pin chat window with the avatar of an irritable rabbit. Irritable rabbit Hokuto Maki, instant reply: oh, got it. The 5th team. Is that where the guards are? Mocking. JPG Zhou Tian. Irritable rabbit, but it's not too embarrassing. They'll bring you a bottle of water tomorrow, and don't overthink it. The bite Wojit in a free deal will give you an extra. Zhou Tian looked at the phone screen and couldn't help but chuckle. The Tokyo FC training ground under the setting sun looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Let's add some points first. Zhou Tian focused his thoughts and without hesitation allocated the 1 point he just earned to Vision 82-83. Since I'm going to be weird, I might as well be weird to the end. In Kobe City, Tokyo, at the entrance of the FC Tokyo Youth Training Base, the sun has completely set below the horizon, and the sky presents a deep Prussian blue. The streetlights on both sides have just turned on, casting long shadows. Zhou Tian is holding a large transparent plastic bag filled with deep blue training uniforms, long socks, and a windbreaker emblazoned with the team logo. This is the equipment pack provided by the club for new team members. Although it belongs to the 5th tier, commonly known as the fish team, to Zhou Tian it is far more precious than in Hermes Birkin. This is the logo of a professional club. Even if it's just the gatekeeper, it's still a professional gate. Phew. Although I was scolded by that stern-faced coach in the end, at least I made it inside. Zhou Tian took a deep breath as if the air was filled with the sweet scent of success. He took out his phone, ready to admire the good news he had just sent to Kataho Maki, while also contemplating how to retort if she replied with sarcasm. Just then a raucous engine sound and laughter came from around the corner of a nearby convenience store. Big sister. Thank you for your hard work today, big sister. Tomorrow we'll go deal with that jerk from the neighboring school. 3 girls riding modified bicycles, their hair dyed in vibrant colors, deeply bowed to a figure by the roadside, then pedaled away, their bike wheels adorned with colorful lights, leaving trails of light in the night, before quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Zhou Tian focused his gaze, the figure standing under the streetlight, one hand in their pocket, while casually waving the other. Had long flaxen hair, a shortened school uniform skirt, and a pair of eye-catching white sneakers, even at night. Kataho. Zhou Tian, clutching the equipment bag, froze in place. Kataho Maki seemed to have known he was there all along. She turned around slowly, her phoenix-like eyes shining brightly under the streetlight, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly in a half-smile. Oh, you're out. She greeted him casually, as if she were not specifically waiting there, but merely enjoying the night scenery of suburban Tokyo. What are you doing here? Zhou Tian walked over in surprise, instinctively glancing in the direction where the group of delinquent girls had just disappeared. Were those your subordinates? Those are a few younger girls I knew back in middle school. They happened to pass by, so we chatted for a bit. Kataho Maki responded nonchalantly, her gaze landing on the equipment bag in his arms. Is this the FC Tokyo dog skin? What dog skin? This is a battle robe. Zhou Tian hugged the clothes tightly. This is a ticket to the professional. Yes, the ticket for the 5th tier. Kataho Maki rolled her eyes, then pulled out her phone and waved it. Didn't you just send me a message saying you passed? Why are you in such a hurry to report before even leaving the base? So obedient, Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's face turned red. I just happened to have some free time. It was a casual message. Who knew you were right at the entrance? Oh, is that so? Kataho Maki put her phone away, took long strides forward, waving her hand back at him. Let's go. Why are you just standing there? Where to? Zhou Tian followed behind her like a little brother carrying bags. I'll take you to eat, Kataho Maki said without turning back. Or do you want to go home now to eat that fridge full of frozen dumplings? Gurgle. Zhou Tian's stomach betrayed him and let out a loud growl, echoing sharply in the quiet street. An afternoon of intense physical tests and a grueling match had already drained all the glycogen from his body. I'll follow your lead, Zhou Tian conceded. 20 minutes later, at a traditional Japanese restaurant named Shawadiai. This restaurant is hidden in an alley with a slightly worn red lantern hanging at the entrance, and the sliding door creaks as it opens. The air inside is filled with the rich aroma of fried foods and miso soup, while a news summary is playing on the top. Such a bustling place clearly contrasts with Kataho Maki's demeanor, yet she seems quite familiar with it. Boss. Kataho Maki found a corner seat. Oh, it's little Maki. The boss, a bald, middle-aged man frying pork cutlets, smiled so widely that his eyes squinted into slits. Same as usual. Yes, I'll have a sashimi set meal with half the rice. Kataho Maki skillfully placed her order, then pointed at Zhou Tian, who was sitting across from her looking rather reserved. Give him a signature extra-large pork cutlet rice bowl. Make it supersized with extra rice. Got it. Is that your boyfriend? He's quite handsome, the boss teased. He's a pet. Kataho Maki replied without missing a beat. Cough, cough. Zhou Tian almost choked on his barley tea after taking a sip. After the boss left, Zhou Tian wiped the moisture from his mouth and protested in a low voice. Hey, even though you're treating me to dinner, maybe, why did you order the extra-large pork cutlet rice bowl? That's fried food. He is now a quasi-professional player and has filled his head with those so-called Cristiano Ronaldo meal plans he saw online. Boiled chicken breast, broccoli, white rice. The coach said to pay attention to dietary control. Your coach would only tell you to eat more with your current chicken breast physique. Kataho Maki rested her chin on her hand, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Zhou Tian, you need to understand one thing. Your body is very weak right now. Your primary task now is not losing fat or fine-tuning your diet, but gaining mass. She extended her slender finger and tapped on the table. You need a large amount of carbohydrates to replenish glycogen, enough protein to repair muscles, and even a proper amount of fat to maintain hormone levels. You are just a deflated balloon that must be inflated before you can talk about shaping. Zhou Tian was taken aback. How do you know so much? In his impression, aside from being strong in fights and excelling in studies, could Kataho Maki also be a sports nutritionist? It's not that hard. Kataho Maki's gaze flickered for a moment as she avoided Zhou Tian's gaze, pretending to look at the menu on the wall. I plan to take a certification in sports rehabilitation and nutrition. Just practicing on you as a guinea pig. In fact, there is a copy of dietary guidelines for elite athletes that she recently bought lying in her backpack, filled with sticky notes highlighting key points about adolescent muscle growth. Here we go. Extra large pork cutlet rice bowl. The boss came over carrying a bowl the size of a basin. It was like a golden mountain. The thick fried pork cutlet was coated in golden breadcrumbs drizzled with slightly runny egg and onion sauce, emitting an enticing sweet and savory aroma. Underneath was a mound of tightly packed hot rice. In front of Kataho Maki was a delicately small sashimi platter, a few slices of tuna, a small bowl of miso soup, and only a tiny bit of rice that looked like cat food. This is too much. Zhou Tian looked at the feed bowl in front of him, swallowing hard. Finish it. Kataho Maki picked up her chopsticks and elegantly picked up a slice of sashimi. If you leave a single grain of rice, I'll post all your embarrassing stories in the alumni group. Are you a devil? Hurry up and eat. That's an order. Zhou Tian, helpless, could only pick up a spoon and shovel a big scoop into his mouth. It was an explosion of calories. The crispy pork cutlet, the smooth egg, and the rice that soaked up the sauce made Zhou Tian feel like his depleted cells were all cheering. Although reason told him this was a calorie bomb, his body honestly stated this is too delicious. So good, Zhou Tian mumbled, starting to devour the food. Kataho Maki watched him eat like a wolf, her lips curving slightly upward. She took small bites of her own meal, occasionally sipping soup, her gaze never leaving the gluttonous boy across from her. What are you looking at? Zhou Tian noticed her gaze and asked, do you want a bite? Who would want to eat that high-calorie stuff? Kataho Maki said disdainfully, don't you know a beautiful girl has to maintain her figure? If I gain a pound, I'll kill you. What does that have to do with me? Zhou Tian mumbled, continuing to focus on his meal. He didn't know that the girl across from him had canceled her home's French feast just to accompany him for this dinner, and had only ordered this low-calorie meal to avoid making him feel awkward eating alone. At 8:30 p.m. on a street in a high-end residential area of Setagaya. After dinner, the two walked side by side. This is a famous wealthy area in Tokyo with clean and tidy streets lined with detached villas or upscale apartments with yards. The streetlights are warm and yellow, and luxury cars occasionally pass by. Zhou Tian, holding the large equipment bag, felt like his stomach was about to burst. I say, Kataho. Moi. Although I know you live around here too, isn't it a bit too far out of the way? Since they left the station, they had already walked 10 minutes together. Zhou Tian had always thought they would part ways at some intersection, but Kataho Maki kept walking beside him. My house is just up that hill ahead, Kataho Maki pointed ahead. What is this road built by your family? Can I walk it? No. Zhou Tian scratched his head. I just think it's a coincidence. My house is also up that hill, left turn. Kataho Maki stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at the apartment building Zhou Tian pointed at. It was the newest high-end apartment in the area with strict security. You mean you live at Aoyama Elegance? Yes. Just moved in 2 months ago. Kataho Maki's expression became a bit strange. She pointed to a European-style villa with a garden across from the apartment. I live there. Zhou Tian followed her finger. It was quite an impressive house with a nameplate that read Kataho at the entrance, and even 2 expensive-looking imported cars parked in the yard. The 2 residences were separated by only a street with a straight-line distance of no more than 50 meters. Silence. Zhou Tian. So we've been desk mates for 2 months and even walked to and from school together every day, though on different routes, and it turns out we're actually neighbors across the street. Looks like your rusty brain for solving problems finally turned around. Kataho Maki crossed her arms, seemingly unfazed by this coincidence, or did she know it all along? No wonder sometimes I could see a fool doing calisthenics from my balcony. That was core strength training, not calisthenics. Zhou Tian protested. They arrived at a fork in the road. Zhou Tian pointed to the left. I'm going back then. Kataho Maki stood still, the streetlight casting a soft glow on her profile, softening her usually sharp features, making her unexpectedly gentle. Remember to stretch when you get home. After eating so many carbs, don't lie down right away. Got it, Taskmaster? Zhou Tian waved his hand and turned towards the apartment entrance. Hey, Zhou Tian. Kataho Maki suddenly called out from behind him. Zhou Tian turned back. What's up? The girl stood in the night breeze, her flaxen hair gently lifted by the wind. Her hands were clasped behind her back, hesitating for a second before revealing a faint smile. See you tomorrow. Zhou Tian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled back and waved vigorously. See you tomorrow. The next day, at 7:15 a.m. Mornings in Tokyo are always busy. But in Zhou Tian's apartment, a fashion show is currently taking place. Zhou Tian stood in front of the full-length mirror, looking at himself in the reflection. He wore a white shirt and uniform pants from Sakuraji High School, but on top, he was not wearing the somewhat uncool school blazer, but instead had put on the deep blue windbreaker with the bright red FC Tokyo logo that he had just received yesterday. The zipper was pulled up to his chest, and the collar stood up slightly. Looking sharp, Zhou Tian gave a thumbs up to his. Although it was just the training uniform of the 5th tier, who could tell on the street whether he was from the 5th team or the 1st team? This represented status. It was a symbol that I am already half a professional player. This was an extremely childish vanity, but for a 16-year-old this jacket was more dazzling than any brand. Going to school today, I'll definitely be able to intimidate those who call me a nerd. Zhou Tian confidently shouldered his backpack, even taking a moment to adjust the collar of his training uniform, ensuring the logo was in the most prominent position, then pushed the door open. The elevator descended, exiting the apartment building. The morning air was crisp and cool, and Zhou Tian took a deep breath, feeling like he was striding with the wind. He walked to the intersection where he parted ways with Kataho Maki the night before preparing to cross the street to the station. However, at that traffic light, a familiar figure was standing there. Kataho Maki. Today she seemed to have also put in some effort, her hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, the school uniform skirt, still quite short, and draped over her, was that signature beige knitted cardigan. She was looking down at her phone, her toes idly tapping on the marble pavement. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up. There, Zhou Tian's originally confident stride came to an abrupt halt. "Good morning," Zhou Tian awkwardly greeted. "What are you doing here? If last night at the base entrance was a coincidence, and at the restaurant door it was on the way, then appearing here at this time." "Good morning." Kataho Maki put her phone away, her gaze lingering on the eye-catching FC Tokyo training uniform on him for 3 seconds, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes before quickly returning to her usual aloof expression. "Don't overthink it." She tossed her hair back and glanced away. "I just happened to walk by here at this time waiting for the red light." The red light seems to just have turned green, right?" Zhou Tian pointed at the signal light. "Can I choose to wait for the—" Kataho Maki shot him a glare. All right. The two walked side by side onto the crosswalk. The early risers heading to work and students hurrying to school rushed past them, many gazes drawn to Zhou Tian's training uniform. After all, FC Tokyo has quite a reputation in this area. Zhou Tian felt the attention surrounding him and involuntarily straightened his back, tilting his chin slightly. "Peacock displaying its feathers." A cold remark came from beside him. "What did you say?" Zhou Tian turned his head. "I said your current appearance looks like a lustful peacock." Kataho Maki mercilessly shot him down. "It's just a piece of worn training gear. Is it necessary to show off so much? You might as well write, 'I am a player' on your face. What do you know? This is called professional pride," Zhou Tian retorted. "And this jacket is windproof and breathable. It's much more comfortable than the school uniform." "Is that so?" Kataho Maki's lips curled into a sly smile. "Then you'd better pray that the discipline director is also a fan. Otherwise, wearing a non-school uniform jacket through the school gate will get you demerits." "Huh?" Zhou Tian's face froze. "No way. I remember the school rules say that uniforms for sports clubs can be worn." "That's for our school clubs," Kataho Maki said leisurely. "Is FC Tokyo a club from your school?" Zhou Tian was dumbfounded. He had been so focused on showing off that he forgot about this. "Then, should I take it off before entering the school gate?" Zhou Tian's confidence crumbled instantly. Kataho Maki watched as he transformed from a dragon overlord to a coward in an instant, finally unable to hold back. That laugh melted away the ice and snow, and Zhou Tian found himself momentarily dazed by her sudden brightness. "I was just kidding, you fool." Kataho Maki regained her composure, but the smile in her eyes remained. "I'm a member of the discipline committee. The one on duty at the school gate today is my person. As long as I don't see it, it's not a violation." Zhou Tian breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly reacted. "All right, you played me again. Who told you to be so foolish?" The two continued to bicker as they walked down the slope leading to the station. The morning sunlight stretched their shadows long, occasionally overlapping. "By the way, Zhou Tian. What? Since you're wearing that outfit, don't embarrass it." Kataho Maki suddenly stopped and turned, looking at him seriously. She reached out and helped Zhou Tian fix the collar that had been blown askew by the wind. Her fingers were slightly cool, touching Zhou Tian's neck, causing him to instinctively flinch. The action felt very natural, as if they were an old married couple, but afterward both of them froze for a moment. Kataho Maki quickly withdrew her hand, a subtle blush flashing across her face, before she immediately put on a stern expression to cover it up. The collar was all messy, but affects the appearance of the city. At Sakuraji High School, Class 2B. If yesterday Zhou Tian was merely an ordinary Chinese international student with a bit of money and a decent appearance, today he seemed to radiate a golden halo. The reason was simply that deep blue FC Tokyo training jacket he wore over his school uniform. In Japanese high school campuses, the status of sports clubs is inherently high, and the term professional tier sits at the pinnacle of the pyramid. For these adolescents in their rebellious youth, it was not just a piece of clothing, it was a ticket to fame and fortune, a testament to their prowess. "Hey, have you heard? It seems Zhou Tian has passed the trial training for FC Tokyo." "Is that true? Does that mean we'll see him on TV in the future?" "That's amazing. He looks so quiet usually. Is he really a candidate for professional players?" During the break, Zhou Tian stood outside the classroom, surrounded by an unusually rare group of people. Several usually high and mighty girls were looking at him with the gaze of someone observing a rare animal, and one bold girl even attempted to touch the fabric of the training jacket. "Zhou Tian, this jacket is so cool. The team emblem is embroidered. I heard professional players have to watch their diet. Should we have lunch together? I'll make a low-fat meal for you." "Zhou Tian, is there a match this weekend? Can we come cheer for you?" Zhou Tian sat in his seat, appearing calm on the surface, while feeling a storm of anxiety inside. He wanted to explain. "Everyone calm down. I'm just a member of the 5th tier, merely a gatekeeper, and I also need to practice with middle school students." But looking at those sparkling eyes, his vanity whispered fiercely in his ear, "Don't explain, enjoy this moment. They wouldn't understand the difference between the 5th and 1st tiers anyway." So Zhou Tian cleared his throat and adopted a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "Ahem, it's fine. I've just taken the first step. As for the match, it's a secret for now. Oh, after all, tactics are required." "Wow, so cool." The girls' shrieks grew louder. Just as Zhou Tian was getting lost in the chorus of "so cool," even preparing to accept the lunch invitation from a girl with decent looks and braided hair. Swish! A pale but powerful hand suddenly cut through the crowd, and precisely grabbed the knot of Zhou Tian's school uniform tie. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Tian was nearly choked, forced to lift his head like a duck grasped by fate. Before his eyes was the exquisite face of Kataho Maki wearing a half smile. Today she seemed to be in a rather peculiar mood, her flaxen hair casually resting on her shoulder, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, slightly emanating a dangerous aura known as the wrath of the fake queen. The girls who were chattering just moments ago instantly scattered like startled birds upon the appearance of this well-known campus. Kitajosen. The girl with braids timidly called out. Kataho Maki didn't even glance at them. She simply tugged on Zhou Tian's tie, as if leading a disobedient golden retriever, forcibly dragging him back to his seat. Hey, let go. I'm going to choke. Zhou Tian clutched his tie, his face turning red. What's going on suddenly? Zhou Tian finally regained his breath, straightening his disheveled collar with a face full of indignation. I was just engaging in normal social activities. Normal social activities. Kataho Maki released her grip, disdainfully brushing off her hands that were not even dusty, then plopped down in her chair, casually crossing her legs. All I see is a peacock that just put on new clothes and has forgotten its surname, flaring its feathers everywhere. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Tian, her tone cool. Don't forget you're merely a substitute of the 5th tier. You haven't even stepped onto the field yet, and you're already enjoying star treatment. Be careful not to float too high and fall flat on your face. I was just maintaining the club's image. Zhou Tian retorted stubbornly. Is that so? Kataho Maki sneered, her gaze revealing that she saw through everything. By the way, that girl with braids has a boyfriend who is the vice-captain of the judo team and weighs 90 kilograms. Are you sure you want to eat her bento? Zhou Tian. Cold sweat instantly poured down his back. System prompt, your survival instinct S rank has... Thank you for saving me, big sister. Zhou Tian immediately adjusted his attitude. It was nothing, Kataho Maki said, taking a carton of milk from her drawer, inserting a straw to hide her smile. Hurry up and review. We have training this afternoon. If you dare to fail in your cultural classes and get your parents called in affecting your training, I'll take care of you. At 4:30 p.m. FC Tokyo Kadara Sports Field. Because of the club's special approval, Zhou Tian was able to slip out during the last period of class and arrived early at the training base. Though he was only in the 5th tier, this field was still filled with a professional atmosphere. The makeup of the 5th tier members was very complex. Half were semi-finished products or older potential stocks like Zhou Tian, who entered through trial training, even though they were only 16. The other half were substitutes who had been promoted from U15, but could not yet enter the U18 main team. There were even a few who were sent down from the first team or reserve team to regain their form. Zhou Tian changed into his gear and was about to go warm up on the field, hoping to trigger some special tasks, when he noticed a strange older man sitting on the bench by the field. The man looked at least 30, with a scruffy beard, slightly greasy hair, and wearing a training suit that was clearly one size too large, slouched there, without any dignity, staring blankly at the sky. His dejected appearance stood in stark contrast to the energetic youth training players around. Zhou Tian's heart sank. Could he be a parent here to watch their child? Or perhaps a homeless person who wandered in? Out of kindness, and as a newcomer, Zhou Tian walked over. Hey, old man. This is the player training area. The family area is over there in the stands. Did you get lost? Zhou Tian bent down and asked in Japanese. The old man paused for a moment, slowly turned his head, and looked at Zhou Tian with eyes that resembled dead fish, saying nothing, just tugging at the corner of his mouth to reveal a bitter smile. Before the old man could speak, a few hands suddenly reached out from the side and pulled Zhou Tian back. Hey, Sunday, what are you doing? It was a teammate he met yesterday, a short guy named Tanaka Kenta, who was now covering Zhou Tian's mouth with a You don't recognize him? Tanaka hissed in a low voice. Who is he? Zhou Tian replied, confused. Just a gatekeeper. Oh my god. You really are a fake football fan. Tanaka looked at him as if he were hopeless. That's in no way Daichi. He was the core midfielder for FC Tokyo a few years ago. A man who was once selected for the national team training list. Known as the commander of the Tamagawa River. Zhou Tian looked again at the dejected old man. In no way Daichi. 31 years old. 3 years ago he suffered a torn anterior cruciate ligament in his knee, and after his return his form plummeted, and he suffered an ankle fracture. He had spent almost the past year and a half in recovery. Now he was demoted to the 5th tier purely to regain some touch, or perhaps waiting for the countdown to retirement. Sorry, I'm from China, so I'm not very familiar with the past J-League. Zhou Tian scratched his head. Although he apologized verbally, he wondered inside former core. How much strength does he have left now? If I have the chance to beat him in a training match, even if he's a diminished version of the boss, the rewards from the system should be substantial. Thinking of this, Zhou Tian's gaze towards the old man changed. No longer looking at him as a homeless person, but rather the man known as Inoue Daichi seemed to sense this intense gaze, shivering slightly and tightening his coat. Gather. The familiar black-faced coach. Coach Ono blew his whistle. All the players quickly assembled. Today's training content was simple warm-up followed by a major event, the 5th tier versus the U15 main team A team in a teaching match. This is the time to test your level, Coach Ono said, holding the tactical board, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Although the opponents are 2 to 3 years younger than you, they are the U15 starters with a level of cooperation far exceeding yours. If you lose to a bunch of middle schoolers, you might as well throw your faces into the Tamagawa. Next he announced the starting lineup. Goalkeeper. Defenders. Midfield. In no way he actually starts. Tanaka. He read through the list, and Zhou Tian's name was nowhere to be found. Sunday, Coach Ono called out at the end. Here. Zhou Tian stood tall with anticipation. You'll be on the bench. Huh. Zhou Tian's face instantly fell. Coach, I want to play. My body is fine. This is a tactical rotation, Coach Ono said expressionlessly. Mr. Inoue will only play the first half to find his form. You'll play in the second half. As a newcomer, observe how others play, learn how to position yourself, and don't run around like a headless chicken. But, no buts. Follow the arrangements, Coach Ono glared at him. Yes. Zhou Tian walked to the bench dejected and plopped down on the cold seat. Damn it. Only half a match. Can we win in half a match? What if that group of middle schoolers overwhelms us in the first half? If I go in during the second half, they'll either take the blame or have to fill in the gap, significantly lowering our chances of winning. Zhou Tian glared at the field with resentment. Meanwhile, the stands for the fifth team were rather shabby, usually only sparsely populated by a few parents. But today one corner of the stands was particularly lively. Big sister. This is FC Tokyo's base, right? So impressive. Wow, those guys playing soccer have really nice leg lines. Hey, isn't that someone with a constipated expression sitting on the bench? Three girls dressed in flashy outfits and with heavy makeup were leaning over the railing holding takoyaki and bubble tea, chattering nonstop. Among them, Kitazumaki was sitting quietly. Today she had changed out of her school uniform into a gray sports hoodie and jeans, wearing a baseball cap pulled low. Shut up, it's too noisy, Kitazumaki said lightly. The three girls immediately fell silent, looking as obedient as quail. Kitazumaki's gaze was not on the fierce struggle happening on the field, but rather beyond the crowd, landing precisely on the figure at the far end of the bench who was muttering to himself. He's actually a substitute. Maki frowned slightly. She had specifically brought someone to support the team, although Zhou Tian was unaware of it. Big sister, that Chinese kid seems really annoyed, a younger girl whispered. He's been staring at that bearded uncle on the field with a terrifying gaze, as if he wants to curse him to break his legs. He really is cursing him to get off the field. Kitazumaki understood Zhou Tian too well. That fool only thinks about the match. He'll do anything to get on the field. On the field, the first half of the match was fiercely contested. Although the U15 team consisted of middle schoolers, their technique was indeed refined, and their coordination was smooth. On the other hand, the fifth team had a physical advantage, but their coordination was clumsy. The team's spirit, Inoue Daichi, was indeed just recovering from a serious injury, barely moving, and mostly strolling around the midfield. But he was a former national player, and occasionally his precise passes were infuriating, making it hard for the U15 kids. 1-0. Thanks to Inoue Daichi's playmaking and the individual skills of a forward, the fifth team barely led as the first half ended. As soon as the whistle blew, Zhou Tian jumped up, and before the coach could say anything, he began doing exaggerated high-knees warm-ups on the sidelines, making it seem as if he was about to take off. Coach Ono twitched at the corner of his mouth. Sunday, are you that anxious? Yes, coach. I'm already burning up. All right. Coach Ono glanced at the panting Inoue Daichi coming off the field and pointed at Zhou Tian. You go in for the second half, replacing Mr. Inoue. Got it. Zhou Tian rushed to the sidelines and high-fived the departing Inoue uncle. Thanks for your hard work, uncle. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Tian beamed. Inoue Daichi wiped his sweat, looking at the spirited kid with a hint of envy as he smiled. I don't know why you're so anxious. But even though they're kids, don't underestimate them. Their pressing is intense. Don't worry, uncle. I'll teach them a lesson. Coach Ono grabbed Zhou Tian, who was about to rush onto the field, and reminded him, listen, Sunday. Although your vision is good, your technique is too rough. Your task for the second half is simple. Carry the ball, less pass more. Find your teammates as soon as you get the ball, and use your eyes to direct the play. Got it. Understood. I'm just a heartless passing machine. The second half began. The U15 kids were clearly not satisfied with being behind in the first half, and launched a fierce attack right from the start. Zhou Tian stood in midfield looking at the group of middle schoolers whose heights barely reached his chin, or even chest, and felt not a shred of guilt about bullying kids. Instead, a ferocious grin appeared on his face. System determined, official practice match U15A team. Victory reward, free attribute point 1. For my attribute points. Sorry, little brothers. In the 50th minute, a technical middle school midfielder tried to outmaneuver Zhou Tian with fancy moves. Zhou Tian didn't even look at the ball and just slammed into him. Strength 48. Although he was a weakling in the professional team, standing at 178 centimeters with a high school physique made him a tank against the middle schoolers. Bang! The middle schooler was knocked back half a meter. The referee assistant coach didn't blow the whistle. A reasonable collision. Zhou Tian successfully intercepted the ball. I'm charging in. Just as Zhou Tian was about to advance with the ball, he suddenly recalled the coach's advice and glanced at his dismal dribbling 50. At that moment, divine vision took over his brain again. He saw his teammate on the right flank making a run. Go for it. Zhou Tian swung his leg and made a long pass. Although the posture was still awkward, the ball wobbled through to the open space. The winger of the fifth team took the ball, comfortably crossed it, and shot. The ball went in. 2-0. Nice job. Teammates came over to celebrate. Zhou Tian merely waved his hand, his face written with not done, yet want more. The following match became increasingly bizarre. In the stands, the girls Kitazumaki brought were wide-eyed. Big sister. Is that pet of yours a bit? So brutal, right? Sliding tackle against a bunch of 14-year-olds. Is he serious? On the field, Zhou Tian was practically treating it like a no-holds-barred match to ensure victory. He used his physical advantage bullying kids with poor stamina and sprinted around the field. Whenever the opponents dared to take the ball, he would rush in for a physical confrontation. During one corner defense, he knocked down two U15 defenders in an attempt to head the ball. Coach Ono covered his face on the sidelines. "This kid, is his desire to win too strong?" the assistant coach commented. "That's U15, our future stars. He's going to break them apart." Let him be, Coach Ono sighed. But have you noticed, even though his actions are rough, his passing choices are becoming increasingly reasonable. He is deliberately avoiding his shortcomings and only making the simplest, most efficient plays. Is this what it means to play smart? In the 80th minute, the score had already become 4-0. Zhou Tian was still not slowing down. He even charged into the opponent's penalty area during one attack. Facing the opposing goalkeeper, also a middle schooler, Zhou Tian feigned a move deceiving the kid, then calmly shot into 5-0. After scoring, Zhou Tian did not tone down his excitement because the opponent was weak. He dashed to the sidelines and performed a celebratory slide, although no one was watching except for Maki. Though the rough ground caused him to get stuck halfway through the slide, he ended up falling to the grass with his head down. The entire field fell into a deathly silence. In the stands, Kitazu Maki quietly lowered the brim of her cap and covered her face with her hand. "I don't know him. Big sister, I also want to pretend I don't know him." The match ended 5-0. Zhou Tian listened with satisfaction to the notification sound in his mind. Ding. Won the match. Gained free attribute, 1 point. Awesome. Zhou Tian got up from the grass feeling a slight pain in his knee, the cost of a failed slide, but looking at the shiny attribute points, it was all worth it. Without hesitation. Attribute increased vision, 1 current vision 84s. This feeling of becoming stronger is just too addictive. At that moment, Uncle Inoue approached with 2 bottles of water in hand. "Here, you crazy kid." Inoue handed Zhou. "Thanks, Uncle." Zhou Tian took the water feeling great. "You played well." Inoue Daichi looked at Zhou Tian with a somewhat profound gaze. "Although your technique is utterly terrible, there's nothing to be proud of in bullying kids." "But," he pointed to Zhou Tian's eyes, "your eyes indeed see many things that others cannot. How did you spot that opening for the through ball for the 3rd goal?" Zhou Tian was taken aback. That pass was actually made on intuition because in his vision there was a red line. "Just felt like someone should be there," Zhou Tian answered honestly. Inoue Daichi smiled and patted Zhou Tian on the shoulder. "That feeling, that's the most terrifying talent." After speaking, Inoue Daichi turned and walked away slowly, his back looking somewhat lonely, yet seemingly more spirited than when he arrived. "Interesting little brat." Zhou Tian watched the uncle's departing figure, scratching his head. "Mysterious uncle." Just then a familiar whistle sounded from the stands. Zhou Tian looked up to see Kitazu Maki leaning over the railing, waving that baseball cap, her long flaxen hair shimmering in the sunset. "Hey, that idiot who failed the slide." Maki shouted. "How long are you going to stand there grinning like a fool? Let's go. Time to go home for dinner." Zhou Tian's face turned red. "Did that doggy at shit slide just get seen?" Coming. He quickly packed up his things, slung the big bag over his shoulder, and ran towards the stands. Although his knee was still aching and he was called an idiot, Zhou Tian's steps were incredibly light. He had some points to earn, a ball to play, and someone waiting for him. This was his first day in Japanese professional football. Not bad. In Setagaya, Tokyo, at the Showa Tea Japanese restaurant, it has become a fixed routine for Zhou Tian to come here for dinner with Kitaho Maki after training, though he is not sure when it started. The comforting aroma of fried food still lingers in the restaurant. The television plays an evening variety show with the exaggerated laughter of comedic performers serving as the perfect accompaniment to the meal. Zhou Tian holds a giant sea bowl, his face nearly buried in it. It is the chef's special luxurious seafood and meat bowl. It is topped with thick slices of salmon sashimi, half-cooked scrambled eggs with beef, and even 2 golden crispy tempura. For a teenager who has just finished a day of intense training and is in a growth phase, this is simply a source of life. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Sitting opposite, Kitaho Maki rests her chin on one hand, and with the other leisurely picks up a pitifully small piece of tofu with her chopsticks. She is not wearing her school uniform today. Instead, she has changed into an oversized black hoodie and fitted jeans with her hair casually tied up in a bun. Having shed the sharp aura of a big sister from school, she now looks more like an ordinary, somewhat lazy high school girl. It's so delicious. Zhou Tian swallows a large mouthful of rice, feeling as if his soul has been elevated. Maki's recommendation truly did not disappoint. "Stop flattering me." Kitaho Maki rolls her eyes, but the corners of her eyes curve slightly. "By the way, it seems your body fat percentage has dropped a little bit. It looks like your training volume has indeed been significant lately." "That's a must." Zhou Tian raises his chin proudly. "I'm going to be the savior of FC Tokyo." At this point, Zhou Tian suddenly pauses with his chopsticks, looking curiously at the girl across from him, who is eating alone. Speaking of which, Zhou Tian swallows the last mouthful of rice soaked in sauce, asking somewhat indistinctly, "You've been coming out to eat with me every night these past few days. Won't your uncle and aunt say anything? Is no one waiting for you at home?" The moment this question leaves his lips, Zhou Tian senses a slight chill in the atmosphere across the table. Kitaho Maki pauses for half a second with the piece of tofu, before casually putting it in her mouth. Then, she replies nonchalantly, "They're busy at the hospital. This season is peak flu season, and with an academic seminar happening, they probably won't be back for dinner this week." She puts down her chopsticks, takes a tissue to wipe her mouth, and speaks as calmly as if discussing someone else's affairs. Anyway, usually there's only the housekeeper cooking at home, and it's cold and unappetizing. Eating out with you also allows me to supervise your calorie intake, a win-win situation. Although she says this casually, Zhou Tian still reads a hint of barely perceptible loneliness from her lowered eyelashes. That feeling is familiar to him. It is the loneliness that every child who seems to have a privileged family background yet is actually in a hands-off state for a long time experiences. Zhou Tian fills that void with football and games, while Kataho Maki perhaps fills it with the extreme contrast of being a delinquent girl and striving to be the top student. That's just perfect. Zhou Tian suddenly smiles, showcasing the clean bowl in front of him that he had licked clean. Anyway, no one is managing me. From now on, I'll be in your care, Maki, for supervision. Kataho Maki lifts her eyelids to glance at him, watching the silly smiling youth, and finally a genuine smile breaks across her lips. Idiot. Who wants to manage you all the time? She stands up, taking the bill. Let's go. Tomorrow is Friday, and we only have half a day of classes. Don't forget to sleep early. On the way home, it remains quiet. The moonlight stretches their shadows long occasionally at the crossroads of parting. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. A simple farewell has become a tacit understanding that requires no further words. Friday 1400. FC Tokyo Kadaira Sports Field. A Friday with only half a day of classes is practically a holiday for high school students, but for Zhou Tian, it marks the beginning of a day of suffering. No practice matches. No thrilling confrontations. No attribute point rewards for winning. Only dull, nauseating basic training. Under the blazing sun, the training ground of the 5th team is filled with numerous marker cones and agility ladders. Lift your legs. Higher. Is that a leg or a wooden stick filled with lead? Coach Ono holds a stopwatch, his roar echoing throughout the training ground. Zhou Tian is performing rapid footwork training on the agility ladder. For someone with agility stats of 58 and flexibility of 55, this feels like a public execution. His feet always seem to get caught on the rope ladder, and his movements are stiff, as if he is dancing an awkward mechanical dance. In contrast, the small boy Tanaka Kinta, who has just been promoted from U15, moves like a lightweight swallow zipping past with a tap-tap-tap sound. Sunday. Too slow. Do it again. Coach Ono mercilessly presses the reset button. Yes. Zhou Tian grits his teeth, sweat dripping from his chin onto the grass. Though his heart screams against it, he knows this is the price that must be paid. Even if his brain is a quantum computer, if the hardware is an old Pentium processor, it won't run smoothly. For a full 2 hours, shuttle runs, dribbling around cones, targeted passing, core strength training. Zhou Tian feels like his lungs are about to explode and his thigh muscles are protesting painfully. The most despairing part is that targeted passing drill. He must kick the ball into a small net 30 meters away while Inoue Daichi, that old hand, although not fast, stands still and swings his leg. With a bang, the ball describes a beautiful arc and accurately finds the net. 8 out of 10 went in. As for Zhou Tian, only 2 made it in. One even hit the barbed wire fence of a neighboring field, startling the gardener over there. Stop. Coach Ono finally blows the whistle for a break. Zhou Tian collapses onto the grass, gasping for air, feeling a metallic taste in his throat. Is this how you go down? Coach Ono approaches him, looking down from above. Your physical condition is too poor. Although your endurance is decent, your explosiveness and core strength are completely insufficient to support the intensity of professional competition. Zhou Tian struggles to sit up, wipes sweat off his face, and his eyes still burn with fire. Coach, I want to play in a match. I want to play in a competitive game. Only in matches can I earn points. As long as I can earn points, I can become stronger. This monotonous practice is Coach Ono is momentarily stunned, looking at him as if he is crazy. You still have energy. I saw you shaking your legs while dribbling. I do. Zhou Tian shouts loudly. As long as there's a match, I have energy. Cut it out. Coach Ono shakes his head. Although his tone is strict, his eyes do not show blame. Your muscles are already at the limit of fatigue. If you were to play a high-intensity match, now the most likely outcome is not progress, but your thigh muscles being pulled, leaving you out for 3 months. Hearing the words "out for 3 months," Zhou Tian shrinks his neck. That cannot happen. If he's out for 3 months, this story will end and his career will be over. But Zhou Tian still feels unwilling. Practicing just these, I feel like progress is too slow. Slow. Coach Ono sneers. Professional football is all about tedious accumulation day after day. Do you think you can get stronger just by shouting grit, like in a comic? He pats Zhou Tian on the shoulder, his tone softening slightly. However, considering your training attitude this week has been somewhat respectable, I've arranged 2 tough matches for you this weekend. Tough matches. Zhou Tian's eyes instantly light up like a light bulb switched on. On Saturday and Sunday, we will have friendly matches with the U18 4th team. The 4th team. That is not the shelter like the 5th team. That is the real U18 substitute corps, where most players are skilled individuals who currently cannot make it into the 1st team, 1st and 2nd teams. Their strength is a level higher than that of the 5th team. That is a genuine U18 level competition. Coach Ono looks at Zhou Tian. They are stronger than you physically, more skilled technically, and faster. So are you scared? Scared? Zhou Tian jumps up from the grass, disregarding the soreness in his thighs, his face revealing a fervent smile that even makes Kataho Maki want to hit him. I couldn't ask for more, coach. Don't say it's the 4th team. Even if the main players from the 1st team come, I want to challenge them. I'll take their main position. The teammates who were drinking water stopped their actions, looking at him as if he were crazy. This guy really dares to say it. A newcomer who can't even trap the ball wants to challenge the first team. Quite the Coach Ono is also amused by his audacity. Alright, just don't cry when you're bullied. During the break, teammates gather in small groups to chat, discussing the evening's social events or new games. Only Zhou Tian stands alone holding a ball, practicing passing against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. The monotonous sound echoes in the empty field. He must practice short passes and ball control. Even if the system doesn't grant points, he needs to improve through muscle. At that moment, a slightly lazy voice comes from behind him. That's not how you kick the ball. Zhou Tian stops, turning to see Inoue Daichi, the scruffy team spirit. He is still wearing that oversized training outfit, holding a sports drink bottle, looking as if he just woke up. Mister, Zhou Tian wipes his sweat. Did I kick it wrong? Your ankles are too stiff. Inoue Daichi walks over, pointing at Zhou Tian's feet. When you receive the ball, your whole body is tense, as if you're fighting with the ball. The ball is a friend, not an enemy. As he speaks, Inoue Daichi gestures for Zhou Tian to pass the ball to him. Zhou Tian kicks it over. Inoue Daichi stands still, even with his hands in his pockets. Facing the incoming ball, he merely lifts his right foot slightly, letting his ankle relax. There's no sound. The ball seems to stick to the top of his foot, coming to a sudden halt, gently landing 10 centimeters from his foot. Did you see that? Inoue Daichi says, relax. At the moment of touching the ball, give it a cushion. I understand the principle. Zhou Tian smiles bitterly, but it's hard to control. That's because your brain is too fast, but your body can't keep up. Inoue Daichi points out Zhou Tian's issue sharply. He steps in front of Zhou Tian, pointing at his eyes. Sunday, I've observed you for a few days. Your vision is indeed top-notch, even a bit better than my prime. Receiving praise from a former national team player, Zhou Tian feels a bit shy, just a little bit. However, Inoue Daichi shifts his tone. Your body is like a broken radio, receiving top signals, but unable to produce sound. Come here, let me teach you something. Inoue Daichi waves for Zhou Tian to follow him to the center circle. Your biggest problem is body orientation. Body orientation. Zhou Tian is taken aback. Yes, Inoue Daichi stands in the center circle, his posture perfect despite not being able to run. Before you receive the ball, you always habitually focus on it. This wastes your talent. A person with your vision should already have a plan for where to pass the ball before receiving it. So at the moment of receiving the ball, your body should be turned slightly, allowing you to see both the direction of the incoming ball and where you want to go. Inoue Daichi demonstrates. At the moment of pretending to receive the ball, his neck quickly turns twice like a radar, then his body turns sideways as he receives the ball and spins. Did you see clearly? This isn't a physical quality issue, it's a habit. Inoue Daichi looks at Zhou Tian, his expression becoming serious. Since you can't run fast and can't outmuscle others, you need to think one step ahead and turn one step quicker than others. Use your eyes to arrange everything before the ball reaches your feet. This is called pre-scanning. Zhou Tian listens entranced. This is exactly what he needs. The system has given him attributes, but how to utilize those attributes requires genuine professional experience to guide him. Thank you, mister. Inoue. Zhou Tian bows deeply. Don't call me mister. It sounds like an old man. Inoue Daichi waves his hand, returning to his lazy demeanor. After all, I'm just a nobody who's hanging around in the 5th team. Not a nobody. Zhou Tian says seriously. Daikison's passing is the most accurate here. Inoue Daichi is momentarily taken aback before shaking his head with a bitter smile. Alright, enough flattery. If you want to learn, let's practice. I'll pass the ball to you. You're only responsible for the receiving and turning motion. Yes. In the next half hour, a strange scene appears on the training ground of FC Tokyo's 5th team. A former national player who once dominated the J-League is now training with a stiff, technically poor Chinese high school. Saturday 9:00 m. Conference room at FC Dongjing's Xiaoping Stadium. For ordinary Japanese high school students, Saturday morning is prime time for sleeping in or club drills. But for members of FC Dongjing's youth training squad, this is the immovable tactics seminar. Especially for student players who must balance academics, the weekend is the only opportunity for extended systematic. Sunlight poured outside, but the curtains in the conference room were drawn. The projector cast a green pitch diagram. The air smelled of pain relief spray, sweat, and cheap coffee. More than 20 players from the 5th squad squeezed into the cramped room, some secretly yawning, others flicking pens. Only Zhou Tian sat rigidly upright, eyes glued to the screen, his notebook filling with notes at a rapid pace. It was not that he loved lectures. Rather, a system prompt had informed him that improved tactical comprehension could slightly increase the hidden experience of his anticipation and off-the-ball movement attributes. Every scrap of gain mattered. To grow stronger, Zhou Tian would not even skip theory. On the podium, coach Xiao Yi tapped the whiteboard with a telescoping pointer. This afternoon, scrimmage against the 4th squad, coach Xiao Yi said sternly. Although it will be their reserve lineup, their physical duels are a tier above yours. Especially their 2 fullbacks. They're very fast. He circled both wings in red on the tactical board. So our tactical core is to avoid their strength and exploit space with wide shifting and pull movements. He drew sweeping long pass lanes across the board. Once we gain possession, the midfield must not tangle. Quickly move the ball to the flank near the touchline, avoid their middle press, and attack the space behind them. Understand. Understood. The players answered, scattered and half-hearted. An ill-timed voice cut through the classroom silence. Everyone turned to see Zhou Tian raise his hand. Coach Xiao Yes brows twitched. Sunday, what is your question? Zhou Tian stood pushed up a non-existent pair of glasses. A gesture he fancied made him look wiser, and pointed at the tactical board. Coach, I don't think this tactic will work. The room erupted. A rookie who had been with the squad 3 days dared to challenge the coach's plan. Oh, Coach Xiao Yi sneered, folding his arms. Then explain why it won't work. Do you think your long passes are more accurate than Beckham's? It's not about pass precision, it's a problem of geometry. Zhou Tian walked to the whiteboard with a solemn face. He had stayed up studying, watching the 4th squad's recent training match footage, albeit secretly filmed and grainy, over the last few nights to rack up system points. Their 2 fullbacks is what Tung and Lingmu both run the 100 meters in under 11.5 seconds. And our winger. Ahem, Tianzhong, what's your 100-meter time? The name Tianzhong Kenta, flushed with embarrassment, raised his hand. 12.8 seconds. Zhou Tian spread his hands. If we play lofted passes over the top to run onto the ball's airtime, plus the deceleration after landing, gives the opposing defenders enough time to track back and take up positions. Our winger chasing those balls will only invite physical duels and will get knocked off balance. Moreover, Zhou Tian picked up a marker and circled the central flank area on the board, the so-called half space. The 4th squad's double defensive mids have a habit: they tackle ferociously, but tend to overcommit. Once the ball goes wide, they all swarm toward the flank. Zhou Tian's eyes shone with cold logic. So the optimal solution isn't to hit behind their fullbacks, but to feign, pretend to play a long ball to the flank, have the winger drop back to receive, lure the opposing fullback out, and then, our midfield, threads into the half space vacated behind them. Using the inertia of their overpress, we attack the opposite channel with a direct through ball. He snapped the pen cap shut and looked at the stunned faces around him. This is the probabilistic and kinematic optimal solution. Finished. Silence filled the conference room. Coach Xiao Yi stared at the board, his brows knitted. He had intended to scold the insolent kid, but the footage of the 4th squad kept replaying in his mind. Damn. The kid sounded uncannily correct. Those 2 defensive mids were notorious mad dogs. They lunged at the ball and frequently left space behind them. Coach Xiao Yi cleared his throat awkwardly to break the silence. Well, Sunday's idea does have some merit. He looked at Zhou Tian differently now. This wasn't merely a replacement midfielder, it felt like recruiting a tactical analyst. Alright. Coach Xiao Yi picked up the eraser and scrubbed his original routes, redrawing arrows according to Zhou Tian's plan. If Sunday is that confident this afternoon, well, attempt half-space penetration. But, he glared hard at Zhou Tian. If you can't deliver that pass or fail to reach that position, you'll stay behind tonight, and scrub every ball in this place until it's spotless. Zhou Tian smiled with confidence. No problem. As long as everyone runs. Saturday, 30p. Training ground. Temperature 22 degrees, light breeze. Perfect playing weather. On the other side of the pitch, the 4th squad were warming up. They wore FC Dongjing's Redan blue striped first-team shirts, not the mismatched training vests of the 5th squad. From kit and physique alone, it was not the same class of contest. The 4th squad players glanced over with casual, dismissive expressions. Hey, I heard we're playing those rehab center boys. Just mess around. Don't injure Olda, no way. Finish quickly, karaoke tonight. Their contempt bottled the youths of the 5th squad with anger. Beep. A whistle sounded and the match began. Zhou Tian started, partnered with veteran Jingshang Dadi. Youth and experience formed the 5th squad's dual core. Let's go. Show them our tactics. Zhou Tian shouted. Hopes were buoyant, reality lean. This is football. The prettiest board strategy often collapses once players are on the ground. Within 10 minutes, Zhou Tian felt massive pressure. Fast, too fast. The 4th squad's pressing speed outclassed even yesterday's U15, and their physicality was on a different level. Zhou Tian received the ball, and before he could turn, a broad defensive midfielder closed in his arm across Zhou Tian's chest. It felt like hitting a wall. His balance wavered instantly. Is that your tactic, weakling? The opponent jeered, easily snatching the ball. Counterattack. The 4th squad's break flow. Their lightning fullbacks surged past, breezing through the defense, and whipped in across. The middle surged forward. Just 12 minutes and their goal was breached. Zhou Tian crawled up from the turf, spitting grass. Don't panic. Jingshang Dadi patted his back. Your idea wasn't wrong. That pocket opened, but you took a heavy first touch and allowed them to close you down. I know. Zhou Tian muttered, raking his hair in frustration. First touch, 55. That damn stat. His head saw the space, but his feet betrayed him. The rest of the match became a fight between Zhou Tian and his own body. Minute 30. Jingshang Dadi delivered a superb over-the-top pass from deep. Zhou Tian used his aerial awareness to scan the field. He saw it, the half-space pocket. Just as he had said in class, the opponent's 2 defensive mids had been dragged out wide. Opportunity. Zhou Tian launched at full speed toward the vacated zone. A professional would take the ball in stride and face the keeper. But sprinting and receiving a dropping ball, he stiffened ever so slightly to secure it. That one micro-deceleration. An opposing center back had already tracked back. Bang. A brutal collision. Zhou Tian was flung through the air and rolled twice on the grass. The referee did not blow. Damn. Zhou Tian slammed the turf. Though the attack failed, the moment made Coach Xiao Yi's eyes brighten on the sidelines. The tactic is right. We really breached the half space. It's just, Sob Sunday's body still needs work. Second, the 4th squad, evidently stung by being threatened by a bunch of scrubs, intensified their assault. 0-2. 0-3. The gulf in strength left the 5th squad's defense crumbling. The match carried on to the 85th minute. Zhou Tian's legs felt leaden and his lungs burned, yet he refused to quit. A system prompt reminded him that only victory awarded points. Current win probability prediction 0. 1. Even if it's 0. 1. Zhou Tian received Jingshang to dispass near the center circle. This time he did not take a touch. Using the Preskin Jingshang had taught him, he glanced back as he received the ball. Behind him a blue blur was surging in. Tian Zhong, who wasn't slow for once. Zhou Tian met the ball, and without trapping it flicked it with his heel. A divine improvisation, completely against conventional passing lanes. The ball threaded between two defenders and landed perfectly at Tian Zhong's feet. Unknown. This time Tian Zhong did not squander the chance. He stroked the ball into the net. 1-3. Tian Zhong ran over to embrace Zhou Tian, but Zhou Tian's face was ashen. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. The score stood at 1-3. The fifth squad had lost. The fourth squad players walked off laughing for them. It was a casual warm-up. Zhou Tian stood hands on hips, head bowed, his expression twisted in anguish. The frustration resembled missing a penalty in a World Cup final. Damn, damn. He raged inwardly. If we lose, there are no points. 90 minutes of exertion for 0 reward. If I spent these 90 minutes playing pickup, even beating the elementary school team would earn me 1 point. What a loss. A look as if he had lost a fortune settled on his teammates' faces. Tian Zhong Kenta, who had just scored, approached, intending to console him. Seeing Zhou Tian so tormented, he couldn't help but feel respect. Hey Jingshang-san. Tian Zhong quietly said to the veteran Sunday. This guy. It's just a practice match, and we scored, so it's a respectable loss, but he's still so unsatisfied. Jingshang Dadi loosened his shin guard and glanced at Zhou Tian. In the sunset, the boy's silhouette looked stubborn, yet Jingshang said reflectively. For guys like us who loaf around, a 1-3 defeat seems fine. But for true competitors, a loss is a loss. No excuses. His hunger to win might be his greatest gift. The teammates nodded, their eyes full of admiration. This guy will go pro someday. That kind of craving for victory is If Zhou Tian knew what they were thinking, he would shout, it's not hunger. I'm just distressed about my experience bar. In the stands, the terrace was still sparse tonight, occupied only by a few parents. But in a corner, Bei Tiaozhen, she had tied her long hair into a high ponytail, wore black-framed glasses for her school's studious disguise, and held a phone displaying a professional athlete dietary app. She was carefully recording Zhou Tian's running distance and sweat to calculate his evening rehydration needs. She looked down and caught sight of Zhou Tian's expression, grim as if the world had ended. Sunset light fell across his sweat-soaked profile, the lips clenched in stubborn resentment, the knuckles pale from Usually she thought him a fool, a single-celled creature who only ate and slept. But in this moment, Bei Tiaozhen's eyes finger paused on the screen. That wholehearted frustration and desperate striving. It was unexpectedly a little handsome. She hummed softly, a faint curve lifting the corner of her mouth. Her finger swiped, closing the dry nutrition app. She opened the camera, focused, and aimed at the boy brooding in the sunset. Click. A photograph filled with stories settled in her phone. The boy bowed, his silhouette, lonely, yet resolute, the long shadow and broad pitch before him. Bei Tiaozhen, she viewed the photo satisfied, then quickly tapped to encrypt the album and saved it. For your effort, add a chicken leg to your dinner tonight. She stood, dusted her trousers, restored her aloof, big sister demeanor, and walked down from the stands. 7:30 p.m. Showa Pavilion. Boss. Another bowl of rice. Zhou Tian turned grief into appetite, voraciously shoveling food into his mouth. Though no match points were gained, the physical toll was real. Without refueling, he'd be a limp shrimp tomorrow. Bei Tiaozhen, she sat opposite with a neat set meal before her. She did not mock his table manners tonight. Instead, she handed a handwritten card to the proprietor who had just brought their food. Sir, this is next week's menu. These days his training load has increased. Protein intake should rise by 20%. Please replace the pork cutlet with skinless teriyaki chicken and add an extra serving of natto and okra. The owner skimmed the densely calculated formulas and ingredient pairings on the card and whistled. Ho, little Zhenshi, are you training to be a professional nutritionist? This is more detailed than those diet magazines. Just did a bit of research, Bei Tiaozhen, she answered calmly. The kid's lucky. The owner eyed Zhou Tian wolfing down his meal and half-jokingly patted his shoulder. Hey Sunda icon, if you make it big someday and become a star, be sure to give this place a shout-out. Say, I won the Ballon d'Or because I ate Showa Pavilion's special nutrition meal. How's that? Zhou Tian, mouth stuffed, mumbled and nodded vigorously. One. They all laughed. After the owner left, Zhou Tian finally swallowed and took a long sip of barley tea. His brow remained furrowed as he replayed the afternoon in his mind. Tomorrow it's the fourth squad again, he muttered. Today we lost because of physical duels and that final pass accuracy. If tomorrow I change strategy, not cutting through the middle, but using the pitch's width to draw the ball out. No, we must win. If we lose tomorrow too, this weekend yields 0. My attribute growth for the week will stall. If only I could trigger some hidden quest. Zhou Tian traced passing lanes in the air with his chopsticks, his gaze gradually growing distant as he sank into his own world. Slap. A pale hand landed on his forehead without ceremony. Ouch. Zhou Tian clutched his brow and looked up aggrieved. Why did you hit me? Bei Tiaozhen, she withdrew her hand, her slightly upturned eyes staring at him. When you eat, focus on eating. She pointed to the half piece of chicken in his bowl. Your current task is to turn this rice into muscle, not to conduct air passes with chopsticks. But I'm replaying the match. Replay it at home, she cut him off her tone, leaving no room for argument. Now brain off, stomach on. Eat. Yes, Commander. Zhou Tian obediently lowered his head and ate. Watching his put-upon demeanor, Bei Tiaozhen's eyes' sternness softened into a sliver of warmth. She took a bottle of vitamins from her bag and placed it on the table. Take this after dinner. The boss sent it. Well, actually, Oh. Zhou Tian looked at the bottle, then at the girl who clearly cared for him, but insisted on feigning severity. Although they had lost, and he gained no system points surrounded by warm food, and that person across from him, Zhou Tian, felt he had not come away empty-handed. Tomorrow. He swallowed the last mouthful, and his eyes hardened anew. Tomorrow I will win. Even if it's for this meal. Bei Tiaozhen, she propped her chin on her hand, and watched the night outside, a faint smile on her lips. Then he'll be watching Future, show a pavilion ambassador. On a Saturday night at 1130 p.m. in the Aoyama Grace apartment in Setagaya, Tokyo, Zhou Tian sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, with a soccer ball placed in front of him. His expression was as serious as if he were performing some kind of religious ritual. If Kataho Maki saw this scene, she would surely think he had finally gone mad. For on Zhou Tian's ankle a red band was tied with the other end secured to the leg of the coffee table. From today onwards, I will quit my bad habit of holding the ball. Zhou Tian swore to the air, his gaze resolute. The failures of the day were like a thorn embedded in his heart. It was a full 90 minutes of futile effort, a disgrace of zero gains. In his review, he discovered that his biggest problem was his greed for the ball. With good vision, he could always see many opportunities. But since his body couldn't keep up, every time he tried to take the ball one step further to adjust his position, the opponent's pressure. Using a drank skill to challenge their brank defense is simply handing over my head. Zhou Tian picked up a pen and wrote forcefully on the notebook, filled with victory strategies, absolute rule, touching the ball must not exceed 2 touches. First touch, stop the ball, adjust. Second touch, pass the ball. If the ball is still at my feet after the third touch, I will punish myself to eat boiled broccoli for a week. This is the most torturous vow for a carnivore. But that's not enough. Just not sticking to the ball isn't enough. To win against that damned 4th-tier team, and to obtain that precious attribute point, he needed a more advanced weapon. Having vision alone isn't enough. I also need to get my teammates moving. Zhou Tian lay on the floor staring at the ceiling. His mind replayed Daichi Inoue's words from earlier. The ball, what a load of nonsense. The ball is my scoring tool. Zhou Tian muttered, then closed his eyes, beginning to simulate tomorrow's match in his mind. On Sunday at 8:00 a.m. at FC Tokyo's Kadaira Sports Park. Although it was Sunday, the air was still thick. Everyone knew that there was a revenge match against the 4th-tier team in the afternoon, though only Zhou Tian thought it was revenge, the others saw it as a routine affair. In the locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat dull. Everyone lowered their heads to change shoes, and no one spoke. The 1-3 defeat yesterday, while not a complete disaster, left an unpleasant feeling of being dominated. Hey, everyone, listen to me. Suddenly a voice broke the silence. Zhou Tian stood on the bench in the middle of the locker room, waving a training vest like a politician about to give a speech. Are we just going to accept this? Are we going to lose to that group of 4th-tier players with eyes on their foreheads this afternoon? Zhou Tian spoke passionately, trying to awaken the fighting spirit of his lethargic teammates. However, the only response he received was a sea of dead fish eyes. Sunday. Kenta Tanaka sighed as he tied his shoelaces. Stop messing around. Get down, you look like a fool. I'm not messing around. Zhou Tian jumped down, grabbing Tanaka's shoulders. Tanaka, didn't you score that goal yesterday? It shows we can break through them. As long as we fight a little harder, run a little faster. Stop, stop, stop. Tanaka helplessly brushed his hands away. Shotan, you've only been here a few days, you don't understand. The 4th-tier team are substitutes for a regular army. What are we? We are a ragtag army. Our physical fitness and technical reserves are not on the same level. Another defender echoed. Yes, scoring 1 goal yesterday was already a stroke of luck. Everyone wants to win, who doesn't? But the reality is, if you can't outrun them, you can't outrun them. My lungs are about to burst from running, while they're just starting to sweat. The locker room was filled with a low pressure called reality. Zhou Tian stood frozen in place. He suddenly realized that he had a fundamental difference from these teammates. He had a system, he had the hope of winning would make him infinitely stronger, so he could go on tirelessly fighting like a madman. But for these ordinary youth training players, the limits of talent were set, and each failure told them, you are not suited for this. This sense of helplessness cannot be erased by a few motivational quotes. But, Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, I want to win. I do not accept unreciprocated efforts. Just then from the corner of the locker room, the crisp sound of a lighter clicked, though it didn't actually light up, it was just a habitual movement. If you want to win, just shouting won't do any good. Everyone turned around. Daichi Inoue, who had been halfling on the bench in the corner, slowly sat up. The former national team veteran seemed to have shaved today, though not very cleanly, his gaze less murky and more sharp. He looked at Zhou Tian with a hint of a playful smile. Sunday, come here. Zhou Tian immediately ran over like a well-behaved elementary school student. Daikizan, do you have a way? Inoue pointed to the door outside. Go to the field. If you can fulfill one of my requests, it'll take you to win this afternoon's match. Really? Zhou Tian's eyes instantly turned into 2 big light bulbs. You say? No matter what request. Even if it means making me wash your socks for a week. That's not necessary. Inoue waved his hand in disgust. Come with me. At 9:00 a.m., in a corner of the training ground, the other players were engaged in regular warm-up drills, while Zhou Tian and Daichi Inoue stood near the center circle. Your tactical thinking yesterday was correct. Inoue held the ball weighing it in his hands, utilized the gaps in the flanks to break through the defense. But the execution was very poor. Because my passing was too bad. Zhou Tian felt a bit ashamed. Not just bad. It's because your commands were too noisy. Inoue pointed to his own ear. On the field you're always shouting. Tanaka, run here. Defender, watch your back. Pass to me. Aren't you tired? Isn't a commander supposed to shout? Zhou Tian asked, puzzled. Idiot. Inoue tapped his head. In a professional match, when you shout run to the gap, the opposing defenders hear that too. By the time you finish shouting, that gap has already been filled. A true commander is silent. Inoue threw the ball on the ground. Listen carefully, I have only one request in this afternoon's match. You can speak, but you absolutely cannot direct your team. Close your mouth and let your feet do the talking. Let my feet do the talking. Zhou Tian looked bewildered. Yes. Inoue took a deep breath, his gaze becoming profound. What you need to do is use the ball to attract your teammates. Huh. Attract them. Zhou Tian thought the verb sounded a bit strange. Do I have gravitational waves? Inoue said, suddenly kicking the ball. It wasn't a pass to Zhou Tian, but aimed at a blank area about 3 meters in front. Moreover, the ball was delivered with a strong inward spin. When the ball touched the ground and bounced due to the rotation, it didn't shoot forward, but seemed to have eyes slightly slowing down and staying at that position. Zhou Tian watched that ball. The position was so enticing. If he didn't run over to receive it, it would be such a waste. A strong instinct urged his legs. Hurry. The ball is waiting for you. That's the best attacking position. Zhou Tian involuntarily took off, running 2 steps to comfortably control the ball at his feet. Did you feel it, eh? Inoue asked. Zhou Tian looked in shock at the ball beneath him. Just now. I clearly didn't intend to run, but that ball's landing spot was too comfortable, and it seemed to be saying to me, come and get me. That's attractiveness. Inoue smiled a smile of a master. If you pass directly to your teammate's feet, he will stop to handle the ball, slowing. If you just pass to the gap, the teammate might not react in time. But if you can add spin, lead time, and hints to the pass, give them a ball that makes them feel, if I don't run over, I'm not human. You won't need to shout, they will run over on their own. Because that is the Buddhist instinct. Zhou Tian felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This was akin to feeding a dog. Throwing a frisbee at a height that a dog had to jump to catch, and the dog would naturally perform the perfect jump. Though comparing teammates to dogs was a bit impolite, the reasoning is universal. You need to utilize your vision. Inoue pointed at Zhou Tian's eyes. Since you can see that red arrow, then send the ball to the front end of the arrow. Don't make your teammates search for the ball, make the ball guide the teammates. This is what I want you to do, shut up, and then use the ball to manipulate this group of puppets. Zhou Tian looked at Inoue, his eyes filled with admiration. This uncle has some skills. Alright. Zhou Tian clenched his fists. I will give it a try. I want to attract them all over. At 3:00 p.m. The revenge match. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base 4th tier versus 5th tier second round. There were slightly more people in the stands, possibly because they heard that yesterday's match was quite lively. Kitaho Maki still sat in that corner. This time, she wasn't playing on her phone, but wearing sunglasses, arms crossed in a supervisor posture. On the field, Zhou Tian stood at the center circle, taking a deep breath. System task: win the match. Reward: free attribute. Point 1. Self-limitation silence mode activated. Toot. The whistle blew. As the match began, the 4th tier team still showcased their high-pressure tactics. Hey, the loudmouth from yesterday is mute today. The opponent's midfielder mocked. Did he get scolded into silence? Zhou Tian ignored them. He kept his mouth shut, pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, forcing himself to be silent. In the midfield, he controlled the ball. By habit, he should have shouted Tanaka, go to the right. But he held back. The divine vision unfolded. He saw Tanaka on the right, hesitating whether to make a forward run. At the same time, he noticed the opposing left-back positioned slightly inward. Draw him in. The words of the uncle echoed in Zhou Tian's mind. He adjusted his breath and used the inside of his foot to deliver a ground pass. The ball was a bit too far, rolling directly toward the edge of the field. If it had been a regular pass, it would have been too far. But Zhou Tian added a bit of outside spin. The ball arced across the grass, bypassing the opponent's interception, rolling toward the empty corridor on the flank. In that moment, Tanaka Kenta looked at the ball. It seemed to beckon him, saying, come on, enjoy it. There's no one here. Damn, what an opportunity. Tanaka had no time to think and instinctively sprinted forward like a mad dog. Because the ball was played deep, Tanaka had to accelerate, easily shaking off the unresponsive defender. It actually got through. Coach Koyanagi was taken aback. Although Tanaka's cross was eventually cleared, the effect of that pass was immediate. The entire attacking formation had been swiftly opened up. I felt it. Zhou Tian looked at his foot. Although his technique was still only in the 50s, as long as he had the right idea, even a clumsy pass could yield results. Again, for the next 20 minutes, a strange scene unfolded on the field. Zhou Tian ran around like a mute, but the passes he made were like bait with magnets. He sent a semi-high ball forward to the left, forcing the poorly controlling forward to chest the ball, and in doing so evaded the opponent's tackle. He played a back pass with a bit too much force, compelling the defensive midfielder to run onto the ball, thus pushing the overall formation forward. This kid, Inoue Daichi observed from the side, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He learns really fast. Though his technique is still rough as hell, this awareness of guiding the play is akin to a seasoned player who has kicked for 10 years. In the 35th minute, the opportunity arrived. Zhou Tian intercepted the ball in the center circle. At this moment, the 4th tier defense was still very tight. Zhou Tian looked up and spotted the gap in the ribs. However, there was no one there. His teammates were still sluggishly running. If he shouted get forward, it would definitely be too late. Use the ball. Draw them it. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He did not pass to the teammate at his feet, but instead kicked directly to the unoccupied area in the ribs. It was a through ball. The ball sped quickly, heading straight for the edge of the penalty area. Who is he passing to? Is that just air? The opposing defender was momentarily stunned. Just then, Inoue Daichi, who had been lurking behind Zhou Tian, made his move. No, it wasn't that he moved, it was as if he had already known the ball would go there. Or rather, the landing spot of that ball was perfectly aligned with Inoue Daichi's sprinting path, though the uncle's sprint wasn't fast. This is the ball we need. Inoue Daichi silently praised. He didn't need to slow down or adjust, just ran to the position, and the ball landed right at his feet. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, the experienced former national player calmly executed a delicate chip shot. The ball arced beautifully, landing in the net. 1-0. The whole stadium fell silent. Then came the frenzied cheers of the fifth-tier team. It's in. Daikizan is amazing. Who made that pass? Incredible. It landed perfectly on Daikizan's run. It was Sunday. That mute again. Zhou Tian stood still, clenched his fists, trembling all over. Not because he was excited, but because he had been holding his breath for too long, nearly suffocating. He exhaled. This feeling was exhilarating. No need to shout or explain. As long as he delivered the ball accurately, everyone would know. Is this the thrill of being a commander? Inoue Daichi slowly walked back, passing by Zhou Tian, without a high five, simply saying lightly, the pass was a bit floaty, almost didn't get to it. Next time add some backspin. Yes, I will definitely improve. Zhou Tian smiled like a blooming flower. In the second half, the fourth-tier team grew anxious. They began to counterattack frantically, their movements becoming increasingly aggressive. Don't let them have the ball. Hit that Chinese kid. He's weak. The opposing captain shouted. Zhou Tian instantly became the primary target. He was knocked down hard to the ground several times while trying to control the ball. His physical disadvantage of 48 in confrontation was glaring. In the 70th minute, Zhou Tian was knocked over again, his knee scraped and burning with pain. Hey Sunday, are you okay? Tanaka helped him up. I'm fine. Zhou Tian spat out a mouthful of dirt, but his eyes sparkled brighter. Though his body ached, he could see the opponent was growing anxious. The more anxious the opponent became, the more disorganized their formation. Just hold on a bit longer. As long as we score one more, victory will be ours. In the 85th minute, the score remained 1-0. The entire fifth-tier team retreated to defend, forming a solid wall. Zhou Tian also had no strength left. His stamina was running low. But he kept running. He was waiting for an opportunity. The opponent pressed forward, leaving only two defenders in the back. Inoue Daichi made a crucial interception in the backfield, and without looking kicked the ball forward. It was a long clearance. The ball flew high, landing near the center circle. Zhou Tian exerted his last bit of strength, racing toward the dropping point. The opposing defender was also rushing over. That's mine. The opposing defender, a strong man, was determined to win the ball. Zhou Tian knew he wouldn't win the aerial duel, but he didn't jump. At the moment the opponent jumped, he made a sideways move to let the ball pass. Then he forcefully bumped against the opponent's lower back within reasonable collision range. Ouched! The opponent lost balance in the air, misdirecting his header. The ball grazed his scalp and fell behind Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian turned around and seized the ball. Ahead lay an open field. A clear shot. Charge. Sunday, the whole team shouted. Zhou Tian stumbled. His legs felt as heavy as lead. Dribbling 50, he was taking large strides, each one feeling like a gamble. The opponent was closing in fast. He was about to be caught. In the past, Zhou Tian might have panicked and shot blindly. But now, after last night's desensitization training and a whole game of silent command, his heart was surprisingly calm. As he reached the edge of the penalty area, the goalkeeper charged out. Zhou Tian glanced at the goal. The divine vision told him there was a gap in the lower left corner. But his feet told him that with his current stamina, it would be hard to control that angle. Since I can't do it myself, let's pass the ball to someone more suitable. As Zhou Tian was running, he caught a glimpse of the right side. The small winger Tanaka, who had been overlooked by everyone, was draw him in. Zhou Tian feigned a shot, deceiving the goalkeeper into diving. Then he gently nudged the ball with a sideways pass. The ball slowly rolled to the right side of the goal. There was no one there. No. Tanaka Kenta arrived just in time. Facing an empty net, Tanaka needed no technique, just a gentle touch. The ball went in. 2-0. A last-minute kill. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. Zhou Tian collapsed onto the grass, not wanting to move another inch. Ding. Congratulations on the victory. Opponent U18 4th tier advanced. Reward free attribute. Special reward achieved the form of a commander accomplishment. Reward extra attribute point passing 1. Huh. Zhou Tian lay on the ground, chuckling foolishly. Finally got it. And it was double rewards. Hey, you guys still like lying on the ground laughing? A familiar voice came from above. Zhou Tian struggled to turn over. He saw Inoue Daichi standing in front of him, backlit like a savior. He extended a hand. Get up. Today's MVP. Zhou Tian looked at that hand, taken aback for a moment, then firmly grasped it and stood up with the help. Thank you, Daikizan. You taught me well. Cut it out. Inoue Daichi patted his shoulder. It was your own stubborn determination not to lose that saved you. At that moment, his teammates rushed over, surrounding Zhou Tian. That was amazing, Sunday. That sideways pass was... We actually beat the 4th tier. We can brag about this for a year. Let's celebrate tonight. Have barbecue. Zhou Tian felt a bit lightheaded being surrounded by everyone. This feeling of being recognized was truly delightful. In a corner of the stands, Kataho Maki watched the boy being lifted and tossed into the air, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She took out her phone and snapped another picture of the scene. Then she opened a chat box named Showa Pavilion Boss. Irritable Rabbit, boss, no need to change tonight's menu. Still a supersized pork cutlet rice. Plus the best. Irritable Rabbit, let's celebrate. The idiot finally learned how to use his brain to play football. After sending the message, she stood up and stretched. The sunset stretched her shadow long and beautiful. I'm off. I still have to buy him some pain relief spray. Oh, that she mumbled to herself walking out of the field. Seriously, why does a delinquent like me have to worry like a mom? Though she complained, her steps were lighter than ever. Because she knew that tonight that boy would be grinning like a fool at dinner bragging about that magnetic pass. And she surprisingly looked forward to hearing him boast. Sunday evening 5:30 p.m. FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Park. The setting sun, blood red in hue, bathed the entire training base in a magnificent orange glow. The air was filled with the fragrance of crushed grass underfoot mingled with the unique scent of sweat and pain relief spray from the locker room. For the 5th team's boys, today was a festive occasion. We won. We really won. Ha ha, did you see the expression on that midfielder from the 4th team at the end? It looked like he swallowed a fly. Sunday, your Nalu pass was incredible. You must treat us to drinks tonight. Zhou Tian sat on the bench bare-chested, wiping the sweat off his chest and back with a towel. His chest heaved violently, although he felt sick from exhaustion, and his legs trembled slightly. The smile at the corner of his mouth, more difficult to suppress than an AK-47, betrayed his current mood. It was not only because they had defeated the condescending 4th team, but also due to the dazzling rewards displayed on the system. Ding! Congratulations on your victory. Reward free, attribute point 1. Additional achievement reward, commander prototype, short pass 1. With the little experience he had accumulated before, this wave was simply a windfall. Just as everyone was savoring the victory, the locker room door swung open. The usually stern Coach Ono walked in holding a printed A4 sheet. The once noisy locker room fell silent instantly. How everyone knew that, as per tradition, there would be personnel changes after the Sunday scrimmage. Those who performed poorly might receive warnings or even be advised to leave. For those who performed well, ahem. Coach Ono cleared his throat, scanning the room before his gaze finally landed on Zhou Tian and Tanaka Kenta. Although your performance today had many flaws, your skills were still as crude as a bunch of ducklings just learning to walk. Coach Ono continued with his sharp tongue, though the smile in his eyes was undeniable. But a win is a win. In competitive sports, being unskilled is the original sin, while winning is the passport. He raised the paper in his... Due to the temporary decision made by the coaching staff considering that Tanaka Kenta and Zhou Tian Sunday performed excellently in the match against the 4th team. Everyone held their breath. From this day forth, the 2 of you will be promoted to the U18 4th team. Tomorrow afternoon, report directly to the training ground of the 4th team. No need to come to the 5th team anymore. Boom! The locker room erupted into chaos. Voices of envy, jealousy, and blessings intertwined. So soon. Hasn't it been less than a week? Tanaka is fine, he was already on the fringe over there, but Zhou Tian's promotion is too fast. Is this what genius looks like? Even if he's just a passing specialist. Zhou Tian was momentarily stunned, then overwhelming joy surged within him. 4th team. This meant higher training intensity, stronger opponents, and more points for winning. They play in regular leagues there. He jumped up suddenly, excitedly accepting the notice, barely glancing at the words, feeling as if the paper was glowing. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Inoue Daichi, silently packing his bag in the corner. This former national team player still looked forlorn. He stuffed his heavily worn-out soccer shoes into his bag, taking out his belongings from his locker one by one. Zhou Tian felt a sharp pang in his heart. Indeed, he had been promoted, but what about that uncle? The uncle was recovering from an injury and, given his age, was likely to remain in the 5th team, this shelter, continuing to accompany new players as they leveled up until the day he retired. Moreover, watching the uncle clear out his locker, could it be? He was advised to leave. A strong sense of deep master-disciple bond, and the tragic feeling of a hero in twilight struck Zhou Tian's youthful mind. He couldn't bother to put on his shirt, rushing directly to Inoue Daichi, grabbing the uncle's hand. Uncle! No! Inoue Daichi jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the water bottle in his hand. What? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Tian's eyes turned red instantly, his voice trembling with emotion. I'm going to the 4th team. Inoue Daichi nodded calmly. I heard. Congratulations. From now on, we can't fight side by side. Zhou Tian sniffled, replaying in his mind the moments these past 2 days when the uncle taught him scanning ahead and magnet passing. Though our time together was short, the things you taught me will stay with me for life. I will carry your dreams with me and keep playing. Zhou Tian held Inoue Daichi's hand tightly, as if performing a sacred transfer ritual. We can never meet again. I thank you for your guidance all this time. I will come back often, if life gets tough. He prepared to make a deep bow of 90 degrees. The air froze for 3 seconds. Inoue Daichi's mouth twitched, looking at Zhou Tian as if he were an idiot. Tanaka Kenta, who was reading the notice, suddenly wore a very strange expression. He tugged at Zhou Tian's arm and whispered, Sunday, don't pull me. Let me say goodbye to my men. Zhou Tian was lost in his emotions and couldn't extricate himself. No. Tanaka Kenta shoved the notice in Zhou Tian's face, pointing to the last line of small print. Did you even read the notice properly? Look at the back. That line. Zhou Tian was stunned, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked over. At the very bottom of the notice it read in bold black letters, personnel appointment supplement, former first-team player Inoue Daichi officially retires and is appointed as the assistant head coach of FC Tokyo's youth training department, concurrently serving as the technical guide for U18 teams 3, 4, and 5. Responsible for coordinating the daily tactical training and personnel elevation assessments of these 3 teams. Zhou Tian. He blinked, then blinked again. Concurrently serving as the technical guide for teams 3 and 4. Responsible for daily. This means Tanaka Kenta added, from now on when you go to the 4th team, you will see him every day. And because he is the technical guide, he will probably supervise you practicing the basics every day. If you slack off, he has the authority to kick you back to the 5th team. Creak. Zhou Tian felt as if he heard the sound of his touched heart shattering. There was also the sound of a colossal stone tablet, named Social Death, crashing down on his head. He stiffly lifted his head, looking at Inoue Daichi. The forlorn expression on Inoue Daichi's face had long vanished, replaced by a teasing smile, as if an old cat was watching a mouse. Carrying my dreams. Inoue Daichi mimicked Zhou Tian's earlier tone. We can never meet again. If life gets tough. Zhou Tian's face turned the color of liver. If there were a crack in the ground at that moment, he would undoubtedly dive in without hesitation and seal it up. Uncle, no coach. Since you've been promoted, I won't disturb your celebration. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Zhou Tian grabbed his bag and clothes, even forgetting to tie his shoelaces, letting out a strange cry, and dashed out of the locker room like a startled rabbit. Ha ha. The locker room erupted in laughter behind him. Inoue Daichi looked at the fleeing back, shaking his head with a smile, stroking his freshly shaved chin. This kid really is a live treasure. 7:00 p.m. Shoati. The warm lights in the restaurant still shone brightly, and the air was filled with the overwhelming aroma of sweet and savory sukiyaki. But at this moment Zhou Tian wished to bury his head in the enormous pork cutlet rice before him. So embarrassing. Really too embarrassing. Zhou Tian mechanically chewed on the top-quality wagyu in his mouth. Today's special meal from Maki, groaning in pain. I truly thought I was saying goodbye to the uncle forever. The atmosphere was set for it. Who knew he would turn around and become the head coach? Sitting across from him, Kataho Maki seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. She wore a light beige knitted sweater, her long hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, holding a small sake cup, though it contained barley tea, smiling brightly at the boy across from her, who looked as if he wanted to commit seppuku. She couldn't help but laugh softly. Don't laugh. I'm almost dying of embarrassment. Zhou Tian protested. This must be the black-faced coach Ono's scheme. He deliberately wrote that line in such small print. That was your own fault, Kataho Maki replied, putting down her cup and pulling out her phone from her bag, opening a news page to shove in front of Zhou Tian. Did you see the news? At least you must have scrolled through Twitter, right? Zhou Tian leaned over to look. It was a sports news headline. Legend ends, new star rises. Former national team player Inoue Daichi announces retirement and will assume the role of FC Tokyo's youth training technical director, officially approved yesterday with an A-level coaching certificate. Published yesterday afternoon. The coaching certificate was just issued yesterday. This is one of the biggest news stories in the J-League this week. Kataho Maki looked at him as if he were a primitive person. Is your brain only filled with thoughts of how to win? Can't you fit anything else in it? I've been in silence training these past 2 days, so I haven't looked at my phone much. Zhou Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Kataho Maki retrieved her phone, then pointed at the bubbling sukiyaki pot. Alright, stop dwelling on it. Regardless, you got promoted, Inoue Daichi. Life has leveled up, a double joy indeed. Moreover, with him protecting you, your days in the 4th team will be much better. She picked up a slice of beautifully marbled wagyu beef, coated it in raw egg liquid, and then placed it into Zhou. Here, it's your reward. Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback. This was the best piece of meat in the pot. Really, for me? Zhou Tian was flabbergasted. Just eat yours. No need for so much nonsense. Kitago Maki turned her head away, her ears slightly reddening. Considering how handsome your cross pass was, let it slide. And congratulations, you finally look like a real player now. Zhou Tian didn't hold back and swallowed that piece of wagyu. Tender, sweet, and the juices exploded in his mouth. Delicious. Zhou Tian instantly revived. The earlier social death gloom vanished. Monday morning. Sakuraji Private High School. A new week has begun. For Zhou Tian, this is a fresh start. When he got up to look in the mirror, he deliberately took off his shirt to check. Although he hadn't developed exaggerated six-pack abs, yet his previously bony frame had begun to show some definition. Especially in his thighs and core muscles, they felt rock solid. System panel updated. Physical fitness 65-66 natural growth. Strength 48-49 natural growth. Balance 52-53 natural growth. Although the increase is small, this is natural growth without any points added. This proves that Kitagawa Maki's diet and professional training are indeed effective. Next is the main event. Zhou Tian sat at the edge of his bed, took a deep breath, and opened the points allocation interface. Current free attribute points 1 point. Commander reward short pass 1 automatically allocated. The current short pass has reached 60C, finally passing the mark. So where should I allocate this precious point? Zhou Tian's gaze scanned the panel. Dribbling 50. Although he got knocked down badly yesterday, adding a point to dribbling might help protect the ball a little. No. Zhou Tian shook his head. 50 becoming 51 is still D-level against those physically strong defenders in the fourth team, which doesn't make any essential difference. What is my advantage? It's the eyes. Inoue Daichi said yesterday that my vision is slightly better than his. Then I will turn this slightly better into infinitely better. If I can see further clearer and more ahead, I won't even need to. Before the opponent closes and the ball will already be passed out. The ultimate long pass is the way to survive. Zhou Tian's gaze sharpened, locking onto the line of golden data. Point allocation vision. Vision 84-85. Boom. Just as the point allocation was completed, Zhou Tian felt as if a cool current coursed through his brain. Ding. Congratulations, host. Core attribute vision has reached 85's level threshold. Awaken basic passive skill God's Eye Eagle. Skill description: in a match when you are in possession of the ball, your dynamic visual perception ability increases by 10. You can see the vector lines of player movements more clearly and can even predict their future movement trajectory for 0.5 seconds. Wow. Zhou Tian covered his head, feeling the world before his eyes becoming incredibly clear. He looked out at a sparrow flying by. Previously just a fleeting shadow, he could now see the frequency of the sparrow's wing flaps, and even predict which branch it would land on next. Is this what 85 vision feels like? It's level. Zhou Tian clenched his fist, his smile gradually becoming fervent. The fourth team, huh? Physical confrontation, huh? As long as you can't catch up to my thoughts, it won't matter, even if you hit me. Arriving at school. As soon as Zhou Tian stepped into the classroom, he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Hey, isn't that Zhou Tian? I heard he moved up to the FC Tokyo fourth team over the weekend. What does the fourth team even mean? It's just 3 steps away from being a professional. So impressive. The news spread really fast. Clearly the celebration status Zhou Tian posted in his friend's circle, which he later forgot to delete along with that big mouth of Tanaka Kenta, had already informed the whole school of this news. Zhou Tian walked to his seat and had just sat down. Yo, isn't this our eagle eye star? Kitago Amaki's voice came. She looked quite spirited today, twirling a pen with a stack of review materials on her desk. Good morning, Supervisor Maki. Zhou Tian was in a good mood and casually made a joke. Looks like last night's wagyu wasn't in vain. My skin has thickened. Kitago Amaki huffed, but then her gaze lingered on Zhou Tian's shoulders and arms for a second. Under the cuffs of the school uniform shirt, the boy's arms seemed a bit more defined than last week. His shoulders were also slightly broader, no longer as slender as when he first transferred. That youthful growth vibe made Kitagawa Maki slightly distracted. What are you looking at? Are you mesmerized by my Zhou Tian struck a pose with arrogance. I was watching how the pork is growing. Kitagawa Maki calmly retorted, casually slapping an English notebook on his face. We have a quiz this week. If you dare to fail, I'll swap your pork cutlet rice for boiled cabbage. You wicked woman. 1600 in the FC Tokyo 4th team training ground. The grass here is clearly better than the 5th team's, greener, flatter, and even smells of professional turf maintenance agents. The surrounding barbed wire is also higher, and there's even a designated spectator area, though there aren't many people. Zhou Tian and Tanaka Kenta stood at the side of the field feeling a bit nervous. The atmosphere here is completely different. If the 5th team is a rehabilitation center and kindergarten, then this place is a true gladiatorial arena. The players training on the field are all well-built, their movements incredibly fast. The thud-thud-thud of the ball hitting their feet sounds full of power. Hey, that's Sato, right? The fullback who overtook me yesterday. Tanaka Kenta pointed nervously at the field. Yeah, and that Mohawk midfielder who knocked me down yesterday. Zhou Tian narrowed his eyes, watching the burly man with the flamboyant hairstyle on the field. Gather. A familiar whistle sounded. However, this time, it wasn't the black-faced Ono blowing the whistle, but the man who made them grit their teeth, Inoue Daichi. Inoue Daichi wore a sharp dark blue coach's uniform. A stopwatch hung around his neck, holding a tactical board in his hand, looking quite impressive, completely devoid of his previous slouching demeanor. The aura of a professional player once released even carries a sense of oppression. When he saw Zhou Tian and Tanaka approaching, Inoue Daichi wore that smile, which made Zhou Tian want to dig a hole and hide. Oh, you're here. Inoue Daichi said loudly. Let me introduce these two. They're the newcomers promoted from the 5th. Although their skills are a bit rough, they're the ones who beat you 2-0 yesterday. The entire field fell silent. More than 20 pairs of eyes instantly fixed on them. If looks could burn, Zhou Tian felt like he had already been roasted. The main players from the 4th team who lost yesterday, especially that Mohawk midfielder, had flames of fury practically bursting from their eyes. It's this kid, the one with that bizarre pass yesterday, caused us to lose, and now we have to train extra. Today on our turf, just wait till I take you down. Yesterday was just careless. Today let him know what physical confrontation is. This hostile welcome ceremony made Tanaka Kenta shrink back slightly. But Zhou Tian, on the other hand, felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, not out of fear, but out of excitement. The perception brought by Vision 85 allowed him to clearly capture the emotions contained in every gaze directed at him. Coach, in no way. Are you trying to incite hatred against us? Zhou Tian said with a wry smile. This is professional football, kid. Inoue Daichi walked over, patted Zhou Tian's shoulder, and said in a low voice, if you don't want to be eaten by them, show the momentum you had yesterday. Here only the strong can earn the right to breathe. Saying this, Inoue Daichi leaned close to Zhou Tian's ear and added quietly, and don't forget your promise to carry my dream forward, okay? Zhou Tian's face darkened. Coach, can we not bring this up? Inoue Daichi's expression turned serious as he turned and blew the whistle. Stop staring at each other like that. Warm up. Today's task is high-intensity, small-area possession rondo. The losing group will be responsible for washing the team's jerseys for a week, including underwear. Yes, everyone shouted, their eyes fiercely directed towards Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian took a deep breath and rolled his neck. He looked at the Mohawk midfielder who was making a slicing motion across his throat towards him. Fear. No. He felt the blood within him boiling. This is the place he wanted. An environment filled with competition where everyone wants to step on you. And Zhou Tian activated the God's Eye eagle he just acquired. In his eyes, the movements of that Mohawk midfielder seemed to slow down by a beat. The running intentions of the surrounding players transformed into faint dashed lines. A wish come true. Zhou Tian's lips curled into a provocative smile. Since you've come, I'll turn all of you into my experience bags. He stepped onto the field. A new journey has begun. Monday evening, 6:00 p.m. FC Tokyo 4th Team Training Ground. The sun had already sunk below the horizon and 4 massive floodlights suddenly illuminated the pitch, making the grass appear as bright as day. The first joint practice of the 4th team exceeded Zhou Tian's expectations in intensity. There was no laid-back atmosphere of just kicking around to break a sweat like in the 5th team. This was a meat grinder, a battlefield. Every touch of the ball was accompanied by the clash of muscles, and any slight delay in passing would result in being intercepted. Too slow. Rookie. With a roar, Takeda goes sporting a Mohawk hairstyle, charged in like a heavy tank. At that moment, Zhou Tian was back-to-back with the ball. His body resistance 49 felt like paper in front of Takeda. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhou Tian felt as if he had been hit by a dump truck, his center of gravity lost in an instant, and he stumbled forward. However, in that moment of losing balance, his God's Eye Eagle Vision 85 was startlingly clear. He saw it. Due to Takeda Go's fierce charge, a gap appeared in the previously tight defensive formation. Tanaka Kinta was moving towards that gap. Here, while falling, Zhou Tian managed to poke the ball with the tip of his left foot. His posture was extremely awkward, resembling a drowning person flailing about. But the slight poke sent the ball perfectly through the gap between Takeda Go's legs. Nanny. Takeda Go turned. The ball rolled to Tanaka's feet, who then broke through with the ball. Beep. Inoue Daichi blew the whistle, signaling a pause in the practice match. Zhou Tian clumsily got up from the grass, rubbing his painfully hit shoulder, his mouth full of grass clippings. Hey, Takeda Go approached, looking down at Zhou Tian with a complex gaze. Did you grow eyes in the back of your head? You clearly lost your position when I charged you. How could you still see that was a through the legs pass? Zhou Tian patted the dirt off his butt, grinning through gritted teeth. Maybe it's because your legs were too wide apart, senior. Tisk. Takeda Go snorted, still annoyed, but with a tone that held less disdain and more caution. Next time I'll keep my legs tighter. Don't think you can keep getting lucky. Other teammates also looked over. By the end of this training, they had a new understanding of this connection's rookie, who had been promoted from the 5th team. Skills. That was indeed terrible. Stopping the ball 5 meters away, dribbling like a penguin. Body. That was genuinely weak. A bump sent him flying. But as long as he released the ball, it was like it had GPS, always finding the most annoying path past defenders. This guy is a monster, right? Someone whispered. That ability to find openings in chaos is simply like he's using wall hack. 7 p.m. Training ended. Dismissed. With a command from Inoue Daichi, the already exhausted players felt as if a great burden had been lifted, dragging their weary bodies toward the locker room. Zhou Tian also packed his things, preparing to slip away to find Kataho Maki for a meal. Sunday. A cold voice like a demon's whisper sounded behind him. Zhou Tian's back stiffened as he mechanically turned his head. There stood Inoue Daichi, holding a bag of balls under the bright lights, his freshly shaved face written with "You won't escape." Coach, what can I do for you? Zhou Tian put on a smiling face. The others can leave. You stay here. Inoue Daichi pointed at a weathered concrete wall beside the field. Practice passing against the wall. 1,000 times. Huh. Zhou Tian exclaimed in despair. 1,000 times. Coach, I've already practiced all day. My stamina bar is red. That's your problem. Inoue Daichi said coldly. I watched the practice match just now. Your vision is indeed glass, but your footwork is glass. Several excellent opportunities were wasted because you mishandled the power of your passes, sending the ball out of bounds. Your mind knows, but your feet cannot follow. That is the saddest thing on a football pitch. Zhou Tian retorted defiantly. But coach, I want to play in the match. Only in real battles can I improve my ball sense. What use is this monotonous wall practice? But in his heart, he thought this training system doesn't even give points. It's a complete waste of time. Want to play in a match? Inoue Daichi raised an eyebrow. Yes, very much. Zhou Tian nodded vigorously. All right. Inoue Daichi revealed a sly smile. Tomorrow afternoon we have a friendly match against the U18 third team. I wasn't planning to let you play as your fundamentals are too embarrassing. But he shook the stopwatch in his hand. If you can complete these 1,000 wall passes tonight and keep your error rate under 5 tomorrow afternoon, I'll let you start and play the full 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Zhou Tian's eyes lit up like flashlights. 45 minutes was enough for him to achieve a victory. And the opponent was the third team. If they won, there might be extra rewards. Deal. Zhou Tian tossed his bag aside and rolled up his sleeves. Isn't it just 1,000 times? He'll do it. 7:30 p.m. On the empty training ground, all that was left was the thud of the ball. Zhou Tian faced the concrete wall, mechanically repeating the kicking motion. Left foot, right foot. Instep shots. Inoue Daichi sat on the side on a ball box, holding a bottle of oolong tea, occasionally giving pointers. Too high. Keep the ball down. Don't lean back. Are you trying to kick a plane? Use the instep. Increase the... This was a very traditional, even somewhat monotonous Spanish-style training method. It emphasized ground play and absolute control over the ball. Sunday, you need to understand, Inoue Daichi said earnestly. I don't expect you to master Beckham-style long passes right now. That requires talent and years of practice. What you need to improve the most, and what's the most cost-effective, is short passing. Inoue Daichi stood up and demonstrated a standard instep push. Just like Barcelona's Xavi and Iniesta. No need for the ball to fly, you just let it roll swiftly and smoothly along the grass to your teammates' feet. This is the hardest ball to intercept and the easiest to handle. But coach, Zhou Tian kicked the 500th ball, wiped away his sweat, panting a bit. This ground pass is stable, but what if someone is blocking in front? Then create a passing lane through movement, Inoue Daichi said. That is Barcelona's philosophy. Zhou Tian stopped watching the ball roll back deep in thought. He possessed glass vision. In his eyes, the pitch had not only openings, but also obstacles. Sometimes that red passing line was not a straight line. Uncle, I think. Zhou Tian suddenly spoke, changing his address. What if we don't go in a straight line? What? Inoue Daichi frowned. If there are two defenders closing in and there's only a narrow gap in between, a regular ground pass could easily be intercepted by their toes. Zhou Tian gestured. But what if I add a bit of backspin to the ball? Backspin? Inoue Daichi paused for a moment. You mean the kind used in golf? Exactly. Zhou Tian's eyes brightened. By cutting the bottom of the ball with the instep, the ball would fly out with strong backspin. In the first half of its flight, it would speed through the gap, but after landing due to the spin, it would decelerate sharply, even stopping in place. That way, when the forward arrives, the ball will be right there waiting for him, rather than rolling out of bounds. Zhou Tian became increasingly excited. This was actually a trick he had seen that man named Kevin De Bruyne use frequently while watching Premier League highlights. Inoue Daichi looked at Zhou Tian as if he were an idiot. Backspin. Inoue Daichi laughed in anger. Kid, do you know how difficult that kick is? You need to precisely strike the bottom one-third of the ball while running at high speed and control the power well. You can't even kick a regular instep shot smoothly, yet you want to learn De Bruyne's technique. Don't aim too high. Just practice the instep kick honestly. Zhou Tian pouted, his stubbornness flaring up. How do you know if you don't try? I have a feeling. Feeling my ass. Inoue Daichi was fired up too. Alright, if you have a feeling, let's see. I'll pass you the ball. If you can kick that kind of backspun through pass while running and still be accurate, I'll treat you to premium Wagyu for a week. Really? Zhou Tian's mouth watered. Really? But if you mess it up, you'll owe me 500 extra reps. Let's go. Zhou Tian took a few steps back, standing at the top of the center circle. Inoue Daichi stood on the sideline. Are you ready? This is professional level ball speed. Inoue Daichi kicked the ball sharply across to him. The ball was fast with a bit of outside spin, making it hard to receive comfortably without adjusting his steps. Zhou Tian started moving. God's Eye Eagle was fully activated. The world slowed down. He saw the approaching ball and the patterns on it. He even mentally simulated the perfect angle for that cut kick. No need to stop the ball. Stopping would only give the defense. He had to directly release the ball while running. Zhou Tian faced the incoming ball, not setting up his foot as traditional teaching would dictate. His body position looked odd, upper body leaning forward, right thigh swinging up, but the calf did not exert full force, instead whipping out like a whip. His foot was straight. Target the bottom of the ball, a 30-degree cut angle. This is it. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and struck the ball hard. Bang! A crisp sound different from an ordinary kick. The ball flew out. It was not rolling along the grass, but hovering about 10 centimeters off the ground, like a low-flying missile. It was incredibly fast. It instantly passed through the two cones Inoue Daichi had set up, simulating defenders. Then a magical scene occurred. As the ball passed the cones, it flew about 20 meters. Once it landed, if it were a normal long pass, it would have rolled forward and gone out of bounds. However, this ball landed with a sizzle, a friction. It appeared to be gripped by an invisible hand, decelerating sharply, rolling forward 2 circles, and then came to a steady stop right on the red marker. Like a well-behaved puppy, it ran to its spot and sat down, waiting for its owner. Still, the entire field was... Inoue Daichi held a stopwatch, his mouth agape, as if a light bulb could fit. He looked at the ball, and then at Zhou Tian, who was still in shooting posture. Countless images flashed in his mind. Pirlo, Xavi Alonso. No. The feeling of that kick, a blend of unreasonable violence and delicacy, was more like that Belgian monster, Kevin De Bruyne. This? Inoue Daichi swallowed hard. It must be luck. Absolutely luck. How could a rookie who couldn't even stop the ball kick such a world-class, surgical knife-through pass? Zhou Tian pulled back his foot, although his ankle throbbed slightly. That kick had indeed been a bit forced. Seeing the ball's stopping point, he knew he had gambled correctly. This glass vision brought not just routes, but also an ultimate understanding of ball nature. He saw the ball spin, so he knew how to counter it and create new spin. Uncle, how about it? Zhou Tian raised his eyebrows proudly. This week's Wagyu. Less nonsense. Inoue Daichi snapped back to reality, his expression darkening, but his eyes sparkled with fervor. That was definitely due to wind direction. Let's do it again. Do it again, let's go. The next 10 minutes. Bang. Sizzle, it stopped. Bang. Sizzle. Slightly off, but the spin was still strong. Bang! This time he blundered, and the ball flew towards the stands. 10 attempts. Zhou Tian succeeded 4 times. 3 times, though deviating from the target, the spin effect was achieved. This success rate was not high for a professional player, but for a 16-year-old high school student who had just received formal training for less than a week, this was a miracle. Inoue Daichi was thoroughly convinced. He looked at Zhou Tian, who was slumped on the ground, gasping heavily, his expression becoming incredibly complex. Monster, he murmured. This kid was not the type that could be cultivated into a precision part through the traditional Barcelona system. He was a wild card, a rusty but occasionally drawn sword that could pierce the heavens. Forcing him to practice stable short passes might stifle his unconventional creativity. Who? Zhou Tian lay on the grass looking up at the night sky. Uncle Wagyu, don't forget. Inoue Daichi walked over and tossed that bottle of oolong tea into his arms. I remember you once starved to death. He squatted down looking into Zhou Tian's eyes. Sunday, listen. Although you've learned this trick, don't think you're invincible now. This type of kick places a heavy burden on the ankle and has a low success rate. In a match, if you mess up once, you might concede a goal on the counterattack. So the foundational 1,000 wall passes still need practice. Not a single one can be missed. Huh. Zhou Tian let out a miserable cry. I still have to practice. Yes, that's your safety net. This backspin through pass can only be your ultimate move with a long cooldown. Inoue Daichi said sternly, but then a smile crept onto his lips. However, you can start in tomorrow's match. Moreover, I will allow you unlimited shooting rights, passing rights in the front line. Really? Zhou Tian was instantly revitalized, his waist no longer sore, his legs no longer tired. Really? Let me see if you can use this wild card to pierce through the third team's defense in a real match. 830p. He finally completed the 1,000 passes, though the last few hundred were done amidst Inoue Daichi's roaring. Zhou Tian felt as if his legs were no longer his own. He dragged his heavy feet out of the training ground like a zombie. Hungry. Starving. At that moment he had only one thought in his mind: carbs. Protein. Fat. Just as he walked out the base gate, a cool night breeze swept in, carrying a hint of food's aroma. Under the streetlight, that familiar figure was leaning against the railing, holding a delicate thermal lunchbox. Kataho Maki. She had changed into casual clothes today, a loose gray sweatshirt paired with a black pleated skirt and black over-thinny socks. Absolute territory, gets a thumbs up. She seemed to have waited a while, boredly kicking small stones by the roadside. Upon seeing Zhou Tian, who looked like a zombie, she paused for a moment, then quickly frowned and walked over. Hey, did you go to war or something? What happened to you? She reached out to steady the swaying Zhou Tian. In that moment, Zhou Tian caught a whiff of her faint citrus-scented perfume, which was more effective than any pain relief spray. I got drained by the devil. Zhou Tian weakly said, leaning his head on her shoulder, taking the chance to take. Get off, you're heavy, and you smell like sweat. Kataho Maki pushed him away with disdain, but her hand remained steadily on his waist, not really shoving him away. Here. She shoved the thermal lunchbox into Zhou Tian's arms. Special post-training recovery meal from Shoati. It has double portions of eel and a special electrolyte drink inside. Zhou Tian clutched the heavy lunchbox, feeling as if he was holding the entire world. Maki, are you an angel? I'm your grandfather. Kataho Maki rolled her eyes. Eat up. After you finish, I'll take you back. Aren't you playing a match tomorrow? The two sat on a bench by the roadside. Zhou Tian wolfed down the eel rice while Kataho Maki stood by with wet wipes, helping him wipe off the dried sweat on. By the way, Maki, Zhou Tian mumbled through a mouthful of eel. Moi. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm starting in the match. Against the third team. Kataho Maki paused for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. So soon. That old fox Inoue is actually letting you on the field. Zhou Tian swallowed his food, revealing a confident smile. I've mastered the ultimate move. Though it almost... Ultimate move. Kataho Maki raised an eyebrow. What ultimate move? Using your face to stop the ball. Tisk, not telling you. You'll find out tomorrow. Zhou Tian said mysteriously. It's a move that will silence the whole crowd. De Bruyne-style passing. Kataho Maki looked at his smug expression and couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and poked Zhou Tian's cheek. Alright then, I'll go watch. If you mess up, you'll write this week's homework yourself, and I'll pin your crying photo to Twitter. You're ruthless. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the boy and girl leaned against each other. Tomorrow another tough battle awaited. But at this moment the eel rice was delicious and the breeze was gentle. Tuesday 1030 a.m. Sakuraji Private High School Class 2B. The cicadas outside the window are not yet at the heart-wrenching level of midsummer, but they are annoying enough. Especially for Zhou Tian today. He sat in the protagonist's seat by the window, his body stiff as a dried statue, staring blankly at the complex English grammar diagram on the blackboard, but in reality his pupils had long lost focus. At this moment an intense virtual drill was taking place in his mind. The Eye of God Eagle Vision 85 could be used not only on the field, but was also developed by Zhou Tian to have a mental simulation function. He was replaying in his mind the trajectory of the reverse spin through pass from last night, trying to construct the image of the match against the third team this afternoon. Get the ball on the left, make a feint turn. No, the defensive midfielder of the third team is definitely faster than the fourth team. The turn will be intercepted, then just pass it straight away. But the power of that spin. Zhou Tian. The English teacher adjusted her glasses and called out, please tell me what the antecedent of this relative clause is. Zhou Tian remained unresponsive. His right hand even twitched unconsciously on the desk, mimicking a push shot. The class fell silent. Sitting beside him, Kataho Maki sighed in exasperation. This was already the third time she had to clean up after this guy this morning. Ahem. Kataho Maki pretended to cough. Her foot and loafers stomped hard on Zhou Tian's instep under the desk. Ow! Zhou Tian let out a cry, jolting back to reality from the virtual world, nearly leaping out of his chair. What happened? Did an earthquake occur? Zhou Tian looked around in panic. The entire class burst into laughter. The English teacher's face turned pale. Zhou Tian, it seems your soul has already flown to the field. Since you're so energetic, stand and listen to the class. 12:00 p.m. Lunchtime. As the bell rang, the classroom instantly became lively. Students gathered in groups to eat their bento. Zhou Tian remained seated, slumped over the desk like a defeated salted fish. It's over. I have no confidence at all, he muttered to himself. Although he had mastered his signature move last night, and in no way Daichi had promised him a starting position after a morning of calm reflection, rationality reclaimed its ground. After all, it was the U18 third team. While it was also part of youth training, it was fundamentally different from the fourth and fifth. The fifth team was a shelter, the fourth team was a reserve camp, while the third team was a genuine team participating in the T-League Tokyo U18 League. They had official match duties, being the true foundation of the FC Tokyo youth training system. With his level physique that had only trained for a week, facing opponents at T-League level, that would be like challenging an armored knight with a freshly sharpened fruit knife. Hey, what are you in a daze about? A somewhat cold voice rang above him. Zhou Tian struggled to lift his eyelids and saw Kataho Maki standing in front of him. Today she had tied her long hair into a neat high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a slender neck, and she wasn't holding a bento but had empty hands. I'm not hungry, Zhou Tian said weakly. I'm conducting photosynthesis. Photosynthesis, my foot. Without saying a word, Kataho Maki reached out her slender yet strong hand, accurately gripping the back of Zhou Tian's school uniform collar. Come on, to the cafeteria. Hey, let go. I can walk by myself. This is a chokehold, big sister. Zhou Tian was dragged out of the classroom by Kataho Maki like a kitten caught by fate. In the corridor, passing students turned to look, even instinctively making way. That's Kitajo-senpai, and that exchange. Oh my, a public execution in broad daylight. No, look at that exchange student's expression. Although he's struggling, he isn't really resisting. This clearly shows signs of being tamed. Their relationship is really good. Yeah, recently it feels like Kitajo-senpai has become gentler, though still fierce. In the school cafeteria at a corner table, Zhou Tian rubbed his reddened neck and looked at the lunch in front of him, which was clearly special supply, and his grievances from earlier dissipated instantly. It wasn't the cafeteria's large pot meals, but a delicate multi-layered bento box. The bottom layer was a mix of brown rice and quinoa, the middle layer had steamed flounder and broccoli, and the top layer even had a few pieces of cut crystal clear tamagoyaki. This is... Zhou Tian looked in surprise at Maki, who was opening her own small pitiful salad box. This was made by the aunt at home this morning. Kataho Maki casually said, the fried pork cutlet in the cafeteria is too oily. You have a match this afternoon, so your stomach can't be too burdened. Eating this is easy to digest, and the energy release is stable. Zhou Tian held his chopsticks, warmth flooding his heart. This must be the legendary supportive partner, albeit a violent delinquent version. Hey Maki, Zhou Tian asked while picking up a piece of flounder. Is it not tasty? No, it's so delicious I want to cry. Zhou Tian quickly expressed his loyalty, then hesitated before asking the question that had troubled him all morning. Do you think this afternoon's match will the third team players fight as hard as I will to win against our fourth team? He was very concerned about the opponent's mentality. If they were underestimating him, he would have a chance to sneak in. Kataho Maki stopped her fork, her beautiful eyes quietly gazing at him, then she cruelly shook her head. No. Zhou Tian, you need to understand your position. Kataho Maki's tone was calm, yet her words pierced the heart. For your fourth team, this is overthrowing the superior, it's revenge, it's proving yourself. But for the third team, she skewered a cherry tomato with her fork and put it in her mouth. This is just a practice match. Or a massacre. They would only feel that winning against you is a matter of course. If they don't win by more than 3-0, it would be embarrassing for them. Zhou Tian felt like he was shot in the knee. Although it was the truth, it was still too much of a blow. However, Kataho Maki shifted her tone, her expression becoming slightly more serious. What you should worry about is not the psychological aspect, but the issue of hard strength. I heard that the reason the third team is strong recently is that there is a forward who just moved up from U15 practicing there. Forward? Zhou Tian scoffed, taking a bite of his rice. How strong could he be? I just moved up myself. His name is Kudo Eiichi. Kataho Maki mentioned a name. Who? The name sounds familiar, like a detective, Zhou Tian quipped. He is the starting forward of this year's Japan U16 national team. Kataho Maki casually dropped this bombshell. Zhou Tian nearly sprayed the miso soup he just sipped out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, turning his head to spray it onto the empty space beside him. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Zhou Tian looked wide-eyed at Maki. U16. National team representative. The weight of these words was equivalent to a nuclear bomb for Zhou Tian, who came from China. In China, it was already rare for someone of the same age to make it into the national youth team. And in Japan, where the youth training system is extremely developed, to wear the blue samurai jersey as a U16 representative. That meant he was one of the best players in this age group in all of Japan. Why would someone of that level be in the third team? Zhou Tian shouted in confusion. Shouldn't he go straight to the U18 first team, or even play in the J3 league with the reserve team? Because he got injured, Kataho Maki explained, 3 months ago, he sprained his ankle and has just recovered. Moreover, he is only 15 years old, and moving up to the U18 team is already an exception. The club wants to protect him, letting him first adapt to the intensity of competition in the third team, not wanting to throw him directly into the meat grinder of the first team. But even so, Zhou Tian swallowed hard. That's a national level player. In Japan, the word representative daihyo has a special magic in high school football and the youth training system. It is the absolute certification of strength. Zhou Tian suddenly felt that what he had previously thought about reverse spin through pass and sneaky tactics seemed a bit like a clown in the face of absolute talent. His current overall rating was at most D thanks to his vision, while that Kudo Eiichi was probably at least a B or even a level monster, right? Are you scared? Seeing Zhou Tian's ghostly expression, Kataho Maki suddenly put down her salad box. She reached out, not patting his forehead as usual, but gently yet firmly pressing down on Zhou Tian's head. Her palm was warm. Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian felt the weight on his head and was a bit dazed. The U16 representatives of Japan are very strong. Admitting the gap is not a shameful thing. Maki's voice was soft yet exceptionally clear amidst the noisy cafeteria. But she gently ruffled Zhou Tian's hair, making his already messy hairstyle even more disheveled. One day in the future you will also become a representative of China, right? The girl's eyes held no hint of her usual sarcasm or sharp tongue, but instead an almost blind and pure trust. Zhou Tian was stunned. Chinese representative. The national team. That place which had been criticized countless times, yet remained the highest sanctuary in the hearts of countless young football players in China. The system's goal is to become a king of football. Therefore, making it into the national team and leading the team out of Asia is, of course. Zhou Tian took a deep breath, his gaze refocusing, the previous fear replaced by a flame called ambition. A mere Japanese U16 representative. He'll treat him as an early experience against the World Cup opponent. Zhou Tian clenched his fist. I will win against him. Seeing the boy's revived fighting spirit, Kataho Maki withdrew her hand, a gentle smile on her lips. But in the moment she lowered her head to start eating salad again, a hint of imperceptible gloom flashed in her beautiful. The Chinese representative. She sighed lightly in her heart. She understood the cruelty of professional football better than anyone, and she also understood the difficult path to advancement for geniuses. If Zhou Tian really could achieve that step, it would mean he would inevitably leave here. Leaving FC Tokyo, even leaving, going to Europe to a bigger stage. By then, what identity could she, the so-called neighbor, supervisor, or deskmate, stand? Perhaps their worlds were two intersecting lines from the very beginning. After the intersection point, it would be an ever... Maki, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Zhou Tian noticed her silence. It's nothing. Kataho Maki quickly adjusted her emotions, and when she raised her head again, she transformed back into that imposing. She pointed her fork at Zhou Tian's lunchbox. Hurry up and eat. There's still so much left. If you waste food, I will throw you into the judo club next door to be a sparring partner. Yes. He'll eat okay. Zhou Tian shoveled rice into his mouth, completely oblivious to the girl's moment of vulnerability earlier. After all, he was still just a little kid who might not even be able to compete with the third team, with his mind only focused on winning matches and gaining points. 3:30 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training Main Stadium. Although it was Tuesday afternoon, due to the rumors of the U16 genius returning, many people had gathered by the sidelines. There were even a few sports reporters with cameras. Zhou Tian and his teammates from the fourth team stood on the sidelines feeling unprecedented pressure. On the opposite side, the third team players dressed in FC Tokyo's home jerseys, red and blue striped, were warming up. Their movements were synchronized and the speed of their passing was incredibly fast, undoubtedly a notch above the fourth team. Among them, one figure stood out. He was a short boy, probably only around 170 centimeters tall. He had a neat short haircut, very fair skin, and looked somewhat like the male lead in an idol drama. He was practicing shooting. The assistant coach passed him the ball. He was outside the penalty area without even a run up, his leg movement extremely discreet. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The ball shot like a cannonball into the corner. The fourth team's substitute goalkeeper couldn't even react in time. Is that Kudo Eiichi? Tanaka Kenta, standing next to Zhou Tian, was already shaking. That kind of shooting power. Can a 15-year-old really produce that? Zhou Tian squinted. Eye of God Eagle activated. In his field of vision, Kudo Eiichi's recent shot was not just... What was even more terrifying was the speed of his leg movement. From the moment he touched the ball to when it was struck, it was only 0.2 seconds. The goalkeeper couldn't possibly predict it. System scan results: target Kudo Eiichi, overall evaluation B, professional level, threat level extremely high. Suggested host not to engage in physical confrontation with him, nor attempt to compete in shooting skills. Zhou Tian inhaled sharply. His current overall rating barely reached C, still relying on vision to hold up. That was a full 2 ranks lower. Gather. Inoue Daichi walked over, his expression particularly serious today. Everyone saw that. That is what is... Today's task is quite heavy. He looked at Zhou Tian. Sunday I have submitted the starting roster. You will play as the Yes. Zhou Tian straightened up. However, Inoue Daichi lowered his voice. Don't expect it to be as easy as playing against the fifth team. That Kudo Aichi, although he is a forward is pressing, is also fierce. If you hold the ball for more than 2 seconds, you will definitely lose it. Remember what you practiced last night. Pass it with one touch. Use your eyes to find the gaps. Also, in no way Daichi paused his eyes complex. Try not to let that Kudo get the ball. Once he gets the ball and turns to face our defense, that would be a massacre. Zhou Tian swallowed hard and nodded. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. The players from both sides entered the field. Zhou Tian walked onto the pitch with the team passing by the center circle, just brushing shoulders with Kudo Aichi from the opposite side. That genius boy didn't even glance at Zhou Tian. His gaze was fixed on the goal ahead, cold and focused, as if an opponent of Zhou Tian's caliber was not worth his energy to notice. This feeling of being completely ignored made Zhou Tian very unhappy. MFU16 representative Ha. Zhou Tian stood at the kickoff point, took a deep breath, and his gaze sharpened like a knife. Today I will let you see what is called black technology passing from China. On the stands, Kataho Maki found the best position to sit, tightly clutching an unopened sports drink bottle. Go for it, you idiot. The match began. Tuesday, 3:35 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training Main Stadium. With the sound of the referee's whistle, this highly anticipated upset challenge match officially commenced. The air was hot and dry, filled with the scent of grass, mixed with the earthy smell of soil. As soon as the ball was kicked off, the fourth team's players were still slowly preparing to pass back and find their rhythm when a loud voice suddenly erupted above the pitch. Tanaka Kenta, get moving. Zhou Tian, standing in the attacking midfield position, didn't hesitate like a newcomer, but instead acted like a foreman wielding a whip, glaring at the open space on the right. That didn't seem like an opportunity. Stop strolling around. Are you here on vacation? Make a forward run. Even if it means running your legs off, get in position. The holding midfielder, the Mohawk-headed Takeda Go, was startled, nearly losing the ball due to his momentary lapse. He looked up at Zhou Tian in confusion. Is this kid crazy? The match has just started. And in the veteran, he's the newcomer, right? But Zhou Tian paid no attention to him, turning to point at the left winger. And you, Sasaki, don't just stay back waiting for the ball. Widen your position. Run along the sideline. Draw their defenders away. Takeda-senpai, don't hesitate. Pass the ball to me. Hurry. This series of explosive shouts left the fourth team members' brains still processing while their bodies moved instinctively. Takeda Go was stunned by the yelling and reflexively passed the ball to Zhou Tian, who was coming back to receive it. The ball landed at Zhou Tian's feet. In that instant, Zhou Tian, who had been yelling like a mad dog, suddenly closed his mouth. The world seemed to press the mute button. God's Eye Eagle Vision 85 activated. In his vision, the previously chaotic pitch transformed into a clear vector diagram. The third team's defensive formation was very tight, maintaining a good distance between the two lines. However, on the right, due to Tanaka Kenta's forced activation from the earlier shout, the left back of the opposing team momentarily glanced at Tanaka. It was that glance that caused a shift in balance. Zhou Tian did not stop the ball. As he met the rolling ball, his body, although slender, moved gracefully. He did not look to the right, his gaze was even directed to the left. Suck him in. The teachings of Inoue Dado echoed in his mind as his ankle subtly twitched. An outside foot flick. The ball took a strange arc, not flying directly to Tanaka, but landing in an unoccupied area about 5 meters ahead of him. That ball carried a strong temptation. It rolled quickly across the grass, as if beckoning to Tanaka Kenta. Come on. If you sprint with full speed, I can set you up for a onion. If you don't run, then you're an idiot. Tanaka Kenta stared at the ball, a certain instinct within him awakened. Damn, this ball is too wicked. Gritting his teeth, Tanaka erupted with a speed he had never shown before, charging forward like a bull seeing a red flag. The left back of the third team reacted a half beat too late, and by the time he turned to chase back, Tanaka had already good ball. On the sidelines, Inoue Dado clenched his fist tightly. This kid really combined command and guidance. Yelling out the general direction to create chaos, using the ball at his feet to execute precise maneuvers and direct the attack. This is dual command. Tanaka Kenta raced with the ball, instantly reaching the edge of the penalty area. The center back of the third team was forced to cover, cross it, or a back triangle. Tanaka's mind was a bit chaotic. Just then that familiar loud voice boomed again like thunder on the battlefield. Tanaka, don't look at me. Look at the goal. Shoot yourself. Zhou Tian was surrounded by 2 defenders in the center with no chance to receive the ball. But his shout gave Tanaka immense confidence. Let me shoot. Alright, then I'll shoot. Tanaka Kenta no longer hesitated, adjusted his stride, and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang. The kick had great power and was well placed. The ball headed straight for the near corner of the goal. However, smack. A gloved hand deftly deflected the ball out of bounds. The goalkeeper of the third team, a U18 main substitute, reacted swiftly. He palmed the ball away and quickly got up, shouting, defend the corner kick. Don't panic. That last pass was an accident. Tanaka cried out in regret, holding his head. Zhou Tian sighed, yet he did not blame Tanaka. He ran over and gave Tanaka a firm pat on the back. Stop moping around. That shot was great. As long as you dare to run, I will dare to pass. Next time, shoot for the far corner. Zhou Tian encouraged loudly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the field. Did you see that? They are not invincible. We can tear them apart. The morale of the fourth team visibly increased. The initial fear of the third team dissipated significantly after that brilliant attacking play. This kid has something. The Mohawk-headed Takeda Go looked at Zhou Tian's back, his expression changing. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Zhou Tian's decisive, commanding presence earlier did resemble a poor player. In the following 10 minutes the match entered a stalemate. Zhou Tian utilized his level vision, keeping the fourth team's offense organized even while at a physical disadvantage. He was like a slippery loach, always managing to extract the ball before the opposing team could surround him. However, in football, results ultimately speak for themselves. On the sidelines, Kataho Maki sat in the stands, her brow slightly furrowed beneath her sunglasses. Although Zhou Tian is playing well, he overlooks one thing. She looked at the 15-year-old boy on the opposing side who had hardly touched the ball. The true monsters do not need a system. In the 18th minute, the third team intercepted the ball. There were no complicated backward passes. The holding midfielder looked up and sent a long pass straight to the front. The ball crossed half the field, landing right in the center. There the boy who had been drifting outside the match, Kudo Eiichi, finally moved. He faced two tall center backs from the fourth team. 2 against 1. And it was a high aerial ball. Logically, the not-so-tall Kudo Eiichi had no advantage. But at the moment the ball descended, Zhou Tian witnessed a scene that sent shivers down his spine. System red alert. S-level ball control skill detected. Kudo Eiichi did not jump to contest the header. Instead, in the gap between the two defenders, he lightly cushioned the ball. Then before the ball even hit the ground, he flicked it with the back of his right foot. This movement was incredibly light, as if he were dancing the waltz. The ball obediently sailed over one defender's head, while Kudo Eiichi himself shot forward like lightning, using his explosive power to glide past the defender who had not yet reacted. He controlled the ball and maneuvered past. What? The defender could only see a blur before the boy vanished. Stay on him. Hurry, tackle. Zhou Tian yelled desperately from behind, his voice cracking. There was no need for his reminder. Another defender from the fourth team had already lunged in fiercely. This was aiming to take him down. Even if it meant getting a card outside the penalty area, they had to bring him down. Faced with this dangerous flying tackle, Kudo Eiichi did not slow down, not even a flicker of emotion on his face. Too slow. He simply tapped the ball forward another half-meter with his toe. Then he leaped like an antelope, soaring over the flying defender. He landed. The front field was wide open. Only the goalkeeper remained. Monster. Tanaka Kenta watched this scene from behind, murmuring to himself. Is this really the U16 national representative? Is this what it means to be crushed by talent? That series of movements was seamless without any excess. Every confrontation and evasion seemed to exist solely for this moment. Kudo Eiichi carried the ball facing the advancing goalkeeper. He made no feints, no pendulum dribbles, no flashy moves. He simply adjusted his stance and then swung his leg. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. This noise was far louder than Tanaka's previous kick, even carrying a tearing air explosion. The ball shot like a heavy artillery shell, spinning almost not at all, directly blasting towards the top corner of the goal. The goalkeeper didn't even raise his hands, because the ball was too fast. Whoosh! The net shook violently, emitting a pained groan. The ball continued to spin rapidly within the net, creating a trail of white smoke. Though exaggerated, it created an intense visual effect. 0-1. The entire stadium fell silent. Even the teammates of the third team were caught off guard. From receiving the ball to flicking it over a defender to jumping to evade the tackle to the final explosive shot. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. A feeling called despair instantly enveloped the hearts of everyone. How do we play this? That guy is completely unstoppable. It's not even on the same level. Takeda Go hung his head. Just moments ago he was happy about the improvement in their offense, but now he felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. After scoring, Kudo Eiichi did not celebrate wildly. He simply stood there, fixing his tousled hair blown by the wind, his gaze calm, as if he were strolling in his backyard. As if scoring such a goal was as simple for him as drinking water. This was the arrogance of a king. Silent arrogance. Zhou Tian stood near the center circle, watching that silhouette, watching the still trembling net. System analysis. Kudo Eiichi. Comprehensive evaluation rises to a. That last shot had power S, speed S. Current probability of victory for the host 0.01. Damn it. Zhou Tian clenched his fists. Is this the gap? Is this the view from the top of the professional youth? His teammates stood frozen like a group of stunned quails. Nobody went to retrieve the ball, no one spoke, and some even started looking at their watches, hoping the match would end soon. In this suffocating silence, a figure suddenly dashed into the goal. It was Zhou Tian. He rushed into the net, scooped up the still rolling ball, hugged it to his chest, and then turned to sprint back to the center circle. As he passed by the dazed teammates, he slammed the ball down, of course on the grass, so it bounced back up for him to catch. What are you all doing standing there? This shout, filled with extreme anger and unwillingness, was even louder than at the beginning. Are you watching a show? Did you buy a ticket? Zhou Tian pointed at each dejected teammate, spitting words. Don't you know he is a U16 national representative? Don't you know he is one of the strongest forwards in all of Japan? Since you know he is a monster, what's there to be surprised about? What's there to despair about? Are you hoping to keep a clean sheet against him? Stop dreaming. Zhou Tian pressed the ball hard onto the center circle's kickoff spot, his dark eyes burning with fierce fire, as if to pierce through the despondent atmosphere. Let him score his divine goals, we will play our game. It's just one goal. We're not dead yet. Tanaka, didn't you almost score just now? Then do it again. Takeda, where's the ferocity you usually have? Are you scared after being beaten once? Prepare for a counterattack. This outburst, though crude and illogical, acknowledging the opponent's strength, yet still wanting to counter, shattered the frozen ice in everyone's hearts. Indeed, they are geniuses. Scoring is normal. We are like mud. Losing is also normal. Since the worst outcome has already happened, why fear anything? Damn it. Takeda Go cursed, slapping his own cheek, hard, getting schooled by a newcomer. It's really frustrating. Go. Fight back. Tanaka Kenta yelled loudly. The eyes of the fourth team changed. Even if they were to die, they would take a piece of flesh from the opponent. At this moment, Kudo Eiichi, who was preparing to walk back, heard the commotion behind him. He stopped and slowly turned around. The eyes that had previously disregarded everything now seriously focused on the Chinese boy shouting in the center circle. That boy was slender, drenched in sweat, his face slightly contorted with excitement. Yet in him, Kudo Eiichi felt a long-lost sensation. It was something he rarely saw in his elite teammates of the same, a kind of vitality like a wild grass that could not be trampled down no matter how hard one tried. Heh. Kudo Eiichi's lips curled slightly, revealing his first genuine smile of the day. It was not mockery, but rather a thrill akin to a hunter spotting an intriguing prey. He looked at Zhou Tian and softly said, "It seems this match is going to be interesting." Tuesday, 4:00 p.m. FC Tokyo training ground. In the stands, the sun was glaring. Kitaho Maki, wearing oversized sunglasses that covered half of her face, held a drink bottle leaning slightly forward. On the sidelines, the boy who had just roared like a madman at the center circle, even slamming the ball onto the ground, was now panting heavily, his eyes fierce like a wolf cub forced into a corner. If an ordinary girl saw this scene, she would probably be scared or think the boy was rude. But Kitaho Maki watched the scene, her lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile, revealing an expression of indulgence that even she didn't notice, though she would never admit it. Even after conceding a goal, he's still so spirited. She murmured softly, her tone carrying 3 parts disdain and 7 parts amusement. What a baka fool. Only she knew how much stubbornness was hidden deep within Zhou Tian, who usually appeared somewhat scholarly and would shamelessly borrow notes for exam results. He could lose, but he would never accept fate. On the sidelines, the coach's bench. Compared to the youthful sentiments in the stands, the atmosphere on the coach's bench was much deeper and more professional. Inoue Daichi looked at the fourth team's revival on the field, his expression somewhat complex. That unreasonable goal by Kudo Eiichi just now was enough to destroy any temporarily assembled team's confidence, but Zhou Tian's shout had forcefully reignited that spirit. Daichi. Coach Ono, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He held a tactical board, his gaze not on the gifted players of the third team, but fixed firmly on Zhou Tian, who was directing his teammates' positions. Do you know why, despite having the most comprehensive youth training system in Japan, we still insist on holding open trials every year to recruit wild talents like Zhou Tian? Inoue Daichi hesitated for a moment and turned to look at his mentor, who had guided him for many years. Is it to find hidden gems, or to replenish our talent pool? Not entirely. Coach Ono shook his head, his tone becoming somewhat profound. FC Tokyo's youth training is like a precise assembly line. We raise these kids from a young age, teaching them the most standard ball control, the most reasonable positioning, and the most advanced tactics. He pointed to the players of the third team across the field. Look at them. Skilled with good teamwork, knowing when to pass and when to shoot. They are very aware of their abilities, and they are like carefully pruned potted plants in a greenhouse. If they encounter someone weaker, they can consistently dominate. But if they face a tree like Kudo Eiichi with overwhelming talent, they will subconsciously feel they cannot win and will. Coach Ono's finger then pointed at Zhou Tian. But this wild talent is different. They haven't undergone systematic training. They do not understand what a reasonable gap means. In their world, there are only the most primal survival rules. Win. They may have weak foundational skills with 5-meter ball control and low tactical awareness. But Coach Ono's lips curled into an appreciative arc. They find it harder to accept failure than those who have received elite training from a young age. This kind of reckless ignorance of the heights, and this anger of "why should I lose" to you, cannot be produced on an assembly line. This is a flaw that can lead to recklessness and loss of control. But it is also a strength. Only a madman dares to wield a knife in desperate circumstances. Listening to these words, Inoue Daichi looked at Zhou Tian, who was shouting at his teammates on the field, deep in thought. So he's that catfish. No, Coach Ono laughed. He might be a piranha. On the field, the match continued. The score of 0-1 was displayed on the scoreboard. The third team's offensive was still fierce, but the fourth team's momentum had changed. Under Zhou Tian's shouts, everyone seemed to regain that fierce determination of those without shoes are not afraid of those with shoes. Get tight. Don't let him turn. Foul. Will it be a tactical foul? Pull his shirt. Zhou Tian commanded like a traffic cop in midfield. Although he couldn't run fast, he used his voice and gestures to fill the defensive gaps. In the 25th minute, opportunity arose. The third team's midfield, underestimating their opponents, played with fire in their own half, attempting to outmaneuver Tanaka Kenta with flashy moves. This time Tanaka truly gave it his all, directly blocking the opponent's pass with his face. Bang! The ball bounced out, landing perfectly at Zhou Tian's feet. Counterattack. At this moment, the third team's formation pushed forward aggressively, leaving only 2 center backs in the backline. Meanwhile, on the fourth team, aside from Zhou Tian, there was only the recently risen Tanaka and the left winger Takeda desperately pushing forward. 3 against 2. Quick. Run. Zhou Tian advanced with the ball, but he was too slow. Speed 61. Even if he exerted all his strength, the opposing defenders surged back like a tidal wave. Seeing the counterattack opportunity about to turn into a siege. Don't stop. If you stop, it's gone. Zhou Tian's mind raced. God's Eye Eagle Vision 85, activated to the extreme. His pupils constricted sharply, and the world before his eyes stretched into lines. He saw Tanaka Kinta running diagonally to the right front trying to create space, but an opposing defender had already closed in. If he passed the ball directly, Tanaka wouldn't be able to control it. Meanwhile, Takeda on the left was also tightly marked. Is there no way? No, there was still a way. A gap only visible to the eagle. That was the mere half-meter misalignment between Tanaka Kinta and the opposing defender. Moreover, that space was dynamic. The ball and the man must reach that point simultaneously in 0.5 seconds. Embedding. Zhou Tian did not slow down. He suddenly changed his pace mid-run. This was not the reverse backspin through pass that he had yet to master, as that type of ball was too slow. This time he chose an outside foot pass. Just like what Modric was best at. Get over here. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, striking the ball's lower middle with the outside of his right foot. Bang! With this kick he used all his strength, even twisting in midair and falling to the ground. But the ball flew out. It spun with a strong outward rotation like a curved sword, bypassing the defensive midfielder, returning to the center and skimming the grass, tracing a remarkably stylish arc. It evaded the outstretched foot of the defending player, who tried to intercept. Accurately, almost as if calculated, it appeared on Tanaka Kinta's running path. And it was on the inside. This meant Tanaka didn't need to slow down, adjust, or even protect the ball, because the ball had already blocked the defender behind him. Wow. Tanaka Kinta looked at the ball rolling to his feet, goosebumps rising all over his body. This pass, comfortable enough that if he didn't score he would be struck by lightning. Tanaka erupted in a roar, facing the advancing goalkeeper. He didn't think, instinctively taking a shot. This is what is called overlevel performance. Under the guidance of a perfect pass, even an ordinary player can deliver a swish. The ball hit the net. Dead corner. 1-1. It's in. We equalized. Tanaka Kinta went wild, tearing off his jersey, running half the field, and then diving onto Zhou Tian, who had just gotten up, rubbing him furiously into the grass. Sunday, you're a god. That pass was incredible. Awesome. We actually equalized against the third team. The fourth team's players piled onto Zhou Tian like a stack of pancakes. Zhou Tian at the very bottom felt as if his ribs might break, and although his face was covered in grass and sweat, he smiled brighter than anyone else. There really is a chance. Zhou Tian shouted in his heart. As long as we hold on. As long as we steal another one. There really is a chance. Zhou Tian shouted in his heart. As long as we hold on. As long as we steal another one. My attribute points are within reach. However, in this world there is something called absolute strength. And there is also something called a provoked lion. Just as the fourth team was celebrating madly. At the center circle, Kudo Eiichi, who remained expressionless after the equalizer, lightly stepped on the ball. He looked at Zhou Tian, who was surrounded by cheers not far away, his gaze slightly cold. Interesting. Kudo Eiichi said softly. That outside foot pass just now. The vision was indeed excellent. At that moment you saw that line. But he lifted his head, looking at his teammates. The originally indifferent players of the third team all had ashen faces at this moment. Being equalized by a group of substitutes was a great humiliation for them. Since you all want to play so badly. Kudo Eiichi's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then don't blame me for being beep. The match restarted. The upcoming match turned from a blood-pumping inspirational film into a horror disaster film for Zhou Tian and the fourth team. In the 35th minute, Kudo Eiichi received the ball in the front field. This time there were no flashy tricks. He simply used a shoulder drop to change direction. Speed S. He exploded instantly. The defender Takeda only felt a flash before his eyes. He didn't even have the chance to foul by tugging his shirt before he was gone. Kudo charged into the penalty area calmly, pushing the ball into the far corner against the goalkeeper. 1-2. In the 50th minute, the third team coordinated in the front with Kudo Eiichi receiving the ball with his back. Two defenders closed in on him. But he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, flicking the ball with his heel to a teammate making a run. The teammate's shot was parried and Kudo Eiichi ghosted in to score on the rebound. 1-3. In the 75th minute, Zhou Tian's stamina was already depleted. He was still desperately running in midfield, trying to organize an attack. But the third team's defensive intensity had risen. As soon as Zhou Tian received the ball, even at the moment of receiving, two muscular men would immediately close in. Don't let him turn. Hit him. Bang. Zhou Tian was knocked down again. This time the referee did not blow the whistle. Counterattack. It was Kudo Eiichi again. He received the ball near the center circle, glanced at the fourth team's empty defense, and directly took a shot. The ball traced a line of despair, falling into the net. 1-4. A hat trick. In the 88th minute, another forward from the third team scored. 1-5. This was that earlier equalizing goal seemed only to have ignited the fuse for these monsters. Beep, beep. The final whistle finally blew. For the fourth team's players, this was the most beautiful music in the world. They were finally... The score settled at 1-5. On the field, the fourth team's players lay scattered in all directions. They had tried their best. They really had. But the chasm of strength cannot be filled with mere passion. Zhou Tian lay on the ground in a big shape near the center circle, his chest heaving violently, his throat making sounds like a bellows. Sweat stung his eyes, causing sharp pain. Damn it. Zhou Tian slammed his hand down on the grass. There was no feeling of honor in defeat. Nor was there the nonchalance of I tried my best, so I have no regrets. At this moment what filled his mind was only that cold system panel. Match ended. Score 1-5. Result defeat. Free attribute points gain 0. Additional rewards 0. Another 90 minutes wasted. My stamina. My sweat. My Wagyu reserves. If I had played street soccer for those 90 minutes, even if I made the elementary school's goalkeeper cry, I could have gotten 1 point. 0 points. Do you know what this means for a leveling fanatic? It means I not only didn't get stronger today, but also lost durability on my equipment physical fatigue. That feeling of losing 1 billion made Zhou Tian's facial expression twist immensely. He gripped the grass tightly, even pulling out a handful of it wishing he could chew it. This scene seen by those around him was interpreted differently. Tanaka Kenta limped over looking at Zhou Tian's suffering expression, his eyes moistening. Sunday. Tanaka said moved. It was just a friendly match, clearly the opponent was a strong third team, and we even scored a goal. Yet he still feels so unwilling. Even after losing 1-5 he still believes he could win. Is this the mindset of a strong person? Takeda also approached looking at Zhou Tian and silently giving him a thumbs up. This guy could play professionally. His determination is terrifying. I want to give up, yet he is still regretting. If Zhou Tian knew what they were thinking, he would surely jump up and shout, "You crazy people, I'm regretting my attribute points. You guys don't understand a thing." Just then a hand extended in front of Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian struggled to open his eyes against the light of the sunset. He saw a face that, although sweaty, still looked refreshing. Kudo Eiichi. This genius boy who had just completed a hat trick and pierced through the fourth team's defense stood before him looking down at him. "Hey Sunday, right?" Kudo Eiichi's voice was calm, devoid of mockery or arrogance, instead carrying a hint of. Zhou Tian irritably brushed his hand away, struggling to sit up. "What is it? Here to flaunt your hat trick. You 16. A hat trick is nothing special." Kudo Eiichi shrugged as if it was just picking up 3 pieces of trash. "I wanted to tell you." He pointed to the spot where Zhou Tian had just assisted. "That outside foot pass just now was very interesting. At that moment, only you noticed that gap. Even I didn't expect you. Your skills are poor and your physique is even worse. In an unknown situation, I could get past you 100 times. But your vision and that strange guiding pass made me feel a bit threatened. Get promoted soon." Kudo Eiichi stood up, brushing off the grass from his pants, and turned to leave. "They'll be waiting for you. At that time I won't mind letting you experience another 1-5. But next time I hope your teammates can keep up with your thinking. Otherwise it would be too boring." After saying that, he waved his hand in a stylish manner, leaving behind an extremely pretentious silhouette. Zhou Tian watched that figure, his mouth twitching a couple of times. Damn, this guy really knows how to show off. Although he was cursing, Zhou Tian's heart raced uncontrollably. Being recognized by the U16 national representative. What is this? An invitation letter from the boss. Get promoted soon. Zhou Tian clenched his fists, watching the already gray-free attribute points 0. No need for you to wait. For the sake of attribute points, I will climb up. By the edge of the stands, Kataho Maki had already packed her things and was waiting for him by the railing. Seeing Zhou Tian approach with a face full of suffering, she took off her sunglasses, revealing her pretty eyes. "You 1-5. Maki ruthlessly added salt to the wound. "Shut up." Zhou Tian took the water from her hand, gulping down half a bottle. "That was a tactical retreat. And I assisted one." Yes, that outside foot pass was indeed pretty cool." Maki rarely complimented him. "But did you see the gap?" "I saw it." Zhou Tian wiped his mouth, his gaze becoming serious. "That Kudo Eiichi is indeed a monster, but he isn't invincible." Zhou Tian recalled the details of the match. "Although he scored 3 goals, there were a few times when I anticipated his running routes when I didn't have the ball. It's just that my physical condition couldn't keep up and I couldn't intercept." Enough with the if. Kataho Maki interrupted his analysis, taking out a new menu card from her bag. "Since you see the gap, let's train. Tonight we're going to show Wadi-I, and he'll have the boss change the menu." "What will it change to?" Zhou Tian asked expectantly. "Still the large pork cutlet rice." "No." Kataho Maki revealed a devilish smile. "It's been changed to a high-protein muscle gain, set boiled chicken breast, no salt broccoli puree brown rice, plus 2 cups of horrifically tasting protein powder." "Oh, why are you torturing me?" Zhou Tian screamed. "Because your body is too weak. You just got knocked down with 1 hit, how embarrassing." Kataho Maki poked his chest. "If you want to win against that monster, you need to build your ribs into steel first. Don't want to eat? Then don't expect me to cheer for you later. Ill eat." Under the sunset, the boy and girl bickered as they exited the stadium. Although they lost the match, although there were no points, and although they were about to face a hellish diet, Zhou Tian's steps were not, because he knew that although the road ahead would be difficult, the direction was already clear. That monster named Kudo Eiichi had already set a benchmark ahead. And he, Zhou Tian, loved nothing more than to break that benchmark. Just wait, third team. When we meet next time, it won't be Wednesday the whole day. A tedious day known as accumulation. Since that disastrous defeat to Team 3 on Tuesday, Zhou Tian's life seemed to have entered a monk-like mode. During the day at school, he was being watched by Kataho Maki as he memorized vocabulary and calculated trigonometric functions. If he fell asleep, he would get his foot stepped on by high heels. In the afternoon at the training ground, he was being monitored by Inoue Daichi as he practiced the basics and ran laps. If he slacked off, he would be scolded as soft-shelled shrimp. In the evening at Showa Pavilion, facing a plate of pale, unappetizing boiled chicken breast and broccoli puree, if he dared to sneak a bite of fried pork cutlet, Maki would confiscate his bowl. "I'm going to die." On Wednesday evening, Zhou Tian lay on the table at Showa Pavilion like a salted fish without dreams, chewing on a piece of chicken breast that felt like chewing wax. "My sense of taste is leaving home." Zhou Tian looked sadly at Kataho Maki across from him, who was elegantly enjoying her tempura rice bowl. "Why can you eat fried shrimp?" "Because I'm not a professional player." Kataho Maki replied confidently, taking a bite of the crispy shrimp tail, producing a tempting crunch. And I'm working hard to supervise you, don't I need to replenish my energy? Demon. You are definitely a demon. Zhou Tian swallowed the chicken with tears in his eyes. Less nonsense. Kataho Maki pointed to his arm. Just look at yourself. Oh, after only 2 days, hasn't your muscle pump improved compared to before? You don't want to experience that feeling of being knocked away again, right? Zhou Tian touched his bicep. Indeed, although the taste was terrible, this high-protein, low-fat diet, combined with intense exercise, had immediate effects. The greasiness in my body has disappeared, replaced by a refreshing sense of power. Fine. Zhou Tian sighed, his gaze sharpening. As long as I can get stronger, I'll accept eating shit. Don't say such disgusting things while eating. Thursday, 1500. FC Tokyo Youth Training. For Zhou Tian, today was the most anticipated day of the week aside from Sunday. Because as per tradition, Thursday was the day for internal exchange matches between the teams. And today's opponent was the U18 fifth team, which he had left less than 3 days ago. That same old team, often referred to as the Rehabilitation Center and Kindergarten. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. As Zhou Tian stood on the field wearing the dark blue jersey of the fourth team, a group of familiar faces approached from the opposite side. That lanky otaku defender. And that bearded Inoue Daichi, who was now a part-time coach, though today, he wasn't playing and was just there to blow the whistle. Yo, Sunday. The chubby goalkeeper waved from afar with a hearty smile. Long time no see. I heard you've been doing well in Team 4. Take it easy on us today. Yeah, we're all old teammates just kicking around for a sweat. The otaku defender chuckled. After all, we can't win against Team 4. The atmosphere of the fifth team was as relaxed and health-conscious as ever. For them, this was just a routine slaughter. As long as they didn't lose too badly, it was fine. Zhou Tian looked at these former teammates, a radiant smile breaking across his face. Don't worry, everyone. Zhou Tian flashed a bright smile, looking harmless. I'll be sure to entertain you all well. However, Kenji Tanaka, standing beside him, shivered at Zhou Tian's smile. He was too familiar with that expression. Whenever Zhou Tian wanted to stir things up or was extremely eager to win to score points, he would display this smile reminiscent of a wolf seeing Little Red Riding Hood. Hey, Sunday. Kenji Tanaka cautiously reminded him, even though it's a match, this is still Team 5. Our old brother. Zhou Tian turned his head, the warmth in his eyes disappearing, instantly replaced by two flames named Thirst. Brothers. On the field, as long as we wear different colored jerseys, even if my own father is on the opposite side, I'll still go past him. And besides, Zhou Tian glanced at the glaring 0 points on the system panel. I haven't scored a single point and my big knife is already eager to go. Beep. With Inoue Daichi's whistle, the match began. The fifth, they leisurely passed the ball around in their half, preparing to get accustomed to the rhythm. However, as soon as the ball reached the otaku defender's feet, a deep blue lightning bolt suddenly charged from the front. I want to play health ball too, but the system won't allow it. Zhou Tian completely skipped the testing phase and immediately activated full press mode. He lunged at the otaku defender like a mad dog. What the hell? Sunday, what are you doing? The otaku defender was startled and in panic tried to pass the ball back to the goalkeeper. But Zhou Tian anticipated his move. God's Eye Eagle Vision 85 instantly locked onto the passing line. Zhou Tian executed a slide tackle. Yes, within 10 seconds of the start, he slid into the field, directly intercepting the ball on the passing line. He got up, took the ball, and faced the terrified chubby goalkeeper. Sorry, chubby. Zhou Tian calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. 1-0. Just 15 seconds after scoring, Zhou Tian didn't celebrate, but immediately rushed into the goal to retrieve the ball, then ran towards the center circle while shouting, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. Kickoff. Time is money." The members of the fifth team were stunned. Hey, is this guy serious? It's only been 15 seconds. Is it necessary? 10th minute. Free kick for Team 4. Zhou Tian took the free kick. Although his kicking skill was average, the goalkeeper of Team 5 was even worse. Zhou Tian observed the wall consisting of 3 sparse players and then looked at the chubby goalkeeper positioned to the left. Vision tells me the lower right corner is a big pit. Zhou Tian took a rune up and kicked. This time he used a straightforward foot arc shot instead of any fancy moves, executing a ground ball. The ball passed through the chubby goalkeeper's legs because he jumped up. By the time the chubby goalkeeper landed, it was too late to make a 2-0. Sunday, you've gone too far. You actually shot between my legs, protested a former teammate. Zhou Tian ignored him once again, rushing into the goal to retrieve the ball, hugging it as he ran back to the center circle. Hurry, again. I want to see if you still have the stamina. 35th minute. The score had changed to 3-0. Team 5 was already bewildered. There was already a gap in strength, and with Zhou Tian, a traitor who seemed to be on steroids, rampaging through the midfield, intercepting, stealing, and making through balls. The players of Team 5 just wanted to end this torment as soon as possible. During a dead ball opportunity, Zhou Tian intercepted the ball in the midfield and delivered a slick back heel through ball, assisting Kenji Tanaka in scoring. 4-0. The ball went in. The chubby goalkeeper of Team 5 was exhausted, slumped on the ground, panting heavily, waving his hand to indicate he didn't want to move anymore. However, just then, a figure dashed into the goal. It was Zhou Tian. He skillfully bent down, picked up the ball, cradled it in his arms, and turned to run back. Enough already. Finally, the chubby goalkeeper snapped. He sprang up from the ground and shouted at Zhou Tian. You bet. It's already 4-0. 4-0. This is just a friendly match. It's a practice match. Why do you always act like you're playing in the World Cup final when retrieving the ball from our goal? Can't you leave us some dignity? Other players from Team 5 also gathered around looking aggrieved. Yes, Sunday. You can't take out your frustrations on us, just because Team 3 bullied you. That last tackle almost broke my shin guard. We're brothers who shared the same pot of Odin. You heartless point collector. Facing the collective condemnation, Zhou Tian stood in the penalty area cradling the ball, showing no signs of guilt, but rather an expression of righteous indignation. He wiped the sweat from his face and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a strict principal. What do you understand? Lions use all their strength to catch rabbits. If I hold back, it's disrespectful to you. It's precisely because I consider you brothers that I must go all out to crush you, making you aware of the brutality of professional football. Only pain can make you grow. Zhou Tian shamelessly justified his point-patting behavior. Get lost. Excuses. Just excuses. I see you just want to show off the muscles you built in Team 4. Zhou Tian had changed. The guy who could barely run 2 steps without gasping, who stopped the ball 5 meters away, had now become a monster capable of dominating the midfield. That thirst for victory was something these health-conscious players simply did not possess. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. The score was fixed at 6-0. An inhumane massacre. Zhou Tian contentedly listened to the delightful notification sound in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on winning. Opponent U18 team loadier. Reward 1 free attribute point. Although bullying lower-tier teams is shameful, it is indeed useful. Phew. Zhou Tian sighed, feeling all his points. Finally, that damn 0 turned into 1. He couldn't wait to open the panel. Attribute points. Of course, he would continue to add to his vision. Adding to vision. Vision 85-86. The moment the attribute point was added, it didn't feel as intensely pleasant as breaking through this level threshold from 84 to 85, like electric currents through the brain. It only felt like the fog in his mind had thinned slightly. Zhou Tian blinked and looked at the distant leaves. The clarity didn't seem to have changed much. It just felt that his judgment of intent regarding objects moving seemed to have slightly quickened by 0.01 seconds. It seems that after reaching this level, every point of improvement becomes less noticeable. Zhou Tian stroked his chin. It was like in the late game of an RPG leveling up from 99 to 100, where the numerical gains no longer represent a qualitative change, but rather the pursuit of ultimate perfection. But even the legs of a mosquito are meat. If I keep adding, one day I'll see God's underwear. On No God script. On the sidelines in the stands. Kataho Maki wasn't wearing sunglasses today, as she held a vocabulary book in her hands, seemingly memorizing words, but her gaze hadn't left the field. Seeing Zhou Tian still smiling foolishly and gesturing after the match ended, she shook her head, helplessly closed her book, and walked down. Hey, butcher. Kataho Maki approached Zhou Tian, handing him a towel. Huh. Zhou Tian took the towel to wipe his. Call me midfield master. You scored 6 goals against a bunch of weaklings from Team 5, and always rushed to retrieve them. Kataho Maki looked at him disdainfully. Even that chubby goalkeeper was complaining as he passed by, saying you're a heartless. She looked at Zhou Tian somewhat confused, even a bit embarrassed. After all, as his supervisor self-appointed, seeing Zhou Tian bully others made it hard for her to hold her composure. Zhou Tian. Maki looked seriously into his eyes. Why do you give your all in every match? Even when victory is assured and the opponent doesn't want to play anymore, why do you still exhaust yourself like a dog to fight for? This question had been lingering in her heart. From the first time she saw him play on the muddy field to later going for trials, and now to witnessing his dominance. This guy seemed to have no idea what holding back meant. Zhou Tian paused for a moment. He stopped wiping his sweat and hung the towel around his neck. The sunset cast its glow on his face, outlining a youthful profile that was still slightly naive, yet already sharply defined. Why? Because of the system. Because of attribute points. Indeed, that was the most direct reason. But when he truly stood on the field, when he heard the sound of his shoes rubbing against the grass, when he saw the ball rolling into the net, that kind of thrill wasn't just about the jump in numbers. Zhou Tian pondered, then turned to look at Kataho Maki. His eyes were clear, even carrying a hint of innocent confusion. What else could there be? These 3 words were light and airy. In a football match, aside from winning, is there any other? If I'm on the field not to crush the opponent, not to pursue that ultimate score, then why am I wearing these shoes? Why am I eating that disgusting chicken breast? For me, as long as the whistle hasn't blown, the match isn't over. Even if it's 1-0, I still want to score the 11th. This is my etiquette towards football. After saying that, Zhou Tian flashed a smile, revealing a set of bright, white teeth looking silly, yet pure enough to make one not dare to look directly. Kataho Maki was taken aback. What else could there be? She chewed on those words in her mouth. There were no grand declarations, no empty talk about dreams. Just the simplest instinct. This was merely a friendly match that Team 5 considered inconsequential. But for Zhou Tian, this was a unique 90 minutes in his life. Looking at the boy before her, drenched in sweat, smiling like a fool, yet hiding starlight in his eyes, Kataho Maki suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. That kind of pure nor treat dedication was truly dazzling. You idiot. After a long time, Kataho Maki turned her head away, hiding the slight blush that had risen on her cheeks. You say it so beautifully, but isn't it just to satisfy your sadistic desires? He say whatever you want. Zhou Tian stretched lazily. Let's go. I won the match today, and I consumed a lot. Can I apply for an extra egg tonight? Extra egg. Kataho Maki returned to her cold, merciless supervisor mode. Tonight, it's still chicken breast. However, she paused, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Considering that you met the running distance requirement today, I'll allow you to dip a little in soy sauce. Just a little. Long live. Maki long live. Zhou Tian cheered as if he had gained the whole world. Under the sunset, the two shadows gradually faded away. By the way, isn't next week when we start preparing for the T-League roster selection? Yeah, I heard that Team 4 and Team 3 will be mixed for the assessment. Then you'd better be careful that Kudo Eiichi will definitely cause you trouble. I'm looking forward to it. This time I want him to know that my eagle eye has been upgraded. Monday 1000 a.m. Sakuraji High School. The sky over Tokyo is as blue as a huge pane of glass just polished. Zhou Tian sat in the classroom twirling a pen in his hand. Although his gaze was fixed on the blackboard, his mind had already flown far away. To be precise, it had flown to the upcoming FC Tokyo U18 T-League selection training. The T-League, officially known as the Emperor's Cup JFA U18 Football League Tokyo Metropolitan Area League. It sounds long and impressive, and in reality, it is indeed very impressive. This is the essential pathway in Japan's youth football pyramid system towards the highest tiers, the Prince League and Super League. For FC Tokyo's youth training, the U18 first team, the professional reserve team, competes in the higher tier Prince League, while the T-League's tasks usually fall to the U18 second team B team or a mixed selection team from the third and fourth teams. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You're about to drool. A familiar voice interrupted him. Kataho Maki was propping her chin with one hand and pushing a math book filled with notes towards him with the other. I'm not drooling. I am contemplating tactics, Zhou Tian said seriously after wiping the corner of his mouth, which was indeed a bit wet. Tactics? Kataho Maki raised an eyebrow. You mean how to cling to that Kudo Eiichi's thigh? Who's clinging to his thigh? Zhou Tian exploded in response. It's he who wants to cling to mine. Without my passing, he's just a headless fly that runs fast. Yes, the midfield master. Kataho Maki nodded dismissively, but I heard that this selection is mainly focused on the third team, but due to strict age restrictions in the T-League, must be under 18 along with some second team members being called up for higher level matches. So you guys from the fourth team, these new potential stocks, also have a chance to be selected for the main roster. She paused, her expression becoming serious. Zhou Tian, this is an opportunity. T-League is an official league with points rankings and even television broadcasts, albeit local channels. If you can appear there, even if it's just for a minute, Zhou Tian interjected, his eyes shining brighter than the sun outside, it would be a tremendous growth for me. Not just experience, but the damn system's evaluations. System, notice the T-League is classified as a regional official league. Victory reward prediction 2 free attribute points and possibly special skill fragments. 2 points. Winning 1 match is equivalent to winning 2 matches against weaker teams. Who could resist such temptation? Therefore, Zhou Tian clenched his fists in this training. I not only want to make the main roster, but I also want to grab a starting position. Then you better pray that your body doesn't fall apart on the first day of training, Kataho Maki said coolly, casually confiscating his pen. Now solve this derivative problem for me. If you can't solve it, you won't get to eat meat at noon. Demon, give me back my pen. 3:30 p.m. FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Park. The atmosphere at today's training ground was entirely different. Gone were the clear boundaries between the third and fourth teams. All players selected for the T-League selection gathered on the main pitch, about 30 of them. Among them were the regular army of the third team, who looked down on everyone, and the ragtag army consisting of Zhou Tian and Tanaka Kenta, who had just climbed up from the fourth team. A subtle smell of gunpowder filled the air. After all, there were only 18 spots on the main roster and 11 starting positions. This meant that half of the people present would end up as cheerleaders. Gather. A whistle blew. Inoue Daichi stood at the front of the line in a brand new head coach uniform, holding a folder. His aura was even stronger than before, and the pressure from the former national team player made everyone straighten their backs. I won't waste words on trivial matters. Inoue Daichi's gaze swept over everyone. The T-League starts next week. Our goal is singular: promotion to a higher level league. For this goal, I will not consider your background or qualifications. I will only look at strength and condition. Now distributing temporary training vests. Although these are not the final jersey numbers, they represent the coaching staff's current evaluation of your rankings. The entire field held its breath. This distribution of numbers often indicates who are the starters and who are the substitutes. Number 1, goalkeeper. Number 2. As the numbers were called one by one, the players from the third team occupied the vast majority of the smaller starter numbers. Number 10. Inoue Daichi paused for a moment, his gaze landing on a not-so-tall boy in the team who wore a comic. Kudo Eiichi. No one was surprised. As a U16 national representative and the absolute core of the third team, Kudo Eiichi took the symbolic number 10 jersey, and no one dared to voice a complaint. Kudo stepped forward, took the bright red number 10 vest, and casually put it on. The red color looked particularly striking on him, as if declaring to everyone, this is my territory. Number 11. Inoue Daichi's voice rang out again. Everyone thought it would be the starting winger from the third team. However, Inoue Daichi's gaze passed over the crowd of the third team and landed further back. Zhou Tian Sunday. Boom. A stir erupted in the crowd. What? That newbie who just came up from the fourth team. Number 11. That's the number for a starting winger or shadow striker. Are you kidding? Giving it to someone who has only played for a week. The third team players showed dissatisfaction, while Takeda Go and Tanaka Kenta from the fourth team opened their mouths and shocked their expressions, saying, "Whoa, brother, you've taken off." Zhou Tian was momentarily stunned. Number 11. He thought he would at most get number 18 or 20. What are you still dazed for? Don't you want it? Inoue Daichi waved the vest in his hand. I want it. Of course I want it. Zhou Tian sprang forward like a rabbit and snatched the vest. Number 11. This is not just a number, it's a vote of confidence from the coaching staff, mainly from Uncle Inoue. It's also a treasured sword given to him. Zhou Tian put on the vest and felt a surge of heat throughout his body. He turned his head and met Kudo Aiki's gaze, who was wearing number 10 next to him. Two numbers, 10 and 11. On the football field, these two numbers usually represent the dual core of the offense. Kudo Aichi scrutinized Zhou Tian, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Number 11, huh? Kudo Aichi said, hands in his pockets, though it looked a bit odd wearing a jersey with hands in pockets. He pulled it off with style in a tone only the two could hear. Looks like the coach has high hopes for you. Naturally, Zhou Tian puffed out his chest, unwilling to lose face. However, Kudo Aichi's tone shifted, his gaze sharp. Don't think wearing number 11 means you're a starter. If your passing is still like that day, either too slow or wildly off. He pointed a finger at Zhou Tian's chest number. Pass well Sunday. Don't waste my runs. This statement was filled with the arrogance of, I'm the boss, you need to serve me well. Zhou Tian's forehead twitched. This guy is really asking for a beating. Hey, you 16 representative. Zhou Tian swatted his hand away, leaned closer to his face, and with defiant black eyes burning with unyielding fire, said, you better understand the situation. I'm in midfield, you're a forward. The ball is under my control. I'm the commander. I'm the brain. You're just the gun responsible for executing my tactical intent. Don't act like just because you have a higher status you're the boss of the team. Zhou Tian retorted, if you don't make the right runs, I won't pass to you. I'll shoot myself. The distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters, and their gazes sparked with fierce intensity in the air. The surrounding teammates looked on in astonishment. They hadn't even started practice yet, and the midfield core and the forward ace were already at each other's throats. Heh. Kudo Aichi didn't get angry, but instead laughed. Commander. Interesting. He took a step back to stretch his ankle. Then let me see if you, this commander, can keep up with my speed. 4:00 p.m. Joint practice begins. Inoue Daichi's training plan remained the same high intensity. Especially for Zhou Tian, this was nothing short of hell. Because he was assigned to the same group as Kudo Aichi, practicing offensive coordination in pairs. This seemed like a favor, but was actually torture. Kudo Aichi's speed was too fast. Speed S, explosiveness S. These two level attributes combined meant that the moment he started, he could leave defending players behind by 2 meters. As the passer, Zhou Tian had to pass the ball the moment Kudo took off. Too slow. Kudo Aichi shouted back. The ball reached him, but he had already run past it. That was too fast. The ball didn't reach me in time. Kudo Aichi yelled again. In his pursuit of speed, Zhou Tian overexerted himself, sending the ball flying out of bounds. Hey commander, is your radar broken? Kudo Aichi stopped, wiped his sweat, and spoke mockingly. Shut up. The wind direction changed. Zhou Tian said, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He was really struggling. Vision 86 allowed him to clearly see Kudo's running path, and even predict his next move, but his feet just couldn't keep up. Short pass 60, a long pass 45. It was like a top racer trying to chase a Ferrari in a Wuling Hongguang. His mind knew how to drift, but the steering wheel and the accelerator just wouldn't respond. Again, Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and shouted. Once and again, Zhou Tian was pushing his limits. He was trying to adjust every touch, attempting to use the still awkward outside foot technique to compensate for the lack of ball speed. Finally, on the nth attempt, Kudo Aichi suddenly took off, slanting into the penalty area. Zhou Tian didn't look at anyone this time. The moment Kudo's shoulder twitched, he kicked the ball directly. God's Eye Eagle predicted the trajectory. Outside foot shot adjusted the ball's path. Bang! The ball with a strong curl bypassed the simulated defender's marker and bounced up in Kudo Aichi's sprint path. Kudo Aichi didn't even need to slow down. He controlled the ball with his chest and volleyed. Goal! This sequence of plays was smooth and lightning quick. Beautiful! Inoue Daichi shouted from the sidelines. After landing, Kudo Aichi glanced back at Zhou Tian. Though he didn't say anything, he gave Zhou Tian a thumbs up. He immediately turned away, his tsundere attributes fully charged. Zhou Tian, hands on his knees, felt sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Though he was exhausted, he looked at that goal and felt a rush of exhilaration. So this is what it feels like to collaborate with. As long as the pass reaches the right place, a goal can be scored. This thrill of assisting to rack up points is simply addictive. Not bad. Zhou Tian straightened up, feeling secretly pleased. 6:30 p.m. Training ended. Most players rushed to the cafeteria for dinner, but the lights on the training ground had not yet been turned off. More precisely, the lights in the weight room were still on. FC Tokyo's youth training base has a very professional gym. At this moment, heavy metallic clashing sounds were coming from the weight room. Kudo Aichi was lying on the bench press, steadily pushing the barbell up with both hands. 2 large plates were hung on each side. 80 kilograms. For a 15-year-old weighing around 65 kilograms, this was an absolutely terrifying core strength. He was pushing steadily, and his muscle definition appeared especially clear under the sweat. 10. 11. He counted silently. Meanwhile, on another squat rack beside him, Zhou Tian was beat, red veins popping on his neck, resembling a dying. He had a barbell resting on his shoulders. Although the weight was only half of Kudo's, 40 kilograms for him, with a strength 49, this was already an unbearable burden. Get up. Get up. Give it to me. Zhou Tian let out a pig-like scream, his legs trembling as if they had. Tanaka Kenta stood behind him, looking terrified as a spotter, afraid Zhou Tian would collapse and be crushed by the barbell. Hey Sunday. Tanaka Kenta advised nervously, just give it up. You just started strength training, you don't have to push yourself so hard. And 40 kilograms is too heavy for you. You should start with the empty bar. Shut up. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words. I want to play in the next match. He glanced at Kudo Aichi, who was effortlessly lifting weights beside him. That feeling of unwillingness burned in his heart like fire. Why can he run so fast? Why can he be fine after a collision, but I fly away with just a bump? It's because of strength. Because of muscle. If I don't train. Zhou Tian took a deep breath, tightening his core, and forcefully pushed the barbell up. I will forever just be eating dust behind him. I can only be the commander hiding behind. I want to clash Eden too. Bang! The barbell returned to the rack. Zhou Tian collapsed directly onto the ground, feeling as if his thighs no longer belonged to him. Kudo Aichi finished his set, sat up, and wiped his sweat with a towel. He glanced at Zhou Tian, who looked like a pile of mud, and then at the 40-kilogram barbell. There was no ridicule. In this weight room, no one would mock those who put in the effort. Your form is wrong, Kudo Aichi said coldly. Zhou Tian, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head. Your squats are causing your knees to cave in. Kudo Aichi walked over and kicked Zhou Tian's shoes with his toe. If you keep practicing like this, before you even get on the field, your knees meniscus will be ruined. Saying that, Kudo Aichi actually knelt down and removed half of the weight plates from the barbell, leaving only 20 kilograms. Start light. Focus on eccentric contractions. Go down slowly, engage your glutes, not your knees. He demonstrated a perfectly executed bodyweight squat as he spoke. The movement was textbook standard. Zhou Tian was stunned. Tanaka Kenta was also stunned. Is this the aloof Kudo Aichi? Is he actually guiding Zhou Tian? What are you staring at? Kudo Aichi noticed Zhou Tian's gaze and frowned. I just don't want to see my passer absent from matches due to injury. Otherwise I would have to adapt to a new midfielder, which is too much trouble. Tsundere. Absolutely Tsundere. Zhou Tian got up from the ground. Although his legs were still shaking, his eyes lit up. Thanks, number 10, Zhou Tian grinned, but don't get too smug. Once I've trained up, my bench press will definitely surpass yours. Head dream on number 11. Kudo Aichi snorted, turning around to continue practicing his deadlifts. Tanaka, put the plates back. I want to do another set. With the correct form. Zhou Tian shouted. Are you a masochist? Tanaka Kenta exclaimed in despair. 8:00 p.m. Shoati. Zhou Tian was helped in by Tanaka Kenta. His walking posture was very strange, resembling someone who had just undergone amputation surgery. Welcome. OSUNDA Icon, what happened today? The owner asked in surprise. I train my legs. Zhou Tian said weakly, sitting down, feeling as if his soul had left his body. Kataho Maki had already been sitting there, a cup of hot tea in front of her. Seeing Zhou Tian in such a half-dead state, she neither mocked nor expressed surprise, but calmly took out a box of patches salampas from her bag. I knew it, Maki sighed. Roll up your pants leg. Why, to put a patch on you. Otherwise tomorrow you won't even be. Kataho Maki squatted down, without caring about the gazes of surrounding diners, and without minding Zhou Tian's sweaty legs, skillfully placed the cooling patches on his sore thigh muscles and around his knees. The sudden icy sting made Zhou Tian gasp, followed by a wave of relief. Maki. Zhou Tian looked at the girl squatting by his feet, feeling a bit moved. You. Shut up, Kataho Maki replied without looking up. I'm calculating your lactic acid accumulation. Also, tonight's menu is special. The owner brought over a huge hot pot. Lifting the lid, steam wafted up. It wasn't the tasteless chicken breast. Instead, soy milk miso chicken pot, filled with tender chicken thighs, skinless tofu konjac noodles, and a lot of vegetables. The broth was rich and aromatic. This is... Zhou Tian swallowed. High protein, easily absorbed. Kataho Maki stood up, clapping her hands. Though the calories are a bit high considering your suicidal training volume in the gym earlier, that amount of calories is necessary. Hurry and eat. After eating, go back and sleep. We have to get up early for training tomorrow. Zhou Tian looked at the hot pot in front of him, and then at the girl across from him, who although was tough on the outside had gentle eyes. And Kudo Aichi, who despite his arrogance in the gym had taken the time to teach him. And Tanaka Kenta, who had always been, though his body was tired and in pain, Zhou Tian felt that this night, filled with sweat and the scent of ointment, was actually, I'm digging in. Zhou Tian clasped his hands together and said loudly. Then he picked up a large piece of chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. For the sake of playing in the match. For the T-League. This bit of pain is nothing. Saturday 1:00 p.m. FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Park parking lot. The autumn sun shone brightly as a deep blue bus emblazoned with the giant team emblem of FC Tokyo, parked by the roadside, its engine rumbling softly like a beast poised for action. This is the grandeur of a professional youth team. Compared to the past when I took the train from Sakuraji High School to matches, now there's even a dedicated bus to transport us to away games. In front of the bus door, a group of boys dressed in brand new training gear lined up to board. Zhou Tian stood in line, gently touching the red and blue badge on his chest, then glancing at the bright red match jersey inside his jacket. Number 11. This was just handed out yesterday, still carrying the unique scent of freshly washed clothes. To Zhou Tian, this scent was even more enchanting than Chanel No. 5. Hey, stop touching it, or you'll start to pill it. A lazy voice came from behind. Kudo Aichi, wearing oversized noise-canceling headphones, and with the emblematic number 10 jersey bag slung around his neck, looked at Zhou Tian with a somewhat ignorant expression. What do you know? This is about building a bond, Zhou Tian replied without turning around. I'm communicating with my battle robe on a soul level. Idiot. Kudo Eiichi rolled his eyes and stepped onto the bus with Zhou Tian following closely behind. The interior of the bus was spacious and the air conditioning was quite strong. As per tradition, the veteran players from the third team naturally occupied the back row's boss seats, loudly discussing the latest games and which school's girls were attractive. Meanwhile, the newcomers from the fourth team sat somewhat timidly in the front row. Kudo Eiichi headed straight for the window seat in the third row from the back, the seat with the best view and minimal vibration. Just as he sat down and was about to put on his headphones to enjoy a moment of solitude, thud, a rear and unceremoniously plopped onto the empty seat next to him. Kudo Eiichi took off his headphones and raised an eyebrow at the guy beside him who was eagerly fastening his seatbelt. Is this seat taken? Zhou Tian feigned ignorance. It wasn't, but now it is with this annoying pest. Kudo Eiichi shrank back. With so many empty seats in front, why are you squeezing in here? Because we are partners, Zhou Tian declared matter-of-factly. Number 10 and number 11, that's the golden duo. The black and white calamity. We need to sit together to develop our synergy, making it easier for me to pass to you in my dreams. Who wants your dream passes? That's disgusting, Kudo Eiichi retorted, but he didn't actually push him away. He simply put his headphones back on and turned to look out the window. Don't disturb me, I want to sleep. Sleep away, rest up, because we'll need you to make runs later, Zhou Tian said, patting Kudo's shoulder like a concerned mother. The bus slowly started to roll. Zhou Tian looked out at the rapidly retreating scenery, feeling very pleased. This was his first time representing FC Tokyo in an external match. Although it was just a practice match against the nearby Musashino North High School, it was a game where they wore official jerseys. According to the system's judgment, this absolutely counted as a formal match. Winning would give us 1 attribute point. With the bonus from the T-League representative team, it might even be 2 points. Zhou Tian thought gleefully as he turned to glance at Kudo Eiichi, who was already softly snoring beside him. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, illuminating the profile of this talented young man, his long eyelashes and fair skin evoking envy. If he weren't playing football, this guy would probably be a star in Johnny's Entertainment. TCH, looking handsome is impressive, huh? Zhou Tian muttered under his breath. Once I max out my attribute points, you'll know what talent beats looks truly means. Afternoon, 2:30 p.m. Musashino North High School. As the FC Tokyo bus drove into the campus, it immediately caused a stir. Although it was just a youth training team to the ordinary high school students, this was like the reserve army of a professional team, an overwhelming presence. Outside the soccer field's barbed wire fence, students in uniforms gathered with many girls, even screaming. Wow, it's the people from FC Tokyo. So cool. Who is that number 10? He looks so stylish. Number 11 isn't bad, either. He seems pretty tall. Zhou Tian stepped off the bus, carrying his sports bag. Hearing the discussions around him, he instantly stood tall and put on a smile that screamed, I am a star, please don't take photos, but do take them. Lower your chin, it's practically pointing to the sky. Tanaka Kenta quietly reminded him from behind. Don't forget we're most likely substitutes today. So what if I'm a substitute? Substitutes are nuclear weapons, the key to changing the game. Zhou Tian insisted. In the locker room, tactical arrangements were underway. Today's opponent, Musashino North High School, while not a national powerhouse like Takyo or Kokugakuen, is still a public strong team with considerable strength in the Tokyo area. Their characteristics include strong teamwork, active movement, and physical resilience. After all, they are second and third year students. Our goal is to practice our formation and refine the tactics for the T-League. Inoue Daichi began announcing the starting lineup. Goalkeeper. Defense. Midfield Takahashi Sato. Forward Kudo Eiichi. As expected, Kudo Eiichi was a starter. The core framework of the third team was basically all there. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian and Tanaka Kenta, the two newcomers from the fourth team, were predictably seated on the bench. Sunday, Tanaka, you two prepare for the second half, Inoue Daichi said. Your task in the first half is to watch closely from the sidelines, see how the third team operates. Afternoon, 3:00 p.m. The game began. Zhou Tian, wearing a bright orange substitute vest to distinguish from the players on the field, sat on the bench beside the coach. His behind felt as if it had thorns, making it impossible to sit still. On the field, the FC Tokyo representative team in red jerseys was engaged in fierce competition against Musashino North High School in white jerseys. Although Musashino North was a high school team, and their physical development was more mature than these U16 and U17 trainees, the gap in technical and tactical quality was visibly apparent. Especially number 10, Kudo Eiichi, seemed to be in good form today. He was gliding through the front line effortlessly. In the 10th minute, Kudo Eiichi received the ball, executed a simple shoulder feint, and slipped past the opposing tall center back. Then, using his explosive power, he forced his way through. A clear chance. A shot. 1-0. Effortlessly done. Great goal. Zhou Tian jumped up from the bench, waving his towel. Awesome, number 10. Just like that. If only that ball had been passed to me, I could have scored too. Tanaka Kenta beside him looked exasperated. Sit down. You are blocking the coach's view. Zhou Tian sat down, but his mouth didn't stop. He leaned over to Inoue Daichi and buzzed like a fly. Zhou Tian lowered his voice, looking anxious. Don't you think the situation on the field is dangerous? Inoue Daichi crossed his arms, calm as a mountain, not even glancing at him. Where is it dangerous? We have possession when we need it, and we can attack when we want. Oh, that's just an illusion. Zhou Tian earnestly babbled. Look, even though Kudo scored a goal, he's too isolated. The midfield support for him is insufficient. Those midfielders from the third team only pass sideways for safety. They don't have any penetrating through balls. If I were to go in now with a scalpel-like thruffball, Kudo could score a second. And look at that defensive midfielder from the opposing team. His movements are getting bigger. Kudo is in danger. He needs me to go in and protect him. Inoue Daichi finally turned his head, looking at Zhou Tian with a gaze full of disbelief. Sunday. Yes. You sit tight. Inoue Daichi pointed to the chair. If you're behind, leaves the seat more than 5 centimeters, you can forget about going in the second half. Observing the game is also important training. Watch closely how the midfielders from the third team position themselves and how they control the rhythm. Zhou Tian. He had been seen through. Zhou Tian could only sulk back into his seat like a wronged little wife. For the next 30 minutes, the match was completely one-sided. Although Kudo Eiichi didn't score again, he did assist a winger with a breakthrough pass. 2-0. The first half ended. The FC Tokyo representative team led comfortably. Halftime. Inoue Daichi began to arrange tactics for the second half. The first half was good. We controlled the game. In the second half, we will try different attacking patterns. He looked towards the bench. Sunday Tanaka. You two go warm up. Yes. Zhou Tian instantly sprang to his feet, shedding the orange vest to reveal the stylish number 11 jersey underneath. Finally, it's my turn to play. He was wildly doing high knees on the sidelines, even waving at a small group of girls in the stands, though they weren't looking at him at all. After warming up, Zhou Tian ran back to the coach's bench, looking excitedly at Kudo Eiichi, who was drinking water. Kudo Eiichi sat on the ground holding a bottle of water with sweat dripping down his finely chiseled chin. Hey, number 10. Zhou Tian ran over, extending his fist. Are you ready for the second half? Kudo Eiichi looked up puzzled. Ready for what? Of course, to blow up the opposing team with me. Zhou Tian pointed at the field. Your speed combined with my vision. We are the most terrifying duo on this pitch. He'll pass you balls that will make you run until you puke. Zhou Tian became more and more excited, envisioning himself making a long pass to Kudo Eiichi, then the two embracing in celebration. Sunday. Tanaka Kenta timidly pulled at his shirt. What? Don't interrupt me while I'm building chemistry with the core. Zhou Tian shook him off. Not that. Tanaka Kenta pointed at Kudo Eiichi, who was putting on a long-sleeve jacket. He seems to be off duty. Kudo Eiichi twisted the cap back on the bottle, stood up, and lazily stretched his body. The coach said I can only play for 45 minutes to find my rhythm. The real match for the T-League is next week, so I can't afford to get injured today. He glanced at Zhou Tian, who was petrified in place, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Come on, number 11. Even though I'm not there, I hope you can pass the ball. Don't pass it to thin air. With that, he took his water bottle and strolled back to the depths of the bench, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Crack. Zhou Tian seemed to hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Where's the promised black and white duo? Where's the golden partnership? So I watched for 45 minutes, finally got on the field, and you went off. It's like you spent a year honing your skills to play games with the goddess, only for her to say, I'm logging off, good night. Damn it. Zhou Tian screamed in his heart like a groundhog. Without Kudo Eiichi, who will receive my passes? Who will turn my through ball into an assist? Tanaka. Zhou Tian turned to look at Kenta Tanaka. Kenta Tanaka was tying his shoelaces. Feeling Zhou Tian's gaze filled with disdain and despair, he looked up innocently. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Although I'm not as fast as Kudo, I can run. Forget it. Zhou Tian sighed, his gaze gradually turning fierce. The resentful feeling of being abandoned was transforming into a terrifying energy. Since there's no thigh to cling to, then I'll be my own thigh. Zhou Tian turned around, looking at the players from Musashino North High School. In Zhou Tian's eyes at that moment, this group of high school students in white jerseys were no longer opponents, but rather tools for venting his frustration. I'm sorry, seniors. My mood is really bad. Very bad. The second half began. Inoue Daichi substituted Zhou Tian for a central midfielder and replaced Tanaka, with Kudo Eiichi playing as a winger. The formation changed to 4,231. Zhou Tian played as an attacking midfielder. The players from Musashino North High School breathed a sigh of relief. The terrifying number 10 was finally off the field. Two unfamiliar faces came on. It should be easier now, right? However, they were wrong. Gravely mistaken. Minute 50. Zhou Tian received the ball at the center circle. Push up. That number 11 doesn't look strong, shouted the opposing team captain. A tall defensive midfielder charged in. Zhou Tian was seething with anger at this moment. God's Eye Eagle Vision 86 activated. He saw the opponent's pressing route. In the past, he might have chosen to pass back or play it safe. But today he wanted to vent. Get lost. Zhou Tian didn't pass the ball. At the very moment the opponent stretched out his leg, he pulled the ball back with the sole of his right foot, avoiding the tackle. Then, taking advantage of the moment, he turned and used his body, though only 49 in strength, to stiffly resist the opponent. Using that rebound, Zhou Tian pushed the ball forward. Although the movement was still clumsy, he got past. Tanaka, run. Zhou Tian shouted loudly. Kenta Tanaka may not be as fast as Kudo, but he was obedient. Hearing the command, he immediately cut in from the flank. Zhou Tian seized the opportunity and sent a through ball. This pass was nothing fancy, just a simple push with the instep. But due to his excellent vision, the line of choice was extremely clever. The ball passed through the gap between two center backs. Tanaka received the ball. Unfortunately, Tanaka's shooting skills were not on par with Kudo's. Faced with the goalkeeper, his shot was too straightforward and was saved. Oh, damn it, Tanaka. Zhou Tian held his head. But the attack wasn't over. The ball bounced outside the penalty area. Zhou Tian just happened to rush there. facing this rebound surrounded by players. Forget it. I'm shooting. Zhou Tian, in a fit of passion, didn't even think about passing. He met the falling ball without adjusting his steps and swung his thigh for a kick. Shooting skill 42 rubbish. Long shot 38 garbage. But there's a saying, a strong kick brings miracles. And another saying, anger. Bang. This kick, Zhou Tian hit the right spot by chance. The ball did not soar into the stands as usual, but instead produced a bizarre leaf-like curve. It soared high, passing over everyone's heads, and then quickly dropped in front of the goal. The opposing goalkeeper thought the ball was going out and turned back to watch, only to hear a thud. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 3-0. A world-class goal. An absolutely lucky world-class goal. What the hell? Even Kudo Aichi, who was sitting on the bench, straightened up and took off his headphones. This kid can score such a goal. After scoring, Zhou Tian didn't celebrate wildly as usual. He simply stood there exhaling deeply and then as if he was punching out all the frustration he had just felt. Refreshing. The following match turned into Zhou Tian's personal showcase. Or rather, it was a chaotic battle directed by Zhou Tian. Without the absolute powerhouse Kudo Aichi, Zhou Tian had to mobilize every teammate on the field. Left side. Close it. Pass back. Give it to me. Don't hold onto the ball. Pass it. His loud voice echoed throughout the campus. Although his teammates were of average skill under the direction of Zhou Tian, this level radar, they surprisingly played brilliantly. Minute 75. Musashino North High School utilized their physical advantage to score from a corner kick. 3-1. This boosted the opposing team's morale as they attempted to fight back. Want to turn the tide? Dream on. Zhou Tian's gaze turned cold. At this moment his stamina was starting to decline, but his mind grew clearer. Minute 82. Zhou Tian received the ball on the left side of the field. Faced with two defending players closing in on him. He saw it. Tanaka Kinta was raising his hand at the far end. Since you can't score, let's make it so you have to score. Zhou Tian didn't look at Tanaka. He made a very subtle motion pretending to cut inside to shoot, tricking the opponent into shifting their weight. Then with the outside of his left foot, he gently flicked the ball. This was an imaginative lob pass over the defense. The ball arced over the entire backline, landing at the far post. There Tanaka Kinta faced a nearly open goal. If this ball doesn't go in, I'll commit seppuku. Tanaka shouted, and he skillfully headed the ball into the net. 4-1. Victory secured. Sunday. Tanaka rushed over. This time, he didn't tackle Zhou Tian, but hugged him tightly. What a great pass. Really great. Zhou Tian, exhausted, hung on Tanaka, a satisfied smile on his face. Umph. At least you didn't waste my brilliant pass. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. FC Tokyo T-League selection team won 4-1 against Musashino North High School. Although Zhou Tian only played half a match, he contributed 1 goal, 1 assist, and countless key passes. An absolute second-half MVP. Ding. Congratulations on winning. Opponent Musashino North High School official match. Reward free attribute point 1. Special performance reward world-class goal shooting proficiency, significantly increased long shot 1. What a profit. Zhou Tian looked at the panel, grinning from ear to ear. Although it was a bit regrettable that Kudo wasn't there, this haul was enormous. Current long shot 38-39, still garbage, but progress. Free attribute points 1 as usual allocated to long shot. Vision 86-87. Zhou Tian felt his brain was becoming more and more like a precise radar. After the match, both sides lined up to shake hands. The captain of Musashino North High School, a senior in his 3rd year, shook Zhou Tian's hand, his eyes complex. You're number 11, right? You played really well. Especially that long shot, it was unreasonable. Zhou Tian scratched his head shyly. Luck, just luck. It really was luck. Back in the resting area, Inoue Daichi was tidying up the tactics board. Seeing Zhou Tian, who was drenched in sweat, come over, Inoue Daichi did not praise him, but maintained a serious face. That long shot, if it was an official match, would you be confident in scoring? Zhou Tian honestly shook his head. No. It was luck. That's good to know. Inoue Daichi snorted. Compared to that goal, your later lob pass to Tanaka was more valuable. That's what you should be pursuing. However, Inoue Daichi's tone softened as he patted Zhou Tian's shoulder. Well done. You controlled the pace well in the second half. You didn't embarrass the 4th team. This affirmation was worth more than anything. Zhou Tian chuckled, turning to look at the number 10, who was preparing to get on the bus. He quickly ran over to catch up with Kudo Aichi. Hey, number 10. Kudo Aichi stopped, took off his headphones, and looked. What's up? Do substitutes come to ask for praise now? Humph. Zhou Tian raised his chin and pointed at the scoreboard. 4-1. We scored 2 goals in the second half, and I had 1 goal and 1 assist. So what? So next time don't say I only passed to thin air again, Zhou Tian confidently said. Even with Tanaka, I can make him a scorer. If you were on the field. Zhou Tian narrowed his eyes. I'm confident I can get you 5 goals. Kudo Aichi was taken looking at this guy in front of him who was covered in sweat and had messy hair, but whose eyes shone brightly. He suddenly smiled. This time it wasn't a mocking smile, but the kind of smile you give to a kindred spirit. You have quite the bravado. Kudo Aichi put his headphones back on and turned to get on the bus. Then let's wait for the T-League official match and see what you can do. Partner. The last 2 words were light, even blown away by the wind. But Zhou Tian heard them. Partner. Zhou Tian stood there grinning foolishly. All right, partner it is. He turned around and shouted at Tanaka, who was still dawdling behind. Hurry up. Tanaka, get on the bus. We're going to eat at Showa Pavilion and make the boss poor. Under the setting sun, the shadow of the youth was stretched long. The bus of FC Tokyo carried this group of young beasts towards a broader stage. We're coming for the T-League. June in Tokyo. The Kamizawa Olympic Park General Sports Ground. If the national stadium is the sacred ground of Japanese professional football, then Kamizawa Park is the mecca of youth football in Tokyo metropolis. Today the venue is awash with fluttering banners and resonant cheers. The opening ceremony of the 2022 Kun Palace Cup, JFA U18 Football League Tokyo Metropolitan Division, colloquially known as the T-League, is about to commence. Though merely a regional league, this is Tokyo, the heartland of Japan's fiercest football rivalry, where the T-League carries extraordinary prestige. Youth squads from professional clubs, including FC Tokyo, Tokyo Verdy, and Mitsubishi Yoa, as well as traditional school powerhouses such as Takeo High School, Kokugakuen Kugiyama High School, and Shitoka High School, have all gathered here. The air hums with sunscreen antiperspirant and the restless energy unique to adolescent athletes. FC Tokyo. Hey, number 10. Zhou Tian nudged Kudo Eiichi beside him, who stood headphones on and radiating an unmistakable, do not disturb aura. Does my tie look crooked? Is my hair messy? Kudo removed one earpiece and cast him a disdainful glance. Your tie isn't crooked, but this is just an opening ceremony, not a matchmaking event. What do you know? Zhou Tian retorted, unflinchingly confident. Image management is part of being a professional athlete. What if scouts, or beautiful female fans, are watching? Truth be told, standing side by side, the two were undoubtedly the most captivating presence at the entire ceremony. Kudo Eiichi embodied the quintessential Japanese aesthetic, fair-skinned, exquisitely proportioned features edged with quiet austerity. And crowned by his status as a U16 national team representative, he seemed plucked straight from the pages of a shonen manga. Zhou Tian, though not instantly arresting in appearance, stood tall, having recently grown another centimeter to 179 centimeters, with the upright, disciplined posture forged by years of rigorous training. His jet-black eyes unusually clear and profound due to his divine vision, and the ever-present radiant smile brimming with infectious confidence. Some called it foolish, completed his charm. It was a wholly different kind of handsomeness, one steeped in sunshine and warmth. One cool, one warm, a one still, one dynamic. Together they were FC Tokyo's living emblem. Look, that's FC Tokyo's squad. Isn't that Kudo Eiichi? He's stunning. Who's that smiling guy beside him? Like a Shiba Inu. Is he mixed race too? His smile is so warm. He's number 11. They say he's a prodigy. Female team managers, mostly high schoolers, and curious onlookers whispered among themselves, some even discreetly raising their phones to snap photos. Zhou Tian clearly relished the spotlight. Rather than shying away, he waved cheerfully toward the crowd, flashing a textbook-perfect 8-tooth grin. Hello everyone. I'm Zhou Tian, number 11 of FC Tokyo. Pleased to meet you. Oh, he's looking this way. A chorus of delighted squeals erupted. Kudo Eiichi buried his face in his hands and took 2 deliberate steps sideways, attempting to sever all visible ties with this mortifying spectacle. I don't know him. Just then, a girl in a white uniform skirt and holding a tactical clipboard approached shyly. She was the football club manager of Tokyo Metropolitan Kamaba High School, a strong contender in its own right. She was charming with a bob cut and cheeks flushed pink. Yum. Summoning courage, she stood before Zhou Tian. Hey, hello. Zhou Tian instantly replaced his goofy grin with what he believed was a perfectly gentlemanly expression. How may I help you? Are we exchanging tactical intelligence? Though bound by confidentiality agreements, I'd be happy to share a few personal Kudo rolled his eyes beside him. Her blush deepened further, stealing a glance at Zhou Tian. She pulled out her phone and opened Line's QR code interface. No, not tactics. I'm Kamaba High's manager. I thought. Zhou Tiankuin's smile just now was truly lovely. If possible, could we exchange contact information? Meanwhile, several girls from other schools hovered nearby, poised to make. Zhou Tian froze. A pickup. This was the legendary pickup moment. A pinnacle of life. Back at Sakuraji High, though no slouch in looks, he'd spent every day with Kitabatake Makoto, the demon queen, and the entire student body had assumed he was her consort, keeping every girl at least 3 meters away. Now finally spring had arrived. Ahem. Zhou Tian adjusted his collar, heart racing yet outwardly composed. Since we're colleagues in the football world facilitating future exchanges on match insights, of course it's perfectly acceptable. As he reached for his phone to scan the QR code, a voice sliced through the air, cold as mist rising from a sub-zero vault. Excuse me. Please step aside. Pardon me. Zhou Tian's hand jerked violently. His expensive new iPhone nearly slipped from his grip. That voice. Too familiar. So familiar it triggered Pavlovian dread. The crowd instinctively parted like a silent river. There she stood, a girl in Sakuraji Private High School's uniform, arms crossed, stepping forward in sharply pointed loafers, her expression utterly impassive. Kitabatake Makoto. Today she wore her school uniform, not her usual casual attire. Yet even so, her shortened skirt, long, elegant legs, and signature ash-blonde tresses rendered her unmistakably conspicuous amid the throng. Most striking was her aura, the palpable regal command of a sovereign arriving, all others disperse. The Kamaba manager, upon seeing Kitabatake Makoto, recoiled like a snow hare confronting a top-tier predator, her phone trembling in her grasp. Makoto. Zhou Tian swallowed hard. What are you doing here? Isn't it Friday? Shouldn't you be in class? Makoto ignored him entirely and turned first to the flustered manager. She didn't scowl. instead offering a smile disarmingly kind. "Hello there. You're Kamaba's manager." Her smile never reached her eyes. "Yais," stammered the manager. "Oh, I see." Makoto nodded, then gently pressed down Zhou Tian's upraised hand holding the phone. "Sorry, we need to head off," and her gaze flickered to Zhou Tian, her tone glacial. "He's just a footballer, hopelessly inept with smartphones. Adding him would be pointless. He replies via telepathy." The manager, attuned to nuance, bowed deeply on the spot. "I'm terribly sorry. Excuse me," and fled, like something spectral pursued her. Other girls hovering nearby scattered like startled birds. Zhou Tian watched the retreating adorable silhouette, his heart, my blossoming romance, snapped shut before even unfurling. "Hey, Sunday." Makoto turned, her phoenix-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, her gaze slicing across him like twin blades. "Was this the sacred, solemn, spirit-filled opening ceremony you described when requesting leave? Isn't this more of a large-scale dating festival?" Zhou Tian felt a chill crawl up his spine. "System alert, extreme hostile intent detected. Immediate submission strongly advised." "Ha. Misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding." He chuckled dryly, stepping half a pace back. "We're all football peers. Enthusiasm is natural. That's the spirit of the opening ceremony." "The spirit, is it?" Makoto scoffed coldly. "Ow, ow, ow." In the next instant, Zhou Tian's ear was seized with surgical precision by a slender hand. "Looks like your skin's itching." Makoto twisted his ear just enough, not painfully but emphatically. "You're here to play football, not to be a social butterfly. That Kamaba High, they've got formidable defenders. Instead of strategizing how to dribble past them, you're trying to add their manager." "I'm sorry, Coach Makoto. I truly am sorry." Zhou Tian surrendered without dignity. "I was gathering intelligence. A charm offensive. Charm. More like nonsense." Makoto released his ear and roughly straightened his rumpled collar, though the final pat to brush off dust was surprisingly gentle. "Focus. Your opening match opponent is Mitsubishi Yoa SC, the real deal. If your knees buckle on the pitch tonight, your extra-large pork cutlet rice gets swapped for bitter melon juice." "Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed." Zhou Tian snapped to attention and saluted. Makoto snorted, then glanced sidelong at Kudo Ichi, who'd been quietly observing the spectacle. "And you, number 10, keep your partner in line. Don't let him embarrass himself further." With that, she tossed her hair and strode toward the stands, effortless, commanding, leaving legend in her wake. Watching Makoto vanish into the distance, Kudo Ichi, who'd remained in full spectator mode, could no longer contain himself. Uffed. He burst into laughter, shoulders shaking. "What's so funny?" Zhou Tian rubbed his ear, disgruntled. "Never seen a discipline committee officer enforce rules." Kudo arched a brow, eyes gleaming with mischief. "To me, she looks more like a housekeeper." He leaned in, nudging Zhou Tian. "Hey, is she your girlfriend?" Intimidating indeed. Though, Kudo stroked his chin, whistling low. "She's undeniably top tier, and that aura, few could possibly rein her in." "I told you, she's not my girlfriend." Zhou Tian flushed. "She's my seatmate." "Seatmate, you understand. The kind who monitors each other's studies." "Seatmate." Kudo's expression screamed, "Do you honestly expect me to believe that? Would a mere seatmate skip class to attend your opening ceremony? Would a seatmate regulate whether you add other girls online? Would a seatmate know precisely what pork cutlet rice you'll eat?" Kudo shook his head, clapped Zhou Tian's shoulder, and said gravely, "Sunday, your vision is class. But in matters of the heart, your perception is probably E-class." "Not so sure about that. Shut up. Warm-up time." Zhou Tian, flustered and indignant, shoved Kudo toward the locker room. Yet deep inside, his pulse skipped, strangely, upon hearing Kudo's teasing "not so sure." Was she really just a seatmate? 430 p.m. On the eve of the league's opening match, FC Tokyo U18 versus Mitsubishi Yoa SC U18. A marquee fixture in Tokyo's youth development circuit. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere hung heavy and still. Coach Inoue Daichi stood before the tactical board, his usual playful demeanor gone. "Mitsubishi Yoa." He wrote the name boldly on the whiteboard. If FC Tokyo reigns supreme over J-League youth academies, Mitsubishi Yoa stands atop the amateur club hierarchy. They lack a senior professional team, so every resource flows exclusively into youth development. Their players possess rugged technique and ironclad discipline. Many eyes watch this opening match. A loss means more than dropped points. It means tarnishing FC Tokyo's honor. Inoue's gaze swept the room, finally settling on Zhou Tian and Kudo Eiichi, seated side by side. "Kudo, you're our core. I trust you. But you've just returned from injury. They'll target you relentlessly." "Zhou Tian, this is your debut in formal competition at this level." Zhou Tian lifted his head, eyes lucid, resolve unwavering. "Coach, how many goals do you want us to score?" "Huh." Inoue laughed. "Good lad. Old talk. No need for many. Just one more than the opposition. Let's go." The player tunnel. 2 lines of players stood ready. Mitsubishi Yoa's squad wore crimson kits, broad-shouldered, fierce-eyed, their stares at FC Tokyo laced with open hostility. After all, defeating a professional academy side remains every grassroots club's highest aspiration. Zhou Tian, standing in formation, activated his system interface. System scan initiated. Opponent Mitsubishi Yoa SC, U18 to League Elite Overall Combat Assessment. B. Predicted victory reward 2 free attribute points. Special quest triggered midfield enforcer. Quest description: execute at least 3 successful tackles and deliver 1 assist during the match. Quest reward: defense stat, tackling 2, minor increase in vision proficiency, 2 attribute points, and a tackling bonus. Zhou Tian's eyes flashed emerald green, like a ravenous wolf spotting easy prey. He scanned the surroundings. Mitsubishi Yoa is it? An elite squad is it? In my system's eyes, you're all walking experience packs. He turned to Kudo Eiichi beside him. Hey partner. What? Kudo was adjusting his shin guards. Earlier Makoto said, if I falter I'll drink bitter. Zhou Tian spoke with grave intensity. For the sake of my taste buds, I'm not defending today. Huh. Kudo blinked stunned. You're not defending. No, I mean. Zhou Tian flashed his signature fiercely greedy grin. I'll pin them in their own half. Let them not even glimpse the halfway line. If we attack constantly, defense becomes obsolete, right? Kudo stared at this madman for 2 silent seconds, then grinned back. It was the grin of ignited arrogance. It's a warped logic, but I love it. Their eyes locked. Fists met in a sharp resounding clink. Let's go harvest this match. At the referee's whistle, FC Tokyo's number 10 and number 11 strode shoulder to shoulder from the tunnel into their battlefield. In the stands, Kitabatake Makoto unscrewed the bottle of oolong tea she hadn't yet touched, gazing down at the 2 spirited silhouettes below. Don't lose, you idiot. June, the opening match of the T-League at the second stadium of Kamizawa Olympic Park. With a crisp whistle from the referee, the match officially began between the FC Tokyo U18 team and the Mitsubishi Yoa SC U18. In the stands, dozens of parents and scouts, as well as the disciplinary committee member Maki Hokuju, who sat in a corner wearing sunglasses, all focused their attention on the green field. However, for Zhou Tian on the field, the first 15 minutes of the match were not enjoyable. It was a sheer ordeal. A dull thud echoed. Zhou Tian had just received a pass from the defender near the center circle and hadn't had time to turn when he felt as if he had been violently struck by an out-of-control dump truck in the back. The tremendous impact shot up his spine to his brain, causing his vision to darken, and he staggered 2 steps before losing control of the ball. So fast, so hard. Before Zhou Tian could regain his balance, a foot clad in a red sock darted in. Immediately after, there was a ruthless shoulder charge. Zhou Tian was knocked away, rolling twice on the grass, his cheeks scraping against the turf, burning with pain. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, calling a foul on the opposing team. However, the opposing midfielder, short-haired and built like a rugby player, merely glanced coldly at Zhou Tian lying on the ground, not even extending a hand, turning back to run to his defensive position. That gaze seemed to say, is that all? This is a professional squad. Zhou Tian grimaced as he climbed back up, spitting out grass clippings. This is Mitsubishi Yoa SC. Excluding the professional squads of the J-League, they are the top amateur youth training powerhouse in all of Japan. Their selection criteria are simple physique and discipline. This group plays football like a precision machine, exhibiting extreme execution and fierce physicality. Hey, number 11, you stop sleeping over there. Kudo Eiichi approached, not offering comfort, but rather a look of disdain. Your passing is too slow. I know. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, moving his shoulder, which was still numb from the collision. In the first 10 minutes, FC Tokyo was completely suppressed. It wasn't a suppression of skill, but rather of pace. Mitsubishi Yoa's high press was extremely fierce, like a tightly woven net. The midfield for FC Tokyo, especially Zhou Tian, who was physically weaker, became the prime target. Pass the ball to number 11. Hit him. He'll lose it with a bump, the opposing coach shouted from the sidelines. Zhou Tian felt like a sandbag. System alert, undergoing continuous high-intensity confrontation. Stamina, current strength assessment, D rank versus B rank. At a significant disadvantage. Damn, is this what the T-League is like? Zhou Tian gasped for breath. This was completely different from the previous practice matches. In practice matches, everyone tended to hold back a bit, after all they were teammates. But here, for the sake of 3 points and promotion, everyone was out to destroy the opponent. In the 12th minute, Zhou Tian received the ball again. This time he had learned his lesson. The moment he received the ball, he didn't try to turn, but instead played a simple back pass to the defense. Though it was safe, the attack stalled. Too conservative. Sunday. In no way, Daichi shouted from the sidelines. If you don't dare to turn, we'll never get past half. Zhou Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. Uncle, I want to turn too. But I feel that if I turn, even if just for 0.5 seconds, that short-haired guy will break my ribs. However, amid this suffocating pressure, Zhou Tian's brain, a high-performance computer driven by a desire to win, was rapidly adapting to this rhythm. As Coach Ono said, he was street-smart, and his adaptability was like that of wild grass. In the 15th minute, there was another physical encounter. Zhou Tian was knocked back a half-step, but this time, he didn't fall. Instead, he managed to stabilize his balance using his core strength. Thanks Maki for the chicken breast. In that moment, a switch was flipped. System notification adaptability to high-intensity confrontation increased. Adrenaline secretion increased. Pain perception blocked by 10. God's eye eagle vision 86. Reconnection successful. Zhou Tian took a deep breath and the world before him changed. The suffocating chaos dissipated, replaced by clear lines and colors. He saw the seemingly impenetrable defensive system of Mitsubishi Yoa, with tiny gaps appearing amid the rhythmic contractions and expansions. Those were the gaps of rhythm. I see now. Zhou Tian's lips curled into a dirt-flavored smile. You're not. There are times when you also move inconsistently. In the 18th minute, FC Tokyo intercepted the ball in their own half. The ball found its way to Zhou Tian's. Here we go again. Hit him. The short-haired midfielder lunged at him like a cheetah, but this time he missed. Zhou Tian didn't stop the ball like before. He had already completed a full scan of the field with God's eye before receiving the ball. He saw the gap on the left. He also saw a figure on the right moving fluidly, but he saw something more. A red signal flashing like a bomb fuse. That signal came from 20 meters ahead from the boy wearing the number 10 jersey, Kudo Eiichi. Kudo Eiichi didn't raise his hand for the ball. He didn't even look at Zhou Tian. Just 1 second before Zhou Tian touched the ball, he suddenly took off. He didn't run toward the gap, instead he slanted between the two center backs of the opponent. It was a very dangerous run. If the ball didn't reach him, he would be surrounded, or even offside. But he ran without hesitation. This run in Zhou Tian's view was like shouting, "Pass it to me. Now." Immediately. In that moment, Zhou Tian felt a strange illusion. He thought he wasn't playing football, but being controlled remotely. Kudo Eiichi's run was like an invisible thread pulling at his vision and forcing his brain to make the only choice. "Damn," Zhou Tian cursed inwardly. "I said I'm the commander. I'm the brain. Why are you running so confident?" Though he was mentally complaining, his body was exceedingly honest. Facing the charging short-haired midfielder, Zhou Tian made no feints. Because there was no time. He had to pass the ball within 0.3 seconds before Kudo Eiichi went offside. "Here you go. Take it." In his run, Zhou Tian's body posture was somewhat awkward, almost using a scooping motion, striking fiercely at the lower half of the ball with his right toe. This was an unconventional pass. It could even be described as a rough pass. Due to the hurried force, the ball spun violently, bouncing like a struck tennis ball, flying towards the front. The ball was fast, but unstable. For the receiver, it was a nightmare. "Oh no, I didn't control it." Zhou Tian's heart. However, that number 10 with his back to the goal, the man Zhou Tian referred to as the bomb, displayed what it meant to have national-level skills. The ball flew behind Kudo Eiichi. The rapidly running Kudo Eiichi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He didn't slow down to turn back and wait for the ball. While in motion, he raised his right foot backward, gently tapping the ball with his heel. This wasn't a flashy pass, but rather, a stop. The wildly spinning, bouncing ball was halted by that tap, as if it had been put under a freezing spell. It hit Kudo Eiichi's heel, instantly negating its forward momentum, gently bouncing up over his head, and at the same time Kudo Eiichi turned his body, bypassing the center back, who attempted to intercept. A god-level stop. He controlled it, and passed. What the hell? The short-haired midfielder who had just knocked Zhou Tian away looked stunned. He could stop a ball like that, and in full sprint using his heel. The moment the ball landed, Kudo Eiichi had formed an onion with the goalkeeper. Facing the on-rushing keeper, Kudo Eiichi showed no signs of hesitation. Dribbling, shooting, he simply nudged the ball to the left, evading the diving goalkeeper. Then facing the empty net, he gently pushed it in. 1-0. The ball rolled into the net. The entire sequence from Zhou Tian's rough, through ball to Kudo's god-level stop, to the dribble and shot took only 4 seconds. The field erupted. Parents and scouts in the stands rose to their feet, applause thundering. "Oh my god. Who is that number 10? He's too strong. Was that stop for real?" This is about the level of a J-League starter. The one who passed number 11 is not bad either. Though his actions were a bit awkward, the timing was just perfect. After scoring, Kudo Eiichi didn't dash about like Tanaka Kenta. He merely jogged a couple of steps, and then stood near the goal line. Hands in his pockets, even though he had none, but the gesture was clear. He tilted his head back, slightly closed his eyes, enjoying the cheers from the stands. That posture, that demeanor. It perfectly engraved the words King B on his forehead. This is number 10. Then he opened his eyes, turned around, and looked at Zhou Tian, who was still panting near the center circle. He extended his right hand, gave a thumbs up, and then, slowly turned it around to point down. Following that, he mouthed a sentence. The distance was a bit far, so others might not see clearly. But with eagle eye Zhou Tian, those 4 words were barely passing. The veins on Zhou Tian's forehead instantly bulged. "Damn, you bastard. That was a deadly through ball I sent under the cover of 2 defenders. While it bounced a bit, that's because the turf isn't even. You don't thank me, and instead you give me a thumbs down. Passing. Your whole family is passing." Zhou Tian raged inwardly. The sense of accomplishment from that moment was doused by this show-off. However, Zhou Tian glanced at the scoreboard. 1-0. System notification, assist 1. Though the quality of the pass was poor, the result was good. Current status leading. Fine, I won't hold it against you for the assist. Zhou Tian took a deep breath, calming himself. At this moment, the players of Mitsubishi Yoa were looking frustrated as they retrieved the ball from the net, preparing to kick off. Their eyes were filled with fury. Having been passed by a seemingly fragile number 11, and then humiliated by that arrogant number 10, they couldn't swallow. "Hurry up. Kick off." The captain of Mitsubishi Yoa shouted. "There's still time. Let's get back to it." Just then a figure suddenly rushed into the center circle. It blocked the Mitsubishi player who was about to place the ball for kickoff. It was Zhou Tian. At this moment, Zhou Tian showed no intention of celebrating the goal, not even high-fiving his teammates. He stood there like a guardian, his eyes fixed intensely on the ball in the opponent's hand and their feet. That gaze was terrifyingly focused, even a bit neurotic. "Hey, what are you doing?" The opposing player felt a bit creeped out by the stare. "We're about to kick off, get out of the way." Zhou Tian didn't move. He glanced at the referee, who hadn't blown the whistle yet. Then he looked at Kudo Eiichi, who was lazily walking back. "We can't let up," Zhou Tian said seriously. "Our players haven't positioned yet. The whistle hasn't been blown yet." The opponent shoved him a bit. Zhou Tian stood firm, though he almost got pushed down. He pointed at Kudo Eiichi's back. "Our ace is over there showing off. I'll let you know when he crosses the halfway line." "Huh." The opponent laughed in anger. On the sidelines, Maki Hokuju couldn't help but cover her forehead at this scene. while others celebrate after scoring. What is he doing? Playing goalie. That petty, afraid the opponent will take advantage and attack mentality is really. Though she criticized, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Because she knew that no one cared more about winning than Sunday. For Zhou Tian, scoring was just a means, winning was the goal, leading half the points secured. At this moment, any risk that could lead to conceding, like the opponent quickly taking the kick, was absolutely forbidden in his eyes. This was the absolute protection of a miser over his own possessions. Finally, Kudo Aichi slowly walked back to his half, glancing at Zhou Tian as he passed. Hey watchdog, let's move. Zhou Tian glared at him. Get lost. I'm guarding our victory. It's not my fault you celebrate. Kudo Aichi shrugged. That's the privilege of a star player. Only then did Zhou Tian reluctantly step aside, retreating back to his defensive position. But he still didn't let his guard down. His eyes scanned the positions of every opposing player like radar. 1-0 isn't 20 minutes into the first half. Second pitch of Juzawa Olympic Park. Score 1-0. Although FC Tokyo took the lead thanks to Kudo Aichi's extraordinary individual skill, the situation on the field did not become any easier. On the contrary, the tension in the air grew thicker, almost ready to explode. The Mitsubishi Yada SC team possessed a fearsome trait, resilience, or perhaps a grudge. The humiliating goal thoroughly enraged this group of physically gifted Red Legion. They swiftly reached a tactical consensus. Since that number 10 Kudo was too slippery to catch, they would first take out the number 11 Zhou Tian, who was responsible for supplying ammunition. Thus, Zhou Tian's day of suffering began. Bang! Near the center circle. Zhou Tian had just received a pass from the defender and hadn't even had a chance to look up when a red shadow enveloped him. The opposing player, a brawny midfielder with a buzz cut, showed no signs of slowing down as he barreled into him with both body and ball. System warning: high energy collision alert. Dodge attempt failed. Zhou Tian felt as if his side had been struck hard by a battering ram, losing control as he flew out and skidded 2 meters on the grass, finally landing face down in the dirt. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Foul. But the opponent showed no remorse, looking down at Zhou Tian from a height and spitting 2 slow professional teams. Little lord. Cough cough. Zhou Tian climbed up, clutching his waist, wincing in pain. Although he had Masaki's muscle game meal backing him up, facing such a bulldozer with strength 75 against his strength 49 was still like being a paper target. Are you okay? Sunday. Tanaka Kinta rushed over, looking at him with concern. I'm fine. Zhou Tian rubbed his waist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This guy is getting desperate. The more desperate he was, the more threatening my passes became. It's a recognition of my strength, even though it hurts a bit. The match continued. Minute 25. Zhou Tian received the ball and turned. Don't think about getting past. An opposing fullback came in from the side to tackle. Although he got the ball, he tripped Zhou Tian's calf. Zhou Tian fell again. Minute 28. Going for a header. Just as he jumped, he was covertly elbowed in the ribs by the opponent in the air. Losing his balance, he crashed heavily to the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. Zhou Tian was like a weeble, getting knocked down, getting back up, brushing off the dirt, running on, shouting, and continuing to ask for the ball. This scene made Beichuan Masaki in the stands frown tightly. The plastic water bottle in her hand had already been squeezed into a deformity. That idiot. Doesn't he know to dodge? Why does he insist on taking it heated? Although she scolded him verbally, her eyes were filled with anxiety. She had even started calculating in her mind how many anti-inflammatory drugs and massage time to give him that night. On the field, this targeted bullying tactic finally triggered a chemical reaction. However, it did not cause FC Tokyo to collapse. Instead, it ignited the fury of this hastily assembled team. Minute 32. Zhou Tian took the ball in midfield again. This time, 2 Mitsubishi Yada players surrounded him, fiercely attempting to force him off the field. Just as Zhou Tian prepared to close his eyes and take this heavy blow, a deep blue figure suddenly swooped in. This was an even fiercer, more aggressive physical confrontation. FC Tokyo's midfielder, Takeda Go, who had previously disliked Zhou Tian when they were on the 4th team, charged in like an out-of-control tank, directly crashing into the player preparing to foul. Although this was meant to protect Zhou Tian, it also constituted a blocking foul. The referee blew the whistle. But Takeda Go completely ignored the referee. He rushed to the fallen Mitsubishi Yada player, his fierce face nearly pressed against the opponent's nose. Hey! Takeda Go roared, veins bulging on his neck. If you want to play, go for the ball. If you want to fight, I'll oblige. You keep targeting our number 11. Do you no longer want to play, eh? What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Others from Mitsubishi Yada also surrounded them. You were the ones who crashed into us. Damn you. Tanaka Kinta, usually the shy and honest one, also rushed up, standing in front of Zhou Tian. Is that playing football? That's lumberjacking. You think you can bully our Sunday because he's physically weaker? With a rush of energy, all of FC Tokyo's players, including the defenders and even the goalkeeper, charged out of the penalty area. Even Kudo Aichi, who usually had a cold demeanor, walked over slowly. Although he said nothing, he stood next to Zhou Tian, staring coldly at the opponent, exuding an aura of try messing with him. Both sides pushed and shoved the air thick with tension. The referee hurriedly blew the whistle, separating the 2 sides and issuing yellow cards to both Takeda Go and the opposing player. The conflict settled. Zhou Tian sat on the ground, watching the group of backs standing in front of him. That Takeda Go who once mocked him as a privileged player, the timid Tanaka, and those 3rd-team teammates who had previously ignored. At this moment, they formed a circle around him, protecting him in the middle. Hey Sunday, you okay? Takeda Go turned around and extended a large, sweaty hand towards him. I'm fine. Zhou Tian grasped that hand, using it as leverage to stand up, grinning widely. Thanks, Mohawk. TCH, who did it for you. Takeda Go turned his head away, huffing proudly. You are our commander. If you get taken out, who will pass the ball to us? I don't want to lose to this brute, who only knows how to crash into people. Exactly. The other teammates echoed. Sunday is fighting so hard, getting knocked down, but still daring to ask for the ball. How can we just watch him get bullied? Let's get them. These bastards are too arrogant. An entity known as Team Spirit awakened within this originally scattered. On the sidelines, the coach, in no way Daichi, watched this scene on the field, finally revealing a hint of a relieved smile on his tense face. Daichi, you don't seem worried, asked the assistant coach Ono. Worried about what? Inoue Daichi pulled a mint from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth. Worried they'll fight. It's good for young people to have a bit of fire. He pointed at Zhou Tian, who was surrounded by teammates. Look at that kid. Although he always shouts, his skills are so rough it's hard to watch. But he's quite popular. A truly excellent commander does not need to be the strongest, but must be the one who can, when everyone is willing to step up to protect him. Inoue Daichi squinted. Only then can this team truly take shape. The match continued. Minute 42 of the first half. After the earlier conflict, FC Tokyo's momentum completely changed. If they were passively taking hits before, now they were on the attack. Takeda Go and the other defenders were like they had been injected with adrenaline, madly slaughtering in the backfield, pushing back Mitsubishi Yada's offensive force with brute force. Pass the ball to Sunday. Protect him. After regaining possession, the teammates immediately looked for the number 11 figure. Zhou Tian stood in a slightly right position in the center circle. Although he was sore all over, his mind was clearer than ever. The protection from his teammates allowed him to breathe. The ball was passed to him. This time, thanks to Takeda Go helping him block, Zhou Tian had time to calmly control the ball. Ball control 55, barely sufficient under no interference. Zhou Tian steadily controlled the ball at his feet. He looked up. God's Eye Eagle Vision 86 performed. The Mitsubishi Yada defense remained tight. However, due to the earlier conflict, their emotions were somewhat agitated, and their formation was pressed up, eager to equalize before halftime. In that sea of red, Zhou Tian saw a flash of blue. Kudoichi. That genius forward was currently positioned between two center backs. He didn't run, he just strolled leisurely, as if he were an outsider. This was his disguise. The silence before the Viper. Just as Zhou Tian looked up, Kudoichi did not turn back, but his right pinky finger subtly pointed towards the front. This was a signal that only two people could understand. I'm going there. Pass it to me. Zhou Tian's lips curled up. This time it didn't require any forced effort. No need to use any fancy outside off-the-foot technique to make up for timing. Because he had time, space, and absolute confidence. Come on, partner. Let me show you what perfection looks like. Zhou Tian adjusted his breathing, took a step back. His body posture relaxed, with his left arm naturally extended to maintain balance. His right foot's instep tightened, locking in his ankle. Bang! A crisp, pleasant sound of striking the ball echoed across the field. This was not some soft push nor a high ball that floated unpredictably. This was a ground strike. The ball flew like a precision-guided cruise missile, skimming the turf, spinning rapidly. It passed through the opposing forward's pressure, sailed through the midfield's blockade, even slipped through the gap as two center backs attempted to close in. This was what Inoue Daichi had made him practice 1,000 times last night. The Barcelona-style through ball. Fast, accurate, and fierce. The ball traveled 30 meters, drawing a straight white line on the grass. Just as Kudoichi accelerated, it appeared right in his path. No deceleration, no bounce. The ball felt as if it were being gently placed at his feet by someone. At the moment Kudoichi received the ball, his pupils constricted slightly. Good ball. He silently praised in his heart. The timing of this pass was just right, allowing him to maximize his speed advantage without needing to make any adjustments. Unionon. Another Unionon. Facing the desperate goalkeeper, Kudoichi even had time to feint, sending the keeper crashing to the ground. Then he easily slotted the ball into the empty net. 2-0. Goal. Boom. The stands erupted. That through ball. Scalpel. This is a true scalpel. Is that number 11 a monster? How did he see that line? After scoring, Kudoichi spread his arms and soared across the grass like a glider. This time he didn't just stand, nor did he give a thumbs up. He turned around and amidst the cheers ran straight towards the midfield. There Zhou Tian maintained the posture of the earlier pass, watching the goal, a satisfied smile on his face. Then, as everyone expected, this guy began his performance again. He didn't go to celebrate, but rushed to the center circle to stand guard over the kickoff point, vigilantly staring at the opponent, afraid. Hey, Sunday. A voice interrupted his vigilance. Zhou Tian turned to see Kudoichi standing in front of him, breathing slightly hurriedly, but his eyes shining with brilliance. What? Zhou Tian watched him warily get back into position. Don't let them kick off quickly. Kudoichi looked at this nervous guy and smiled helplessly. He raised his right hand high. Don't just stand there like a... This pass. He paused as if searching for a suitable adjective. In the end, he abandoned the search and simply said. Hearing those two words, Zhou Tian was stunned. Hearing perfect from this proud weirdo was rarer than gaining 10 attribute points from the system. Zhou Tian's mouth curved into a huge smile. He extended his hand and slapped Kudoichi's hand hard. Slap. The crisp sound of their high five echoed. Of course. Zhou Tian proudly lifted his chin. I told you, in the commander. As long as you get into position, there's no ball I can't pass. Don't get too cocky. Kudoichi retracted his hand, turning to run back. There's still the second half. Don't let your leg... TCH, you're the one whose legs are going soft. Halftime. In the locker room. The atmosphere was fantastic. Everyone was discussing the earlier through ball, and Takeda Go's impressive charge. Zhou Tian sat in the corner, though he was full of injuries his spirits were high. System notification assist 1. Current assist count 2. Special task midfield slayer progress assists, 21 tackles, 23. Just one more tackle. Zhou Tian looked at the panel, his eyes shining. As long as he made one more tackle, that defensive attribute gift pack would be his. In the second half, Zhou Tian calculated as he received treatment from the team doctor, it seems I need to take the initiative. I can't just keep taking. The second half began. With a score of 2-0, FC Tokyo played even more confidently. Meanwhile, Mitsubishi Yada appeared increasingly anxious. Their pride in physical confrontation began to turn into unnecessary fouls against FC Tokyo's united defense. Minute 65. The opportunity arose. The midfield core of Mitsubishi Yada received the ball, attempting a forceful breakthrough. He aimed for Zhou Tian's weaker defense. After all, he was physically inferior, hoping to open a gap. Come on, little guy, get lost. The opponent pressed his shoulder down, trying to shove Zhou Tian aside. If it were the first half, Zhou Tian would have surely been knocked down. But now Zhou Tian had already adapted to this rhythm. Moreover, he had eagle eye. God's eye eagle anticipated the opponent's shift in balance. In the moment before the opponent exerted force to collide, Zhou Tian didn't brace himself. He made a seemingly confrontational move, but actually retreated slightly. The opponent's force was too strong, crashing into empty air, momentarily losing balance, staggering a bit. Zhou Tian was quick to act, extending his leg to poke the ball. The ball was dislodged. Successful tackle. System notification tackle, I-33. Task completed. Reward granted, defensive attribute tackle 2. Current tackles, 45-47. Vision proficiency increased. Comfortable. Zhou Tian was overjoyed. But he didn't stop. Because this was a counterattack opportunity. Tanaka, Kudo. Zhou Tian shouted, pushing the ball forward. At this moment, the opponent's defense was in disarray. Kudo Aichi had already slipped to the flank like a ghost. And Tanaka Kenta dashed up through the middle. Zhou Tian glanced at Kudo. Everyone, including the opposing defenders, thought he would pass to Kudo. After all, he was the ace, the one who had scored 2 goals. Mark that, number 10. The opponent yelled. Zhou Tian's ankle did indeed make a passing motion toward the flank. He even looked that way with his eyes. However, at the moment of contact, he twisted his ankle. No look pass. The ball didn't fly to the flank, but rolled straight through the 2 full defenders heading towards the middle. There, Tanaka Kenta was unmarked. What the hell is that for me? Tanaka Kenta didn't even expect it. The happiness came too suddenly. He received the ball and faced the goalkeeper. Although his shooting skills were average with this unknown situation, as long as he didn't overthink it. Bang. The ball went in. 3-0. The match was completely decided. Huh. Zhou Tian laughed like a villain at midfield. Didn't expect that, huh? In the commander. I can pass. Kudo Aichi stopped on the flank, watching Tanaka score, shaking his head helplessly. This guy even fooled me. Yet he wasn't angry. Because this was the true threat. A passer whose intentions were inscrutable was 100 times more frightening than one who only knew how to find the core. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. FC Tokyo U18 representative team 1-3-0 against Mitsubishi Yada SC U18. Saturday, 8:00 p.m. Setagaya Ward Shoati. This traditional Japanese restaurant, typically hosting nearby office workers and local residents, was swept away tonight by a whirlwind known as youthful hormones. Cheers. Accompanied by the crisp clinking of over a dozen glass cups filled with oolong tea and cola, the roof of Shoati almost flew off. The members of the FC Tokyo T-League team were holding their victory celebration here. Although it was merely a triumphant opening match in the T-League for this hastily assembled team, which had been underestimated before the match and had nearly come to blows during the game, a 30 victory felt as exhilarating as winning the World Cup. The restaurant was filled with the overpowering aroma of fried pork cutlets, sukiyaki, grilled chicken skewers, and various high-calorie foods. Boss, another order of extra-large fried chicken pieces. With mayonnaise, please. We're running out of rice. Can you bring over the rice cooker? Hey, Tanaka, that biggest piece of meat is mine. That pass was made by me. The boss, a balding but rosy-cheeked uncle, was busier than ever, yet his smile was brighter. All right. Young men, eat up. While frying tempura, the boss excitedly pulled out an old DSLR camera. Everyone look this way. Cheese. Click. The flash went off. The frame froze. Tanaka Kenta had his mouth stuffed with meat, making a peace sign. Mohican-headed Takeda Go was pouring cola down the throat of a defender. Kudo Aichi forcibly dragged and sat in the corner with a disdainful expression, but was begrudgingly holding a cup of water, casting a reluctant glance at the camera, and the protagonist, Zhou Tian, was not in the main position of the shot. Not even at the dining table. In the corner of the restaurant, the tatami area, slightly separated by a screen, was relatively quiet, but it was filled with another form of screaming. Hiss. Ouch, ouch. Be gentle. Take it easy, lady. Zhou Tian was sitting cross-legged on the mat, shirtless, gritting his teeth, while sucking in cold air. His body was bruised all over, especially on his side, and ribs swollen, as if someone had rolled a rolling pin over him. Those were the trophies left by the muscular guys from Mitsubishi UASC. Behind him, Kataho Maki was kneeling, holding a bottle of pungent injury ointment and a large wad of medical cotton. Today she wasn't wearing her school uniform, but had changed into a loose-fitting home t-shirt with her long hair casually tied up. At this moment, she wore a serious expression, her brows furrowed. Although her movements seemed forceful while massaging away the bruises, she was actually controlling her strength very well. Shut up. Kataho Maki coldly reprimanded, but she eased her grip. Just a little. Weren't you all tough on the field early? You got knocked down and still wanted the ball. Now you feel pain. That was adrenaline. Do you know what adrenaline is? Zhou Tian defended himself. At that moment, I was only thinking about winning, not feeling any pain. Now that it's cooled down, of course it hurts. Idiot. Kataho Maki poured some ointment into her palm, warmed it up, and then pressed it hard against Zhou Tian's bruised back. Ow. Zhou Tian let out a howl. Hearing the commotion, his teammates turned their heads. Hey, is everything alright over? Sounds like a pig being slaughtered. Shoo. Don't interfere. That's the education of love from the boss lady. While everyone was celebrating, Zhou Tian seized the opportunity to sneak into the bathroom and secretly opened the system panel. It was an update that made his heart stop. Match settlement completed. Total 2 points. Zhou Tian looked at that shining golden number and felt as if his injuries had vanished. Adding to what he had left before, he could now be considered comfortably wealthy. Without any hesitation, he felt the sweet taste. The thrill of controlling the game and manipulating opponents was far more satisfying than dribbling past them himself, mainly due to his poor physical condition. Since he had already reached 86S rank, why not push further? Aim for the world class. Point allocation vision, 2 vision 86, 88 boom. Although it didn't feel like the electric shock to the brain he experienced when he broke through 85, Zhou Tian distinctly sensed some subtle changes occurring in his cerebral cortex. If 85's vision was like a high-definition camera, then 88's vision was like a preloading system. Just now, while looking at the menu, he even felt in that split second the trajectory of the boss movements and the direction of the rising steam, vaguely sensing where the boss would place the dish next. This wasn't metaphysics. It was the combination of extremely advanced dynamic vision and spatial computational ability of the brain. Hee. 88 now? Zhou Tian chuckled foolishly. Just 2 more points and I'll reach 90. What does 90 mean? God's perspective. Full map vision. What are you grinning about? Kataho Maki's voice interrupted his daydreaming. She patted Zhou Tian on the back. Turn around, there's still a bruise on the front. Zhou Tian obediently turned, exposing his chest and abdomen. Though not very muscular, the boy's abdominal muscles were beginning to take shape, with fine beads of sweat glistening on his skin. Kataho Maki glanced at him, her eyes flickering slightly, her ears turning a bit red, but she quickly concealed it. Kataho Maki's fingers, covered in medicinal ointment, pressed below Zhou Tian's ribs, where he had been elbowed during a contest for the ball, leaving a bruise. Hiss. Zhou Tian inhaled sharply, instinctively tightening his abdominal muscles. Relax, how can I massage you if you're as stiff as a rock? Maki slapped him lightly. As she kneaded and rubbed in circles, she looked at Zhou Tian's pained expression, gritting his teeth, while trying to endure. Her tone turned somewhat exasperated. You know, Zhou Tian, in a football match, especially when you're leading, the best way to handle a malicious foul like that isn't to get up immediately and act like nothing happened. Maki increased the pressure of her fingers slightly, as if trying to make him remember this lesson. You should fall to the ground in the moment. Even if it doesn't hurt, you should act like it does. Lie there a bit longer, cover your face, roll around in pain, and call the team doctor. Huh. Zhou Tian was taken aback, like Neymar rolling around. This is called tactical intelligence. Maki instructed earnestly. First, this can interrupt the opponent's rhythm and momentum. Second, it puts pressure on the referee, making them feel the opponent's actions are severe, and if they don't show a card, they can't control the situation. Third, and most importantly, this will make the opponent wary. If they know that fouling you could lead to a stoppage of play, or even a card, they will hesitate in their actions. Someone like you who gets knocked down and jumps right back up like nothing happened will only make them think you're easy to bully, a punching bag, and next time they'll hit you even harder. Kataho Maki spoke with authority, resembling a seasoned player, but Zhou Tian frowned as he listened. He looked at Maki, his eyes revealing the stubbornness of youth. No. Zhou Tian shook his head. Why not? Maki asked, confused, rolling on the ground to waste time. That's just lame, Zhou Tian pouted. And what if I lay there for a minute, and then they equalize in stoppage time? Wouldn't I regret it to death? Regretting wasting that minute of playtime just to be lazy? For me, as long as the referee doesn't blow the whistle, I want to get the ball back and score again. Kataho Maki halted her movements. She looked at this fool in front of her. Clearly not physically gifted, clearly getting kicked around, but this strange perfectionism and desire to win made him seem somewhat excessively radiant. You. Maki sighed, shaking her head helplessly. I'm just saying you need to learn to protect yourself. Your body is your capital. If you get injured and can't play, who's going to win the match? Just as the atmosphere between the two became slightly tense or ambiguous. Right? The boss lady is right. Sunday you play too civilized. A rough, loud voice broke the silence of the corner. The screen was pulled open, revealing Takeda Go's face flushed. He was holding a skewer of grilled chicken skin coming over with grease dripping from his mouth. Although I also like to clash hard when facing those dirty bastards, some appropriate acting is also a necessary skill. Takeda Go mumbled through bites of chicken skin. Look at that Kudo kid. Oh, every time he gets fouled, he looks like he's in agony, but he's actually fine, just pretending to draw a card. Zhou Tian rolled his eyes. Don't compare me to that drama queen. Hee. Takeda Go didn't mind. He cast a sly glance at Kataho Maki, who was applying medicine to Zhou Tian, then looked at their somewhat intimate posture with a knowing expression on his face. He rubbed his hands, leaning closer to Maki with a flattering smile. Boss lady, you see, we also brought glory to you today. Not really, and we young lads are all strong and promising. Just say what you want. Kataho Maki didn't look up, continuing to apply the last patch of medicine to Zhou Tian. It's just, Takeda Go hesitated. Do you have any good girlfriends? Or do you know any cute junior girls? Since Sunday has you as a cough supervisor, can you introduce us to some of your friends? He pointed to the group of teammates outside who were eavesdropping with perked ears. This group of beasts who normally roared on the field now had expressions of hope, like little dogs. Kataho Maki paused her movements, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, as she scrutinized Takeda Go, then glanced at the group of hungry wolves outside. Her fingers lightly tapped the glass bottle containing the medicinal alcohol, producing a crisp ding-ding sound, each one hitting Takeda Go right in the heart. Kataho Maki elongated the tone, as if seriously considering. Takeda Go swallowed hard, his face full of anticipation. Although I do know a few cute friends studying in a girls' school, they have lovely appearances and gentle personalities. Really? Takeda Go's eyes lit up, almost kneeling before the boss lady. But Kataho Maki's tone shifted abruptly, her expression instantly turning cold, radiating an aura of I'm busy, don't. Right now I just want to be alone with this injured football idiot to help him work out this damned bruise. She pointed outside, her tone brooking no disagreement. So take your grilled chicken skin and disappear. Immediately right now. Takeda Go jumped as if he had been publicly reprimanded by the school principal. That instinctive urge to survive made him stand at attention, giving an awkward salute. Yes, sir. I'll leave right away. I definitely won't disturb the boss lady's enjoyment. After saying that, this towering man, over 1.8 meters tall, darted out from behind the screen like a frightened rabbit, not forgetting to close the screen tightly behind him. Outside, the sounds of lamentation from teammates could be heard. So did the boss lady agree. Shoo. Do you want to die? Can't you see the boss lady is busy? Alright, scatter, don't be a light bulb. Within the screen, peace returned. Zhou Tian watched this scene, unable to help but chuckle, only to pull on his injury, causing him to grimace in pain. You really are quite the imposing figure, Kataho Maki. Shut up. Tough it out, just one last push. Kataho Maki shot him an annoyed look, pressing down hard. Ow. 9:30 p.m. The gathering at Shoati finally ended amidst laughter and joy. The boss stood at the door beaming, holding the group photo taken earlier, pointing to Zhou Tian, who was squeezed to only show half of his head among his teammates, vowing to hang this photo in the most prominent spot in the restaurant titled the launching pad for future FC Tokyo twin stars, though Kudo looked quite reluctant. Teammates dispersed in 2s and 3s, some still discussing the tempura from earlier, others planning tomorrow's training. The street gradually returned to tranquility. Zhou Tian and Kataho Maki walked side by side on their way home. This was the affluent area of Setagaya, with warm yellow streetlights casting mottled shadows from the trees lining the road. Zhou Tian carried a strong scent of medicinal alcohol, mixed with the satisfaction of a full meal, making him appear somewhat languid. I've come back to life. Zhou Tian stretched, looking at the moon. Although I got beaten up, I must say that meal after winning was the best in the world. That's because the boss is skilled. Good has nothing to do with whether you win or lose. Kataho Maki replied, hands clasped behind her back, stepping on the gaps between the bricks. It's all connected. Zhou Tian chuckled. The two fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the night. This silence wasn't awkward, rather it carried a tacit understanding. Hey Zhou Tian. Has the schedule for the next game come out? Kataho Maki suddenly asked. Zhou Tian thought for a moment and nodded, his previously relaxed expression tightening slightly. It's out. Next Saturday. Who's the opponent? Tokyo Verde U18. Upon hearing that name, Zhou Tian's voice darkened a few shades. Tokyo Verde FC, Tokyo's archrival. Although the first team had declined and was now mingling in J2 League in terms of youth training, Tokyo Verde remained the undisputed leader, boasting a glorious history and a terrifying talent pool. And we're playing away. Zhou Tian added, we have to go to their Yomiuri Land Stadium. That was truly a daunting away game. Kataho Maki stopped in her tracks. She turned to face Zhou Tian. The streetlight cast a glow on her profile, making her usually sharp gaze appear exceptionally gentle. A leader, huh? She murmured softly, sounds much more formidable than that Mitsubishi Yoa. Yes, significantly more. Zhou Tian spoke candidly, and I've heard that they have a midfielder known as the Genius Commander who is even more famous. Are you scared? How could I be? Zhou Tian clenched his fists, feeling the blood still boiling within him the stronger. Only by defeating the leader can I truly earn the title of commander. Kataho Maki looked at his confident, or perhaps overly ambitious demeanor, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She resumed, walking seemingly carelessly, saying, then I just happen to want to stroll around Yomiuri Land and buy something. Stroll? Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes, just a stroll. Kataho Maki shot him a glare to mask her intentions, just to see if you'll get kicked to tears, and whether I need to prepare a stretcher. Hey, can't you wish me a bit of good luck? Then win for me to see. Kataho Maki's voice was light, but clear. You must win, Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian was momentarily startled, watching the silhouette of the girl walking ahead. At that moment, the night breeze seemed to soften. Tuesday evening. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base's audiovisual room. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could drip with moisture. Despite the air conditioning being set high, the 20 or so youths inside felt sweat gather in their palms. Outside, the sky grew darker, and the projector cast several segments of match footage onto the whiteboard. In the footage, a group of players dressed in green jerseys wreaked havoc on the field, their passing fluid and their defense as solid as a fortress. This was the prelude to the Tokyo Derby. This coming Saturday, the FC Tokyo U18 representative team would be facing their city rivals, the Tokyo Verde U18, away from home. Although at the professional first-team level, Tokyo Verdy had long lost the glory of its past during the Kawasaki Omuri era, lingering in the J2 League. Yet in the youth training circles, that green jersey still represented a terrifying dominance. Everyone can see it. Inoue Daichi held a laser pointer, directing it at a freeze frame on the screen. This batch of U18 players from Tokyo Verdy is called the Golden Generation. The red laser dot landed on a long-haired midfielder in a green jersey. Kamayaso, 17 years old, a dual-core member of the U16 and U17 national teams. He is hailed as the left-footed magician. His through balls are more threatening than many J1 players you see on television. Next, the laser dot moved to the defense line, landing on a tall mixed race player with dark skin. Jason Suzuki, 16 years old, Nigerian-Japanese mixed heritage, height 192 centimeters, a key center back for the U16 national team. He is also a teammate of Kudo in the national team. Finally, the dot landed on the goalkeeper, Osako K, U16's main goalkeeper. His reaction speed is extraordinary. Inoue Daichi turned off the laser pointer, surveying the room with a serious tone. To put it bluntly, their overall strength is a tier above our current selection team. This will be a tough match and one we must score in. Because it's a derby, we can't afford to lose to Verdy. This is a creed ingrained in the DNA of FC Tokyo. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. The players' faces were grim. With 3 U16 national representatives stationed in the midfield, it felt like cheating. Tanaka Kenta swallowed hard, murmuring, "How are we supposed to play against them? It feels like we're walking to our doom." Even Kudo Aichi, usually full of pride, frowned at this moment. He knew Jason Suzuki all too well. That hulking figure was a nightmare for forwards. However, amidst the heavy atmosphere, one person's demeanor was completely different. Zhou Tian, sitting in the corner with a notebook, stared at the screen, without fear, his eyes gleaming with a calculative light. 3 U16 representatives? That's like facing 3 BOS-level elite monsters. Defeating such opponents would surely yield double rewards from the system. There might even be a chance to drop a golden skill book. And the derby has special bonuses. Zhou Tian licked his lips, feeling not fear, but a bit of greed. However, compared to that he was more concerned about, he opened the system panel and took a quick glance. Current vision 88's level, just 2 points more. If I can just get those 2 points, I can break through the 90 barrier. Friday 4:00 p.m. FC Tokyo's 4th team training ground. Although Zhou Tian and Tanaka had already made the T-League representative team, they still returned to the 4th team for maintenance training during non-training times. This afternoon there happened to be an internal practice match for the 4th team. "Hey, Sunday, be gentle. We're all..." A familiar scream echoed across the field. Zhou Tian, wearing the number 11 jersey, was like a ruthless killer dominating the field. Facing his former teammates, who were now a step behind, Zhou Tian showed no mercy. "Run. Don't slack off. Can't you see that gap is so big?" Zhou Tian orchestrated the midfield frantically. His vision, 88, was a dimensional suppression in this level of competition. He felt like a player in an RTS game with godlike vision, while others were still playing in first-person shooter mode. In the 30th minute, Zhou Tian received the ball in the center circle and executed a very discreet no-look pass that pierced through the entire defense. The forward easily scored. In the 45th minute, Zhou Tian successfully intercepted, dribbled forward, though his dribbling still only rated D, but because he anticipated the opponent's pressing timing, he appeared to navigate effortlessly and took a long shot from outside the penalty area. Although it didn't go in, it caused the goalkeeper to fumble, allowing a teammate to score from the rebound. 3-0. The match ended. Zhou Tian stood by the field, listening to the delightful sounds in his mind. Ding. Won the high-intensity internal match. Reward free, attribute 0.1. Phew. Level up vision 1, current vision 89. Zhou Tian clenched his fist. He was just one step away from that mysterious 90 barrier. But that final step became the biggest problem. Today was Thursday. Tomorrow was Friday. To prepare for Saturday's derby, there would typically only be low-intensity recovery training and tactical drills without any practice matches. Which means he would be stuck at the agonizing 89 until the derby began. No way. Absolutely not. Zhou Tian shook his head wildly in his mind. If I'm at 89, I won't feel confident against that left-footed magician from Verdy. If I'm at 90, I can confidently match him. I need a match. Even if it's just a 30-minute game. Zhou Tian paced back and forth in the locker room, his eyes sharp like a wolf on the hunt. At that moment, Tanaka Kenta was tying his shoelaces while chatting with Takeda Go. "By the way, I heard our 4th team substitutes are going to play a friendly match against the U15 team tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, the U15 side seems to want to pick a few players up, so they arranged this assessment match. U15 friendly match tomorrow afternoon." Zhou Tian's ears perked up like a radar locking onto a target. Zhou Tian revealed a smile that sent chills down Tanaka Kenta's spine. Friday 10:00 a.m. Outside the office of FC Tokyo's youth training director. Inoue Daichi had just finished a tactical analysis meeting regarding Tokyo Verdy, holding a thick stack of documents, rubbing his forehead as he stepped out. He had lost quite a bit of sleep over this derby in the last 2 days. "Hey, uncle. Good morning." A lively voice rang out in the hallway. Inoue Daichi looked up to see Zhou Tian leaning against the wall, holding 2 bottles of energy drinks, smiling like a blooming flower. "Call me coach." Inoue Daichi took the drink Zhou Tian handed him. "No good deed goes unpunished. Speak, what trouble have you caused this time? Or are you just craving Wagyu again? How could that be?" Zhou Tian rubbed his hands together, looking earnest. "I'm here to volunteer." "Volunteer? Inoue Daichi raised an eyebrow. You're starting on Saturday's roster, no need to volunteer. Not for Saturday. Zhou Tian lowered his voice, pointing towards the distant fourth team's training ground. Uncle, I heard. The fourth team has a friendly match against U15 tomorrow afternoon. Inoue Daichi paused for a moment, then looked at him warily. That is indeed happening. It's to evaluate the U15 prospects. What do you want to do? Hehe. Zhou Tian revealed his intentions. Can I join in and play for a bit? Huh. Inoue Daichi almost crushed the drink in his hand. Are you out of your mind? Inoue Daichi's eyes widened. Tomorrow is Friday. The day after is the derby. That's the decisive battle against Tokyo Verdy. You actually want to play a meaningless match the day before a decisive battle? What if you get injured? What if you exhaust your stamina? No way. Absolutely not. Inoue Daichi firmly refused. Uncle, please. Zhou Tian put his hands together, starting to employ his relentless persuasion tactics. I don't need to play the whole match. I just want to play 30 minutes. No, even 20 minutes will do. What's your reason? Inoue Daichi frowned. Don't tell me you want to bully children. Because of my form. Zhou Tian quickly fabricated a grand-sounding reason. Uncle, you know I'm the type of player who thrives in matches. I've been watching footage for days, and I feel like my body is rusting. I need to find that feeling of scoring before the derby, even if it's just against U15. It's like a pre-match warm-up. Yes, a warm-up. Zhou Tian's gaze was steadfast, even carrying a hint of pleading. If he didn't earn that 1 point, he might end up counting grass blades on the field due to his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Inoue Daichi looked at the eyes of Zhou Tian that were filled with "let me play." He recalled Coach Ono's words. This kid, indeed, ordinary players would rather rest before a big game, but this kid wanted to practice more. Perhaps that was the reason for his rapid improvement. I'm truly amazed by you. Inoue Daichi sighed. It can be done, but there are 3 conditions. You say? First, you can only play for 30 minutes. Not a second more. Second, no intense physical confrontations. If I see you making overly aggressive moves, I will immediately take you off. Third, if you feel weak in the derby on Saturday. Inoue Daichi revealed a familiar devilish smile. That Zhou Tian, he'll send you back to the 5th team to clean the toilets for a month. Deal. Zhou Tian jumped up excitedly. Just you wait, uncle. 30 minutes will be enough. Friday 4:00 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training Ground. This was originally an unremarkable internal. The U18 4th team substitutes. The group that didn't want to move up to the T-League representative team faced off against the U15 elite team. On the sidelines, only a few parents were present. However, when the match reached the 60th minute of the second half, the 4th team made a substitution. The one wearing the vibrant T-League representative team jersey number 11, which Zhou Tian had specially worn and recently gained fame in the youth training camp as the Mad Dog commander, Zhou Tian, stood on the sidelines. The U15 kids were stunned. Hey, who is that? Isn't that the Sunday senior? The starting midfielder from the team. Why is he here to play this kind of match? Isn't this a dimensional suppression? This is unfair. Zhou Tian ignored the U15 kids' resentful gazes as he eagerly ran onto the field. Come on, everyone. Get your spirits up. Zhou Tian clapped his hands and shouted, even though it's only 30 minutes, we need to play with T-League intensity. The substitutes on the 4th team wore bitter smiles. Big brother, we just want to relax. Don't set the pace for us. In the next 30 minutes, it became Zhou Tian's personal showcase. Or rather, score-boosting performance. Facing middle schoolers who were 2 to 3 years younger than him, and still growing, Zhou Tian's originally frail physicality surprisingly became an advantage. With a vision rating of 89, he strolled around the field, passing without looking, executing backfoot through balls. He even attempted a Marseille turn, though it was a bit stiff. In the 70th minute, he assisted a teammate in scoring. In the 80th minute, he broke into the penalty area and scored with a... In the 85th minute, he delivered another long pass assist. In an instant, the score changed from 1-1 to 4-1. The U15 kids were on the verge of tears. Senior, please show some mercy. Aren't you supposed to play against Verdy tomorrow? Can you save some energy? Zhou Tian turned a deaf ear to their pleas. He only cared about the time. Beep. 30 minutes were up. The match ended. Ding. Won the practice match score boosting game. Reward free attribute point 1. Zhou Tian roared internally. Finally, he had finally gathered enough points. He didn't bother to shake hands with the opposing team and dashed to the sidelines to grab a water bottle, drinking while opening the panel. This was a historic moment. Level up Vision 1 Vision 8990 thunderous. If level 85 was a current, then level 90 was an earthquake in his mind. Zhou Tian felt the world in front of him sway momentarily, then reassemble in an instant. The originally flat field transformed into a precise 3D holographic projection in his mind. The flow of the wind, the bend of the grass. Even the frequency of Inoue Daichi's stopwatch in the distance became crystal clear, and everything felt incredibly vivid yet slow. Ding. Congratulations, host. Core attribute vision has broken through 90s level. Awaken passive skill omniscient eye. Skill description, you can not only see the current lines, but also read the intentions of all players on the field. Your brain can simultaneously process the movements of 22 players and calculate the optimal solution for the next second. Attached aura, absolute calm. While in possession of the ball, your heart rate will be forcibly stabilized, undisturbed by external pressures. Omniscient. Zhou Tian murmured to himself. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. He looked toward the distant goal. That feeling was akin to playing FIFA with godlike vision, where he could see not only his players, but also the status bars above the opponent's heads. Is this the world of 90? Zhou Tian clenched his fist. Even if his body was still weak, even if his skills were, he felt that he was now a god on the field. Hey Sunday. Inoue Daichi approached, looking at Zhou Tian's dazed, yet fervent expression, frowning. Did you go dumb from playing? You played 30 minutes and managed 1 goal and 2 assists. Aren't you worried about not having stamina for tomorrow? Zhou Tian snapped back to reality and turned to Inoue Daichi. In that instant, Inoue Daichi felt a jolt in his heart. He noticed the change in Zhou Tian's gaze. It was deeper, calmer, like an unfathomable lake. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Inoue Daichi felt as if his tactical board was being seen through. Don't worry, uncle. Zhou Tian flashed a bright smile, and the oppressive feeling vanished in an instant. I'm in great form now. For tomorrow's derby. Zhou Tian looked into the distance. I will give those talented kids from Friday, 8:00 p.m. Streets of Setagaya. The night before the big game. Zhou Tian and Kataho Maki were walking home. They didn't indulge in a feast at Shoati tonight, because Maki said to eat lightly before the match, so they only bought Odin and rice balls from the convenience store. June Saturday. Dongjing Dumai Liyuan Yomiuriland Stadium. If Zhuzgonyuan is the mecca of Dongjing youth training, then Dumai Liyuan Stadium is for FC Dongjing's players a veritable den of hostility. This was the stronghold of Dongjing, Levian Tokyo Verde. Although it was only a U18 T-League regular season match, the word derby draped the entire stadium in an atmosphere bordering on fanaticism and even a hint of grimness. In the stands, a sea of green held absolute sway. Thousands of die-hard fans clad in deep green Dongjing, Levian jerseys waved massive banners and beat war drums. Their voices rang out loud and in unison, carrying the ferocity of those who would devour the visiting team alive. In the opposite corner of the stands, a few hundred FC Dongjing supporters in red and blue, parents and die-hard traveling fans among them, refused to be outdone, roaring to match the green tide. Take out those tanuki across to Amachuan. This is green territory. Get out. The air tasted faintly of gunpowder, as if a battle were imminent, though no real fireworks burned. By the sideline in the warm-up area, Zhou Tian wore a deep blue tracksuit and stretched. He could plainly feel the air around him was viscous. The jeers and boos from the stands washed over him like a tide. Hey, number 11. What are you looking at? Go home. FC Dongjing's soft-footed shrimp. Zhou Tian, far from angry, listened with amused interest. He even wanted to jot these insults into a little notebook. After all, his Japanese vocabulary could use expanding. Nice composure, said Gongting Rongi beside him as he stretched. First time playing such a hellish away ground, and you're shaking. Zhou Tian smiled, scanning the stands. Thousands bought tickets just to shout at me. Isn't that the treatment of a superstar? I'm delighted, actually. Gongting Rongi rolled his eyes. Your thickness of skin truly is superstar level. Just then, the God's Eye Omniscience Vision 90 trembled. It was not a system prompt, but a purely biological instinct. It was the sensation of encountering a fellow apex predator in the jungle. Zhou Tian whipped his head toward the other side of the halfway line. Their Dongjing Levians players were also warming up. Zhou Tian walked over, and when he drew near Shun Gutsong, the long-haired youth, Shun Gutsong, had his back to Zhou Tian, yet as if the back of his head had eyes, he suddenly thrust his right hand backward and upward. At the same time, driven by some uncanny impulse, Zhou Tian extended his left hand forward and upward. Snap! Both hands almost simultaneously grasped the same object. It was a green support scarf, accidentally slipped from the grasp of an overenthusiastic young fan in the second tier. The scarf drifted irregularly through the air. An ordinary person could not, with their back or side turn, so precisely predict its landing point. Yet these two did. Zhou Tian and Shun Gutsong turned to each other simultaneously, their hands still clinging to either end of the scarf. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze for a beat. For the first time, a flash of surprise crossed Shun Gutsong's lazily half-closed eyes, quickly melting into the pure joy of finding a kindred spirit. You can see the same world as I do. Shun Gutsong whispered, not with hostility, but with the warmth of someone who had found a long-lost brother. In the realm of omniscience, the strong are lonely. Shun Gutsong had long felt he played among a flock of blind teammates, that solitude was incomprehensible to others. But now he felt it. Even without turning, he knew someone would be there behind him. Zhou Tian looked at this magician, whom Jingshang Dadi had praised to the skies. System scan result, Shun Gutsong. Vision rating SS, 90. Comprehensive rating S. So it was true. Zhou Tian thought with a start. This fellow was too absurdly gifted by nature. Still, Zhou Tian wore an infuriatingly cheeky smile. Like you. No. Zhou Tian wagged his finger. I can see far more than you. Oh. Shun Gutsong raised an eyebrow. For example. Zhou Tian leaned in conspiratorially. I can even see the color of your underwear. Gongting Rongi nearly spat out his water. Is this man a social terror? This was the core of the arch-rival. Shun Gutsong, not angered, asked earnestly, what color? Zhou Tian had not expected him to play along. He froze, then blurted, black. With lace trim. Shun Gutsong glanced down at his own shorts, then looked up with a look that said, you've disappointed me, and sighed. I knew you were making it up. False hope. Shun Gutsong released the scarf and said lightly, they're white. Pure cotton. Zhou Tian. Is this the sort of conversation befitting the summit clash of the T-League? Hey, Shingu, what are you doing? A towering shadow loomed, Jessen Lingmo. The 192 centimeters mixed heritage centerback scooped Shun Gutsong up like a chick and pulled him back. Boss, stop chatting. They're the enemy. We're about to enter. Jessen warned with a glare at Zhou Tian. That kid looks unserious. Beware of catching his idiot virus. Yet coming. Shin Gutsong tidied his wind-tossed hair and gave Zhou Tian a long look. See you on the pitch number 11 with the Eye of Lies. With that he turned and left. Zhou Tian held the scarf mouth twitching. Eye of Lies. Is this guy? Still, at 5:00 p.m., the match officially began. As the players lined up to enter, Dongjing's sky darkened, as if to match the atmosphere of the impending battle. A fine patter of rain began to descend. It was light, but enough to moisten the turf, quicken the ball, and make the ground. This is trouble. On the sideline, Jingshang Dadi frowned. A rain match. A test for technical teams for players with crude technique. A disaster. He looked at Zhou Tian on the field. Zhou Tian's woeful ball control managed only on dry ground. On the slick grass the ball slid like an oiled eel. The referee's whistle sounded. Dongjing Levine kicked off. The opening 15 minutes were less a fierce clash than a suffocating series of probes. Shin Gutsong had the ball. Rain dashed his face, but he appeared unfazed. His left foot seemed to possess a magnetic pull. The ball, even on the wet turf, obediently clung to his instep. Tap, tap, tap. Dongjing Levine's passing was blisteringly quick. Shin Gutsong moved like a conductor, each release exquisitely rational and fiercely penetrating. In the 5th minute at the center circle, Shin Gutsong, without looking, sent a long, low diagonal pass. The ball accelerated on the slick grass, slicing through FC Dongjing's defense like a knife. So fast. Wu Tiangang chased back desperately and barely drove the ball out for a throw-in. Is this what a 90 vision feels like? Zhou Tian in midfield felt an enormous pressure. He could see Shin Gutsong's passing lanes. Truly it was clear as day. Eagle Eye drew a red line across his mind. But body D. Zhou Tian saw it. His brain shouted, go intercept. His legs replied, I'd like to, but in an attempted interception, Zhou Tian's footing betrayed him. He nearly split himself wide. Though he barely stayed upright, the movement was disgracefully clumsy. The Levian supporters in the stands erupted in scornful laughter. Look at number 11. Is he dancing? Has FC Dongjing no one else? Send up a clown. However, amid this clumsy farce, Shin Gutsong's brow gradually tightened. He noticed that the ridiculous number 11, though his first touches were oversized and his passes veered strangely, somehow always appeared in the most disgusting, dangerous positions. In the 12th minute, Shin Gutsong prepared to launch an attack. He saw a gap on the right, just as he was about to strike. Zhou Tian suddenly appeared on the passing lane, not to win the ball, but to stand there and block the sight line. Like an ear, Shin Gutsong had to control and change direction. The tempo slowed. This guy. Shin Gutsong narrowed his eye. He knows where I want to pass. And because the rain has made the pitch slippery, his chaotic patternless runs make it impossible for me to predict his center of gravity. On Zhou Tian's side it was hard going. Every first touch demanded every ounce of control, and the ball often rebounded against his shin. But this damned rain was fair. Normally technically skilled players possessed a precise sense of where the ball would land. Yet because Zhou Tian's footwork was so poor, his kicks always bore chaotic spin, coupled with the slick surface. In the 14th minute, Zhou Tian's pass sliced horribly. He meant to find the flank man Tianzhong, but the ball became a half-height lob and maddeningly bounced on the turf and changed direction. Jessen Lingmu, the tall U16 defender who had read the play perfectly and prepared to intercept, saw the ball pop and slip past his feet. What the fuck? Jessen froze. The ball rolled to Gongting Rongi. Though the position was poor, it was still an attacking. Zhou Tian wiped the rain from his face and offered a sly grin. Shin Gutsong, your vision can see through tactics, but can you see through randomness? I don't even know where this kick would land. How could you predict it? The rain intensified. Two commanders with godlike perspectives, one graceful as a swan, the other bedraggled as an eel, began a silent duel on this muddy battlefield. The 15th minute of the first half. Yomiuri Land Stadium, Tokyo. Rain fell harder. Fine drizzle had thickened into a relentless downpour, striking the waterlogged pitch and sending up white splashes. The match descended into chaos. Both teams struggled against the treacherous surface, misplaced controls became frequent, and falls turned routine. Yet amid the mud and mayhem, the figure in jersey number 11 emerged as the game's greatest variable, the ultimate. Now, Zhou Tian intercepted the ball in midfield, less a steal, more a fortunate roll after the opponent slipped. Instantly his mind activated omniscient eye full awareness vision 90, constructing a precise 3D model of the field. He saw Kudo Eiichi darting behind Jason Suzuki, a towering presence, and shouted, pass it. Zhou Tian prepared a perfectly weighted chip over the defense. Reality was merciless. At the exact moment his supporting foot struck the ground, the sodden earth gave way beneath him. Slee-eyed, Zhou Tian lurched violently sideways. His intended instep volley twisted into an awkward, off-balance. The shot spun with bizarre lateral rotation and bounced erratically. The ball leapt forward like a startled frog, skipping and hopping across the soaked turf. What kind of shot is that? Jason Suzuki, Tokyo Greenian's 192 centimeters mixed heritage center back, stared wide-eyed. He'd anticipated the ball slowing upon hitting a puddle, ready to step forward and intercept. Instead, on its first bounce, it struck a slick patch of water, skidded sideways, and accelerated unpredictably. Whoosh! The ball slipped silkily between Jason Suzuki's long legs. Through them. A thruff-the-legs pass, but not just any, a hydrodynamic, unpredictable water-skipping thruff-the-legs pass. Nanny. Jason tried to pivot, but turning that massive frame in the mud was agonizingly slow. Behind him, the man who'd been stalking like a panther, Kudo Eiichi sprang into motion. For such random passes, Kudo Eiichi clearly possessed seasoned instinct, or immunity. He didn't question whether the trajectory made sense. He simply tracked where the ball was. Ball's coming, so shoot. Before Jason could fully turn, Kudo Eiichi launched his attack. No need to control the ball. With splash balance, he wrenched his torso mid-slip on the rain-licked grass, meeting the bouncing chaotic ball Heaton. He caressed it with the inside of his right foot, a curling artistic chip. The ball traced a breathtaking arc, clearing Jason's body, evading goalkeeper Osaki K's outstretched finger. Bang! It struck the inner edge of the far post and ricocheted into the net. 10. FC Tokyo's a roar erupted from the away section. Hundreds of FC Tokyo's diehard fans exploded in crimson and cobalt, their flags whipping wildly in the rain. Goal! Goal! Kudo! That pass was genius. It used the puddles. Is no 11 a physicist? After scoring, Kudo Eiichi didn't sprint to the corner for celebration. He merely flicked rain-soaked bangs from his forehead, then turned habitually and jogged back toward midfield. There Zhou Tian stood like a gatekeeper, hands on hips, at the center circle, eyes locked onto the opponent, holding the ball, guarding against a quick restart. Slap. Kudo Eiichi ran up and slapped Zhou Tian's palm. The pass was. Kudo's lips twitched, searching for the right word, creatively inspired. Humph. Zhou Tian wiped rain from his face with smug satisfaction. That was water release water dragon bullet technique, custom built to dismantle giants. Kudo Eiichi chuckled helplessly and took position beside Zhou Tian. Somewhere along the way he'd grown accustomed to this post-goal instantly defensive tightwad mode. After all, a lead was currency, and currency belonged safely in the bank. Tokyo Greenian's half. Jason Suzuki slammed his thigh in frustration, splattering mud and rainwater. Damn it. My fault. Jason told goalkeeper Osaki K and Shingo Aoi, who approached. I didn't anticipate. That kid's technique is utterly bizarre. As starting center back for Japan's U16 national team, Jason had seen countless exquisite through balls, but never one that behaved like a drunkard stumbling across the pitch. Not your fault, Jason. Shingo always stepped forward and clapped Jason's back. Rain plastered his long hair to his temples, lending him a cold, almost androgynous severity. His gaze drifted toward Zhou Tian, now slapping hands with Kudo Eiichi, and in those eyes sharp enough to pierce illusion flickered quiet understanding. That playmaker. Shingo murmured. He has no control over where his passes land. Huh. Jason blinked. His vision is elite. He sees the gaps, Shingo explained. But his technical execution is abysmal, worsened by this cursed weather. The ball he kicks rolls in ways even he can't predict. If the passer himself cannot foresee its path, how could you, the defender, possibly anticipate it? A statement both philosophically profound and brutally humbling. Chaos defeats mastery. Sometimes incompetence is camouflage. So what do we do? Jason asked. Just let him keep kicking randomly. No. Shingo turned toward the center circle, his gaze sharpening. If we cannot anticipate his passes, then we must prevent him from making them at all. And Shingo pressed his boot into the sodden turf. Soon, it will be our time. The match resumed. The 25th minute of the first half. After conceding, Tokyo Greenin did not falter. As reigning champions of the T-League, their pedigree shone through. Calm, controlled, accelerating with purpose. In Shingo always feet, the ball moved as if enchanted. Even with omniscient eye granting Zhou Tian full awareness of Shingo's passing intent, he watched in horror, unable to intercept. Shingo's ball control was simply too refined. His touches in the rain remained silky smooth, like liquid silk. Minute 28. Shingo received the ball in midfield. Zhou Tian closed in immediately. You're not getting past. Using foresight, Zhou Tian cut off Shingo's leftward dribble route. Shingo responded with effortless grace, brushing the ball outward with his left outside off the foot, then feinting. Zhou Tian's eagle eye recognized the fake, but his body balance 53 betrayed him. His center of gravity swayed involuntarily. Just that fraction of a second. Shingo shifted direction again, gliding past Zhou Tian. Damn it. Zhou Tian lunged, grasping only rain. Past the challenge, Shingo faced open space, but refused temptation. While running, he glanced left toward a gap, and there Tokyo Greenian's winger surged forward at speed. FC Tokyo's defenders, drawn by Shingo's breakthrough, had drifted inward, slightly. Gap, Shingo whispered. No adjustment. No glance. His left instep pushed, soft, precise. A low diagonal through ball, blisteringly fast, spinless, gliding like ice. It pierced the seam between two defenders, arriving perfectly at the winger's feet. The winger controlled and crossed. A central striker rose, powerful header. Bang. Goal. 11. Just 15 minutes later, Tokyo Greenin equalized. Roar. Thousands of home fans erupted. Their emerald banners blotting out the sky, war drums shaking the rain-soaked air. Zhou Tian stood frozen at midfield, watching the ball nestle into the net, his heart constricting. System alert, score tied. Current predictive reward 0 points. My points are gone. Zhou Tian ignored despair. He bolted toward his own goal like a man. Amid bewildered stares from celebrating Greenin players, he snatched the ball from the net and cradled it tight before. Hey, stop celebrating. What's there to celebrate? Zhou Tian bellowed at the embracing Greenin squad, then repeated it in fluent Japanese. Get back to your half. Time is precious. Then he whirled on his own teammates, some already slumping, and roared. And you, lift your heads. It's only 11, not a loss. The match has barely begun. Wake up. His voice cut through the downpour, raw, defiant, unyielding. Kudo Aichi stood near the halfway line watching his partner clutch the ball like a scolding housekeeper, and shook his head though a smile tugged at his lips. Got it. So bossy. Kudo shouted back. Yeah. Mohawk-haired Taishida Gohei slapped his cheeks and bellowed. You're the one who should have stopped that long-haired guy. That's Shingu Aoi, the U-17 core. You think you could handle him? Zhou Tian shot back unflinching. Through Zhou Tian's absurd, almost comical urgency, FC Tokyo's morale didn't sink. It rebounded, galvanized by the urge to mock him instead. The match continued. From the 30th to the 45th minute of the first half, true stalemate set in. Rain warfare demanded immense physical toll. Zhou Tian's jersey clung drenched and heavy, revealing lean, functional muscle. Not imposing, but resilient. Rain plastered his hair flat to his scalp, disheveled, yet undeterred. But his eyes burned brighter than ever. Omniscient eye, full awareness operated at peak capacity. Though technically inferior to Shingu, Zhou Tian began mastering anticipation of anticipation. Minute 38. Shingu received the ball again. Zhou Tian didn't rush. He sprinted directly into Shingu's most probable passing lane. I know exactly where you'll pass. Thud. The ball struck Zhou Tian's leg and ricocheted away. Intercept successful. Brilliant. Sunday, teammates cheered. Shingu studied Zhou Tian's brows, faintly furrowed. This guy adapts astonishingly fast. And his position, though Zhou Tian's movements remained awkward, often scrambling or tumbling to block, the truth was undeniable. His defensive impact grew steadily. He was like stubborn gum, impossible to shake off. Not sticky enough to trap Shingu, but irritating enough to disrupt him. Minute 43. Zhou Tian collected the ball in midfield. Jason Suzuki advanced like a mountain descending. No more nutmegs this time. Jason declared, legs firmly together. Lessons learned. Zhou Tian grinned. Who said anything about nutmegs? He pivoted, hips jutting backward, and braced his back squarely against Jason's chest. Then, line pass backward. The ball found Takeshita Gohei surging late. Takeshita unleashed a long-range shot, skimming wide. Oh. A collective groan swept the stadium. Beep. First half whistle. Score 11. Players trudged toward the dressing rooms coated in mud and rain. 45 minutes of rain combat equaled 2 normal matches in exhaustion. Zhou Tian brought up the rear, wringing water from his jersey, legs leaden. So this is championship-level intensity. Shingu Aoi, he's a monster. Looks slender, but core strength like steel. Impossible to budge. Home dressing room. Tokyo Greenine. Quiet, disciplined, orderly. Unlike FC Tokyo's boisterous chaos. This was the calm of true aristocracy. Even at halftime, Tide players calmly wiped sweat, changed kits, rehydrated. Shingu Aoi sat centrally, drying his hair. His expression remained placid, languid charm intact, but his eyes held new focus. Shingu, that no? 11 is tenacious. Jason Suzuki massaged his knee with an ice pack. Like an eel, slippery, unpredictable. And his passes, utterly lawless. Impossible to defend. Shingu nodded, closing his eyes, replaying every frame of the first half. Zhou Tian's runs, blocks, and those unervingly perceptive eyes. His vision is world-class. Even in fleeting moments, he glimpses futures slightly farther ahead than I do. But Shingu opened his eyes, a confident curve lifting his lips. His body and his technique are his. In the first half, he adapted to my rhythm, and I observed his limits. Shingu rose and strode to the tactical board. He picked up a marker, circled the no. 11-foot icon representing Zhou Tian, and slashed a bold X through it. I think I've seen enough. Turning to his teammates, his voice, soft yet laced with absolute authority, filled the room. That playmaker's stamina drains at twice our rate in rain warfare. Every step he takes compensates for technical deficiency with wasted motion. Second half, first 15 minutes, accelerate. No intricate combinations. Just give me the ball, and then, full sprint. All of you. Shingu tightened the towel in his fist. His mind keeps pace, but his legs fall behind. In the second half, we break them completely. We will shatter them utterly. In the 60th minute of the second half at the Tokyo Dome, the rain was getting heavier. If the rain in the first half added a touch of uncertainty to the match, then the current downpour was like a ferocious beast intent on swallowing the 22 young players on the field. The pitch had turned into a marsh with every sprint kicking up heavy mud. Zhou Tian stood at the center circle, his chest heaving violently, each breath feeling like he was swallowing icy air, his lungs burning. System warning: stamina remaining 35. Warning: high intensity rain battle is rapidly depleting the host's muscle endurance. Suggestion: reduce running frequency. Reduce my ass. Zhou Tian wiped the rain from his face, his eyes fierce. The score was 1-1. If we don't win, there will be no points. Without points, all these injuries are for nothing. This rain is for nothing, and that huge pork chop meal was for nothing. We must win. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and forced his weary legs to run. At this moment, Tokyo Green had changed their strategy. Kamaya Ao no longer frequently took the ball, but instead blended into the formation. The green team began to retract as if luring the enemy deeper. Minute 65. The opportunity had arrived. Zhou Tian received a return pass from Kudo Aichi in midfield. The Eye of God Omniscience Vision 90 activated instantly. Through the dense curtain of rain, he saw it. Behind the seemingly impenetrable defense of the green team, between the towering Jason Suzuki and the fullback, there was a huge and almost unbelievable gap. The gap was so obvious as if it had been left open intentionally. Meanwhile, his teammate Tanaka Kinta was preparing to make a run in that direction. This is it. Zhou Tian's brain instantly made the judgment. As long as I chip the ball over, Tanaka can break through. This was an instinctive temptation. Zhou Tian did not hesitate. He trusted his eyes. Go Tanaka. Zhou Tian. This time he controlled it well. The ball traced a rainbow-like arc surpassing the green team's midfield and landing precise. It's passed. Inoue Daichi suddenly stood up on the sidelines. The ball landed and bounced. Tanaka Kinta looked at the flying ball ecstatic. Good ball. Sunday. This ball is divine. Tanaka sprinted full speed, confidently controlling the ball with a wide open space ahead. Just one more step. One more step and I can shoot face the goalkeeper. However, at the moment the ball was passed. In the green team's half, the long-haired Kamaya Ao curled his lips into a cold smile. Finally it's here. He said softly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. And in the back line, the seemingly cumbersome hybrid giant, Jason Suzuki, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. It's here. Jason Suzuki shouted. He was not startled by the gap behind him. On the contrary, the moment Zhou Tian kicked, he had already turned around. His massive body unleashed a terrifying power on the muddy ground. At that moment, Tanaka Kinta, who was sprinting with the ball, suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. Whoosh! It was the sound of wind. It was the wind pressure created by a massive object slicing through the air at high speed. What a... Tanaka Kinta turned back in horror. What met his eyes was Jason Suzuki's expressionless face and his long legs. This was a defender of U16 national team caliber. This was the absolute gap of talent. Too slow. Jason Suzuki overtook him from the side. He didn't use his hands, merely leaning against Tanaka with his shoulder. Bang! Tanaka felt as if he had crashed into... His balance was instantly lost, and he flew off the baseline, sliding 3 meters in the mud. Meanwhile, Jason Suzuki steadily controlled the ball, not even stumbling once. Perfect defense. Terrifying recovery speed. No. It's impossible. Zhou Tian stood frozen, his hands and feet cold. That gap. Was it a trap? Did they deliberately expose it to lure me into passing? Because they knew that even if it was left open for me with Jason's recovery speed, he could easily handle Tanaka. Counterattack. After intercepting the ball, Jason Suzuki didn't stop, directly launching a long pass to midfield. The offense and defense switched instantly. A few quick passes. The ball reached the front line in no time. At this moment, FC Tokyo's formation had pushed too high due to the previous attack, leaving the backline vulnerable. The ball rolled to Kamaya Ao's feet. At this moment, the only player in front of him was Zhou Tian. This was a fateful eye of omniscience versus magician. Zhou Tian forced himself to calm down. I can see it. I can see his movement. He's going to break to the left. Zhou Tian lowered his center of gravity, preparing to block. However, Kamaya Ao looked at his muddy opponent, his eyes only calm. You can see the future, right? But seeing it doesn't mean you can keep up. Kamaya Ao made an extremely simple change of... It wasn't a feint. It was pure acceleration. He suddenly paused while dribbling, causing Zhou Tian's rhythm to be disrupted before accelerating again. As still as a virgin, as agile as a hare. Whoosh! Kamaya Ao zipped by Zhou Tian like a gust of green wind. Zhou Tian's mind reacted and his eyes saw it. But his legs. Speed 61, explosiveness 55. His legs felt like they were weighed down with lead, unable to move. He didn't even have the chance to reach out and grab. He was passed. Cleanly. After breaking through, Kamaya Ao had a clear... Everyone thought he would pass. After all, he was the commander. But the FC Tokyo defenders made a fatal mistake. They overlooked that a midfielder capable of entering the national team would certainly have finishing ability. Kamaya Ao reached the top of the penalty arc. Facing the slightly hesitant goalkeeper, he didn't even take a run-up. His left foot moved elegantly like playing a violin, striking the ball. Bang! The ball traced an exquisitely beautiful inward curving arc. It bypassed the defender's block and the goalkeeper's gloves. Drawing a rainbow in the rain, it drilled into the corner of the goal. 1-2. Tokyo Green took the lead. Kamaya. This is our captain. The fans of the green team went wild, waving green flags in the rain. Kamaya Ao stood still, arms outstretched, welcoming the rain's baptism. He stood with his back to Zhou Tian, his silhouette tall and insurmountable. The remaining time turned into torment. The rain kept pouring. Zhou Tian felt his body had reached its limit. His lungs felt like they were about to explode, and his legs ached to the point of almost losing sensation. But what made him more desperate was the psychological blow. Tanaka Kinta had lost his composure. Ever since being devoured by Jason Suzuki like a monster, he had lost his spirit, no longer daring to dribble or make runs, fearing that terrifying sound of wind would come from behind again. And Zhou Tian himself had plunged into deep self-doubt. Is my omniscience really omniscient? I can see the gap, but is it an illusion? I can see Kamaya's breakthrough, but I can't stop it. Is this the barrier of professional level? Can those few attributes added by the system really make a difference? Time ticked away. 80 minutes. 85 minutes. The score was still 1-2. We can't lose. We can't lose. Zhou Tian continued to run. He was like an untiring machine, frantically demanding the ball in midfield, desperately directing the team. Even though his throat was hoarse and his teammates could barely move. Push up. Everyone push up. There's still time. Don't give up. Minute 90. 3 minutes of stoppage time. The last chance. A long pass from the back of FC Tokyo. Zhou Tian, near the center circle, jumped desperately, using the back of his head to nudge the ball to Kudo Aichi. Kudo Aichi received the ball, faced with a double team. He protected the ball and returned it to the advancing Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian took the ball. At this moment, it was already the final minute of stoppage time. Ahead, Tanaka Kenta was still hesitating, but he was still running towards the gap. Kudo Aichi was working to stay onside. Last chance. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of energy from his body. He saw it. This time it was a real game. Zhou Tian shouted, lifting his leg to deliver this decisive pass. However, beep, beep, beep. 3 sharp whistles ruthlessly pierced through the rain curtain. The referee blew the final whistle for the match. Zhou Tian's foot was still in the air. The ball rolled by his feet. Everything froze. What? What went wrong? Zhou Tian stared blankly at the referee. Sir, the match isn't over yet. Zhou Tian rushed towards the referee, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of a sob. I was about to pass it out. It was a clear break. Why did you blow the whistle? There was still time, right? Even give me 10 more seconds. He wasn't just lamenting the lost attribute points. Although the system prompt stating match failed 0 points earned had already coldly appeared at this moment, what surged within Zhou Tian was not regret for experience points, but a deep-seated hatred for failure. A frustration at having fought for 90 minutes in the rain, yet gained nothing. More so for that promise made before the match that if we win we will go shopping together, which was unfulfilled. I lost. I lost. Zhou Tian's eyes turned red, almost wanting to grab the referee's collar. Enough. A hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Kudo Aichi had come over at some point, hugging me on the verge of losing control. It's over. Kudo's voice was low, filled with fatigue yet calm. A loss is a loss. Don't embarrass FC. But Zhou Tian struggled, looking at Kudo, tears mixing with the rain. There was clearly still a chance. Kudo Aichi patted his back firmly. When the referee blows the whistle, everything resets. That's the rule. Zhou Tian's body went weak, and he stopped struggling. Both teams lined up and saluted. Kamaya Ao and Jason Suzuki came over to shake hands. Kamaya Ao looked at Zhou Tian, covered in mud and with red eyes, without mocking or any victorious pride. You have good eyes. Kamaya Ao grasped Zhou Tian's icy hand. But before you can keep up with your eyes, you can't win against me. Next time. Zhou Tian stared at him intently. Next time I will definitely take you down. I'll be waiting. The crowd dispersed. The stands were empty. Teammates gradually returned to the locker room. The rain continued to fall, although it had lightened a bit, it remained bone-chilling. In the vast Yomiuri land, only Zhou Tian remained. He didn't return to the locker room, but stood like a statue all alone in the center circle. The grass beneath his feet had been trampled, marking his battle. But he took nothing with him. No points. No victory. Only a body full of pain and a heart full of emptiness. So it turns out. I am this weak. Zhou Tian lowered his head, looking at the pitiful reflection in the water. The boy who once thought he could dominate the world with the system and believed that raising his vision to 90 would allow him to command lightning now seemed so ridiculous. I'm sorry, Maki. I couldn't win. Zhou Tian sniffed, feeling his eyes welling up again. At that moment the rain above suddenly stopped. No, it didn't stop. A yellow shadow covered the dark sky. An umbrella appeared above his head. Zhou Tian looked up in astonishment. What met his eyes was that familiar but at this moment that face was devoid of its usual teasing and sharpness, and the sternness of a disciplinary committee member was absent. Kataho Maki stood quietly in front of him. Her hair was also dampened by the rain sticking to her cheeks. Her shoes were covered in mud, clearly from having run over. She looked at Zhou Tian, looking at this boy who seemed like a drowned dog abandoned by the entire world. Her eyes were filled with compassion. You fool, she said softly. The match has been over for a long time. Do you still want to stand here like a statue? Zhou Tian opened his mouth, his throat dry to the point he couldn't speak. Maki, I know. Kataho Maki interrupted him. She reached out her hand, not minding the mud and sweat on Zhou Tian, gently and tenderly wiping the rain from his face. Her fingertips were warm. Losing is losing. The sky isn't falling down. Her voice was exceptionally gentle, as if comforting a child who had been wronged. Who said we can only go shopping if we win? Who said we can only eat pork chops if we win? Sunday. She called out his nickname, placing the umbrella handle into his cold hand, then cupped his face with both hands, forcing him to look at. Go take a shower and change clothes. I'll wait for you outside. No matter if you win or lose, the food at Shoati won't. Zhou Tian looked at her at those eyes that were brighter than any system panel at this moment. In that instant the iceberg in his heart. Zhou Tian nodded vigorously, tears finally mixing with the rain as they flowed down. I'll go take a shower. Wait for me. At the Tokyo Yomiuri Land Stadium, in the visiting team shower room. Although it was a frustrating defeat, one must admit that Yomiuri Land, as a J-League level professional stadium, has quite well-established infrastructure. Even for this group of young players from the youth training team who had just lost and were covered in mud, the stadium did not skimp on the supply of hot water. The changing room was unusually quiet. Usually noisy Tanaka Kenta and Takeda Go were silent today, as if they had become mute. Everyone silently packed their things, with only the sound of zippers and the thud of soccer shoes on the floor occasionally breaking the silence. In the shower room, mist filled the air. Zhou Tian stood under the shower, letting the scalding hot water wash over his body. The water mixed with foam washed away the dirt, grass, and sweat from his skin, yet it could not wash away the heavy stone rest. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Though the muscle definition had become somewhat more noticeable after weeks of grueling training and Maki's nurturing, the figure of Kamiyama still loomed in his mind like a great mountain, suffocating him. Damn it! Zhou Tian punched the slippery tiled wall. System review Vision 90 SS Great. Result complete defeat. This was the hardest part for him to accept. If he had lost without any advantages, it would simply be a case of being outmatched. But with 90 points of divine vision and the passive skill of omniscience, he was still seen through by his opponent, toyed with, and ultimately watched helplessly as they scored the decisive goal. It's like a child holding a fully upgraded sniper rifle, yet unable to aim it properly, being taken down by an adult. Zhou Tian turned off the faucet and wiped his face. That deep sense of powerlessness felt even more piercing than when he was running in the rain earlier. After changing his clothes, Zhou Tian emerged. He wore a simple white t-shirt and sports pants, his hair still damp, and clinging to his forehead, droplets of water dripping from the tips onto the collar, creating a dark stain. He kept his head down and walked into the lounge like a wandering soul. The lounge was empty, his teammates had probably already boarded the bus. Only one figure sat quietly on a bench. Kataho Maki. She had somehow come in without him noticing, probably using her eloquent charm to handle the security at the door. She held a dry large towel in her hands. Upon seeing Zhou Tian, she said nothing, simply standing up naturally. Zhou Tian did not look up. He did not want anyone to see his expression, especially not Maki. His eyes, which had just been red from crying in the rain, were now slightly less swollen, but still showed his undeniable distress. Whoosh! His vision darkened. A warm, dry towel was placed over his head, blocking his sight, and covering his face, which was etched with the look of a lost dog. Immediately a pair of gentle hands began to rub his hair through the towel. The pressure was just right, neither too light nor too heavy. It felt like drying off a drenched puppy. Are you this unwilling to accept it? A girl's voice came through the towel, carrying a muffled echo, yet piercingly clear into his ears. Zhou Tian sniffed under the towel. The dry cotton fabric's scent mixed with the faint aroma of Maki's hand wash slightly relaxed his tense nerves. Zhou Tian's voice was hoarse, revealing a stubborn edge. I was fully prepared. Really. I watched the recordings, I analyzed the tactics, I even felt like I could see through all of Kamiyama Ao's moves. But Zhou Tian tightly gripped the hem of his clothes, his knuckles turning white. I still lost. I was outsmarted. Even if I could see through it, my body couldn't keep up. That feeling of holding the cheat code, yet failing at the first level due to lack of skill, was almost overwhelming. Maki's hands paused for a moment before continuing to gently rub. Losing to Kamiyama Ao is nothing to be ashamed of, she said softly. He is recognized as a genius throughout Japan. And you've only been training for a week. That's different. Zhou Tian retorted under the towel. I have a reason to win. Enough. Maki lifted a corner of the towel, revealing Zhou Tian's defiant eyes. She looked at him, her lips curling into a helpless yet affectionate smile. If you want to cry, go home and cry some more. Now, she grabbed Zhou Tian's wrist. Let's go eat first. How can you analyze the game on an empty stomach? At 1830. In Setagaya at Shoati. The rain outside continued to fall. The pattering sound hitting the eaves added a touch of desolation to this old shop. The shop was exceptionally quiet. Perhaps it was still too early for the dinner rush, or perhaps the godforsaken weather had deterred. In the large dining area, there were only two customers. Zhou Tian and Kitaho Maki sat side by side on bar stools at the counter. The warm yellow light cast long shadows of the two. Yo, welcome. The owner still had that cheerful demeanor, though upon seeing the two looking like drenched rats, and Zhou Tian's obviously red and swollen eyes, he tactfully refrained from asking any stupid questions like, did you win the match? Boss, Maki spoke quietly. 2 large pork cutlet rice bowls. 2. The owner paused for a moment. Maki, don't you only eat set meals? I'm hungry today. Eating with someone. Maki said casually. All right, coming right up. Shortly 2 steaming bowls of golden pork cutlet rice were served. The thick fried pork cutlet, drenched in tempting runny eggs sprinkled with seaweed flakes and green onions, emitted an aroma that could heal all unhappiness. Zhou Tian lowered his head, looking at the bowl of rice in front of him. Pork cutlet rice. In Japanese culture, this symbolizes victory. Katsudon sounds like katsu, which means victory. Eating it before a match is to wish for victory, and eating it afterward. If you win, it's a celebration. If you lose. Zhou Tian picked up the spoon. His hand trembled slightly. He could feel Maki sitting beside him, tilting her head and quietly watching him. That gaze carried no judgment, only pure companionship and tenderness. But it was precisely this tenderness that caused the defenses in Zhou Tian's heart to completely collapse. He didn't want her to see him in this pathetic state. He had been bragging before the trip about showing her the gods, yet he ended up losing so disgracefully. Don't look at me. Zhou Tian lowered his head, his voice choked with a hint of pleading. The air fell silent for a second. Okay. Maki's voice rang out cheerfully, filled with unreserved affection. She turned away, genuinely no longer looking at him, but picked up her spoon and began to focus on her own bowl of rice. I'm going to start eating now. Zhou Tian took a deep breath. He scooped a large spoonful of rice and pork cutlet, shoving it into his mouth. Chewing hard. The carbohydrates broke down in his mouth, bringing a hint of sweetness. But soon after, a salty bitterness surged forth. Tears fell uncontrollably. Big teardrops streamed down his cheeks, splashing into the bowl, landing on the golden. Boss? Zhou Tian mumbled through mouthfuls, his voice filled with a strong undertone of crying, like a child who had suffered a great grievance. Why is today's pork cutlet rice so salty? That was the taste of tears. The taste of regret. And also the taste of growth. He did not stop. Even as tears blurred his vision, even as snot threatened to flow out, he mechanically and forcefully continued to shove the rice into his mouth. He needed energy. He needed this damned carbohydrates. Because he had training tomorrow. Because he had a match next week. Because he did not want to lose again. The owner, who was wiping a cup, paused. He looked at the boy who was crying and eating fiercely, his gaze becoming somewhat salty. Huh? The owner chuckled, not explaining that it was tears, but turned around and took a bottle of pepper from the shelf behind, gently wiping the bottle. Long ago, probably over 10 years ago, there was also a young man sitting in this position, crying and eating pork cutlet rice, just like you. The owner's voice was soft, as if it pierced through time. That day the rain was pouring heavily. That young man had just been eliminated from an important selection match and had torn a ligament in his leg. He cried even more than you, with snot bubbles coming out. He also said, "My rice is too salty, it tastes terrible." Maki paused her spoon, curiously asking what happened next. The owner did not answer directly. He turned around and pointed to a frame high up in the corner, one that usually went unnoticed. What happened next? The ones who cried while eating pork cutlet rice are the ones who ultimately can win. Zhou Tian. He looked up, his red and swollen eyes following the owner's finger. It was an old, slightly yellowed photograph. The background of the photo was this very showy. A young man with a buzz cut, looking somewhat inexperienced, was holding an acceptance letter to the FC Tokyo first team, smiling like a fool. Half a piece of pork cutlet was still stuffed in his mouth, and although his face bore injuries, his eyes shone brightly. He looked much younger without a beard, yet that outline, that gaze. Zhou Tian froze. It was Inoue Daichi, the coach, who now appeared dispirited, sharp-tongued, and even somewhat inappropriate. The former national player who had fallen from grace due to injuries. It turned out that he had also sat here at this position, crying and eating this bowl of excessively salty pork cutlet rice. Inoue, coach, Zhou Tian murmured. Yes, the owner said nostalgically. After that day, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He worked hard on rehabilitation and training. In the end, he really moved from the reserve team to the first team, even entering the national team. Though he ultimately retired due to injuries, he never regretted it. The owner looked at Zhou Tian, his gaze filled with encouragement. Young man, tears are a great seasoning. Swallow them, turn them into muscle, turn them into strength. Then go win it back. Zhou Tian looked at the photo again, and then at the half-finished bowl of rice in front of him. That feeling of being inspired from afar by a senior made him shudder. It turned out that the path he was on was also walked by the uncle. It turned out that failure was not the end, but a station that strong people must pass through. Slurp. Zhou Tian forcefully sniffed, pulling back his tears and snot. He picked up the spoon again and dug in. Boss, another bowl. Zhou Tian shouted, his voice still tinged with crying, but filled with newfound confidence. I'm going to eke you out of house and home, and then I'll take down that long-haired guy from Tokyo Verde. Ha! The owner laughed heartily. This bowl is on me. Maki looked at the guy who had instantly transformed from Lindayu into a food monster and couldn't help. She took out a tissue from her bag and somewhat roughly wiped Zhou Tian's face, removing the rice grains and tear stains. So dirty. Your eating style is really unappealing, she said with disdain. But her hand did not pull away. Instead, she gently pinched Zhou Tian's cheek. However, it's good that you can eat. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, we'll go home, and I'll give you a review of today's match footage. Even though you lost, I recorded all of Kamiyama Ao's passing routes. You better analyze it thoroughly tonight. Zhou Tian nodded while chewing his words muffled. No sleep. All night. All night. You still have school tomorrow. The rain gradually stopped. In Showadi, the lights were. The young man ate heartily while the young woman quietly watched, occasionally handing him a tissue. The owner wiped the plates behind the counter, his gaze tenderly watching the pair of young people, as if seeing the young Inoue Daichi, and also countless souls in this city who struggled, cried, yet still refused to bow their heads for their dreams. This is youth. Salty yet sweet in retrospect. Sunday 1030 M. Dongjing Yuanshu by Kandao. After the rain, the sky over Dongjing was as blue as freshly wiped glass, sunlight sifting through the beech leaves in mottled patterns. The air no longer carried the muddy tang and gunpowder aftertaste of yesterday's match at Yomiuri Park. Instead, it was filled with the sweet scent of crepes, the faint trace of expensive perfume, and the languid atmosphere unique to a weekend. For FC Dongjing's U18 squad, which had suffered a brutal derby defeat only yesterday, today was a rare sanction. Coach Jing Shangdadi's parting words before dismissal had been, throw all that football and regret out of your heads for now. Today is literally a power off and reboot day. Sleep, play games, or spend time with your girlfriend if you have one. Monday will tally the accounts again. And so Zhou Tian Sunday had been commandeered. At this moment, he stood on the pavement of Baikandao, a little awkwardly tugging at his clothes and smoothing his hair with the shop window reflection. He was not wearing the deep blue FC Dongjing training top he seemed ready to weld to his skin, nor the uniform of Sakura. Instead, he wore a simple white oversized t-shirt beneath a khaki work shirt, loose black joggers at his hips, and a pair of Air Force Ones scrubbed almost white. Though the outfit was plain on his 179 centimeters frame, still growing sculpted by constant training, it unexpectedly read as a bit of metropolitan city boy chic. Of course, he hadn't assembled this look himself. The mother, who was a perpetually busy doctor, had remotely instructed the housekeeper to buy it, insisting he mustn't embarrass the Zhou family name. Hey Zhou Tian. A clear voice cut through the crowd. He looked up and his breath caught. Bei Tiaojin, she stood on. She had thoroughly shed the tough girl and disciplinary committee facades she usually wore. She wore a pale lavender off-shoulder chiffon blouse that made her collarbones look like delicate works of art, paired with a white high-waisted pleated skirt that revealed a slender ankle. Her flaxen hair, usually left loose or tied high in a ponytail, had today been carefully braided into a side fishtail, the tip fastened with a pearl hairpin. If one ignored the outrageously oversized bubble tea in her hand, she could have stepped straight out of a fashion magazine as an emblem of fresh innocence. Catatonic. Jinshi came up to him and waved her hand before his face. A faint citrus aroma immediately wrapped around Zhou Tian. No. Zhou Tian blinked back to himself, scratched his head, face flushed. Today you don't really look like the bossy sister who'd shove someone into a gasoline drum. Do you want to die? Jinshi rolled her eyes, but could not hide a smile. She appraised him from head to toe and nodded with approval. I'm not bad. At least you're not wearing that oversized FC Dongjing jacket with the giant logo, and you're not wearing those mud-caked cleats. That's obvious. Zhou Tian said with mock righteousness. We're out shopping. Appearance matters after all. He added sotto voce, mostly because yesterday's rain ruined my training top and it hasn't dried. Otherwise I would have worn it. It looks so professional, everyone turns around when I walk. Shut up. Jinshi looped her arm through his as naturally as breathing. Let's go. Today you have 2 tasks, only carry the bags and flash the card, even though it's my card. You'll be the one handing it over. He felt the softness of her arm, and his body instantly stiffened like wood. System warning, heart rate elevated. Current heart rate 120. More tense than facing Jason Suzuki on the pitch. Visual acuity 90 SS level. Activated. Analysis, no hostile intent. High affection contact. Suggested action for host, don't be a stump, relax a little. Cough. Where to? He forced his voice to steady. First we buy clothes. Your casual wardrobe is too sparse. If you ever wear that Chinese t-shirt that says, kicking makes me happy again, I'll pretend I don't know you. 1 hour later. A trendy boutique. Zhou Tian was already holding 3 shopping bags sitting on the sofa outside the fitting rooms like a dutiful accessory. The shop played light RB and the air conditioning was brisk. Zhou Tian, how about this one? The curtain drew back. Jinshi stepped out in a black body-hugging slip dress. The daring cut perfectly traced the curves she usually hid beneath oversized uniforms. That delicate balance between girlish naivete and mature allure fixed the male clerks in place. Zhou Tian glanced only once before averting his eyes, cheeks tomatoed and gaze darting. It's beautiful, but isn't it a bit chilly? You might catch a cold. Now it's June. Catch a cold, my foot. It's design, understand. Jinshi scoffed, then returned to the fitting room. Actually, this is a little tight. You couldn't kick properly. I'll change back. The curtain snapped shut again. Zhou Tian exhaled and grabbed a glass of water offered by a clerk, gulping it down like a tonic. This shopping trip was more exhausting than a 90-minute rain-soaked match. It demanded not only physical labor carrying bags, but mental stamina, resisting sudden beauty, and taming a wildly beating heart. Hey Zhou Tian. From behind the curtain came Jinshi's voice and the faint rustle of fabric. What's wrong? Is the zipper stuck? Want me to? No, call the clerk. Zhou Tian blurted, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. No. Her voice paused as if weighing words, or perhaps merely speaking offhand. Yesterday, after the game in the weren't you going to ask me what I meant when I said, if we win I'll tell you? Zhou Tian's heart skipped a beat. He set the cup down, sat up straight, and gripped the fabric of his trousers. After the loss to Dongjing Luin, the mood had been heavy. He hadn't dared to ask tears, and a solitary pork cutlet mellowing his courage. And according to cliché sports manga logic, since they had lost, the promise should be void, perhaps to be kept until they next beat Shin Gutsong on the national stage. Well, Zhou Tian hesitated, voice dry. We lost, right? So that promise doesn't count. Wait till I win. I hate waiting. The curtain cut him off. The voice was decisive, brisk, imbued with an authority one might expect when a disciplinary committee issued a rule. Zhou Tian, I'm here. I like you. Those 4 words, suki de yo in Japanese, fell as casually and plainly as if she were sipping water, no prelude, no tremorous sound of clothing shifting as she changed backlight, yet utterly crushing. Boom. Zhou Tian's brain short-circuited. It was more shocking than being dribbled past by Shin Gutsong, 100 times more electrifying than his system upgrading to SS rank. More unreal than winning a 5 million lottery. You. He stammered, leaping from the sofa, his face. He scanned the room, terrified someone might have heard, while also wishing the whole world could know. What do you mean? What do you mean? The curtain opened again. This time Jinshi had changed back into her lavender chiffon and pleated skirt. She adjusted her hairpin calmly as she stepped out and looked at the boy who had turned into a live steam engine. I said I like you. Hard to understand. Want me to say it in English? I love you. No. Zhou Tian flailed helplessly, hands waving. This is too sudden. Besides, we're in a mall. Shouldn't this be on a Ferris wheel, or during fireworks, or at the center of the pitch after a win? Huh. Jinshi raised an eyebrow, stepped closer, arms crossed, chin tilted as she regarded him. What's wrong? Don't you like me too? A straight pitch. Another straight pitch. She left him no room to dodge, pierced his defenses outright. Zhou Tian looked at the girl, so near he could see the reflection of his own panic-tinged delight in her eyes. Don't like? How could that be? Not possible. From the afternoon she jabbed him awake with a pen in class to the dusk, she handed him water by the pitch to the rainy night at Zhaohating, sharing a pork cutlet. This fierce-sharp girl had long since taken up residence in his heart. No lie. He wanted to confess, but adolescent shyness and a shred of pride left him momentarily speechless. He felt absurdly foolish. Stop dithering. Jinshi scorned, then reached out, grabbed his collar, and tugged him down slightly. Listen, Zhou Tian. Her expression turned unusually earnest, carrying a hint of the sternness she wore when enforcing school regulations. If I like you and you like me, stop the petty tests. But she shifted tone and a mischievous smile curled her lips. I don't want to start dating casually. You need ceremony, right? Men and their pathetic pride. Zhou Tian nodded blankly. All right. Jinshi released his collar and smoothed a wrinkle in his shirt. When you win next time, whether in the T-League or some other official match, take your teammates that Mohawk and Tianzhong, run up to me in front of everyone and loudly confess. At that moment we'll make it official. Just like that. Having said it, Jinshi turned to the mirror as if they had merely been discussing dinner plans. Zhou Tian stood dejected. Win next time. Bring the team. Confess in public. Make it official. But Zhou Tian rubbed his burning cheeks. Isn't that too simple? No test or trial. Jinshi paused as she adjusted her skirt, then turned her profile, striking in the light. Because I really like you. Her voice softened, losing some of its domineering edge and taking on the tenderness of a young girl. So I don't want to waste time on you hemming and hawing about whether to confess or me dithering whether to confess to you. We're only 16. Youth is short, especially for people like you whose careers hinge on football. I hate the kind of melodrama where two people like each other yet squander years on pomp and pretense. She spun back and tiptoeing jabbed his forehead with a finger. And anyway, it's obvious you like me, idiot. Your eyes, your so-called God's eye. You're so precise on the pitch, how come you turn to jelly around me? Zhou Tian pressed his hand to his forehead and looked at the brilliant, candid girl before him. All his doubts, hesitation, and shyness vanished in that instant. Yes, like is like. Why waste time guessing? Zhou Tian laughed suddenly like a fool who had just been awarded the greatest trophy in the world. Yes, he answered loudly, drawing curious glances from clerks and shoppers. I like you. I love you so much. Next match. I'll definitely win. I'll bring the whole team to confess to you. I'll even make Coach Jingshang Dadi come. Jinshi burst out laughing at his earnest silliness. Coach Jingshang would be awkward. Never mind him. She held out a hand. Give me one of the bags. Don't overdo it. You've no need. I've got strength to spare. Zhou Tian snatched all 3 bags like grabbing a rebound. I'm a professional player. This is nothing. I can even lift you up. All right, show off. If your arms get sore and your passing suffers, I'll deal with you. They left the shop. Though they didn't hold hands or embrace, the air between them had irrevocably changed. It was hotter than summer sunlight and more radiant than a post-rain rainbow, their mutual pursuit. 500p. Dai Mugong Yuan on a bench. The sun slanted west. They held crepes and watched the crowd in the park. By the way, Zhou Tian. Jinshi bit into a strawberry and asked as if thinking aloud. Is the opponent for the next match decided? Zhou Tian swallowed cream and grew a little solemn. Yes, it's on the schedule. Next Saturday. Home game, Dijing Gaozhong. Dijing. Jinshi blinked. It rings a bell. Of course. Zhou Tian's gaze sharpened. The Canary Legion. A traditional powerhouse in Japanese high school football, multiple national titles. Although this year their T-League rank is not as high as Dongjing Luin's, they must not be underestimated. Their play is robust, their tactical discipline is exceptional, very different from Luin's technical style. Also, Zhou Tian remembered a name. Coach Jingshang Dadi had mentioned their captain seems like a real troublemaker. More troublesome than Shin Gutsong. Not exactly. Zhou Tian shook his head. Shin Gutsong is a genius. Dijing's guys are more like an army. An army, huh? Jinshi nodded and turned to him. Are you scared? Don't be ridiculous. He finished the last bite of his crepe, clapped his hands. Now I have a reason I must win. His eyes burned with 2 fires, one for football, one for her. Even if the King of Kings shows up, I'll bite 3 points off. He pointed at his chest. And I have something I must shout to you after the win. Jinshi paused, cheeks reddening as she looked away. Idiot. I'll be waiting. If we lose, be ready to treat the whole team to a month of pork cutlets. Don't worry. For the sake of my wallet, I'll win too. In the sun, the boy and girl's shadows lengthened. Ahead lay a formidable foe, the Golden D Jing High School. But in that moment, Zhou Tian felt fearless. Because he knew that at the finish line waited the most wondrous trophy in the world, waiting for him. Monday, 8:30 a.m. Private Sakuraji High School, Class 2B. The bell for morning reading has already rung, and the homeroom teacher is passionately emphasizing the importance of the upcoming final exam, spitting as he speaks with droplets glimmering in the sunlight like a light drizzle. However, something spine-chilling is happening in the main character's special seat by the window. Zhou Tian, usually a normal football boy not particularly aloof, is now propping his chin on one hand, tilting his head, his gaze fixated on the face of his deskmate, Kataho Maki. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably stretched towards his ears, his eyes squinting into slits, occasionally emitting a laugh from deep within his throat that resembles a malfunctioning kettle. Ha ha ha. The sunlight casts upon his profile, making him look less like a high school student and more like the foolish son of a landlord who just won 500 million in the lottery and is planning how to squander it. At this moment, there are no thoughts of football, no thoughts of Kamiyama Ao, and no thoughts of the system interface. Only the 4 words spoken by a girl in a light purple dress at the clothing store fitting room entrance yesterday resonate in his mind. I like you. These 4 words echo in his mind like they come with reverb and surround sound playing on an endless loop for 24. Like, haha, she said she likes me. Although in the passive one, this damn sweetness. Next time we win, I'll officially announce it. They'll take my teammates to confess. The more Zhou Tian thinks about it, the happier he gets, eventually unable to help but bump his head against the desk, trying to confirm this isn't a dream. Thud. The entire class turned to look at him. Kataho Maki sitting beside him had her temples twitching in irritation. She was holding an English book and the pages were already crumpled in her grip. She took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked at her would-be boyfriend with a gaze as if he were garbage. There's no saving you. Kataho Maki said coldly, her voice only audible to the two of them. Zhou Tian, if you make that disgusting laugh again, I will request a seat change from the teacher. The reason is that you seem to be infected with a virus called latest-stage love brain, which is contagious. No. Zhou Tian instantly sobered up, quickly sitting up straight, suppressing his smile, his face serious. I'm just conducting facial muscle relaxation training to prevent facial paralysis. Humph. Maki rolled her eyes, but when she turned her head back to continue reading, the ears hidden beneath her long hair quietly turned red. That fool. Although he's quite stupid, who told me to choose him. 4:30 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training. If Zhou Tian in the morning was dumb type, then Zhou Tian in the afternoon training ground has transformed into ferocious type. Run. Everyone run. Don't stop. Life is about movement. Another set of shuttle runs. Whoever doesn't run is a puppy. On the training ground, Zhou Tian was like a husky that had just been injected with 2 shots of adrenaline, crazily romping around on the grass. He not only practiced himself, but also dragged his teammates along, turning even warm-up jogging into a 100-meter sprint. Tanaka Kenta followed behind him, exhausted to the point of nearly panting his tongue out. Huff. Huff. Sunday. Tanaka leaned on his knees looking desperate. Did you take some performance-enhancing drugs? We just lost the derby 2 days ago. Isn't your recovery period a bit too short? Recovery? Zhou Tian shouted while doing high knees. I don't need recovery. I am filled with power. I feel like I can play 10 matches in one breath. Not only Tanaka, but even the veteran players from the third team looked dumbfounded. Logically speaking, having just experienced a crushing defeat, especially one that ended in such a last-minute loss, Zhou Tian, as the core player, should be the most affected. So why does it seem like he is happier than when they won? On the sidelines, Inoue Daichi held a tactical board, observing the overly energetic figure on the field, stroking the stubble on his chin. Looks like he's recovering well. Inoue Daichi remarked, I thought that kid would be depressed for a few days. After all, that was his first defeat in the T-League, and he was crushed both technically and intellectually by an opponent of Kamiyama-Ao's caliber. Humph. A cold snort came from beside him. Kudo Eiichi was tying his shoelaces, glancing at Zhou Tian, his eyes filled with 3 parts disdain and 7 parts helplessness. I've never seen someone cry so hard after losing, only to laugh like an idiot the next day. Kudo Eiichi complained. What kind of mental fortitude does this guy have, good or bad? Or is it just that he's simply clueless? Inoue Daichi chuckled. Perhaps this is what they call dullness. For a professional player, that's quite a rare talent. He clapped his hands and blew the whistle for gathering. Beep. Everyone gather. The players quickly converged. Zhou Tian stood at the front, his eyes sparkling, wearing a look that said, Coach, give me a task. Inoue Daichi cleared his throat. First, regarding last Saturday's derby defeat, the review meeting will be held tomorrow. Today I want to announce this week's arrangements. Next Saturday, in 5 days, we will host Tokyo High School. Upon hearing this name, everyone's expression turned serious. The Canaries. They are a tough team with a style completely different from Tokyo Greenery. If Greenery represents the pinnacle of technique, then Tokyo embodies discipline and physical prowess. To simulate the style of Tokyo High School, and to help you regain the feeling of winning. Inoue Daichi glanced at the schedule in his hands. This Thursday we will play a friendly match against Inashiro University. University team. Some newcomers from the 4th team exclaimed. Aren't they college students? We might be at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. And aren't college students supposed to be really strong? Disadvantage my ass. Kudo Eiichi scoffed. As a U16 representative, he understood the pyramid structure of Japanese football very well. In Japan, the truly top young players join professional teams even before or right after graduating high school. Those who go to university to play for a college team might have talent, but many are from the eliminated group who weren't selected by professional teams. Although they are physically adults, their skills and awareness are just average. Besides, their tactical execution often doesn't match that of strong high schools. Inoue Daichi nodded approvingly. Kudo is right. Although they are university students in competitive terms, this Inashiro University team is actually not as strong as Tokyo High School. But Inoue Daichi's tone shifted. Their style is very similar to Tokyo's. They are physically strong and like to use their bodies to disrupt rhythm. This is exactly where you were weakest when facing Greenery last match. So this match is a simulation test. It will also serve as a punching bag for you. The odds of winning are high. If you can't even beat this group of college students, then don't expect to win against Tokyo. Hearing high odds of winning and punching bag, Zhou Tian's ears instantly perked up. I want to play. Zhou Tian was the first to raise his hand, shouting loudly. Not only do I want to play, but I also want to start. I want to play the entire match. His eyes burned with 2 flames named ambition. Not just for that one attribute. No, it is indeed for that one attribute. Zhou Tian calculated in his mind. Although my vision has reached 90 SS level, I still felt exposed when facing Kamiyama-Ao. That guy Kamiyama-Ao must also be at least at the 90 level. If I want to beat him, if I want to dominate the match against Tokyo next week, I cannot stagnate. 90 points are not enough. I want 91 points. 92 points. I want to max out my vision. Many might think that since my vision is already at SS level, shouldn't I work on my weaknesses like passing or shooting? But Zhou Tian is an obsessive person. He is a gambler. Having tasted the sweetness of seeing the whole map, he wants to push this ability to the limit. He wants to see not just the next second, but the next 3 seconds, even to glimpse the script of fate. As long as I can see through everything, what does it matter if my body is lacking? I can position myself 3 seconds in advance. Looking at Zhou Tian's expression of him going to eat the opponent, in no way. Alright, you can start. In no way. Daichi waved his hand. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, it's creepy. Thursday, 3:00 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Main Stadium. The bus of Inashiro University's team, a group of players who indeed looked more mature than the U18 team, got off. Most of them were in their early 20s, sturdy in build, and some even had beards looking more like adults than students. Yo, are these the little kids from FC Tokyo? The captain of Inashiro University, a center-back with dyed blonde hair, joked with his teammates. They all looked so tender. Don't say that they are from a professional academy. Another forward, though polite in words, had a superiority complex in his eyes that said, I'm an adult, and I'm going to teach these kids a lesson, but they really are too thin. Don't cry if you get bumped later. This condescension stemming from age permeated the field during warm-up. Zhou Tian was stretching and overheard, adults. Zhou Tian sneered. His current vision was 90 SS level. In his eyes, this so-called college students moved like slow motion in a movie. Sunday. Kudo Eiichi walked over to him, still with that cocky attitude. Those college students seem to look down on us. Zhou Tian stood up, stretching his neck with a cracking sound. Let them know football is not about age, but about intelligence. And Zhou Tian glanced at Kudo. Don't just focus on scoring today. Make more runs for me. I want to test a few new tactics. Kudo raised an eyebrow. Yes, Zhou Tian replied with a mysterious smile. It's called the let you know what it's like to be watched by God tactic. With the referee's whistle, the match began. It was clear that Inashida University intended to leverage their physical advantage, starting with high pressing. Press up. Don't let them get the ball. Crash into them, shouted the captain with dyed hair. Several strong university students charged in like tanks. If it were Zhou Tian from last week, he might have panicked in the face of such adult aggression, perhaps even getting knocked over. But now everything was different. The eye of God, omniscience, vision 90, activated. The world reconstructed in Zhou Tian's eyes. This time it was not just simple lines and red dots. Zhou Tian could even feel the preparation of the opponent's muscles. Too slow, he silently thought. It was the fifth. Zhou Tian received the ball in midfield. A defensive midfielder from Inashida University, 185 centimeters tall, 80 kilograms. He rushed towards him, ready to show this skinny number 11 a lesson. Kid, leave the ball. However, just as he was about to make contact with Zhou Tian, he did not pass the ball, nor did he. He merely stood still, making a small deceptive gesture, as if to pass to the left. The midfielder instinctively shifted his weight to the left. In that 0.1 second gap, Zhou Tian flicked his right ankle and gently pushed the ball to the right front. Then he slipped past the bulky midfielder like a leaf gliding by. No physical confrontation. Just pure rhythm difference. What a... The midfielder was stunned, trying to reach out, but having evaded one opponent, Zhou Tian found himself in open space. Stop him. The Inashida defense panicked. 2 center-backs rushed in. At that moment, Zhou Tian's vision had transformed. All 22 players on the field seemed to become chess pieces. He spotted Kudo Eiichi starting his run on the right. He saw Tanaka Kenta pulling to the left. He even noticed the opposing goalkeeper's nervous positioning as he leaned slightly. Everything is under control. Zhou Tian did not look at anyone. While running, he suddenly kicked the ball. With 90-point vision, he found the passing line that required no footwork. It was a ground pass straight through. The ball rolled along the grass directly out. The trajectory was as if meticulously calculated, like a billiard shot. It grazed past a center-back's toe and then went around another fullback from behind. Not fast, but incredibly precise. The ball reached Kudo Eiichi's feet. It felt as though it was served right to his mouth. Kudo Eiichi was even a bit unprepared. What's with this guy? Why is his passing so stable today? Could it be that he was stimulated by Kamigami AO? Since the ball was right there, not taking it would be a crime. Kudo received the ball, changed direction, and shot. With seamless execution. 1-0. Just 8 minutes into the match, FC Tokyo took the lead. Good goal. Teammates cheered as they rushed over. Zhou Tian stood in place, a slight smile of everything went as I expected on his lips. He looked at the bewildered university students and shrugged. Welcome to the U18 World Uncles. The ensuing match became a full and offensive drill for FC Tokyo. Or rather, it turned into Zhou Tian's showcase of his omniscient realm. The players from Inashida University grew increasingly frustrated. Clearly they were physically stronger and not slow. Yet they just couldn't get the ball. That number 11 was like a ghost, always appearing in the gaps to receive the ball. When they tried to crash into him, the ball would already be passed. When they attempted to block the passing line, he chose to break through with the ball, although the move looked clumsy. It was the 25th. Zhou Tian received the ball again. This time Inashida University learned their lesson and surrounded him with 3 players. Let's see where you run this time. Zhou Tian remained unhurried. Before the encirclement fully formed, he suddenly turned, facing away from the direction of the attack. Then using his heel, he seemingly casually flicked the ball backward. The ball passed through the gap of 3 players and rolled to the feet of Takeda Go, who charged forward and passed to Tanaka. Tanaka crossed, and Kudo headed the ball into the net. 2-0. Did you grow eyes in the back of your head? The captain of Inashida University couldn't help but shout. Zhou Tian turned his head and pointed to his own head. Not eyes in the back of my head. It's omniscience. Such pretentious words coupled with his harmless smile doubled the impact. In the second half, Zhou Tian grew more excited as he played. He began to attempt various passes he hadn't dared to try before, lobs, long passes, even one-touch passes. Although the error rate was still present after all, his footwork was a weak point with 90-point vision backing him. The success rate increased significantly. In the 60th minute, Zhou Tian even had the leisure to rehearse his confession plan on the field. During a dead ball, he pulled Tanaka and Takeda to the side. "Hey guys, what is it? Planning tactics?" Takeda asked. "No," Zhou Tian said seriously. If next Saturday we beat Takeo, can you help me with a celebratory gesture?" "What gesture?" "Just lift me up, then run to the stands and put me down so I can kneel on one knee." "Get," Takeda and Tanaka said in unison. "What kind of embarrassing play is that?" "No way. He'll treat you to a month of extra meat." Zhou Tian unleashed his trump card. "Deal." The two instantly changed their expressions. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. FC Tokyo U18 team swept Nashida University with a score of 5-0. A resounding victory. Although the opponents were just an amateur university team for FC Tokyo who had just suffered a devastating defeat, it was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. Zhou Tian contributed 3 assists. Although he did not score, he completely activated the entire team. Ding. Congratulations on winning. Reward free attribute point 1. Zhou Tian looked at the 1 attribute point he had earned, feeling elated. He opened the panel again. Current vision 90 SS level, short pass 60, shooting skill 42. Most people would likely choose to strengthen their weaknesses at this point. After all, it's the wood barrel effect. Increasing passing to 70 or physical to 60 would significantly enhance overall strength. But Zhou Tian was not like most people. He had faced off against Kamigami Ao. He knew that in front of such top-tier talent, a mediocre hexagonal warrior, only extreme strengths could pierce through the heavens. What Kamigami Ao can see, I can see too. But what I want to see is what he cannot. I want to see the realm of the gods. Without any hesitation, Zhou Tian's finger intention firmly pressed on the already shimmering vision option. System prompt vision attribute has reached 90 SS level. Continued point allocation benefits will greatly decrease. Do you confirm? Confirm. Don't waste time. Increase it for me. Point allocation vision, 1 vision, 9091 buzz. This time there was no electricity or earthquake like before. Instead, there was a kind of silence. Zhou Tian felt an unprecedented stillness in his mind. All the noise disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked around. Although the match had ended, his teammates were celebrating and the Nashida players were packing up. But in his eyes, the world seemed slightly different. He saw Tanaka Kenta preparing to hand a water bottle to Takeda Go. In the instant Tanaka raised his hand, a scene suddenly flashed through Zhou Tian's mind. He didn't hold the water bottle properly, and it fell to the ground. The next second, thud, the water bottle really fell to the ground. "Oops, I slipped," Tanaka said apologetically. Zhou Tian's pupils, "This is... Congratulations, host. You have broken through the human limit barrier. Awakened trait, a glimpse of causality, beginner. Description: when your focus reaches its peak, you can not only predict actions, but even see the extremely brief inevitable. Although it is only a 0.1 second lead on a football field, that 0.1 seconds is the distance between gods and humans. The future of 0.1 seconds. Zhou Tian looked at his hands, his heart racing. Is this what 91 points feels like? This is what I've been looking for. Hey Sunday, what are you daydreaming about? Kudo Eiichi walked over, giving him a pat. You won against a university team and you're acting like this. Zhou Tian snapped back to reality, looking at Kudo. In that instant, he seemed to see the action Kudo would take next, turning and tossing the towel over his shoulder. The next second, Kudo indeed turned and tossed the towel over his shoulder. Zhou Tian smiled as somewhat. Kudo, what? Next Saturday against Takeo, I have a feeling. What feeling? We will win. Moreover, I will pass you a ball that you will never forget in your life. Kudo Eiichi looked at this seemingly eccentric guy. Crazy. I'm leaving, heading back. Zhou Tian followed his steps light, with 91-point vision. Kamigami Ao, the next time we meet, I will let you know what true omniscience and omnipotence is. Of course, before that he must first get past Takeo. That was for the confession, and also to once again verify the Saturday 2:00 p.m. FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Park home ground. The rainy season seems to have finally passed. Today's Tokyo, the sky is excessively blue with a few cotton candy-like white clouds lazily hanging in the sky. The sunlight pours down unreservedly on the freshly trimmed grass, emitting a pleasant scent of fresh grass. However, this beautiful weather does not ease the tense atmosphere on the field. At the players' tunnel, the two teams are lined up. On one side is the home team wearing deep blue with red and blue stripes. FC Tokyo U18T League representative team. On the other side, the away team clad in their iconic bright yellow jerseys, Takeo High School. Takeo High School, nicknamed the Canary Corps. Although the name sounds like a delicate pet, those who understand Japanese high school soccer know that this group of yellow-clad players is in fact a disciplined and terrifying group of murder hornets. They represent one of the highest levels of campus soccer, boasting an extremely glorious history and the arrogance typical of a prestigious club. In contrast to the diverse hairstyles and even dyed hair like Takeda Go's mohawk of FC Tokyo, Takeo's appearance is uniform and orderly. All with crew cuts, dark skin, each standing straight with fierce gazes, as if ready to charge onto the battlefield. Hey, you over there. A voice broke the silence in the tunnel. The speaker was the captain of Takeo High School, a not particularly tall, but extremely muscular midfielder named Onikawa, a name that sounds quite villainous. He was squinting looking at Zhou Tian, who was at the end of the line adjusting his shin guards. You're the one wearing number 11, right? The rumored commander. Zhou Tian looked up, revealing a professional fake smile. Yep, that's me. Want an autograph? I didn't bring a pen, but I can. Onikawa snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Stop pretending. I've looked into your background. He stepped forward, lowering his voice with a hint of mockery. You're still registered at the private Sakuraji High School, right? Isn't that the school that couldn't even make it past the first round of regional qualifiers and reportedly got thrashed by a makeshift? The air around them instantly turned cold. FC Tokyo's teammates frowned one after another. Coming from a school with an attacking background, this was considered a low blow in this circle. However, Zhou Tian's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He was neither angry nor embarrassed, but nodded calmly, as if discussing the nice weather. Yeah, Zhou Tian even added, and the grass is terrible, it turns into a muddy pit whenever it rains. Onikawa was momentarily speechless. He had expected to see Zhou Tian furious or ashamed, but instead it felt like hitting a fist against cotton. This unsatisfying admission left him feeling frustrated, as if he had built up energy for an attack only to miss. TSK, what a spineless guy. Onikawa spat, clearly not wanting to dwell on this topic, and switched to a more aggressive. No wonder you lost to Tokyo Verde last week. I knew it, a professional team actually chose someone from such a weak school as a core player. No wonder Kamiyama. Losing so badly was truly embarrassing for the T-League. This statement hit a nerve. Zhou Tian, who had initially seemed indifferent and even slightly amused, suddenly changed his expression. His dark eyes widened suddenly, and deep within his originally clear pupils a storm seemed to brew. It was an instinctive reaction triggered by being touched on a sensitive point. Are you talking about Tokyo Verde? Zhou Tian's voice lowered, no longer carrying the light tone from before. So what? Onikawa provocatively lifted his chin. A loss is a loss. Can I talk about it? Yeah. Zhou Tian slowly straightened his body. He looked at Onikawa with a terrifying gaze, an oppressive aura belonging to someone with a 91-point vision. In that moment, Onikawa felt as if he were being stared at by a beast ready to strike at his throat. I did lose, Zhou Tian admitted decisively. But then he shook his head as if to shake off the bad luck associated. He didn't glance at Onikawa again, but turned to start warming up with high knee lifts, leaving behind a cold statement. So today, you'd better be careful, because I'm going to use you all as a sacrifice. On the stands. Although it's a youth league, because it's a clash of titans, there are 500 to 600 spectators in the stands. Hokujumaki found a spot with the best view to sit down. Today, as she said, she didn't wear the pretty dress she'd bought that day, but obediently wore the uniform of Sakuraji High School. However, instead of holding a frightening pointer, she held a bottle of unopened Pocari Sweat. She watched Zhou Tian, who was crazily warming up with a fierce look in his eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Hey, you idiot. Maki whispered, her voice drowned out by the surrounding cheers. Don't lose again. Otherwise, I'll have to postpone my confession until next season. Although she said this, her hand was tightly gripping the railing, her knuckles turning slightly white. That was a display of nervousness that surpassed even the players on the field. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, and the match officially began. Takeo High School kicked off first. Just as the intel suggested, this group of canaries played soccer extremely practically. They do not pursue flashy ball control, but instead rely on their strong physicality and body contact to engage in high pressing and then long passes. In the first 5 minutes of the match, FC Tokyo's midfield faced a stern test. Crash into him. Don't let him turn. That number 11 is weak. Take him down. The players from Takeo swarmed around Zhou Tian like a pack of frenzied hornets. If it had been Zhou Tian from last week, he might have already been knocked dizzy. But today, Zhou Tian stood in the core midfield area, sunlight pouring down on him. His breathing was steady and his gaze was coldly terrifying. God's Eye Omniscience Vision 91, activated. Trait: a glimpse of causality, beginner, loading. In his vision, the Takeo players charging at him seemed to slow down. No, it wasn't that they slowed down. Zhou Tian saw the results of their actions. The defensive midfielder preparing to tackle had already shifted his weight in 0.5 seconds, he would miss the tackle. The center back, hesitating on whether to challenge, was weighing his options. Hey, everyone start running. Zhou Tian suddenly shouted, his voice echoing throughout the field. He spread his arms wide like a frenzied conductor standing on a podium. Today I'm counting on you soldiers. I am after all the commander. Hearing this from the front line, Kudo EIS veins pop. Shut up. Can't you just play quietly? Although he complained, Kudo's body was honest and instantly sprang into action, starting to make serpentine runs in the front line. In the 8th minute of the first half, the opportunity came quicker than expected. FC Tokyo's defensive midfielder Takeda, using his strong physique, finally met someone who could go toe-to-toe with Takeo, made a tough interception near the center circle. Sunday, receive the ball. Takeda shouted, passing the ball to Zhou Tian. The captain of Takeo High School, Onikawa, immediately rushed in. Don't even think about getting the ball. Onikawa, a tough character, charged directly at him. However, Zhou Tian didn't even glance at the ball or Onikawa. Causality told him the gap on the left would appear in 1 second because the opposing left back was distracted by Kudo, and that gap was exactly where Tanaka Kena was positioned. No need to stop the ball. Just give it to him. Zhou Tian faced the rolling ball, and in the moment, just before Onikawa collided with him, he elegantly flicked it with the outside of his right foot. No look pass. The ball seemed to have eyes drawing an arc as it bypassed Onikawa's body and flew to the left. What? Onikawa missed, stumbling awkwardly to a halt. And on the left, Tanaka Kinta, who had always been considered the team's weak link, and who had been completely outplayed by Jason Suzuki last week, was standing there. The ball had come over, perfectly positioned. Tanaka looked at the ball, and the hellish week flashed through his mind. Ever since losing to Green in last Saturday's match, he felt like a sinner. That night, he didn't eat his pork cutlet rice. This week he had trained to the point of nausea. He couldn't even lift the barbell. In his dreams, he was awakened by the sounds of Jason Suzuki chasing him. I don't want to be that burden anymore. I also want it. I want to keep up with Sunday and Kudo's pace. The last time we lost was hard on not just you Sunday. Tanaka let out a roar, receiving the ball, turning and sprinting, this time faced with Takio's left back. Tanaka hesitated not a moment and did not slow down. He was like a wild horse that had broken free. No, though his form wasn't elegant, he was like a Pegasus flapping its wings desperately. Charged through. The Takio left back initially thought this seemingly unremarkable winger would be easy to defend, but was startled by Tanaka's suicidal sprinting speed. This guy, is he out of his mind? Tanaka didn't slow down or change direction. He simply charged ahead. Using his explosive power, he bulldozed through from the outside. He's through. On the sidelines, in no way, Daichi clenched his fists. Although his progress hadn't been rapid and his skills hadn't skyrocketed. However, the light in Tanaka's eyes had changed. It was a glow named awakening. He aimed for the goal line. Tanaka glanced up at the penalty area. He saw that red number 10 figure. Pass it. Tanaka used up his last ounce of strength and kicked the cross. The ball was a bit high, not a perfect arc, but it carried all of Tanaka's obsession flying towards the back post. And there Kudo Ei was already in position, facing a Takio center back who was half a head taller than him. Kudo Ei showcased the top qualities of a U16 national representative, anticipating the landing spot, positioning, jumping. The ball's a bit floaty, but for me it's enough. Well done, commoner no. 2. Kudo silently thought commoner no. 1 was of course Zhou Tian. He adjusted his posture in the air, not opting for a header, but choosing a more difficult, yet lethal action. He gently cushioned the ball with his chest. The ball fell, and then at the moment it touched the ground, his right foot shot out like lightning. A volley. Boom. A loud sound echoed. The ball shot like a cannonball, whistling through the air towards the near corner of the... Takio's goalkeeper didn't even have time to make a save. The ball was too fast. Swish. The net shook violently. Only 8 minutes into the game, FC Tokyo, with a flowing counterattack, first breached the Canaries' goal. Roar. The stands erupted in deafening cheers. Goal. Kudo. Tanaka's breakthrough was too sharp. And that through ball. That Nalu pass was too sly. After scoring, Kudo Ei landed and stabilized himself. He first pointed to Tanaka Kinta, giving him an approving nod. Tanaka was so excited he was on the verge of tears rushing over. Then Kudo turned his gaze to the midfield. There Zhou Tian wasn't running over like usual to play goalkeeper since the opponents hadn't gotten the ball yet. Zhou Tian was standing still, one hand pointing to the sky, wearing an extremely arrogant smile. He looked at the bewildered captain of Takio Onikawa and shrugged. How's that? Zhou Tian mouthed. I told you I am the commander. This goal felt like a heavy hammer smashing the gloom that had hung over FC Tokyo for a week. The oppression of losing to their archrivals, the pain of self-doubt dissipated at that moment as the ball hit the net. The sunlight illuminated Zhou Tian's face. He turned to a corner of the stands. There Hokujumaki was standing up, clapping vigorously. Although she was far away, her expression was unclear. But Zhou Tian felt that she must be smiling. Just one goal. Zhou Tian withdrew his gaze and clenched his fist for the ritual of that confession. Today I'm going to pluck all the feathers from these canaries. The match had only just begun. In the 25th minute of the first half, FC Tokyo Kagane Stadium. The score is 1-0. Although it's just a one-goal lead, it represents a significant turning point in the situation on the field. FC Tokyo's offense surged like a floodgate that had been opened, with waves crashing higher and higher. Commanding from the peak of the wave was the boy in the number 11 jersey, whose running style may not have been particularly graceful, but his eyes shone with a piercing brilliance. Zhou Tian, run for me. Don't stop. Even if it means death, die in the opponent's penalty area. Zhou Tian's booming voice echoed throughout the stadium. With the blessing of the Eye of God Omniscience Vision 91, the proud tight defense system of Diching High School appeared to Zhou Tian as a fishing net full of holes. However, Zhou Tian's footwork remained a major issue. In the 28th minute, he noticed an opening on the right and aimed for a precise long pass. As a result, his ankle twisted and he miscalculated the force. The ball turned into an awkward half-high ball wobbling toward the sideline. Damn, I messed it up. Zhou Tian was startled. However, due to the prediction of causality beginner, although the quality of his kick was extremely poor, the ball curiously landed in the dead angle where the opponent's fullback was turning. The opposing fullback was in agony, unable to make a clearance or poke the ball away, ultimately allowing Kinta Tanaka. Is that possible? The spectators on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Is this a mistake or a miraculous play? Only Zhou Tian knew that this was the result of, even though the execution was flawed, the awareness was still ahead of the version. Amidst the continuous intertwining of blunders and brilliant passes, the defense of Diching High School was torn asunder. In the 35th minute, the opportunity finally arrived. This time there were no muddy interferences, no depletion of stamina. Zhou Tian received the ball at the top of the center circle. With no one around him, he took a deep breath, his gaze locked ahead. It was a straight path leading to glory. Kojiro Ida was making a reverse run between the two central defenders. This time, I absolutely cannot make a mistake. To prove that I can deliver a good pass. Zhou Tian adjusted his steps, lifted his leg, and tightened the surface of his foot. Short pass 61, although the value was not high in the absence of interference, and with heightened concentration. Here we go. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as his foot made contact with the ball. The ball skimmed along the grass without any chaotic spin or bizarre bounce, but flew like a finely polished sword, piercing straight through the heart of Diching High School. It was incredibly fast, yet it perfectly decelerated as it reached Kojiro's feet, leaving him momentarily surprised as he raised an eyebrow. No need to stop the ball to adjust. No need to shield it with his body. The pass was so comfortable that he wondered if he had a different oomph. Kojiro Ida smirked. Has it finally come? I've waited too long, commenter number one. He inwardly mocked, yet his body moved like lightning. Onion. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Kojiro didn't even feign a move. He simply utilized his speed to cleanly evade the goalkeeper, then faced with an empty net, he gently pushed the ball in. 2-0. After scoring, Kojiro did not run towards the corner area or the stands. He ran straight towards the Diching captain, Okido, who had just mocked him for Zhou Tian's passing error in the midfield. Kojiro stopped in front of Okido and made a highly provocative celebration gesture. He pointed his index fingers at his own temples and then pointed toward Zhou Tian in the distance. The meaning was clear. Did you see that? This is the strength we are here to sacrifice. This is the commander from a garbage school you speak of. Okido's face instantly turned a shade of liver, his fists cracking ominously. After completing this, Kojiro turned and ran toward the midfield, giving Zhou Tian, who was smiling smugly, a fierce high five. Smack. Well passed. Kojiro rarely praised, though still a bit stiff. At least you're like a professional player now. Cut the chatter. Zhou Tian chuckled. That was a treat for me. Did you enjoy it? I could eat 2 more. The second half began. After the score turned to 2-0, the game entered a prolonged tug-of-war. FC Tokyo started controlling the pace, while Diching High School fell into a quagmire of impatience. As a prestigious club known as the Canary Corps, being beaten 2-0 by a makeshift team was a tremendous blow to their pride, especially for their captain Okido. He had made harsh remarks before the match, mocking Zhou Tian's background, only to be slapped. That sense of humiliation transformed into aggression on the field. Don't let him get the ball. Take him out. Okido's movements became increasingly wild. He began to focus not on the ball, but on the man. In the 60th minute, Zhou Tian received the ball with his back turned. Okido charged from behind, his knee smashing hard into Zhou Tian's thigh muscle. Zhou Tian fell to the ground. The referee issued a verbal warning. In the 70th minute, Zhou Tian tried to turn and evade. Okido directly grabbed his jersey, yanking Zhou Tian off balance, then took the chance to slide tackle his cleats, scraping Zhou Tian's ankle. Zhou Tian fell again. The referee showed a yellow card. Hey, what are you doing? This time, FC Tokyo's guardian, Take Dango, couldn't hold back. He rushed up and shoved Okido aside. Are you here to play football or to brawl? You've already received a yellow card, and you're still playing dirty. Do you want to injure someone? Cut the nonsense. Okido's eyes reddened as he retorted fiercely. That was a fair challenge. If you can't take it, go home and drink milk. This is the T-League. The players from both sides quickly gathered around, and a conflict seemed imminent. Takedan rolled up his sleeves, his fists clenched. As the martial faction of the team, he couldn't stand such underhanded tactics. Damn, it'll teach you a lesson today. Takedan was about to throw a punch. Stop. Takedan. A hand firmly grabbed Takedan's arm. Zhou Tian had gotten up from the ground. He brushed off the dirt from his socks, feeling a bit of pain in his ankle, but nothing serious thanks to Maki's bruise medicine. Sunday. This guy did it on purpose. Takedan fumed. I know, Zhou Tian replied calmly. Don't make a move. If you do, you'll get a red card. It's not worth it to go off for someone like him. He pulled Takedan behind him and walked alone towards Okido. At that moment, the referee had run over, blowing his whistle to maintain order, preparing to award a free kick. Zhou Tian looked at Okido. The two were roughly the same height, but their presence was entirely different. Okido wore an expression of aggression and impatience like a trapped wild beast. In contrast, Zhou Tian's gaze was calm, even carrying a hint of pity. Hey, Captain Okido. Zhou Tian spoke, his voice not loud, but sufficient for those around, including the referee, to hear. You mentioned in the entrance tunnel that private Sakuraji High School is a garbage school, right? Okido was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Tian to bring this up at that moment. So what? A weak team is garbage. Okido stubbornly replied. Zhou Tian smiled. That smile held no mockery, only a sense of dignified pride. Our school is indeed very weak. Zhou Tian pointed to himself. The field is terrible, turns into a mud pit when it rains. Our goalkeeper is a chubby guy, and our defenders are even slower than I am. Last year we indeed conceded over 10 goals to a random team. That's a fact. But Zhou Tian's voice rose a few notches, each word resonating. In my garbage school, even when we lost by over 10 goals, not a single person resorted to malicious fouling. Even if we were beaten 100 times, my teammates would only chase relentlessly. No one ever provoked the opponent, nor did anyone vent their anger through such despicable means. Zhou Tian stared directly into Okido's eyes. Those eyes, possessing a vision of 91 points, seemed to pierce through the depths of Okido's depravity. We may be weak, but we can take a loss. So, Zhou Tian straightened his back like a pine tree standing tall amidst the storm. Private Sakuraji High School is not a garbage school. Silence. A deathly stillness. His words were delivered with dignity and resonance. Not just the FC Tokyo teammates, even other players from Diching High School lowered their heads upon hearing this, shame etched on their faces. Indeed, as a prestigious club, being forced by a ragtag team to resort to fouling to halt the offense was a disgrace in itself, and the captain's frantic behavior further embarrassed Diching. Okito's face turned liver-colored. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself speechless. The moral high ground's pressure left him utterly humiliated. Beep. The referee approached, casting Zhou Tian a deep glance filled with approval. He did not issue a card, but gestured for the match to continue, warning Okito, "Watch your actions, another offense will lead to a direct red card." The uproar subsided, yet the outcome was already determined, not merely in score, but in spirit. In the 85th minute of the second half, the morale of Diching High School had completely dissipated. Meanwhile, FC Tokyo grew more emboldened. Zhou Tian again delivered a brilliant pass from midfield, this time to a substitute winger. The winger made a deep run and crossed Takeda go in an attempt to vent his anger, charged in like a tank to head the ball into the net. 3-0. This thoroughly killed the match. Zhou Tian stood in the midfield looking at the numbers on the scoreboard, letting out a long sigh. System notification: the match is about to conclude. Current score 3-0. Winning reward has been locked. We won. Zhou Tian clenched his fist. Not only did they win, but they also did so convincingly, restoring their pride. Most importantly, that promise could finally be fulfilled. Beep, beep, beep. The entire field erupted in cheers. The players from both sides lined up for a handshake. When Zhou Tian approached Okito, the once arrogant captain of Diching was no longer as brash as before. He lowered his head, even afraid to look Zhou Tian in the eye. As they shook hands, his hand trembled slightly. "I'm sorry," Okito said softly, almost inaudibly. "And you played well." This was a humble acknowledgement from a prestigious club, a recognition of strength. Zhou Tian did not take the opportunity to gloat. He generously shook the other's hand and smiled. "No worries. Come back next time, I will always be ready to compete." After saying this, Zhou Tian released his hand, and his expression instantly changed. The previous demeanor of a great general and calm commander vanished without a trace, replaced by an impatience and excitement named eager anticipation. He turned around, wildly waving at his celebrating teammates. "Hey, stop celebrating. Stop drinking water. Gather up. Everyone assemble. What's up Sunday? The coach hasn't even scolded us yet. Are we going for pork cutlet rice again?" Zhou Tian's face was serious, even tenser than when he chastised Okito. He took a deep breath and pointed to a certain direction in the stands, where Kitagawa Maki was seated. "Brothers," Zhou Tian's voice trembled, "we won the match. Next up is the most crucial tactical mission of this game. Do you remember the move we practiced on the train?" Everyone was momentarily stunned before they reacted. Kenta Tanaka's eyes widened. "You mean? That embarrassing?" Takedan grinned. "Are we really going to do it?" Kojiro eyed aside and covered his face. "Can I apply for a red card and leave?" "No way." Zhou Tian grabbed Kojiro's shoulder. "You're the face of the team. You have to stay. Listen up." Zhou Tian pointed towards the stands, his eyes determined, as if he were about to blow up a pillbox. "Target southeast corner of the stands, that girl in the Sakuraji High School uniform. Tactical code name Operation Confession. Reward a month of the luxurious Shoati set meal. Now." Zhou Tian waved his hand dramatically. "Let's go. Help me confess. Charge." At that moment, this group of boys who had just played a 90-minute high-intensity match erupted with an energy more formidable than a goal. They swarmed around Zhou Tian like a group of Spartan warriors ready to charge into battle, marching towards the stand. In the stands, Kitagawa Maki was preparing to pack up and leave. Suddenly, she saw a group of guys in deep blue jerseys charging toward her like a pack of rabid dogs. Leading them was the number 11, grinning as he ran, his gaze locked directly onto her. Maki's heart skipped a beat. Her face instantly flushed. That idiot. She tightened her grip on the bottle of Pocari Sweat, wanting to flee, but her feet felt rooted to the ground. Are they really coming? The sunlight was just right. The breeze was gentle. The boys' shouts were about to echo throughout the entire stadium. Saturday, 4:00 p.m. at FC Tokyo's Kadaira Sports Ground, the home stadium. This moment would be etched into the annals of FC Tokyo's U18 squad, not merely as a footnote, but as a legendary episode in the unofficial chronicles of the T-League. For never before had such a Spartan, and utterly mortifying, scene unfolded after a youth league match. Charge. For Katsudan. For Sunday's happiness, primarily for Katsudan. A group of teenage boys drenched in mud and reeking of sweat after 90 minutes of grueling play surged toward the southeast stand like mindless zombies howling with wild abandon. The spectators in the stands stood frozen in disbelief. A security guard instinctively stepped forward, but seeing no weapons, only feverish, death-defying excitement on their faces, he hesitated and held back. Leading the charge were Kentaro Tanaka and Tsuyoshi Takeda, two youths whose temperaments could not have been more opposite, one timid, the other recklessly bold. Yet in this instant, united by the promise of a month's worth of premium meals, they moved with uncanny synchrony. Reaching the base of the stand, they dropped into a crouch and interlocked their hands to form a human ladder. "Up you go, Command." Takeda bellowed, his face flushed crimson. Zhou Tian didn't hesitate. Even though his legs burned with fatigue, his adrenaline surged like wildfire. He sprinted forward, stepped onto their clasped hands, and was hoisted skyward in one fluid motion. Instantly, teammates swarmed in, grasping his leg's waist, and even his backside one cheekily, giving a quick squeeze. It resembled crowd surfing at a rock concert, or an ancient tribal rite honoring a living deity. Zhou Tian soared aloft, his vision suddenly unobstructed. At that height his gaze met eye-to-eye with the first row of the stand, and there standing beside the railing was Kitao Maki, a girl in the uniform of Sakuraji High, her ash-blonde hair tousled by the wind. She had truly intended to flee. Truly. The very instant she saw the mob charging toward her, her instincts as a student disciplinary officer screamed, "Run. This is deeply embarrassing." Yet when she beheld that boy, lifted high above the crowd, streaked with dirt, yet radiant with a smile brighter than the sun, her feet rooted themselves to the ground. She couldn't run, and she no longer wished to. For a breathless moment silence fell over the entire arena. Every eye converged upon that single point. Zhou Tian drew a deep, steadying breath, his lungs swelling with power. He locked eyes with Maki mere inches away and shouted, "Kitao Maki." His voice nearly cracked with intensity. 3-0. A total victory. I've arrived, with triumph and with my teammates. So, he paused, his grin softening into solemn, almost awkward sincerity. That promise, we fulfill it now. I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? A thunderous roar erupted across the stage. Then came a deafening wave of cheers, whistles, and chants from below. Say yes. Say yes. Kitao Maki stood motionless. Ordinarily she was aloof, feared as the school's undisputed big sister, a sharp-tongued supervisor who could reduce Zhou Tian to speechless silence. But now, under hundreds of watching eyes, confronted by that boy's raw, blazing confession, her cheeks flushed, visibly deepening from her throat to her earlobes. It was the delicate blushing pink of a perfectly ripened peach. Her knuckles whitened as she gripped the railing tightly. She longed to call him a fool, to scold him for his audacity, to mock his absurd sacrificial appearance. Yet all those words dissolved into a trembling, tender murmur, "Idiot." Her gaze lingered on Zhou Tian, soft, luminous, intoxicating, and he stood utterly spellbound. Maki took a sudden deep breath, as if sealing a decision. Leaning forward over the railing, she called down to Zhou Tian, "Too ordinary." Huh? Zhou Tian blinked. Ordinary? Everyone here understands Japanese. There's no mystery in it. Though still blushing, Maki retained her characteristic assertiveness, even if feigned. "You're Chinese, aren't you? Then speak your mother tongue, Chinese." She paused, her voice dropping to a whisper, yet carrying unmistakably to his ears. "Say it again." "I love you." Zhou Tian jolted. "Chinese. I love you." Here, on this foreign pitch, surrounded by teammates and spectators who understood not a word. To declare their bond in a language shared only by two, Maki having clearly learned it deliberately, was an act of profound, intimate romance. Yes, a surge of heat rushed to Zhou Tian's crown. He no longer needed support. With one fierce twist, he leapt down from the Tumter-high human pyramid. Ouch! Tanaka yelped as a foot landed squarely on his instep. Zhou Tian landed solidly, though slightly unsteady, and dashed to the base of the railing, craning his neck upward to meet Maki's gaze, still flushed, still defiantly, unwavering. He threw his arms wide and, summoning every ounce of strength, cried out those three cherished words, in the language most familiar, most sacred to him, Maki. "I love you," pronounced with perfect clarity, resounding like thunder beneath the heavens. Though the Japanese crowd could not decipher the phonetics of what AI, the emotion behind it, the sheer untranslatable fervor, needed no translation. Maki's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Her big sister composure shattered completely. Fool. Disregarding discipline, ignoring school rules entirely, she abandoned all pretense. With athletic grace, evidently honed through years of training, she vaulted effortlessly over the waist-high railing and launched herself downward like a diving bird. "Catch me. I'll catch you, always." Zhou Tian opened his arms wide and caught her midair. The impact sent him stumbling backward 2 steps, yet he held her tight, unyielding. In that suspended instant the world ceased to exist. Only the warmth and softness of her body pressed against his felt real. Cheers, whistles, and teammates' raucous jeers faded into distant background noise. Zhou Tian buried his face in the crook of Maki's neck, breathing deeply of her faint citrus-scented perfume. "I've got you now," he murmured softly against her skin. "This time, you can't run away." Maki wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him completely. Her face nestled into his shoulder, hiding the tears she refused to let anyone see. Yet her voice remained stubbornly, endearingly proud. The same Kitao Maki who always wore her pride like armor. "You stink," she sniffed, whispering a complaint. "All sweat and mud. You crawled out of a dumpster, didn't you?" Haha. Zhou Tian tightened his embrace instead of loosening it. "That's manly scent, the aroma of victory. Stop joking around." She tapped his back lightly, not letting go. "Go shower and change right away, or you're not—" "Yes, ma'am, my beloved girlfriend." 7:30 p.m. at Shoati. If the stadium earlier had been the set of a dreamy idol drama, then Shoati now resembled a boisterous sick. The restaurant had been fully commandeered by FC Tokyo's ravenous squad. Tables were pushed together, groaning under mountains of fried delicacies, skewers, and empty plates. "Chef, 10 more chicken skin skewers, extra crispy. Our sukiyaki broth's gone, refill it. Tanaka, if you steal my meat again, I'll tell everyone about your childhood bedwetting." The chef bustled about, sweat dripping from his brow, but his grin was wider than during New Year's celebrations. Today's revenue would likely equal a full week's earnings. And tucked into the farthest corner of the counter, the reserved VIP spot, sat 3 people. Zhou Tian, now freshly showered and dressed in clean clothes, Kitao Maki and Inoue Daichi. Chef the usual, and add a bottle of sake. Though Inoue had no intention of drinking much, he ordered with practiced ease, leaning back comfortably as he observed the lively chaos unfolding around him. Daichi, why aren't you going home for dinner tonight? The chef teased while slicing sashimi. Won't your wife get angry? That sour-faced woman doesn't care what I do. Inoue waved dismissively, though secretly single he'd never admit it. Besides, tonight is historic. He turned a knowing half-smile playing on his lips as he watched Zhou Tian peel shrimp for Maki. Of course, this kid just confessed successfully. If I don't cash in now, what good were all those extra training sessions I gave him? Ahem. Zhou Tian placed the peeled shrimp into Maki's bowl and scratched his head sheepishly. Coach, I'll cover everything tonight. Though, could part of it be reimbursed? Dream on. Inoue snorted. Consider it your romance tax. He lifted his sake cup and took a measured sip, his expression turning reflective. Honestly though, Sunday. His gaze settled on Zhou Tian, his tone growing earnest. Today's match, you played well. Especially that celebration where they lifted you up, admittedly foolish, but revealing what? Zhou Tian asked. That you, this boy, are born to lead. Inoue gestured toward the teammates still wrestling and shouting nearby. To make these fiercely proud kids willingly lift you high. That's rarer than any perfectly weighted through ball you've ever delivered. Zhou Tian's tail practically wagged in the air. Must be my charisma. Please. Maki, who'd been silent until now, interjected, coolly popping the shrimp into her mouth with evident delight. That charisma was purchased with my Shoati discount coupon. She punctured his ego without mercy. Wife, cut me some slack. Zhou Tian pleaded softly. Who's your wife? Call me Kitao-san. Maki shot him a glare, but then selected the finest piece of tuna sashimi and gently guided it to his lips. Open up. Ah, Zhou Tian obeyed instantly. Delicious. Delicious. Anything you feed me is delicious. Uffed. Inoue nearly spat out his sake, clutching his chest in mock agony. Chef, bring me wasabi. This dog food is too sweet. I need something sharp to balance it out. The chef roared with laughter. Ah, what a glorious thing, youth. That dinner was pure unadulterated joy, for everyone except Inoue, who admitted to being slightly overstuffed. Zhou Tian spent the entire meal in a state of dopamine-induced euphoria. He poured water for Maki, dabbed her lips with a napkin, gazed at her with a dazed, adoring smile, like a puppy who'd just received its most treasured toy. Though Maki teased him for being clingy and disgusting, her actions betrayed her words. She accepted every morsel he offered, and beneath the table her fingers curled gently, tenderly around his. That tiny secret gesture, known only to them, made Zhou Tian's heart feel as though it floated in honey. Is this what love feels like? Even better than scoring a goal. 100 p.m. The feast concluded. Teammates staggered off, overstuffed and leaning on each other. Inoue waved farewell and ambled alone into the night. Zhou Tian and Maki walked last. Full? Zhou Tian asked. Stuffed. Maki patted her flat stomach. All thanks to you, shoveling meat onto my plate. I'll run 5 kilometers tomorrow to burn it off. I'll join you. Zhou Tian declared instantly. No need. You've got tactical review at base tomorrow. Maki replied calmly. They reached their familiar fork in the road, the place where they usually parted ways to return home. But tonight, Zhou Tian stopped walking and looked at Maki. Maki halted too, and returned his gaze. Beneath the golden glow of the street lamp, their shadows merged seamlessly into one. Zhou Tian nervously rubbed his palms together. Since we're officially, Officially what? Maki asked, feigning ignorance. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Zhou Tian summoned his courage. So, does that mean we can? Can what? Can I kiss you? His voice dwindled to a barely audible whisper. Maki smiled at his nervousness, and stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Rising onto her toes, before Zhou Tian could react. A soft citrusso-dascented kiss brushed his cheek, light as a feather, fleeting as a sigh. Heck. Then she pulled away. That's today's reward. Blushing furiously, Maki spun on her heel and fled. Good night, idiot boyfriend. Zhou Tian stood, frozen hand pressed to his cheek, staring dumbfounded at her retreating figure. Only seconds later did he snap back to reality. Yeah. That familiar kettle whistle laugh bubbled up again. I got kissed. Okay, it was on the cheek, but still I got kissed. He punched the night sky triumphantly. That evening in Zhou Tian's apartment. After washing up and lying in bed, he remained wide awake, too exhilarated. Yet he knew to protect this fragile, radiant beauty. To continue impressing Maki, he hastily crossed out showing off and replaced it with excelling. He must grow stronger. Today's win, though decisive, though earning him MVP honors, though showcasing his nascent vision stat at 91, this was merely the T-League. Above it loomed the Prince League, the professional leagues, and beyond the world stage. He opened his system interface. Match settlement, victory reward, 1 free attribute point, special reward, defeating elite Daike, skill fragment acquired. Iron lungs, 13. Confession success, reward, mood value locked at max, training efficiency increased by 20 for 1 week, a confession bonus. Zhou Tian grinned. This system really knows how to charm. Now he held 1 free attribute point. Where to invest it? Physique, passing, shooting. His gaze drifted once more to the golden shimmering stat, vision, 91. Many would deem 91 already absurdly high. On the pitch today, he truly felt its power. The near precognitive ability to foresee causal chains, 0. 1 seconds ahead, allowing him to toy with Keto. Yet he remembered Kamiya so. That man who dribbled past him like he was pavement on a rain-slicked morning. Kamiya's vision score was certainly no lower. If I'm to defeat Kamiya, I must surpass him utterly, not at his level but on my own strongest ground. I don't want merely a glimpse of causality. I want to see inevitability. Zhou Tian clenched his jaw, his obsession, his gambler's instinct setting him apart from ordinary men. System alert vision, stat has reached 91 SS rank. Further upgrades require double cost, 2 points per 1 point. Insufficient points available. Nanny. Zhou Tian shot upright in bed. Double. Robbery. Staring at his solitary point, he sighed. Clearly reaching 92 would demand another victory. Next match. He scrolled through his phone's fixture list. Next Saturday, away game. Opponent FC Machida Zelvia. Zhou Tian narrowed his eyes. Machida Zelvia, not a traditional academy powerhouse, but a meteoric new force in the J-League famed for its cutting-edge tech football and data-driven youth development. Rumors claimed every U18 player wore advanced GPS vests executing tactics with the precision of a super data football, huh? Zhou Tian sank back into his pillow, a confident smile curling at his lips. Let's see, whose analytics are sharper? Yours, or my omniscient? Just wait 92. And, Maki's next kiss. Monday, 8:15 a.m. At the gates of Sakura Private High School. Today's sunlight seemed unusually piercing, and the air hummed with an electric gossipy restlessness. For Sakura High students, something momentous had unfolded over the weekend. Though the T-League was an off-campus club competition, social media had rendered distance irrelevant. The video, showing FC Tokyo's No. 11 being hoisted aloft by his entire team, while publicly confessing to the school's legendary senior girl, had gone viral across Sakura's line groups and Twitter circles. Some had even overlaid it with the theme from Titanic. Thus, the instant Zhou Tian and Kitao Maki appeared at the school gate, the bustling crowd fell utterly silent, as if someone had pressed mute. Zhou Tian carried his backpack feeling as exposed, as if he were bare-skinned beneath hundreds of watching eyes. He lowered his voice, his steps unsteady. Don't you think everyone's staring a little too intently? Walking beside him, Kitao Maki wore her uniform, thoughtfully modified, its skirt swaying gently, her ash-brown hair rippling in the breeze. Whereas Zhou Tian bristled with unease, she remained unervingly composed. Intense. Maki swept her gaze indifferently across the crowd. Anyone caught in her line of sight, be it a curious boy or a whispering girl, immediately bowed their head, pretending to study ants on the pavement. They seem rather idle, Maki murmured, a faint scoff escaping her lips. They entered the school building, changed shoes, and ascended the stairs, every step shadowed by that unrelenting collective gaze. At last they reached the doorway of Class 2B. Zhou Tian drew a deep breath, steeling himself to enter like any Suddenly a warm, soft, but utterly unyielding, hand reached out. It seized his. Their fingers interlaced. Zhou Tian froze, nearly stumbling mid-stride. And Maki. He stared in alarm at their clasped hands. This is right outside the classroom. Shouldn't we keep a low profile? Low profile. Kitao Maki halted, turning her head to face him. A fiercely possessive, almost regal smile curved her lips. When you declared, I love you, before hundreds of people, did you consider discretion? Since we've officially announced it. Without waiting for his reply, she pulled him straight through the door. Whoosh. The classroom door swung open. Students who'd been chattering about weekend gossip felt instantly petrified. What scene greeted them? The school's famed delinquent queen, calmly, unquestionably, holding the hand of the newly arrived transfer student, the rising football star. Her aura radiated authority, the very image of a sovereign leading her, while her knight. Ignoring every pair of eyes, Maki strode directly to the window-side lead roll seat, tossed her bag onto the desk. She didn't release his hand. Instead, she guided Zhou Tian into the seat beside her, and once seated placed their joined hands deliberately atop the desk. Though Zhou Tian tried discreetly to withdraw his hand, mortification burning hot, Maki's grip proved unexpectedly firm. Morning reading begins now. Maki remarked, coolly flipping open her English textbook as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Ah, Kateya-san. Just then homeroom teacher Mr. Tanaka entered, clutching his lesson plan. Even this seasoned middle-aged educator, while the school permits healthy interpersonal relationships, perhaps some discretion in the classroom would be advisable. He adjusted his glasses, striving to uphold pedagogical dignity. Zhou Tian began to pull his hand back, preparing an apology. Sir. Kitao Maki lifted her gaze, calm, sincere, unwavering. Zhou-san sustained a minor wrist strain during Saturday's match, though not severe. I'm administering traditional Chinese acupressure to stimulate circulation, thereby improving his grip strength and handwriting precision, ultimately enhancing academic performance. The entire class fell silent. You expect us to believe that? Is acupressure performed via interlocked fingers? Mr. Tanaka's mouth twitched twice. He glanced at Kitao Maki, top of the grade in last term's exams. Then at Zhou Tian, consistently ranked among the top 10 in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and whose family had donated substantial equipment to the school. In this elite private academy, where deviation values ruled supreme, academic excellence and familial prestige were the ultimate passports. Ahem. So that's how it is. The teacher cleared his throat tactically. Very well, just mind the pressure. Don't cause discomfort. Everyone please open your textbooks to page 35. They'd actually gotten away with it. Zhou Tian stared dumbfounded as Mr. Tanaka turned to write on the board. He glanced sideways at Maki, serene, unruffled. That actually worked, he whispered. That's the privilege of top students, she replied without looking at him. Her fingertip brushed lightly across his knuckles. So long as we remain within the top 10 next exam, even if I feed you bento in class, the teacher will call it cognitive nourishment. Zhou Tian swallowed hard. In that moment he grasped a new truth within this seemingly rigid Japanese high school rules bent, not for charm or charisma, but for sheer undeniable strength whether on the pitch or in the classroom. That sensation, not bad at all. He tightened his grip on her hand, giving her palm a gentle, affectionate squeeze. Maki's body trembled faintly, a delicate flush bloomed across her ears, but she did not pull away. Instead, lunchtime, the school rooftop, an exclusive VIP zone reserved solely for Kitao Maki and her inner circle, now transformed into Zhou Tian's personal dining hall. Today's lunch was again the lavish multi-tiered bento box. As Zhou Tian savored grilled chicken prepared by Maki's family chef, he watched her studying a book. It wasn't her usual English or chemistry textbook. Its cover bore a panda motif, 300 essential phrases for spoken Chinese. Maki, Zhou Tian asked around a bite of broccoli, surprised. You're learning Chinese? Kitao Maki wore black-rimmed glasses, her study mode, frowning intently at pinyin annotations on the page. Why do Popo, maternal grandmother, and Bobo, paternal uncle, sound so identical? She prodded the page with her pen, exasperated. Are Chinese tones designed purely to torment learners? Zhou Tian nearly choked laughing. To witness the formidable, fearless queen reduced to a flustered, dumpling-faced novice over phonetics. This dissonance was utterly irresistible. Why learn it, he asked. If you want to talk to me, Japanese is perfectly fine. I speak it fluently. Maki set down her pen. She removed her glasses and turned fully toward him, her gaze steady and earnest. Because you'll inevitably return home someday, won't you? Zhou Tian paused. Perhaps, though that's far in the future, where your family may come to Japan. She continued, calm, yet resolute. My English is solid, but meeting your parents or traveling to China to find you, I refuse to stand mute. And, she lowered her eyes, shyly fiddling with the page. I want to understand the things you yell on the pitch. So, I won't just smile blankly while you're cursing me in Chinese. Zhou Tian looked at her, his chest swelling as if filled with a vast, impossibly soft marshmallow. In Japanese high school romances, most live only for the present, rarely contemplating distant futures, parental meetings, cross-border communication. These are burdens for adults. But Kitao Maki was different. Her affection was never fleeting or insubstantial. Once committed, she wove that bond seamlessly into her vision of her own future. It was a profound, grounding sense of reliance, deep and serene. Maki. Zhou Tian set down his chopsticks and leaned closer. What? She eyed him warily. Popo, second tone rising pitch, he pointed to the character. Means mother-in-law. Who said I'd ever call her that? Maki's face erupted crimson. She snatched up the book to swat him. I just happened to flip to that page. I'm learning how to curse in Chinese. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tian dodged, catching her wrist. Let me teach you a simple one. He met her eyes, voice tender. Maki froze. A flicker of fluster crossed her phoenix-shaped eyes, then melted into pure, radiant sweetness. She bit her lip, turned her head aside, and whispered, with painstaking effort, yet perfect sincerity. What? Ni. Pronunciation flawless. Full marks. Zhou Tian raised a triumphant thumb. Idiot. She murmured, her lips lifting despite herself. Eat. It'll grow cold. 400 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Academy locker room. Compared to the morning's tender onslaught, the locker room now thrummed with the energy of creditors demanding payment. Showadiai. Led by Kenji Tanaka and Tsuyoshi Takeda, teammates surrounded Zhou Tian like beggars rattling bowls. Sunday. Where's our month-long luxury meal plan? Yesterday was only round 1. We still have 29 more. Today, double meat. Double portions. Zhou Tian sat on the bench, changing his cleats, wallet trembling inwardly at the clamor. True, his family was wealthy. His father's supplementary card boasted generous limits. But even that couldn't withstand daily raids by a pack of teenage appetites. Worse still, they shone too brightly. Thousands of watts of spotlight bulbs. If he brought them to Showadiai every day, how could he and Maki enjoy their private moments? How could they sustain those soul-deep gazes, where looking away felt like death? I know training is grueling, and I know your passion for Showadiai runs deep. But as aspiring professionals, dietary variety matters. He offered the vouchers to Tsuyoshi Takeda with practice charm. Behold, 50 McDonald's Big Mac meal vouchers purchased online. Redeemable at any location. Big Mac large Coke guaranteed satisfaction. Caloric explosion. Joy multiplied. Impressed. Zhou Tian considered himself a genius trading fast food coupons for solitude, so he and Maki could savor candlelit dinner under fluorescent lights at Showadiai. Yet, Tsuyoshi accepted the stack, glanced once, then fixed Zhou Tian with a look that screamed, do you take us for fools? McDonald's. Tsuyoshi arched one eyebrow. Big Mac. Kenji Tanaka leaned, invisibly repulsed. Sunday. Tsuyoshi slapped the vouchers against Zhou Tian's chest. What do you think we are? Do we crave mere calories? We seek the romance. We seek the atmosphere. The warmth of the shop's owner, the presence of the senior girl, the rich aroma of tonkatsu. You think industrial assembly line burgers can buy your way out of sharing that space with us, so you too can indulge in shameless love-drenched seclusion. Dream on. The entire squad roared in unison. Get lost. Celebrate with us after the next win. Tonight, it's absolutely. We'll be spotlights. We'll monitor whether you lay a finger or a glance on the senior girl. Zhou Tian. These traitors. They seemed so docile in class, yet possessed uncanny brilliance when it came to free meals and strategic illumination. Fine. Let's go. You win. Zhou Tian retracted the vouchers with tearful resignation. But fair warning, no stealing my meat tonight. That's for Maki. Like we'd bother. Amid the commotion, a cold snort echoed from the locker room's corner. Eiichi Kudo had already changed into his training gear, sitting quietly lacing his cleats. His expression was sharper than usual, radiating an aura that warned keep your distance. Fools. Kudo rose, cradling a football. Pausing beside Zhou Tian, he spoke without inflection. Hey, Commoner, no. 1. His gaze held no trace of its former levity. I don't object to romance. But, he pointed to Zhou Tian's leg. Our next opponent is FC Machida Zelvia. They're data-driven automatons, unmoved by your recent confession. They won't ease up on you for love's sake. If your focus narrows in this gentle paradise, if your passes slow, your vision blurs. Kudo narrowed his eyes, revealing the arrogant glint of a born genius. I'll petition the coach to bench you, without hesitation. My goal is promotion, not watching you parade affection. With that, he strode out, football underarm, never glancing back. Silence lingered for a beat. Kenji Tanaka shrank slightly. Kudo seems dead serious. Zhou Tian watched his retreating back, his earlier levity vanished. He knew it well. Machida Zelvia. Champions of analytical football. A challenge utterly unlike Takeo. Don't worry. Zhou Tian tightened his laces, voice low but certain. Love won't weaken me. It will make me stronger. Because now I am a man blessed with double buffs. He rose, stretching his limbs. Vision 91 points. Causal premonition. Plus, Maki's love-infused bento. A tangible physical buff. Let's train. Zhou Tian bellowed. Today, I'll execute 1,000 long passes. No one's stopping you. Just don't kick the ball into my face. On the practice field, the sun burned fierce. Zhou Tian sprinted across the turf. His mind held 3 clear images now: the 92-point target, the silhouette of Soya Kagami, and the vivid, luminous memory of Maki gripping his hand in class, of her stumbling, tender whisper on the rooftop. Whiny. To protect this smile, Zhou Tian launched a long pass. Perfect arc, flawless trajectory, landing precisely at Eiichi Kudo's feet. I must win, again and again. Wednesday, 4:30 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training Field. Although for an ordinary high school student, Wednesday is merely the most grueling day of the week, for Zhou Tian, it is a sacred day. According to tradition, this is his last opportunity to harvest experience points before the T-League official matches. The sun is somewhat lazy and the dew on the grass has evaporated completely. The FC Tokyo 4th team, where Zhou Tian used to play, is currently shivering on the field wearing yellow substitute. The chubby goalkeeper looked at Zhou Tian, who was warming up across the field with a glint in his eyes like a roasted chicken, and despairingly said to the otaku defender beside him, hey, he's back again. Wasn't there no friendly match scheduled this week? Why is he still here? The otaku defender pushed up his glasses and said with a face full of despair, I heard he personally asked coach in no way for it. The reason is to maintain a sense of hunger. What the heck is a sense of hunger? I think he just wants to use us to pad his stats. Indeed. Although he shouted passionate slogans and aimed to win against the formidable FC Machida Zelvia as a practical individual with a system, Zhou Tian knew one thing. Clearly the attribute points he acquired were the hard truth. Why wait until Saturday to face that group of data football freaks to level up? Isn't this group of old teammates right in front of him more appealing? Beep. With the assistant coach's whistle, this one-sided slaughter cough teaching match began. 30 minutes later, Zhou Tian stood in the center circle, drenched in sweat, but wearing a satisfied smile. The score was 4-0. He didn't score, but he provided 4 assists and covered the highest running distance of the match. Ding. Won the internal practice match. Reward free, attribute point 1. That's enough. Zhou Tian clenched his fist without any hesitation. Attribute point allocation, vision 1, vision 9192 buzz. This time the tremor in his mind was not intense, more like a gentle breeze passing by. Zhou Tian opened his eyes and looked at a fly buzzing by in the distance. At 90 points he could see the positions of all 22 players on the field. At 91 points he could predict 0.1 seconds into the future. And when he reached 92 points, he noticed that the frequency of the fly's wing flapping seemed to slow down by 1 frame in his eyes. It wasn't that time slowed down, rather his dynamic vision capture ability had been greatly enhanced. So that's how it is. Zhou Tian stroked his chin. Is 90 points macro omniscience, and does it start enhancing micro capture at 92 points? It's like upgrading from a 60 Hz monitor to a 144 Hz high refresh display. This means that in the midst of intense scrambles, he could see the ball spin and the slightest twitch of an opponent's ankle more clearly, allowing for more precise reactions. In addition to the improvement in vision, the grueling training over the past few days and Maki's nurturing finally yielded feedback on the panel. Physical adjustment, stamina 66-67, technical adjustment, long pass 45-46, short pass 61-62. Although it was only a minor improvement for Zhou Tian, it proved he was no longer a complete novice. especially since reaching 46 in long passing meant that when he kicked high balls it was no longer purely a matter of luck, there was at least a 46 chance it would land in the right area. Phew, I've gotten a bit stronger. Zhou Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, preparing to connect with the chubby goalkeeper he had just tormented to apologize. At that moment a commotion came from the main training field. 5:00 p.m. Main training field locker room. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Or rather, it was a complex mix of envy, jealousy, and a sense of naturalness. Inoue Daichi stood in the center of the locker room, holding a freshly printed red-headed document. His expression was serious, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Everyone please stop for a moment. Inoue Daichi tapped on the tactics board. There is an important personnel change announcement. Everyone held their breath. At this point in time a personnel change usually meant someone was about to ascend. Inoue Daichi's gaze fell on the boy sitting in the corner wearing headphones with a nonchalant expression. The T-League schedule is long, but for some this pond has become too small. Inoue Daichi raised the document in his hand. After a joint assessment by the club's youth training department first team scout group and U18-18 coaching staff, it has been decided that after the first half of the T-League season approximately 2 weeks from now during the summer break, we will officially recall Kudo Eiichi. He will skip U18B team and move directly to U18-18 to participate in the Prince League and will train with the J1 first team during the summer joint training. Boom. The locker room erupted. Directly promoted to a team. He'll be training with the first team. Oh my god, that's a professional team. All those big names like Nagatomo Yudo are there. Although I know he's a monster, this promotion is too fast, right? In this youth training pyramid the 4th and 3rd teams are just the base. U18B team is the middle tier. U18A team is the pinnacle. And the first team, that's the clouds. Kudo Eiichi, this 15-year-old boy with his indisputable performance, has obtained a ticket to the clouds. In 2 weeks, he would no longer belong here. Facing the amazement of everyone, Kudo Eiichi simply took off his headphones and nodded lightly. Got it. It seems like just a trivial matter like going to a convenience store to buy water. Zhou Tian stood in the crowd watching the back of that boy surrounded by a halo. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Should he be happy for him? Of course. He was his partner. Was he disappointed? Naturally. So, coach. Zhou Tian couldn't help but raise his hand. His voice was loud, yet carried a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. What about me? Did any scouts mention me? For example, that number 11 has great potential, recommend focusing on his development, or something like that. The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhou Tian. To be fair, Zhou Tian's recent performance had indeed been stunning. MVP against Takeo, a hat-trick of assists against Inazuma University. Inoue Daichi looked into Zhou Tian's expectant eyes and sighed. He didn't give a perfunctory answer, but chose to speak. Yes. Inoue Daichi nodded. Zhou Tian's eyes brightened. The scout report did mention you. Inoue Daichi flipped to the last page of the document. The evaluation is possesses an extremely rare spatial reading ability, top-level passing vision. His mind is at J1 level. Oh. Zhou Tian excitedly clenched his fist. But Inoue Daichi's tone shifted, mercilessly pouring a bucket of cold water on him. Physical attributes are at a middle school level. Poor in dueling ability, basic skills are extremely unstable. Requires a lot of polishing. Recommendation: continue observing in the T-League. Expected growth period 1 to 2 years. Zhou Tian's smile froze on his face. 1 to 2 years. For professional football, this is a very objective and scientific evaluation. For a latecomer high school student to adapt to the intensity of professional play, spending 2 years to polish his body and skills is already quite fast. However, for Zhou Tian, this meant a chasm. Name time lay between him and Kudo Eiichi. Kudo Eiichi was already on a rocket preparing to soar into the sky, while he was still on the ground riding a bicycle, pedaling desperately, yet could only watch the rocket's exhaust trail. 1 to 2 years, huh? Zhou Tian lowered his head, looking at his toes, and gave a wry smile. Don't be ungrateful. Inoue Daichi walked over and patted his head. Most youth training players play their whole life and never qualify for a scout list. You've only played a few weeks. To receive an evaluation of J1 level mind is already a blessing. I know. Zhou Tian lifted his head, and although he felt a bit dejected, his eyes remained clear. I just feel a bit unwilling. If you're unwilling, then practice. Inoue Daichi turned to leave. Train your body to match your mind, and then no one can stop you. After this, Zhou Tian slowly packed up his things alone. Hey, commoner, no. 1. Kudo Eiichi stood at the door with his bag. What? The big star going to the first team? Zhou Tian said sourly. Stop being sarcastic. Kudo Eiichi came over and punched Zhou Tian's chest lightly. Even though I'm going to a team, there are still 2 weeks left. The upcoming matches, including against Machida Zelvia, will still depend on you passing to me. And Kudo looked at Zhou Tian, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. 1 to 2 years. That's the old geezer's assessment. I've seen your rate of progress. If it's you, about half a year should be enough, right? Zhou Tian was taken aback. He looked at this usually arrogant and sharp-tongued guy. Half a year. Zhou Tian suddenly laughed. Who do you think you are? In 3 months he'll catch up to show you. Haha, you're bragging. Kudo Eiichi waved his hand and turned to leave. Then don't make me wait too long, or he'll get used to others' passes. 7:00 p.m. Showa Pavilion. The restaurant had few customers today, and the highlights of the J-League were playing on the TV. Zhou Tian and Kitaho Maki were still sitting in that familiar corner. However, today Zhou Tian's appetite seemed less vigorous than usual. He had only eaten half of the extra-large pork cutlet rice. What's wrong? Still thinking about the scout evaluation. Maki held a cup of hot tea looking at the somewhat gloomy Zhou Tian. As his supportive partner, she had naturally learned through various channels like interrogating Takeda Go about what happened in the locker room. Zhou Tian poked at the pork cutlet in his bowl with his chopsticks. Maki, do you think? Am I really too? Kudo is a genius who has practiced since childhood, while I am a latecomer. Why do I think I can catch up to him immediately? 1 to 2 years. Actually seems quite reasonable, right? He was seeking comfort. Or rather, he was trying to convince himself to accept this reality. Maki put down her teacup. She reached out and gently took the abused chopsticks from Zhou Tian's hand and placed them on the table. Zhou Tian. Maki's voice was soft but firm. Do you think you're an ordinary person? Huh. Zhou Tian was taken aback. I guess so. Can an ordinary person make such a through ball in their first match? Can an ordinary person see through Kamigami Ao's movements in a rainy match? Maki stared into his eyes. The scout's report is based on statistical data. They look at general trends. But you. She pointed a finger and poked Zhou Tian's heart. You are a variable. If even you believe that 1 to 2 years nonsense, you'll never catch up to Kudo Eiichi in your life. Don't you have that absolute will to win obsession? Bring that obsession out. Zhou Tian looked at Maki, looking at that girl who unconditionally believed in him even more than he believed in himself. The gloom in his heart seemed to be dispelled by these few words. Yes, I have a system. I have 92 points of vision. Why should I follow the rules? What I need to do is to break their predictions. Phew. Zhou Tian let out a long breath and picked up the chopsticks again. You're right. Since they say it will take 2 years, then I will shorten it to 2 months. I will shock them. He picked up the largest piece of pork cutlet and took a big bite. So delicious. Maki watched him regain his vitality and smiled with satisfaction. She took out a napkin from her bag and helped him wipe the corner of his mouth. That's the spirit. Eat up, and after that, go. Where? Are we going back to school to get books? Zhou Tian asked. No. Maki shook her head. Her eyes suddenly flickered and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea as if hiding something, then spoke in a tone that was as calm as possible, but actually a bit tight today. My parents went to Hokkaido for a medical forum and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Oh, so there's no one at your house. Zhou Tian casually said, while eating. Are you afraid of the dark? Not afraid. Maki took a deep breath. And? I remember you said your parents are also on a business trip abroad, and you're home alone, right? Yes. Zhou Tian nodded, not yet realizing what about it. Maki put down her cup. Her hands clenched tightly at the hem of her skirt under the table. Since. Anyway, there's no one at your house. I almost live alone, and it's quite boring in such a big house. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring directly at Zhou Tian, filled with a hint of reckless courage and a girl's unique shyness. How about? Zhou Tian stopped chewing. He looked at Maki's flushed face, and his brain seemed to catch an extremely dangerous yet alluring signal. God's eye, omniscience, crazy alarm, high energy ahead. High energy ahead. Maki bit her lip, her voice as thin as a thread, yet struck Zhou Tian like thunder. How about going to your house? Overnight. Zhou Tian felt his tongue tie up and the pork cutlet in his hand fell into the bowl. Yes. Maki nodded heavily, and then quickly turned her face away, not daring to look at him. Because there are a few physics problems I can't solve. I want you to teach me. And you said you'd show me your collection of limited edition sneakers. That's all. Don't think too much. Idiot. Although the reason she found was terribly flimsy. Although her ears were already so red they could bleed. But that sentence, let's go to your house, was like a sweet nuclear bomb, completely demolishing Zhou Tian's rational defenses. Gulp. Zhou Tian swallowed hard. He looked out at the night sky, looking at this girl who was clearly dying of embarrassment, yet still trying to act tough. Tonight's moonlight seemed very beautiful. Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Setagaya Ward. Night fell softly, the moon crept stealthily above the treetops. For Zhou Tian, the very air tonight seemed to shimmer with rosy bubbles. Each breath he drew left him breathless, almost dizzy. They had just slipped out of the Northbar family's grand residence, or rather walked out openly and unchallenged. Makoto's parents were away on a business trip to Hokkaido, and the housekeeper had been granted the evening off under Makoto's perfectly plausible excuse, I'm staying over at a classmate's to study for finals. Zhou Tian carried an elegant travel bag in his hand. Inside lay Makoto's sleepwear, a set of luxuriously soft silk pajamas, her full skincare regimen, toiletries, and even her long slender body pillow, which she insisted was a lumbar support for Zhou Tian, though everyone knew otherwise. Makoto. Zhou Tian walked slowly, the bag in his hand, feeling impossibly heavy, each step sinking into cloud-like uncertainty. Makoto walked half a pace ahead, hands clasped behind her back, steps light and carefree. You brought? Zhou Tian swallowed hard. 2 toothbrushes, brand new towels. It feels like we're preparing for a permanent stay. Makoto stopped mid-step, turned, and met his gaze, heated, unapologetic eyes gleaming. Maybe. Idiot. She rolled her eyes, but beneath the street lamp her ears flushed faintly pink. After all, your apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room. It's not as if it's ever fully occupied. I'll just leave my things there. Makes tutoring you much more convenient. Tutoring. Zhou Tian's mind flickered with a dozen vivid, blush-inducing interpretations. Then he shook them off, violently banishing every trace of mischief. Yes, tutoring is vital. 900 p.m. Aoyama elegant residence. Zhou Tian's apartment. With a soft electronic chime, the door unlocked, and they stepped into his private sanctuary. A quintessential high-end bachelor pad minimalist decor, he simply hadn't found time to embellish it. A vast living room anchored by a massive leather sofa and an 85-inch television, floor-to-ceiling windows framing Tokyo's glittering nocturnal skyline. Normally Zhou Tian found the space airy and liberating. But the moment Makoto slipped off her slippers and stepped inside, he felt something shift. Suddenly the air grew thin, rarefied. That visceral awareness that they were alone together, a young man and a young woman in one quiet, intimate space, washed over him like a tide. Feel free to sit anywhere, as if it were your own home. Zhou Tian fumbled the travel bag onto the sofa. Would you like water? Juice? I've got cola. Just water. Makoto, outwardly unruffled, glanced around and remarked coolly, not bad, clean enough. So you can manage basic self-care between soccer matches. Naturally, Zhou Tian puffed his chest. I'm practically a domestic paragon. Enough boasting. Makoto unzipped the travel bag and withdrew her toiletries. I'll shower first. Dinner left a faint trace of cooking oil on me. Shower. Zhou Tian nearly bit his tongue. What else did you expect? That I'd sleep in your bed smelling like fried food? Makoto arched a brow. No. Please go ahead. The bathroom's right there. His pointing hand trembled. He watched her disappear into the bathroom, then listened, heart pounding, to the gentle rush of water. Zhou Tian collapsed onto the sofa, gripping his head, convinced his heart might burst from his throat. System alert, heart rate, 160 BPM. Warning, host is experiencing extreme physiological arousal and acute tension. Recommend deep breathing. Failure may result in syncope. Shut up, system. Don't pop up now just to assert your existence. To steady himself, Zhou Tian launched into push-ups on the living room floor. 1, 2, 3. 50 repetitions later, the shower ceased. Click. The bathroom door opened. Zhou Tian sprang upright, flopped back onto the sofa, and pretended to watch TV, even though the screen remained dark. Makoto emerged, wearing her pale pink silk pajamas, damp hair cascading over her shoulders, cheeks flushed from the steam's warmth. In that instant, her languid grace and quiet charm stood in stark contrast to her usual commanding no-nonsense persona, the big sister of their circle. Where's the hairdryer? She asked. It's in the cabinet. Let me get it. Zhou Tian leapt up, retrieved the dryer, and plugged it in. May I dry your hair? He asked tentatively. Makoto paused, then sat on the sofa, turning her back to him. Fine. Just don't burn me. Gently, Zhou Tian gathered her long silken strands. Her hair was soft, fragrant, the delicate scent of her signature shampoo mingling with the clean floral notes of her body wash. Warm air flowed through his fingers as they moved tenderly amid the strands. In that suspended moment, Zhou Tian realized this. This simple, quiet act stirred him more deeply than any perfect through ball on the pitch. 100 p.m. Sofa time. Both freshly showered. Zhou Tian having rushed through his own combat shower at record speed, and dressed in matching sleepwear, they sat side by side on the expansive sofa. The television flickered softly. To ease the lingering tension, Makoto flipped idly to a popular dating reality show, The Wolf Prince and the Lion Princess. On screen, a group of dazzlingly handsome men and beautiful women engaged in flirtatious, tentative banter inside a seaside villa. They sat close, yet maintained a delicate, unspoken distance. Between them stretched roughly 10 centimeters of sacred, inviolable space. Neither spoke. Only the show's exaggerated gasps and sighs filled the silence. That guy's definitely the wolf. After a long, quiet stretch, Zhou Tian finally broke the stillness, pointing at the seemingly earnest male contestant on screen. Why? Makoto turned, eyes bright and curious. Instinct, he declared with mock solemnity. Observe his gaze, it flickers unsettled. And Zhou Tian activated his omniscient eye, a power wildly overqualified for such trivial use. His micro-expressions betrayed deception. Just bragging. Makoto popped a grape into her mouth. I think she's the one playing coy. Gradually, their commentary on the show loosened the last threads of awkwardness. As conversation flowed freely, Makoto's posture softened, until without conscious thought, she leaned gently against Zhou Tian's shoulder. Zhou Tian froze, then carefully, reverently slid his arm around her shoulders. She offered no resistance. Instead, she curled her legs beneath her, nestling deeper into his embrace until she fit perfectly against his chest. Zhou Tian, if you ever lie to me like that man on TV. Makoto held up a grape, dangling it before his eyes like a playful threat. I'll turn you into raisins. Never, never. Zhou Tian vowed instantly. My heart holds only football, and you. Every other girl is offside in my eyes. Good answer. Makoto smiled, satisfied, and placed the grape into his mouth. Her fingertips brushed his lips. Zhou Tian's pulse skipped. He gazed down at the girl in his arms, the soft glow of the television tracing the curve of her cheek, her lashes fluttering faintly. The urge to kiss her surged, wild, untamable, like spring grass breaking through frozen earth. Yet he held back, because Makoto was the student disciplinary committee's most formidable enforcer, and rules mattered to her. Just then Makoto yawned. I'm sleepy. She rubbed her eyes, like a drowsy, contented cat. So, shall we sleep? Zhou Tian asked, tentative. Yes, sleep. 110 p.m. The bedroom. This would prove the longest pre-sleep ritual of Zhou Tian's life. In the bathroom, he stared into the mirror, brushing his teeth. Once, twice, 3 times, until his gums stung, until mince icy clarity saturated his breath, until even his exhale carried a chill. It must be pristine. Absolutely no trace of garlic, though dinner contained none. He exhaled sharply into the mirror, confirmed perfection, then tiptoed out trembling. The bedroom glowed only with the amber warmth of a bedside lamp. Makoto already lay on the left side of the bed, beneath the covers revealing only her small, serene face, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Yet Zhou Tian's vision, rated at 92, told him otherwise. Her lashes trembled ever so slightly, her breathing ran just a shade faster than usual. Zhou Tian approached the right side of the bed with painstaking quiet. He lifted the blanket, slid in. This 2-meter-wide bed, once his personal kingdom, where he could roll and sprawl without restraint, now felt cramped. Even with half a meter of space between them, the psychological pressure pressed in, intense, inescapable. They lay perfectly still, supine hands folded over their abdomens, rigid as statues awaiting silent. Turning off the light now, Zhou Tian whispered, Her voice came muffled close beside him. Click. The light vanished. Darkness enveloped the room, save for a slender silver thread of moonlight slipping through the curtain's edge. Silence. An absolute profound hush. Only their heartbeats remained, 2 war drums echoing each other in the stillness. Thump thump, thump thump. Zhou Tian stared at the ceiling, certain he'd never sleep again. She lay within arm's reach. Her subtle, elusive fragrance wove through the air, intoxicating, irresistible. Zhou Tian. From the darkness, Makoto spoke. Yes, he answered instantly. Can you sleep? No, I can't. I think I'll do a few sets of crunches. He answered honestly. Uff. She laughed softly, then shifted beneath the covers, turning to face him. Turn over. Her command was gentle but firm. Zhou Tian rotated stiffly, and in the faint lunar light met the luminous, unwavering gaze of her eyes. Idiot. She reached out, her cool fingers finding his heated cheek in the dark. The contrast was soothing, since neither of us can sleep. Her voice dropped lower, rich with quiet invitation. Let's do what one should do before bed. Zhou Tian's mind went utterly blank. Before bedtime? Could it be that? Surely not. So soon. He wasn't ready. Should he do push-ups first, to prime himself? While his thoughts spiraled, Makoto's fingers tightened lightly around his neck and drew him downward. Their faces drew nearer. Breaths mingled, warm and shared. Close your eyes. Her whisper was feather-soft. Zhou Tian obeyed instantly. Then, 2 lips, soft and warm, scented faintly of strawberry toothpaste, met his. It was not passionate, not demanding. Just a gentle, pure, tender press. Nothing more, nothing less. At that instant, fireworks detonated behind his eyes. Brighter than scoring a goal. More electrifying than a system upgrade. A true first kiss, belonging wholly to youth, to discovery, to fragile, fearless affection. Seconds, or perhaps centuries, later, Makoto drew back, retreating, just slightly. There. Her voice trembled, but held a smile. That's your goodnight kiss. Now, you may sleep. Zhou Tian sat frozen, fingertips grazing his own lips. It tasted of mint and strawberry, sweet, unforgettable. He grinned foolishly, floating weightless. Good night, Makoto. Boldly he reached beneath the covers, and found her hand. He held it tightly. This time she didn't pull away. Instead, she laced her fingers through his. That night, though they kept polite, respectful distance aside from holding hands, though Zhou Tian spent the first half of it grinning like a fool, he slept more deeply, more peacefully than ever before. Next morning, 6:30 a.m. Sunlight danced playfully across the bed, slipping through the curtains. Zhou Tian stirred groggily. Reaching lazily, he found himself immobile. Something warm and heavy rested upon his chest, an arm. Weighty, comforting. He forced his eyes open and looked down. His heart nearly stopped. Makoto Northbar, the indomitable big sister, now curled around him like an octopus, limbs entwined. Her head pillowed on his arm, one leg draped across his stomach, both arms locked tight around his waist. Her face nestled into his chest, breathing deep and even. Still asleep, a tiny bead of drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Zhou Tian froze, utterly still, afraid even to breathe too loudly and disturb the sleeping beauty in his arms. He studied her unguarded expression, long lashes resting on her cheeks, breath slow and steady. Is this what cohabitation feels like? He wondered silently. Though his arm had long since gone numb, he decided, without hesitation, that losing it would be worth it. Gently, with infinite care, he brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek. Makoto stirred, wrinkled her nose, nuzzled deeper into his chest, then slowly opened her eyes. Eyes met. She blinked. Once, twice, still swimming in the haze of waking. Then memory returned. Last night, sleeping together, the kiss. Yeah. She recoiled, instantly jerking her arms away as if electrocuted, nearly tumbling off the bed. Careful. Zhou Tian lunged, his hand snaking around her waist, pulling her safely back. She tumbled into his chest, face burning crimson. Good morning. Zhou Tian offered awkwardly. Your sleeping style is impressively bold. Shut up. Forget everything. Erase it all. Makoto buried her face in the duvet, emitting a muffled ostrich-like wail. I sleep perfectly still normally. It's definitely the mattress. It's too soft. Of course, the mattress's fault. Zhou Tian chuckled, patting the bulging duvet mound. 7:30 a.m. En route to school. In crisp, identical uniforms, they walked side by side along the familiar streets. Though they'd slept only a few hours, Zhou Tian's first half awake with exhilaration. His energy now blazed electric and boundless. Every cell hummed with vitality, singing with uncontainable joy. That quiet, radiant certainty. I have a girlfriend. We slept together last night, and yet did nothing improper. Lifted his stride, made his walk breezy, confident, unstoppable. Hey Zhou Tian. Makoto walked beside him, cradling a warm glass of milk, her cheeks still faintly flushed. Huh, today's practice, give it your all, okay? She murmured softly. Absolutely. Zhou Tian clenched his fist, feeling power surge through him. Today I'm operating under the ultimate buff. Forget practice. I could dribble past Kamaya Aoi blindfolded and leave him rooted like a wooden post. Makoto watched his spirited confidence bloom and smiled. Then she reached out lightly, tugging his sleeve. Good. But if you lose, no sleeping in my arms tonight. Zhou Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Tonight's allowed? We'll see how you perform. Makoto grinned mischievously and darted ahead. Wait for me. Today I'll make the reserves cry on the pitch. Beneath the golden sun, the boy chased the girl. A new day dawned. Not merely a day of romance, but the first bold stride toward the T-League championship, toward the professional arena itself. For Zhou Tian now carried something unshakable behind him, the warmest harbor imaginable. And with that anchorage, the road ahead held no fear. Thursday, 3:30 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base. Today's sunshine is as bright as ever, but for the players of the fourth team, today is a good day. Because the score-hungry monster Zhou Tian didn't come to find them for a friendly match today. At this moment, Zhou Tian is on the training ground of the T-League representative team, undergoing a very special training. Zhou Tian leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Although yesterday he was energized by the Maki Buff, the fatigue in his body is a physical reality. In front of him stood the mohawk-haired, chubby defensive midfielder, Takadagawa. Takadagawa is also drenched in sweat, but he is clearly much more resilient than Zhou Tian. He wiped his face with the towel hanging around his neck, looking at Inoue Daichi on the sidelines with a puzzled expression. Coach, does this really work? Takadagawa pointed at Zhou Tian. I feel like we were just doing a very disgusting square dance. Inoue Daichi, holding a stopwatch, twitched his mouth, but still maintained a stern face as he said, shut up. That's because you two lack coordination. 1 hour ago. Today's training theme is core protection mechanism for midfielders. Inoue Daichi called Zhou Tian and Takadagawa aside. Sunday, do you know what your weaknesses are? I know, Zhou Tian replied honestly. I struggle with physical confrontations. I get knocked over easily. My explosiveness is weak and I can't shake off tight marking. Exactly, Inoue Daichi nodded. Although you possess S-level vision that allows you to avoid many confrontations in advance. But in high-level matches like the previous one against Tokyo Verde, when the opponent assigns a dedicated marker to follow you throughout the game, your visual advantage will be compressed. You need space. You need time. And your body cannot provide you with these. Inoue Daichi pointed at Takadagawa. So you need a wall. A wall that can help you shield, absorb damage, and knock away those pesky flies. A mobile human wall. Takadagawa pointed at his own nose. Coach, am I? A wall. You're a bodyguard. Inoue Daichi corrected him. From today on, whenever Sunday has the ball on the field, you must stay within a 3-meter radius. Your task is not to take the ball, but to clear the path. Like swatting flies, knock away anyone who tries to get close to Sunday, or stand between him and the defenders to create passing lanes for him. This sounds beautiful. A classic Perlo. One is the elegant master, the other the fierce dog. Zhou Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is great. From now on, I'll hide behind Takadagawa and deliver artillery. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Training in progress. Hey, Takadagawa, you're blocking my view. As soon as Zhou Tian got the ball, Takadagawa rushed over faithfully, standing in front of him like a mountain. As a result, he not only blocked the defenders, but also completely obstructed Zhou Tian's passing route. Didn't you tell me to protect you? Takadagawa shouted, feeling aggrieved. Second attempt. Zhou Tian prepared to Takadagawa also anticipated the defender's move and shifted left to position himself. The result. Bang. The two collided awkwardly. Zhou Tian was knocked off balance by his own bodyguard, and the ball was easily intercepted by the opponent. Ouch. Zhou Tian rubbed his shoulder. Takadagawa, are you an undercover? You turned too fast. I couldn't stop in time. Takadagawa replied helplessly. The scene became quite chaotic. Previously, during matches, the two had played decently well, without deliberately coordinating, relying on instinct. But now emphasizing protection and utilization made their movements extremely rigid. It was like two people who had just learned to dance, stepping on each other's feet and tripping over one another. Stop. Inoue Daichi could no longer bear to watch and blew the whistle. Zhou Tian and Takadagawa walked dejectedly to the sidelines. Uncle, this feels completely ineffective. Zhou Tian complained. He feels like a giant obstacle. I have to run in front, while also watching out for my own tank crashing into me from behind. And although my vision allows me to see the enemies, I didn't expect my biggest enemy to be my teammate. Takadagawa also protested. I feel terrible too. I have to watch the ball, watch the people, and keep an eye on you. My eyes are not enough. Inoue Daichi looked at these two passing the blame and sighed. This is what is called over-awareness. He explained, you played smoothly before because you were both doing your own thing. Takadagawa was sweeping the field while you were organizing. It was only a coincidence when you occasionally came together. But now I want you to establish an organic connection. Inoue Daichi walked to the tactical board and drew 2 circles. Sunday, you need to get used to this. Your core playing style, which has poor physical attributes but high passing threat, means that in any high-level club the coach will assign you a bodyguard or enforcer. Whether it's Makelele for Zidane or Gattuso for Pirlo, what you need to learn is not to hide from the bodyguard, but to... Inoue Daichi looked at Zhou Tian with sharp eyes. Isn't your vision strong? Then you should be able to calculate Takadagawa's movement trajectory. Don't treat him as an obstacle, treat him as terrain. Terrain. Zhou Tian was taken aback. Yes, a moving cover. Inoue Daichi said when defenders rush and you should actively lead them behind Takadagawa, using his body width. You can even use passes to direct Takadagawa to collide with opponents. Then he looked at Takadagawa. As for you Takadagawa, forget about tactics. You don't need to think about strategy. You just need to watch Sundays. But, Kafamin is back. Wherever he runs you should protect him. Just like a shadow. Do you understand? The two exchanged glances and nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. If you understand, keep practicing. Practice until you stop colliding. 4:30 p.m. The special training continues. Again, Zhou Tian stood at the center circle, took a deep breath. God's Eye Omniscience Vision 92, fully activated. This time a special data marker appeared in his vision. That was Takadagawa beside him. Teammate unit Takadagawa. Status meet shield bodyguard. Movement inertia large. Turning flexibility C. Since it's terrain, let's utilize it. Kudo Eiichi, the defensive player in training, charged forward with the ball. As someone about to join team, he didn't hold back and was extremely fast. Takadagawa. Right rear. Zhou Tian shouted. Although Takadagawa was slow on the uptake, he was obedient. Upon hearing the command, he instinctively stepped to the right rear. In that instant, Zhou Tian neither passed the ball nor dodged. He faced Kudo. Eiichi suddenly made a feint to the left, and then quickly shrank his body to the right. He slipped behind Takadagawa's broad back like an eel. Kudo Eiichi, who intended to intercept the ball, found his target disappearing before his eyes. In its place was a wall named Takadagawa. Bang! Kudo Eiichi had to slow down and collided with Takadagawa. And in that instant of slowing down, Zhou Tian, hiding behind Takadagawa, poked his foot out and gently nudged the ball like Qin Wang circling the pillar. Only this pillar can move. Success! Zhou Tian exclaimed in delight. I told you. Inoue Daichi shouted from the sidelines. This is shielding. Using a teammate's body to shield the opponent's line of sight and interception route. This is interesting. Kudo Eiichi rubbed his shoulder, which had been hit. This move is quite underhanded, but very practical. Having tasted success, Zhou Tian began to experiment with this new playstyle wildly. Takadagawa. Left. Takadagawa. Stay still. Takadagawa. Crash into him. On the training ground, Zhou Tian resembled a pilot operating a giant mech. Although this mech Takadagawa was a bit clumsy and sometimes stepped on the pilot's feet, the sense of security of having someone covering made Zhou Tian more composed while handling the ball. He no longer needed to rush to pass the ball like a startled bird, because he knew that even if he took an extra 0.5 seconds, the mohawk-headed guy beside him would help him withstand the initial wave of impact. Hey Sunday, be a bit more agile. During one play, Takadagawa complained, don't always dive under my armpit, that's a blind spot. Do you understand tactics? Zhou Tian retorted. Although the two were bickering, their physical distance was getting closer. The awkward collisions began to decrease, replaced by a tacit understanding known as wingman. Evening 6. The sun was setting. The day's training came to an end. Zhou Tian and Takadagawa collapsed on the grass, exhausted like two dead dogs. Huff. I'm dead tired. Takadagawa lay sprawled out, staring at the sky. Being your bodyguard is exhausting. Not only does it take physical strength, but I also have to guess where you're going. That's called improving tactical literacy. Zhou Tian took a sip of water and kicked Takadagawa's leg. If it weren't for you, I would have probably been passed by Kudo 800 times today. Of course, Takadagawa proudly ruffled his mohawk. My physical attributes are top tier in the T-League. Zhou Tian looked at this rough yet reliable teammate and suddenly recalled Inoue Daichi's words. You need to get used to playing with a bodyguard. Indeed, without Takadagawa, he would have had to flee in embarrassment when faced with high-intensity pressing. But with Takadagawa, he could observe calmly from behind the fortress and leisurely play the violin pass. Hey Mohawk, Zhou Tian suddenly said. What? Don't call me Mohawk, call me Master Takadagawa. We're playing Machida Zelvia this Saturday. I've heard their midfield pressing is fierce. It's the kind of Mad Dog style. Mad Dog. Takadagawa sat up, cracking his knuckles. They haven't met a Tibetan Mastiff like me. He looked at Zhou Tian with a serious expression. Don't worry, Sunday. Since the coach asked me to be your bodyguard, it'll do as long as I'm on the field. Unless they step over my corpse, they won't touch a hair on you. Though this sounded a bit juvenile, hearing it from this chubby guy's mouth gave an unexpected sense of security. Zhou Tian smiled. Forget the corpse. If you die, who will go eat pork cutlet with me? Come on. Can't you wish me some? By the way, Zhou Tian pulled out a card from his bag. This is a VIP card for Shawadi. The boss gave it to me. You can get 20 off when you go eat. Takadagawa's eyes lit up instantly as he snatched the card and kissed it. Now that's a good brother. This bodyguard. Locker room. Kudo Eiichi had already finished his shower and changed clothes. He looked at Zhou Tian and Takadagawa, who were walking in with their arms around each other with a hint of surprise in his eyes. These two guys actually managed to find a way to work together. I initially thought Zhou Tian's agile playing style and Takadagawa's clumsy style were incompatible. Unexpectedly, under the pressure of survival, the two created a wonderful chemical reaction. It was like the sharpest spear. Zhou Tian's pass was hidden behind the thickest shield Takadagawa's body. This is interesting. Kudo Eiichi adjusted his backpack straps. Next up is Machida Zelvia. Maybe we really can win. He walked to the door, stopped, and turned his back to Zhou Tian, saying, hey commoner, no. What? Zhou Tian was in the midst of taking off his jersey. Next Saturday, make sure to pass the ball accurately. Now that you have a bodyguard, don't use being interfered as an excuse anymore. If you pass another one of those bouncing hopping balls, he'll apply to have you substituted and bring in a midfielder who won't embarrass us. Saying this, he pushed the door open and left. Humph. Sundra. Zhou Tian threw his jersey into the laundry basket. Just wait to receive a good pass. 8:00 p.m. Zhou Tian's apartment. Maki was working on a thick stack of practice questions on the coffee table. Zhou Tian was lying on a yoga mat doing core training while replaying today's bodyguard tactics in his mind. 92 points of vision. Zhou Tian closed his eyes, simulating the scenes on the pitch. With Tekadagawa as a pivot, his vision utilization became higher. Before, he could only see the gaps, but was too afraid of being intercepted to make a pass. Now he could utilize the momentary safe zone created by Tekadagawa to attempt bolder and more aggressive lines. Machida Zelvia. Zhou Tian opened his eyes. Data football right. GPS positioning right. Then when data meets unpredictable causality, plus an unreasonable meat shield, will your system crash? Zhou Tian. Maki's voice interrupted his thoughts. This physics question. Maki pointed at the worksheet with her pen about momentum conservation. If two objects combine in an inelastic collision. Zhou Tian got up and leaned in to look at the question. Their heads were very close. This is just like me colliding with Tekadagawa. Kinetic energy converts into thermal energy, pain, and sound energy. Maki laughed, tapping his head with her pen. Be serious. I'm serious. Zhou Tian took her hand just like the two, colliding and then merging together, referring to holding hands. Maki's face flushed as she pulled her hand back. Smooth talker. Looks like the training isn't tiring enough. I'm exhausted, but seeing you makes me fully revived. You idiot. The moonlight was just right outside. Although the next match would be tough and the opponent was a data-driven strong team in this small apartment on this night, filled with life, Zhou Tian felt ready, both physically and mentally. Friday 2045. Setagaya district streets. The streetlights cast long shadows of the two figures, occasionally overlapping and at other times separating. Compared to the heart-racing awkwardness of their first journey home together, now Zhou Tian and Baikyo Maki shared a natural atmosphere akin to that of an old married couple. Zhou Tian carried a large sports bag inside were his sweat-soaked training clothes, while holding a bag of Odin he had just bought from a convenience store. Maki walked half a step beside him, holding a cup of steaming red bean soup, sipping it in a casual manner. So, Maki bit into a soft rice cake and turned her head to ask, you and that mohawk. I mean, Takeda, are you really going to carry out that so-called bodyguard tactic? Zhou Tian nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. Although at first working together felt a bit like a clumsy tango stepping on each other's toes. But during the last group confrontation this afternoon, we have already seen initial results. He freed one hand and made a circular gesture in the air. Just imagine me as a fragile mage and Takeda as a heavily armored tank with full defense. As long as the tank draws the hate in front, the mage can unleash skills past the ball from behind. This is called dual core drive. Puff. Maki nearly spat out her red bean soup, comparing teammates to tanks. If Takeda hears this, head definitely twist your head off and use it as a ball. He wouldn't. Zhou Tian chuckled. I did give him a VIP card to show a pavilion. That's his contract of servitude. Maki looked at Zhou Tian's smug expression and shook her head helplessly. Although it sounded unbelievable, she could feel the spark in his eyes when he spoke about football tactics. It was confidence and also ambition. Then, Maki reached out and gently brushed aside his wind-blown band. Wishing you success, great mage. Zhou Tian was taken aback for a moment, then felt a flush rise in his cheeks. Cough. Thank you for your good words. 2200. Zhou Tian's apartment. This was already the third night of their cohabitation. Although nothing outrageous had occurred, even their kisses were limited to good night pecks. This lifestyle itself was like a slow-acting poison, addictive. After washing up, the two changed into pajamas and lay in bed. This time, there was no awkward corpse-like sleeping posture, nor the insurmountable Chuhan boundary between them. They lay very close. Close enough for Zhou Tian to clearly hear Maki's breathing. Zhou Tian. Maki's voice sounded in the dark, carrying a hint of barely detectable laziness. My hand. Off. Before Zhou Tian could react, a cool little hand had already reached out from the blanket and accurately grasped his large hand. Then their fingers intertwined. Zhou Tian's heart suddenly contracted, then melted into a pool of warm water. He tightened his grip on her hand. No words were needed. No promises were required. The warmth of their palms touching was the best sleeping potion. Zhou Tian said softly. Today's training was exhausting, so if I accidentally snore, just kick me out of. Don't worry. Maki chuckled lightly, shifting closer and resting her head gently on his shoulder. He'll smother you. The most poisonous woman's heart. Shut up. Sleep. The moonlight filtered in through the gaps in the curtains. Their breathing gradually synchronized. On this quiet night, even though they would have to part tomorrow, the embrace at this moment felt real. Saturday 7:00 a.m. Zhou Tian woke up even before the alarm rang. Or rather, he was awakened by the movements in his arms. Maki had already sat up, tidying her slightly messy long hair. The morning sunlight spilled over her, giving her an aura of gold. Seeing Zhou Tian awake, Maki paused her actions and turned to look at him. In her eyes, there was less of her usual sharpness and more reluctance. Good morning. Zhou Tian greeted with a hoarse voice. Good morning. Maki took a deep breath as if about to announce some significant decision. Zhou Tian. Tonight. I'm going back. Zhou Tian was taken aback. Although he had known this day would come, he still felt an emptiness inside. Your uncle and Anne are coming back today. The flight is tonight. Maki nodded. If they find out I stayed out overnight, although it wouldn't result in broken legs, it would definitely be troublesome. She looked around the apartment they had lived in for 3 days, looking at the couple's toothbrushes on the sink, looking at the pillow she had brought on the sofa, suddenly going back. I feel like it might be a bit hard to get used to. Maki murmured softly. She had grown accustomed to saying goodnight to someone, used to having someone blow dry her hair, used to this warm embrace. Returning to that empty big house facing the cold walls. Zhou Tian saw her downcast expression, and he reached out and ruffled Maki's hair, messing up what she had just tidied. What are you saying? Zhou Tian grinned, revealing a set of bright, white teeth. This key. He pulled out a spare key from the nightstand and stuffed it into Maki's hand. Keep it. You can come over anytime, whether it's for tutoring, running away from home, or just wanting to eat at Showa Pavilion. This place will always be your stronghold. Maki held the warm key, her eyes slightly moist. She looked up at Zhou Tian. Are you an idiot? She sniffed. Giving your house key to a girl, aren't you afraid it'll empty your house? If you empty it, then so be it. Zhou Tian shrugged. Anyway, I don't have anything valuable. The most valuable thing is this. He pointed to his head. My brain that can pass the ball, that you can't take away. Puff. Maki burst into laughter through her tears. She leaned in and gently pecked Zhou Tian on the corner of his lips. This time it wasn't a good night kiss. It was a good morning kiss. Then reluctantly accepted. She clenched the key tightly, her gaze becoming resolute. All right, get up. Today you have a match and I have to go home for a big cleanup to cover up the traces of not being home. Don't forget our agreement. If you lose to Machida Zelvia. I know. Zhou Tian jumped out of bed. If I lose, no holding hands for a month. That punishment is too harsh. Saturday, 1300. Machida City, Tokyo, Nozuta Park Athletic Field, Jiaoan Stadium. This is the home ground of FC Machida Zelvia. Compared to the heavy feel of the old prestigious Yomiuri land, this place is filled with a modern atmosphere. Although it was just a U18 match, staff with tablets and cameras could be seen everywhere around the field. Machida Zelvia is known for data football and high-tech youth training, and their team building is very scientific, even to the point of being somewhat cold-blooded. FC Tokyo's bus slowly drove into the parking lot. The door opened. The first to jump down was Zhou Tian, who wore a dark blue training jacket and carried a backpack. He took a deep breath of the grassy air, his eyes bright. Next came Kudo Aichi wearing headphones, the fierce-looking Takeda Go, and the somewhat nervous Tanaka Kenta. The FC Tokyo T-League representative team had all arrived. So this is Machida's home ground. Tanaka Kenta looked at the camera operators adjusting their equipment around and felt somewhat intimidated. It feels like entering a laboratory. Who cares if it's a laboratory or an operating room? Takeda Go clenched his fist. As long as it's a football field, it's meant for playing football. Kudo Aichi took off his headphones and coldly scanned the area. Data flow. The thing I hate most are those who treat themselves like robots. He turned to Zhou Tian. Hey, Commoner, no. 1. If your passing is as erratic today as last time, I want Zhou Tian was adjusting his collar and turned back to smile at him. Don't worry, number 10. Today I can not only see clearly, but also. He pointed at his own eyes. Can spot their system vulnerabilities. 1345 p.m. Pre-match warm-up. Both teams entered the field to warm up. The players of FC Machida Zelvia wore deep blue jerseys, and indeed each of them wore those black GPS data. Their warm-up movements were synchronized, even the stretching time was precise to the second. In Machida's team, there was a midfield player wearing sports glasses, looking quite refined, holding a tactics board and discussing something with his teammates. He is the captain of Machida U18 and their core brain, Sasaki Rahito. It is said that his IQ is as high as 140, making him the computer on the field. Zhou Tian was doing high knee raises when he suddenly fell to gaze. Turning to look, he saw Sasaki adjusting his glasses, expressionless as he stared at him. Their eyes met in the air. There was no spark, only a strange, scanning sensation. Zhou Tian felt like a virus being scanned by antivirus software. That number 11. Sasaki said to a teammate beside him, his voice calm, without a hint of fluctuation. Zhou, the new core of FC Tokyo. According to last week's data against Tokyo, his passing success rate is only 65, but his threat conversion rate is as high as 40. Running distance of 11 kilometers. Physical confrontation win rate of 20. Conclusion, an extremely specialized unstable factor. Limitation plan, cut off his connection with number 10 Kudo Aichi. Apply high-pressure tactics using physical advantages. His pre-pass rocking motion is relatively large, allowing for interception predictions. The surrounding Machida players nodded. Understood, Captain. This scene happened to be captured by the eye of God Omniscient. Although the sounds couldn't be heard, Zhou Tian could roughly guess what they were discussing through their lip movements and expressions. Heh. Zhou Tian stopped his movements, hands on his hips. Are you analyzing me? Data indeed doesn't lie. My passing success rate is low and my physicality is lacking. But, Zhou Tian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Can data account for the ruthlessness of my bodyguard tactic with Takeda? Can data calculate the urgency I feel to win and call my girlfriend as soon as possible? He patted Takeda, who was stretching next to him. Hey, bodyguard. What? Takeda looked up. It seems like they're discussing how to get me. Zhou Tian pointed to the opposite. Takeda followed his gaze and saw a group of guys wearing glasses looking at data and snorted coldly. He stood up, deliberately flexing his muscular physique, and made a throat-slit gesture towards them. Let them come. Takeda grinned. I'm the hammer specifically designed to smash computers. 1400 p.m. In the center circle, the captains of both sides chose sides. Zhou Tian as the core though not the captain he liked to join and stood near the center circle. Sasaki walked over and extended his hand. Hello Zhou Tianquan. His voice was polite but carried a sense of your data is quite interesting. I hope to see your true level today. Zhou Tian shook his hand. His palm was dry without a hint of sweat. This guy was indeed terrifyingly calm. Data oi. Zhou Tian chuckled. He leaned closer to Sasaki and said in a voice only they could hear. Although your calculations are accurate, there is one thing you definitely didn't account for. What? Sasaki adjusted his glasses. That is. Zhou Tian pointed at himself then at Kudo and Takeda behind him. Our group is best at creating bugs. Sasaki was taken aback. Bug. Before he could react, Zhou Tian had already released his hand and ran back to his half of the field. Takeda, Kudo, Tanaka, get ready to work. Zhou Tian shouted. Today's theme is, burn their... Oh! The players of FC Tokyo roared in unison, their momentum soaring. The referee looked at the time. The whistle in his mouth was about to blow. Under the sunlight, Zhou Tian's number 11 jersey shone brightly. He stood there though his physique was slight. The determination to win made him appear immeasurably tall. Maki is still waiting for my call. Zhou Tian licked his lips, his gaze becoming intensely focused. Machida Zelvia, this victory, I will take it home. Beep. The match begins. Saturday 2:05 p.m. The land competition arena at Yajin Field. With the sharp whistle of the main referee, the match between FC Tokyo U18 and FC Machida Zelvia U18 officially commenced. The afternoon sun was somewhat glaring, but to Zhou Tian the world presented an exceptionally clear, almost data. This was the visual enhancement brought by the eye of God Omniscience Vision 92. However, what made him uncomfortable was the opposing captain Sasaki Rahido, who wore sports goggles, actually plain lenses to protect the newly worn contact lenses, and regarded him with eyes that seemed to view him as mere data. Just 2 minutes into the game, FC Tokyo attempted to launch their first attack. The ball came to Zhou Tian's feet. Almost simultaneously, Sasaki Rahido closed in. He did not rush in like the reckless defensive midfielders Zhou Tian had encountered before. Instead, he maintained a highly ambiguous distance, neither allowing Zhou Tian to comfortably turn nor failing to disrupt his passing lines at any moment. Your movements are too big, number 11. Sasaki Rahido's voice came coldly, like an emotionless electron. Your right shoulder is sinking too much, which is a precursor to a right pass. Such feints might fool middle schoolers. Zhou Tian was startled. This guy can even see that. Zhou Tian forced a dribble, in turn shielding the ball. Sasaki Rahido did not rush to intercept. Instead, he stuck to Zhou Tian's back like a piece of chewing gum, defending, while surprisingly having the leisure to chat. It seems Kamitani Ao has a high opinion of you, Sasaki suddenly said. Zhou Tian was taken aback, using his body though not much to it to block the opponent while replying. That long-haired guy. What did he say about me? Did he say he was captivated by my good looks? He said you have eyes just like his. Sasaki Rahido's tone revealed no jealousy or envy, only a matter-of-fact blandness. In the T-League, there are no more than 3 people who receive such praise from Kamitani. Really? Zhou Tian sneered, seizing the moment Sasaki spoke to try to pass the ball to the wing for Tanaka. Then, and tell him that when we meet next time I will take him down. With that, Zhou Tian used the outside of his foot to pass. But Sasaki Rahido seemed to have anticipated this, gently extending his left leg, blocking the ball's path with his knee. Bang! The ball bounced back to Zhou Tian's feet, the attack thwarted. Take him down. Sasaki Rahido looked at the somewhat flustered Zhou Tian, adjusting the non-existent glasses on his nose, a habitual action, his expression revealing an extremely objective, infuriatingly calm assessment. Though I don't want to discourage you based on the current data differences between you two, physical fitness, confrontation, dribbling, success rate, passing accuracy. Sasaki shook his head. I'm afraid you won't be able to accomplish that. Right now you're not even qualified to brush against the hem of his clothing. Shut up. Zhou Tian retorted angrily. Data, how annoying. I know there's a gap. That's why I'm here fighting hard. He suddenly pushed the ball, attempting to use his explosiveness to break through. But his explosiveness 55 appeared to be in slow motion before Sasaki Rahido. Sasaki simply blocked the inside line, forcing Zhou Tian to pass back to the defender. Oh, seeing Zhou Tian's reluctant back pass, Sasaki Rahido let out a meaningful sigh. There seemed to be a hint of disappointment in that sound. It seems Kamitani misjudged you. Sasaki no longer looked at Zhou Tian, but turned around to direct his teammates' movements. Besides your eyes, there's nothing else. He began to focus on the field. That indifferent figure sparked a sense of inexplicable frustration in Zhou Tian. Regarding Sasaki Rahido, if Kamitani Ao is a talented and imaginative artist capable of painting rainbows on the field, then Sasaki Rahido is the precise, efficient, and somewhat dull engineer. He is a key defensive midfielder for Japan's U17 national team and also Kamitani Ao's partner in the national team. The two are completely different types and rivals. Sasaki lacks Kamitani's level dribbling skills and lacks those brilliant free kicks. But he possesses terrifying physical fitness, a disturbingly calm mind, and textbook standard tactical execution. He is a typical box-to-box midfielder. From his own penalty area to the opponent's every inch of the pitch bears his foot. He is like a tireless metronome, controlling the pulse of the game in the most reasonable way. In the 10th minute, Machida Zelvia attacked. Sasaki Rahido had the ball in the backfield. Faced with Takeda Go's pressure, he did not employ flashy dribbling, but executed a simple 1-2 pass to easily bypass the defense. Then he advanced. His positioning was very smart, always appearing in the weakest flank of FC Tokyo's defense. Stop him. Takeda, Zhou Tian shouted. Takeda Go charged in like a bull. Sasaki Rahido didn't even glance directly, making a diagonal pass to his teammate on the wing, then continued his forward run. Is this the brain of Machida? Zhou Tian gazed at the opponent's robotically standard running posture, his brows furrowed. In the 18th minute of the first half, FC Tokyo attempted to launch a counterattack. Zhou Tian had the ball in the center circle. Bodyguard tactic. Zhou Tian shouted loudly. This was a move he and Takeda Go had practiced for several days. Upon hearing the command, Takeda Go immediately understood and lumbered over, blocking Zhou Tian and Sasaki Rahido. You can't get through, can you? Takeda Go spread his arms, trying to shield Sasaki's view with his body width. Zhou Tian hid behind Takeda, preparing to utilize this cover for a through ball. However, Sasaki Rahido looked at the clumsy human shield in front of him, a faint cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bodyguard tactic. Is this the countermeasure you came up with? 2. Hasty. Sasaki did not try to bypass Takeda Go as Kudo Aichi did during training, nor did he engage in physical confrontation with Takeda. He made an extremely counterintuitive choice. He took a step back. This step back instantly opened up his field. The passing motion of Zhou Tian, originally blocked by Takeda Go, was once again exposed to Sasaki's eyes due to the change in angle. I see it. Sasaki Rahido's eyes sharpened. Just as Zhou Tian thought it was safe and was about to kick the ball, Sasaki suddenly he did not rush toward Zhou Tian, but instead towards the ball's landing point. Since he had taken a step back, he was positioned behind, where Zhou Tian anticipated, perfectly cutting off the passing line. Smack! The ball barely flew a short distance before being intercepted by Sasaki Rahido. What a... Zhou Tian was stunned. He predicted my prediction. Takeda Go also looked dumbfounded. I clearly blocked him. You blocked his view, but you can't block logic. After intercepting the ball, Sasaki Rahido wasted no time and launched a counterattack. Because Takeda had rushed over to act as Zhou Tian's bodyguard, a huge vacuum appeared in FC Tokyo's central defense. Oh no, we've lost our position. Zhou Tian realized the severity of the problem. Sasaki Rahido drove the ball forward. At that moment, the only obstacle before him was the slender Zhou Tian. Don't even think about getting past. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and charged in to try to block him. He activated the law of causality, attempting to predict Sasaki's movements. However, Sasaki's movements were devoid of any flashiness. It was simply a matter of accelerating and changing direction. Physical confrontation B versus physical confrontation D. Sasaki lowered his shoulder and directly collided with Zhou Tian's chest. Ugh! Zhou Tian felt as if struck by a block of granite. A wave of suffocation hit his chest, and he stumbled, being pushed back by a body length, easily shaking him off. Like an adult pushing aside a blocking elementary school student. This is the gap. Sasaki Rahido did not even look back, taking the ball and racing away. Get back. Zhou Tian ignored the pain in his chest and desperately chased after him. But Sasaki's speed was not slow. He surged towards the edge of the penalty area. Facing FC Tokyo's center back, he calmly feigned a shot to deceive the defender, then passed the ball to the forward, who was charging in from the left. The forward received the ball and played it back in a triangle. Sasaki Rahido had already arrived in position. A powerful shot. Bang! The ball skimmed the grass like a cold arrow, heading straight for the dead corner. The FC Tokyo goalkeeper made a desperate save, barely grazing the ball with his fingertips. The ball altered its trajectory. It slammed into the post, bouncing out of bounds. The crowd gasped. The FC Tokyo players broke into a cold sweat. That was close. Tanaka Kenta patted his chest. It almost went in. Although the ball did not score, this wave of attack thoroughly showcased Machida Zelvia's terror and Sasaki Rahido's strength. Watching the ball bounce out, Sasaki showed no expression of regret, merely adjusting his contact lenses, a habitual action, and calmly analyzing. The angle of the shot was off by 3 degrees. Correct it next time. Then he turned and glanced at Zhou Tian, who was still behind, panting. Your bodyguard not only failed to protect you, but also became a blind spot in your vision. Sasaki Rahido said mildly. Using teammates as cover is a good idea, but if the quality of the cover is too poor, it merely creates openings for the opponent. It seems the outcome of this match is already quite clear. The match reached the 35th minute. The situation was completely one-sided. FC Tokyo's proud Kudo Zhou Tian connection was cut to pieces by Machida Zelvia. Whenever Zhou Tian received the ball, either Sasaki Rahido or other Machida players would use reasonable and efficient positioning too. He blocked his opponent's passing lane. Meanwhile, Takeda Go's human shield tactic appeared clumsy and absurd against the opponent's agile movement and rapid ball circulation. Damn it, I can't get a pass out. Zhou Tian was locked in a grueling battle at midfield. His Vision 92 truly allowed him to spot openings. Yet the Machida players moved with relentless diligence. Every gap that emerged, even for an instant, was instantly filled. This was the power of a system. This was the power of teamwork. Every player of Machida Zelvia functioned like a gear within a precision instrument, meshing flawlessly, rotating in perfect synchrony. Every touch was rational. Every decision served the collective. Every player remained composed. By contrast, FC Tokyo's talent and momentary flashes of brilliance resembled barbarians futilely brandishing torches against a flood. Kudo, take it. Zhou Tian finally launched a long pass. But even before the ball reached its apex, 2 Machida defenders had already converged on Kudo Aichi in a tight double team. Though Kudo managed to control the ball, he couldn't turn, leaving him no choice but to pass back helplessly. Damn, Kudo, Eiichi muttered in frustration. Are these guys conjoined twins? How do they appear everywhere I go? On the sideline, the coaching bench, Inoue Daichi stood with arms crossed, brow deeply furrowed. Just as expected, Sasaki saw right through the weakness of our bodyguard tactic. What weakness? An assistant coach asked. Rigidity, Inoue sighed. Zhou Tian and Takeda's coordination remains overly contrived. They coordinate for coordination's sake, not organically in response to the flow of play. And Inoue watched Sasaki Rito, the man moving across the pitch with effortless mastery. Sasaki is too intelligent. He knows that by severing Zhou Tian's physical connection with teammates, through intelligent positioning, he can severely diminish the advantage of Zhou Tian's exceptional vision. The current situation is highly unfavorable for us. On the pitch, the match reached the 38th minute. A dead ball moment. Zhou Tian seized the opportunity to crouch and retie his shoelaces, giving his overheated mind a brief moment to cool down. Sweat dripped from the tip of his nose onto the grass. He glanced towards Sasaki Rito, who stood calmly directing his teammates' positioning. That man moved like an emotionless, ultra-precise instrument, calculating every inch of the pitch with absolute certainty. Huh. Zhou Tian exhaled deeply, rose to his feet, and brushed grass clippings from his trousers. Then he turned toward Takeda, go beside him. The Mohawk giant stood with hands on hips, face etched with dejection. Clearly those recent clumsy pick-and-roll attempts had left him feeling like little more than a bumbling liability. Hey bodyguard, Zhou Tian called out. What? Takeda snapped back irritably. Still want me to block? That guy's as slippery as an eel. I can't stop him. Should I just commit a foul instead? Don't be foolish. Zhou Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly crystalline, calm, sharp, unclouded. Sasaki was right. Zhou Tian glanced at the opposition, his tone flat, yet laced with quiet self-mockery. Our amateurish bodyguard tactic, cobbled together over just 2 days, is nothing more than a drafty, crumbling fence against a national team caliber midfielder like him. Forcing me to hide behind you only shackles both of us. So what do? Takeda froze. Abandon coordination entirely. Each play solo. No. Zhou Tian stepped closer, extended a finger, and pointed first at Takeda's powerful thighs, then at his own eyes. Just do what you do best, Takeda. What are you most skilled at? Sweeping the midfield. Pressing high. Charging forward like a rabid hound to tear into the opponent. Right. Takeda nodded. Obviously, that's my signature move. Then bite him. Zhou Tian's eyes hardened. But this time, don't charge off recklessly on your own. Switch off your brain entirely, though admittedly it rarely runs at full capacity, and surrender your body to me. Zhou Tian locked eyes with Takeda, the omniscient eyes shimmering with unwavering authority and conviction. Follow my commands. I'll be your eyes. I'll tell you when to press, where to cut off space, how to seal passing lanes. Since we cannot defeat him on your own. Zhou Tian raised his fist and tapped it lightly against Takeda's chest. Then we fuse. Your body, paired with my mind. Even Sasaki Rito won't stand a chance against a monster forged from its strength physique and an S-strength vision. Takeda stared at Zhou Tian. In this teammate, who usually wore a carefree grin, he now saw absolute trust. The kind of trust that lets you hand over your back without hesitation. TCH. Takeda grinned, flashing his gleaming white teeth. Fine, Commander. Since you've spoken, I entrust my life to you. Just don't steer me into a ditch. Relax. I have navigation. The match resumed. Sasaki Rito sensed something was amiss almost immediately. The awkward human shield tactic had vanished. Takeda Go no longer stood like a wooden post beside Zhou Tian, clumsily attempting to screen or block. Instead, FC Tokyo's midfield lines had spread wide. Have they given up? Sasaki adjusted his invisible glasses. Returning to conventional play, that would only hasten their demise. Sasaki received the ball in midfield. Instinctively, he scanned the surroundings. Zhou Tian stood 5 meters away, making no move to press. Takeda hovered in the rear flank. There's an opening here. Sasaki identified a passing lane behind Zhou Tian and prepared to strike. At that instant, Takeda, right front, 2 steps, block. A commanding shout exploded without warning. Sasaki flinched. Before he could react, the previously drifting Takeda surged forward like a robot receiving a command. No hesitation, no glance at the ball. Just 2 decisive strides rightward, then a full body pivot to seal the lane. What a... Sasaki's meticulously calculated passing angle vanished, replaced instantly by a wall. Takeda's sheer decisiveness and speed eliminated all processing time. Forced to abort his pass, Sasaki hastily dragged the ball sideways to change direction. That subtle shift cost him half a second. Left, close in. Don't let him turn. Zhou Tian's voice rang out again. Takeda moved like Zhou Tian's marionette, gluing himself to Sasaki's new trajectory, pressing relentlessly with his formidable frame. Physical duel B versus physical duel A. Takeda. Ugh. Even Sasaki wavered, just slightly, in his balance, overwhelmed by brute force applied without hesitation or restraint. In that fleeting moment of instability, Zhou Tian, who had remained poised just beyond the fray, observing with icy clarity, sprang into action. He didn't need to challenge Sasaki directly. Takeda had already shattered the toughest barrier. Zhou Tian's sole task was to reap. Like a lithe feline, he materialized on the path of Sasaki's errant ball. A delicate poke. The ball was dispossessed. Impossible. For the first time, shock flickered across Sasaki. In those few seconds, he hadn't felt like he was playing against two men, but against a single entity wielding two bodies. One body dismantled with raw power, the other anticipated with flawless intellect. Seamless. Economical. Not a single wasted motion. Counterattack. Zhou Tian didn't pause after the tackle. He knew Sasaki remained entangled with Takeda. The center was wide open. Kudo. Without glancing, Zhou Tian launched a long pass. This time there was no interference, no pressure. With vision at 92 and short pass at 62. Even though it was a longer pass, the distance posed no challenge. He delivered a lethal pinpoint cannonball. The ball traced a perfect arc over Machida Zelvia's meticulously calibrated defense. Up front, Kudo Eiichi was already accelerating. Watching the ball descend, he smiled faintly. So this is what they call bonding. I hate to admit it, but that pass felt damn good. Kudo cushioned the ball with his chest and drove into the box. Machida's defenders scrambled back, but too late. Facing the goalkeeper alone, Kudo calmly slotted the ball into the bottom corner. 10. FC Tokyo, after enduring relentless pressure for most of the half, broke the deadlock with a sublime dual-body defensive counterattack. Ruler. Zhou Tian leapt ecstatically in midfield. He didn't sprint toward Kudo. Instead, he whirled and charged straight at Takeda. Go. Brilliant. Takeda. Zhou Tian lunged onto Takeda's back, laughing wildly as he pounded his mohawk. Those 2 steps just now? World class. Heh. Takeda beamed, wrapping Zhou Tian in a bear hug. Of course. You're the commander. I heard right front and charged without thinking. Never imagined I'd actually block it. Their unrestrained celebration on the pitch, born not of rehearsed drills but of absolute instinctive trust, elevated their bond in an instant. Sasaki Rito stood still watching them celebrate, then glanced at the scoreboard. He drew a slow, deep breath, steadying himself. I see. Sasaki adjusted his non-existent glasses. They abandoned rigid tactics and embraced intuitive command. He became the brain, his teammate the limbs. Interesting, Sunday. It seems Kamaya so hasn't misjudged you after all. Sasaki's gaze sharpened, intense. Since the opponent had unveiled their strategy, Machida Zelvia, the powerhouse of the T-League, the precision machine, would respond accordingly. Everyone. Sasaki Rito's voice rang out, calm, commanding, resonant with authority. Activate Plan B. If the brain is that number 11. Then sever his signal link to the limbs. The match had entered its true scorching climax. The 55th minute of the second half. Nozawa Park Athletics Stadium. The air grew scorching and thick. Though no rain fell, Zhou Tian felt as though he were sprinting beneath the water surface. Each breath wrenched a ragged bellows-like gasp from his lungs. The air he inhaled carried the metallic 10. System alert, stamina remaining 20. Alert, heart rate persistently exceeds 180 bpm. Cerebral hypoxia impairs visual acuity. Alert, host is enduring the torment known as shuttle runs. Damn, are these guys insane? Zhou Tian braced his hands on his knees, gulping air in great desperate heaves during a stoppage for a throw-in. Sweat streamed down his lashes and stung his eyes. The match had undergone a seismic transformation. The FC Machida Zelvia of the first half, composed, positional, disciplined, and possession, had vanished. In its place stood a relentless legion of blue-clad zombies. From the very start of the second half, Rito Sasaki had simple, brutal, and tailored precisely for Zhou Tian full-team sprints. Not to win the ball, but to force the ball into motion. They abandoned intricate penetration, instead deploying frequent long balls to all 4 corners of the pitch, deliberately accelerating the tempo beyond endurance. Transitions between attack and defense occurred at a dizzying, inhuman pace. One moment defending deep in their own penalty area, the next hurtling at full speed toward the opponent's goal line. For Machida's players, this was routine training. For Zhou Tian, a latecomer to football whose stamina remained unrefined, it was purgatory. Takeda, left side cover. Zhou Tian tried to issue orders, but his throat burned like Ash's voice hoarse, and cerebral hypoxia robbed him of the precision he'd wielded in the first half. The ability to orchestrate Takeda, go his human war machine, with surgical control. Delayed commands turned Takeda into a blind, flailing drone chasing the ball without purpose. What the hell is going on? Takeda Go panted, utterly spent. Did these bookworms swallow Viagra? How are they suddenly so tireless? The 60th minute. A dead ball. Zhou Tian bent at the waist, his legs leaden. He stared across the pitch at Rito Sasaki, bespectacled, breathing hard, yet unmistakably composed. Damn it. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. Weren't we told this was a cerebral team? A data-driven outfit? Since when did they become a sprint squad? Are you some kind of track and field mole? Sasaki adjusted his socks, then straightened up and pushed at the bridge of his non-existent glasses, offering Zhou Tian that maddeningly rational smile. A sprint squad, eh? Sasaki shook his head, calm, as if solving an algebraic equation. No, we are no mindless, aimless running machine. Against technical giants like Tokyo Verde or physical behemoths like Takeo, we would never dare play this way. We'd collapse by the 70th minute. He glanced at Zhou Tian's ashen face. Our stamina reserves, meticulously calculated, sustain only 45 minutes of high-frequency shuttle runs. So, Sasaki pointed to the scoreboard. All of this was planned. The first half drained your mind through defense, the second your body through motion. Your stamina bar, that is the flaw on our tactical board. Now that flaw has fractured open. With that, Sasaki granted Zhou Tian no reprieve. He raised his hand for the ball. Quick, restart. The match erupted anew. FC Tokyo's defensive line hadn't settled, and Machida's assault surged forward like a tidal wave. Cut him off. Zhou Tian attempted to move. His brain sent the command, but his legs refused. That paralyzing helplessness echoed the dread of a nightmare, wanting desperately to run, yet rooted in place. Rito Sasaki advanced with the ball. No flourishes, pure unrelenting acceleration. Before Zhou Tian, he moved like a fully fueled supercar overtaking a fuel-starved tractor. Instantly, he opened a 5-man gap. Can't catch him. Zhou Tian watched helpless as the blue back receded. Takeda go lunged to cover, only to be drawn off by a clever crisscross run from another Machida midfielder. The center ruptured wide open. Sasaki drove into the edge of the penalty area. Facing the charging center back, he calmly threaded a diagonal pass. The ball slipped through the defensive line, finding the striker who had lain in wait. The striker struck first time, a blistering drive. Thud. Goal. 11. FC Machida Zelvia had leveled the score. Yes. Home supporters erupted in jubilation, some even striking rhythmically tuned cheering sticks. Zhou Tian stood motionless at the center circle, hands on knees, sweat dripping onto the turf and darkening the grass. He made no move to retrieve the ball. He simply lacked the strength. Worse still, he lifted his gaze to the giant screen. Time 65 minutes. Nearly 30 minutes remained, including stoppage time. Yet the opponent's assault showed no sign of abating. Rather, it intensified, galvanized by the goal. Sasaki's eyes gleamed with one unspoken phrase. While you're weak, finish you. It's over. A cold tide of despair rose within him. If this continued, victory would vanish, and he might well be outrun into oblivion or shredded by relentless pressure. My 92-point vision. Is it truly useless without stamina? Zhou Tian offered a wry, exhausted smile. Just then, a crimson figure cut against the flow of the crowd. He walked steadily, even serenely, untouched by the suffocating tension. Number 10. Eiichi Kudo. He approached Zhou Tian, his partner now on the verge of collapse. He offered no water, no words of comfort. Instead, he nudged Zhou Tian's calf lightly with his boot. Hey, Zhou Tian lifted his head with effort, his gaze unfocused. What? If you've come to mock me, I'm too tired for that right now. Kudo curled his lip, hands resting casually in the elastic waistband of his shorts. That same effortlessly arrogant stance. You are rather ridiculous. A rookie who insists on playing God over the entire pitch. Who do you think you are? Hurlo? Or Chavi? Kudo's voice, low yet piercing, cut cleanly through the stadium's din. Stop letting them pull your strings. He gestured towards Sasaki, who was celebrating with his teammates. That man is a data fanatic. He's mapped your every weakness with chilling precision. You're playing by his rules. Of course you'll lose. Want to split the defense with a miraculous through ball? Don't be absurd. Your legs are trembling. Your passes wouldn't outpace a grandmother's stroll. Zhou Tian opened his mouth to protest, then fell silent. Listen. Kudo dropped to one knee, bringing his eyes level with Zhou Tian's. Those usually languid eyes now blazed with a fierce, unsettling ambition. You don't need to conjure some world-shattering through ball for us to score. Nor must you wait for every passing lane to align perfectly before releasing the ball. You just need to. Kudo, pass the damn ball to me, normally using whatever strength you have left. Or to Tanaka, that earnest, ever-running number 2 on the wing. The rest. Kudo rose, smoothed his collar, and flashed a grin of breathtaking arrogance. I'll show you what winning looks like for FC Tokyo. And what winning looks like for me. Beep. The match resumed. Zhou Tian stood at the kickoff spot, gazing at Kudo's tall, unwavering back beside him. Those words struck like both a stimulant and a splash of ice, cooling his feverish, chaotic thoughts into clarity. Yes. Why must I chase perfection? Why must I duel Sasaki in tactics and stamina? I hold a nuclear weapon. Why not deploy it? Zhou Tian drew a deep breath, expelling the stale air from his lungs. God's eye, omniscience reactivated. But this time he ignored the movements of all 22 players. He dismissed complex causal calculations. He focused on a single point, that crimson point, charged with raw power and explosive speed. 70th minute. FC Tokyo won the ball in their own half. It landed at Zhou Tian's feet. Surround him, he's out of steam. Sasaki roared, closing in with 2 teammates. This time Zhou Tian made no attempt at exhausting feints, nor did he order Takeda to charge. He didn't glance at the encroaching defenders. He simply lifted his head and looked ahead. There, Eiichi Kudo stood with his back to the opposing center back, shielding the ball. Here, AC. Zhou Tian didn't take a step. He swung his leg from a standstill. No delicate through pass. No curling outsidey off the foot arc. Just a simple, unadorned, almost clearance-like high ball. Thud. The ball soared, arcing directly toward. Too easy. Sasaki scoffed inwardly. That ball. Our defender will. Then his smile froze. Kudo watched the ball descend, muttering under his breath. Exactly. A bit high, but I can control it. Facing the strong defender jostling behind him, Kudo didn't leap. At the ball's descent, he abruptly leaned backward, driving his spine hard into the defender's chest. Using that recoil, he cushioned the ball perfectly onto his chest. It settled obediently. Then, Kudo neither passed nor waited. Dribbling S. Explosiveness S. His right foot swept outward, a Cruyff turn. Sudden, violent, unpredictable. The defender, still reeling from the shove, was left utterly stranded. What a... Sasaki cried. Cover. Close him down. 2 Machida center backs rushed in, attempting to seal the space. Faced with the double team, Kudo's expression, he launched into a rapid step over, left, right, then forced his way between them, sheer brute force talent shattering. Tactical systems crumbled like tissue before absolute genius. He burst into the penalty area. By now every defender, including the goalkeeper, had abandoned their posts to narrow his shooting angles. Will he shoot? The entire stadium held its breath. Kudo assumed the posture of a shooter, his right leg coiling high, his eyes locked on the far corner. Every defender, even Sasaki, instinctively shifted to block. Yet, in the instant before contact, Kudo's ankle twisted. His shot became a precise, sweeping cross. The ball skimmed low across the turf, slipping between keeper and defender, rolling toward the opposite side of the goal. There, a figure breathless yet resolute had surged forward. Kentaro Tanaka, number 2, the earnest one, now faced an open net. Holy shit, it's a gift. Tanaka nearly wept. To miss this, he'd have to perform seppuku. No adjustment needed. He slotted it home. Goal. 21. FC Tokyo reclaimed the lead. The stadium detonated. Not merely for the goal, but for Kudo's breathtaking solitary masterclass. Control turned dribble, feint assist. One man dismantling an entire defense. Unbelievable. Is this the J1 bound prodigy? Machida's data defense was utterly meaningless against him. After scoring, Tanaka sprinted to embrace Kudo, who merely patted his head once then turned away. He looked toward midfield, where Rito Sasaki stood frozen stunned, still reeling from the shock. And Zhou Tian, hands on knees gasping, grinning foolishly. Kudo walked over. He stopped at the center circle, standing between Sasaki and Zhou Tian. He tilted his chin up, those sharp eyes sweeping over the two so-called brains. TCH. A dismissive, contemptuous sound escaped his lips. You woke up quickly, Ace, Sasaki said with a rueful smile. Acknowledging Kudo's prowess, yet astonished he'd unleashed such brilliance despite fatigue. Kudo ignored the compliment. He pointed first at Zhou Tian, then at Sasaki, finally at the stands, where Kogure, so though absent, loomed in spirit. Commander. Core. Data brain. Kudo's voice rang with arrogant certainty. Impossible to refute. You two talk too much. Always calculating this, scheming that. All three of you, Sasaki, Zhou, Kogure. Your combined market value doesn't equal one of my toes. He spread his arms wide, a sovereign claiming his realm. On this pitch, when I decide to win, I am the dominance radiated from him. His aura teetered on the edge of theatrical self-mythology. Yet after that assist, the words landed with electrifying authority. Zhou Tian blinked, then straightened, exhausted but unable to resist an eye roll. Hey, Zhou Tian protested. I'm your teammate. Why insult me too? And that assist, I delivered it. I get the assist stat. Kudo glanced back, snorted. Just keep passing, commoner number 1. Don't let data obsession dictate your game. Just get the ball to me. Even if you're crawling, I'll carry you to victory. He turned and strode toward his own half. Zhou Tian watched that retreating back. Suddenly he realized, though Kudo was foul-mouthed, arrogant, and insufferably flashy, he was undeniably profoundly reliable. TCH. Zhou Tian wiped sweat from his brow and resettled into position. He glanced across at Rito Sasaki. Sasaki had removed his cumbersome goggles. His eyes held defeat, yes, but more deeply resignation. Is this true talent? Sasaki murmured. Zhou Tian grinned. Yes, that's our ace. Sasaki, your data-driven system is, but... Zhou Tian tapped his temple, then pointed to Kudo. Some things defy calculation. Such as, the upper limit of a monster. 20 minutes remained. Yet, Zhou Tian knew. This match was secure, because the man who declared himself the protagonist had seized the script. 75th minute of the second half. Nozuta Park Athletics Stadium. Score, 21. FC Tokyo had overturned the deficit thanks to Yutaka Kudo's unrivaled individual brilliance and Kentaro Tanaka's clinical finishing. Yet the match was far from over, especially not for FC Machida Zelvia, a team whose lexicon held no entry for emotional fluctuation. After conceding, they did not falter or despair like ordinary high schoolers. Instead, they recalibrated with the precision of a machine, swiftly adjusting their operational parameters. It isn't over. Rito Sasakami stood at the center circle and pushed up non-existent glasses, a habit he couldn't shake though he wore contact lenses. His gaze remained unervingly calm, as if the man just humiliated by Yutaka Kudo were someone else entirely. Their weakness remains exposed. That number 11 has reached his limit. Rito glanced toward Zhou Tian, bent over and gasping nearby. At that moment, Zhou Tian truly embodied the phrase a spent arrow. His face was ashen, a sweat plastered his hair into damp strands, each breath rasped like a broken bellows. System alert, physical stamina critically depleted. Remaining 5. Warning, muscular control diminished by 40. Visual refresh rate declining. Damn, my legs feel like lead. Zhou Tian bit his lip, using pain to jolt his nerves awake. He wanted to run, to support, to command. But his body felt weighted with molten metal. Attack. Press relentlessly through the center. Rito issued the order, cold and unflinching. Machida Zelvia's assault surged anew, not challenging Kudo's defensive resolve. Forwards rarely defended, but fixating with lethal focus on Zhou Tian himself. 78th minute. Rito received the ball and advanced. Zhou Tian lunged forward to intercept. You won't get past me, he roared, attempting to deploy his causal perception to anticipate Rito's path. He saw it clearly. Rito would feint right. His mind commanded step left. Cut him off. His legs replied, no, I won't move. I'm exhausted. And so Zhou Tian watched helpless as Rito glided effortlessly past him. his own footing slipping staggering like a shambling revenant nearly collapsing to his knees. Danger! Takeshi Takeda, the bodyguard behind him, rushed in to cover, hauling Rito down with a fierce free kick. Yellow card. Takeda hauled Zhou Tian upright, eyeing his ragged near-collapsed state with a frown. Hey Sunday, can you still go? Don't push yourself. I'm barely keeping up with your gaps. I can still run. Zhou Tian's voice was frail, but his eyes burned with stubborn defiance. On the touchline, coach Daichi Inoue watched his defense waver precariously, then checked his watch. 80th minute. Time's up. Daichi sighed, turning toward the bench. Sato. Warm up. Get ready to enter. Sato Ken, a midfielder of modest talent but extraordinary stamina and ironclad defensive discipline, was the quintessential workhorse. The fourth official raised the substitution board. 6. Ken Sato. 11. Tian Zhou. Seeing the crimson 11, Zhou Tian froze. He turned toward the sideline, where Daichi stood stern-faced, gesturing sharply. I'm not coming off. I can still play. A furious inner cry. He tried to pretend he hadn't seen, turned to sprint back onto the pitch. But defying a coach's instruction is taboo in professional football, and his body, brutally honest, simply refused to obey. Yutaka Kudo approached and clapped him firmly on the back. Go on. Off you go, commoner number 1. You've done more than enough. The final 10 minutes are ours now. Zhou Tian looked at Kudo, then at the scoreboard. 21. That bitter sting of regret gnawed at his heart like swarming ants. He'd vowed to dominate the field. His vision stat had even climbed to 92, yet he'd fallen undone by sheer physical exhaustion. He lowered his head and trudged step by heavy step toward the touchline. Crossing the boundary line, even away from home, the FC Tokyo supporters who traveled with the squad erupted in warm, heartfelt applause. After all, those 2 assists were undeniable, tangible contributions. Daichi stood waiting, offering a bottle of water. Well done. His tone unusually gentle. Far stronger than I anticipated. To deliver an assist and a sublime through pass under such relentless pressure, especially that second goal, your tactical clarity was exceptional. Zhou Tian took the bottle and drained half in one long thirsty gulp, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Uncle, no, coach. His voice was low-edged with quiet ferocity. Watch the rest of the match. Today I lost to stamina. But next time, he crushed the empty bottle in his fist. I'll endure until the final whistle. Even if I have to crawl, every last second of 90 minutes. Daichi smiled faintly and tossed a broad white towel over his head. Enough with the vows. Learning when to rest is part of professionalism too. Zhou Tian sank onto the bench. The thick towel draped over his head, blinding him, making him look like a sullen, solitary mushroom. Yet he didn't close his eyes to rest. Through the towel's narrow gap, his omniscient eyes remained locked on the pitch. As a spectator, his perspective had grown sharper, clearer. Final 10 minutes. Ken Sato, newly substituted, lacked Zhou Tian's visionary passing range and commanding, but he possessed exactly what Zhou Tian now desperately lacked: a fully charged stamina bar. From the moment Sato entered, he became an immovable, obdurate stone, wedged unyieldingly into Rito's attacking lanes. He made no pretense of winning possession or launching counterattacks. Only pure, uncompromising disruption, type marking constant harassment, tactical fouls, booming clearances. TCH. Rito adjusted his invisible lenses, deeply unsettled. Facing Zhou Tian earlier, though his anticipation was razor-sharp, his body had been easy to exploit. Now confronting this fresh, unyielding force, it felt like punching solid rubber. FC Tokyo's tactical intent was crystal clear. Hold firm. Only Yutaka Kudo remained forward as a decoy. Everyone else retreated deep into their own half, parking the bus. Machida Zelvia launched wave after wave of attack. Crosses, long-range efforts, intricate penetrations. Yet none pierced the goal, thwarted by Takeda's physical duels and Sato's tenacious, suffocating pressure. 88th minute. Rito attempted another solo surge, only to be double-teamed and bulldozed to the ground by both Takeda and Sato. The referee waved play on. 92nd minute. Final minute of stoppage time. Machida earned a corner kick. Even their goalkeeper surged forward. Zhou Tian, watching from the bench, gripped the towel until its fabric tore. Hold it. Hold it at all costs. The corner was delivered. Chaos erupted inside the box. In the end, it was Jason Suzuki, not the Greenfield version, but FC Tokyo's towering central defender, who rose highest, meeting the ball with a thunderous header that cleared it out of the penalty area. The ball fell to Yutaka Kudo. He sprinted half the length of the pitch, facing an open net. Yet he chose not to shoot, instead dribbling to the corner flag, shielding the ball, deliberately running down the clock. That was experience. That was veteran guile. Rito watched Kudo protect the ball at the flag, shaking his head in resigned admiration. The tide had turned. Beep, beep, beep. Full-time whistle. FC Tokyo U18 claimed a hard-fought 21 away victory over FC Machida Zelvia. 2 wins in a row. Post-match, Zhou Tian flung aside the towel and leapt from the bench. They'd won. Though the final 10 minutes had been agonizing, and though he'd been substituted, the outcome was perfect. System summary. Match victory. Reward 1 free attribute point. Assist 1. Additional performance bonus awarded. Another point. Zhou Tian's heart swelled with quiet triumph. True points beyond 92 cost double, but every single one was vital accumulation. Players lined up for post-match handshakes. Rito, though defeated, showed no trace of the petulant meltdown exhibited earlier by Kita. He retained his characteristic composure, though his expression remained grim. He approached Yutaka Kudo. Congratulations, Rito said evenly. That final ball retention, impressively intelligent. My pleasure, Kudo shrugged. Your data-driven football is no joke. You nearly ran our playmaker into oblivion. Rito turned his gaze shifting to Zhou Tian, standing quietly behind Kudo. Zhou Tian, now somewhat recovered, met his stare with a cocky grin. Hey Datamaster, looks like your calculations came. Bug wins. Rito studied Zhou Tian in silence for several seconds, then adjusted his non-existent spectacles and spoke his words layered with quiet weight. Today we lost to Yutaka Kudo's individual brilliance, and to your unpredictable passes. But, his gaze sharpened. I hear Yutaka is soon moving up to the U18 team, which means, when we meet again in the second half of the season. He pointed to the empty space beside Zhou Tian. You'll no longer have this ace lord to rely upon. Without that unstoppable weapon, how much command can you truly wield as a playmaker? It was a piercing insight, and it marked Zhou Tian's most formidable challenge ahead. His S-rank vision could indeed spot opportunities, but without a finisher of Kudo's caliber to convert them, would those exquisite passes devolve into costly errors? Yutaka Kudo stood nearby silent, watching Zhou Tian with an enigmatic half-smiling gaze, as if awaiting his reply. Zhou Tian paused, then let his playful mask fall away. He straightened, meeting Rito's gaze squarely, unflinching, unafraid. Yes. He nodded. He's leaving, for higher ground. He raised his thumb, pointing firmly at himself. But Rito, have you mistaken something fundamental? I am not a playmaker because I have Yutaka Kudo. I am a playmaker because... He tapped his temple, then his eye. I can turn every other player on that pitch into a weapon. When we meet next. A confident, subtle curve lifted the corner of his mouth. You'll witness an entirely new Then I'll beat you. With myself alone, and with those ordinary teammates you so readily dismiss. Rito blinked, staring at the slender youth before him who moments ago had staggered like a spent dog, yet now radiated an unmistakable commanding presence. Huh. Rito laughed, a genuine smile, the first of the day. Anyone can talk big. I'll be watching closely. Just hope your stamina holds out long enough for me to see that future unfold. With that he turned and walked away. Yutaka Kudo watched Zhou Tian, raising an eyebrow. Hey Commoner number 1. Blowing that much hot air. If you lose next time, don't expect me to bail you out. Who asked you to? Zhou Tian shot him a glare. Just scram off to your team already. Stop cluttering up my view. TCH. Denial is strong with you. Though he scoffed, his mood seemed lighter. He slung an arm over Zhou Tian's shoulders. Come on. Since you're celebrating your boast tonight, doesn't that mean dinner's on you? Huh. Why me again? Because you just invoked my name to inflate your ego. Ugh. 2030 evening. Zhou Tian's apartment. Though he'd grumbled about paying, he ultimately got fleeced, albeit only for convenience store Friday. After seeing his teammates off, Zhou Tian dragged his weary body home. He opened the door. Darkness swallowed the room. Maki had already returned to her own place. The emptiness struck him. No cushion on the sofa, no toothbrush on the sink. A sudden immense wave of loss flowed. Is this what they call withdrawal? Zhou Tian lay sprawled on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling. 3 days of cohabitation, and it already felt like a lifetime. Tick. His phone chimed. He picked it up. A line notification. Send her my personal manager contact note. Maki, did you win? Congratulations, dummy. Maki, getting subbed off was a bit lame, but since you got the assist, I'll forgive you. Maki, and since you won, it means you haven't broken our agreement. Then came a photo, an impromptu selfie. Maki wore pajamas, clutching the green dinosaur plushie Zhou Tian had handed her, making a playful, silly face for the camera. Her own bedroom formed the background. Beneath it a line read, Tonight I can't hold you while sleeping, but you may think of me once in your dreams. Only once, mind you. Zhou Tian stared at the screen, and the hollow ache inside him vanished, replaced by a warm, overflowing fullness. He hugged the phone, rolled across the bed, and burst into helpless, giddy laughter. Haha. Once. That's nowhere near enough. I'll think of you all night. He sent back a crisp salute emoji. Understood, Commander. See you in dreams. He set the phone aside, closed his eyes. Exhausted, yes. Facing daunting challenges ahead, yes. Especially life without Kudo. Yet so long as she was there, and so long as that promise endured, he felt invincible. Good night, Maki. Good night, world. Sunday, 8:00 a.m. Zhou Tian's apartment. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden thread that perfectly illuminated Zhou Tian's sleeping face. In his dream, he stood on the grass of the World Cup final of football beneath his feet, facing the smug face of Kamikyueo. Now my vision is already 100 points. Die. In the dream, Zhou Tian was about to strike a pass that would travel across the universe. Suddenly a rapid and rhythmic doorbell rang like a hammer, mercilessly shattering his World Cup dream. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, who is it? So early in the morning. Zhou Tian groggily turned over, burying his head in the pillow, trying to reconnect with the dream he had just lost. If it's a newspaper salesman, he swore he would unleash Wu-Tian gang on them. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell grew impatient. Clearly the person outside had no patience. Zhou Tian sighed helplessly, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, dressed in SpongeBob pajama pants, squinting like a zombie as he shuffled to the entrance. Coming. Stop ringing, the doorbell is going to explode. He opened the door. Yo, good morning, sleepy beauty. Standing outside was a radiant girl, as if she were bathed in soft light. Hokuto Maki. She had clearly put in effort to dress up today. wearing a French-style cream-colored square neck top, revealing her delicate collarbone and long swan neck along with light blue high-waisted jeans that accentuated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio and enviable long legs. On her feet were clean white shoes, and she carried a delicate small bag. Her makeup was clear and natural, a subtle Namacup makeup look that only a clueless guy would fail to notice, exuding a freshness and vitality reminiscent of morning dew. In contrast, Zhou Tian, who hadn't washed his face, had eye-crust wild hair, and was wearing SpongeBob pajama pants, looked like a homeless person just crawling out of a garbage heap. Zhou Tian froze for 2 seconds. Then with a bang, he slammed the door shut. Outside, Maki's voice rang out in confusion. "Hey, what are you doing? What's wrong?" Zhou Tian leaned against the door, his heart racing. Something's off. This must be a dream. Or an illusion. How could my girlfriend be this beautiful? And so early. Open the door. Zhou Tian, I know you're inside. Maki began knocking on the door. If you don't open it, it'll use the password. The password is your birthday. I don't know. Zhou Tian took a deep breath and opened the door again, revealing a face that looked resigned to fate. Good morning, Maki. Maki crossed her arms and looked him up and down, her gaze finally settling on his SpongeBob pajama pants, her mouth twitching slightly. Unique taste, she commented. It's childish, Zhou Tian retorted defensively. All right, enough chit-chat. Maki pushed past him, walking straight into his apartment as if it were her own. Hurry up and wash up. I waited for you downstairs for 10 minutes, and you're still sleeping. But it's only 8 o'clock, sis. Zhou Tian lamented. Not being proactive about our date means there's a problem with your mindset. Maki glared back at him. Hurry up. Today's schedule is packed. You wouldn't want me to keep waiting, would you? Yes. Zhou Tian dashed into the bathroom, brushing his teeth and washing his face as quickly as possible. While brushing, he opened current free attribute points 1 point. Vision 92 SS grade. Upgrade requirement 2 free attribute points needed to increase to 93. TCH greedy system. Zhou Tian looked at the gray upgrade button, shaking his head helplessly. Although he had gained 1 point by defeating Machida Xavier, every point above 90 required double the consumption. It's like a pay-to-win mobile game at the later stages. Without spending a lot of money you can't play at all. Final save it. After all, 92 points is enough for now. The focus today is our date. After finishing his wash, Zhou Tian walked out feeling refreshed. Maki was sitting on the sofa looking at his messy living room, mainly from the jerseys he had tossed around last night. I'm going to change clothes. Zhou Tian pointed toward the bedroom. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you, Maki said, picking up a magazine and flipping through it. Zhou Tian stood at the bedroom door, hesitating, but didn't move. What's wrong? Maki looked up. Maki. Zhou Tian was a bit shy. Could you possibly turn around for a moment? Or maybe not stare at the bedroom door? Maki put down the magazine, looking at him in disbelief. Zhou Tian, are you out of your mind? We just slept in the same bed a few days ago, though it was very innocent. Are you saying that you're shy about changing clothes now? That's a different matter. Zhou Tian's face turned red. At that time it was an irresistible force, referring to it being too late. And I was wearing pajamas then. Now I'm going to take off my clothes. I've seen that little bit of meat on you before. Didn't you often celebrate shirtless after matches, eh? Maki ruthlessly teased him. That was on the field. It was a release of masculine hormones. Zhou Tian defended himself. Now it's private. There should be privacy. Do you understand privacy? Seeing Zhou Tian's expression like a good man being teased, Maki couldn't help but laugh. All right, privacy. She turned around, facing away from the bedroom door, waving her hand. Go ahead, I won't look. I didn't expect you to be shy in such a strange situation. Zhou Tian felt like he had been granted a reprieve as he dashed into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, he covered his flushed face. Damn. Why is it that after establishing a relationship I feel more nervous than during the ambiguous phase, eh? Is this the side effect of being in love? Clearly they were the closest of people, yet, because he cared too much about her gaze, he became so cautious. 1030 a.m. Shibuya, the intersection. Tokyo's busiest street, bustling with crowds. A giant outdoor screen played the latest pop song music video. Zhou Tian finally changed into an outfit suitable for going out, a black t-shirt, dark gray jeans, and a pair of AJs. Though simple under Maki's aesthetic training, he at least looked like a refreshing, sporty young man. Maki looped her arm through his, and they walked through the crowd, attracting quite a few glances. Where are we going today? Zhou Tian asked. There's an art exhibition over there, and then we're going to eat pancakes. Maki looked at the guide on her phone. I heard the pancakes at that shop are limited, and you have to queue. Queue, huh? Zhou Tian dreaded queues, but seeing Maki so enthusiastic, he could only nod. All right, let's queue. For the pancakes. Just as they crossed the intersection, preparing to head towards Omotesando, God's eye omniscience vision 92 suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Under the countdown sign for the green light, which stood out even in the crowd. A boy wearing a cap and sunglasses, yet still unable to hide his flashy aura, was carrying 2 huge easels like a mover, with a bag full of paint strapped to his back. Next to him walked a girl in a forest-style long dress, wearing a beret, her short hair giving her a gentle and graceful demeanor. She only held 2 tickets to the art museum, smiling and chatting with the boy. That's... Zhou Tian's eyes widened as he stopped in his tracks. Maki followed his gaze, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a playful smile. Yo, isn't that our ace? Indeed. The boy who was currently doing hard labor was none other than Kudo Eiichi, the absolute core of FC Tokyo U18, the one who was untouchable on the field. Let's go. Let's say hi. Zhou Tian, as if discovering a new world, pulled Maki and rushed over. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see Kudo in a tough spot. Kudo. Before Zhou Tian got close, he shouted loudly. Kudo Eiichi's body visibly stiffened. He didn't even need to turn around. Oh, just hearing that voice, he knew it was that annoying commoner. No. 1. He lowered the brim of his cap, trying to pretend he hadn't heard, and quickened his pace to blend into the crowd. Hey, don't run. I saw you. That easel isn't your style. Zhou Tian relentlessly pursued, slapping Kudo on the shoulder. Kudo Eiichi had to stop. He turned around, his face dark under the sunglasses. Are you that bored? Kudo gritted his teeth. It's my only day off, or can you let me have some peace? Hee, that's fate. Zhou Tian grinned, looking at the bags hanging all over Kudo. What's going on? Our striker is moonlighting as a mover. Before Kudo could respond, the short-haired girl beside him spoke first. She looked surprised at Zhou Tian, then revealed a gentle smile and slightly bowed. Hello? You must be Zhou Tianquan. Her voice was soft like a breeze in spring. I'm Eiichi's girlfriend, Sakura Chiyo. It's nice to meet you. Edge. Zhou Tian was taken aback. You know me. Of course. Sakura Chiyo smiled at Kudo. Eiichi off. He says there's a fun passer in the team, although a bit foolish, but with sharp eyes. Hey, Chiyo. Kudo Eiichi panicked, his cheeks slightly flushed. Who often mentions him? That was just me complaining. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tian laughed, pointing at Kudo. I knew it. You're such a tsundere. Complimenting me behind my back, while mocking me to my face. Hokuto Maki walked up, extending her hand confidently. Hello, I'm Hokuto Maki. This guy's guardian. The two girls exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Indeed, there is a gravitational pull between beautiful women. Since we've met, why not go together? Maki suggested. We're going to eat pancakes just ahead. Sure. Sakura Chiyo agreed happily. I also want to take a break anyway, but it's quite tiring for Eiichi to keep carrying the easels. Kudo Eiichi rolled his eyes, but didn't refuse. TCH, what a hassle. 10 minutes later, a certain popular pancake shop. The four of them sat in a booth by the window. The atmosphere was quite strange. The two girls sat inside, huddled together, looking at manicure pictures on their phones, chatting enthusiastically. Wow, this color, right? I think it really suits your vibe. Meanwhile, the two boys sat outside, exchanging blank stares. Kudo Eiichi took off his sunglasses and cap, revealing a face that could make other female customers in the shop scream. He stirred his iced coffee, glancing at Zhou Tian, who was devouring the pancakes. Hey, commoner. Kudo kicked. What? Zhou Tian had cream all over his mouth. Next week, I'm going to report to the first team. Kudo's voice was low, drowned out by the background music in the shop, but Zhou Tian heard it clearly. So soon. Zhou Tian wiped his mouth. Didn't they say the T-League ends? The second team's injury situation is a bit severe, and the first team wants to evaluate new players early. Kudo shrugged. So I have to report early. But, he paused. If the T-League matches on the weekend don't conflict with the first team's training, I might come back to play a few games. But most of the time, I won't be at the training base anymore. Zhou Tian fell silent. This meant that their newly formed golden duo, who had just developed chemistry, was about to be disbanded. From now on, there would no longer be that reliable point of contact with a sharp tongue on the training field. So, Zhou Tian put down his fork and looked at Kudo. Starting next week, we have to change our playstyle, right? Exactly. Kudo nodded, his gaze growing serious. Without me as a reliable strong point to pressure the opposing defense, the difficulty of your passes will increase tenfold. The opponents will be even more reckless in their defense against you. And Tanaka and Takeda, although they have improved, are still not at the level where they can handle things on their own. Zhou Tian. Kudo stared into his eyes. Next comes the real test of your commander abilities. Leading that group of commoners to win is far tougher than just passing to me. Zhou Tian took a deep breath. He felt but more than that, he felt an ignited fighting spirit. Damn it. Zhou Tian feigned displeasure, pouting. You this guy are rising to fame so quickly. Should I start calling you J1 star from now on? That's only a matter of time, Kudo replied unassumingly. Zhou Tian shook his finger. Don't think just because you're going to a pro team that it's all set. I heard the first team's training intensity is hellish. With your still recovering body, don't come back crying to your mama after being broken down in practice. Huh. A vein twitched on Kudo's forehead. Are you cursing me? I'm reminding you. Zhou Tian said seriously, and his eyes turned sharp. Don't think you can shake me off. Although the scouts say I need 2 years. But I've already made up my mind. Zhou Tian held up 3 fingers. In 3 months I will find you in the U18A team. Or, go straight to the reserve team. At that time, if your shooting hasn't improved faster than my passing, I'll kick you out of the ace position. Kudo Eiichi was looking at this guy before him, who was completely unaware of the limits. 3 months. Jumping 2 tiers. This was simply a pipe dream. But, recalling that previous rainy battle, remembering that incredible backheel pass, Kudo suddenly felt that if it were this guy, perhaps he could really create a miracle. Heh. Kudo Eiichi smiled. He raised his iced coffee and clinked it with Zhou Tian's cup. Then I'll be waiting. But I need to correct one thing, Kudo said arrogantly. I'm not rising to fame, I'm just back to finish my that first team belonging to the strong is where I should be. TCH. Show off. Zhou Tian scolded, but he also lifted his cup to clink with Kudo's. What's wrong? Are you two arguing? Maki, who heard the commotion, turned around. No, Zhou Tian immediately put on a smile. We're conducting a farewell ritual between men. Farewell. Sakura Chiyo looked at Kudo with concern. Is Eiichi going somewhere? Not going anywhere, Kudo said gently to his girlfriend. Just going to climb a higher mountain. Maki glanced at Zhou Tian, then at Kudo. The clever girl instantly understood. Looks like you need to work harder, Zhou Tian, Maki said with a smile, casually feeding Zhou Tian the remaining strawberries from her plate. Of course. Zhou Tian swallowed the strawberry in one bite. To catch up with this show-off, I have to work hard too. The sunlight streamed in through the glass window. 2 football boys, 2 adorable girls. This was probably the last leisurely moment before the brutal battles of the T-League. Starting tomorrow, Kudo Eiichi would go to the higher first team facing professional challenges, while Zhou Tian would carry the banner of FC Tokyo U18 T-League facing the forthcoming formidable opponents. Wait for it, Kudo. Zhou Tian looked at the flow of people outside the window, silently swearing to himself. When we meet next time, I will stand by your side with maxed out vision. 3:00 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Academy. Summer cicadas shrieked with increasing shrillness, as if mocking the sweat-drenched youths laboring on the sun-baked pitch. A familiar air of arrogance had vanished from the atmosphere. The No. 10, Kudo Eiichi, whose collar was always defiantly upright, whose dribbling resembled dance, and whose tongue was sharper than paraquat, was absent from today's training ground. Just yesterday he had formally packed his bags and reported to the first-team training zone, a heavily secured area accessible only by access card. Before leaving, he posted a WeChat moment of photo of his locker in the first-team dressing room captioned with 2 insufferably smug words scenery. Uffed, showing off again. Zhou Tian glanced at his phone, then shoved it back into his bag with a scowl. Though his lips muttered disdain, a hollow ache settled deep within his chest. It felt like trading a Ferrari for grocery runs, suddenly switching to a Wuling Hongguang. The car still ran, yes, but that visceral heart-pounding surge of acceleration once so effortless was gone. Irretrievable, undeniable. All right, no more daydreaming. Coach in no way Daichi blew his whistle. Kudo has joined the first team. That's excellent news. It proves our youth development system works. Now focus, fully, on today's session. Yes, sir, came a scattered, half-hearted chorus. Without Kudo, the undisputed offensive linchpin, the T-League U18 squad's attacking drills faltered, sluggish and constipated. Wednesday, 4:30 p.m. Routine bullying hour. To regain form and chase those maddening attribute points, Zhou Tian requested another practice match against the 4th squad. The 4th squad's goalkeeper nearly collapsed when Zhou Tian strode onto the pitch wearing the first-team jersey. Brother, Kudo's gone. Why won't you leave us in peace? Shut up. Zhou Tian grinned, feral and fierce. Kudo may be gone, but I'm still here. Today, I'll deliver 5 assists. 30 minutes later. Score 30. He'd won, but satisfaction eluded him. By past standards, this match should have begun at 50. Without Kudo's uncanny ability to rescue, even misdirected passes weave through chaos and finish with lethal grace, Zhou Tian's assist numbers had sharply declined. Yet good news arrived. Victory rewards had triggered. Ding. Practice match 1. Reward 1 free attribute point. With 1 point carried over, Zhou Tian now held 2 precious points, his first real fortune. System, allocate points now. Zhou Tian roared inwardly. Boost my vision. If my teammate's ball control has dropped, I'll make every pass sharper, subtler, irresistible, consuming 2 free attribute points. Allocation vision 1. Vision 92-93 S rank. Boom. That familiar sensation returned, the mental fog lifting, clearing like dawn mist. If Vision 92 was akin to a higher fresh rate display, Vision 93 felt like activating dynamic motion capture and trajectory correction in real time. He gazed at a rolling football in the distance. No longer a blurred silhouette. It resolved with startling clarity. He could trace the spin of each leather panel, perceive minute deviations caused by air resistance. So this is 93. Zhou Tian inhaled deeply. It's not just about seeing players. It's perceiving physics itself with crystalline precision. Meanwhile, weeks of hellish conditioning and monotonous fundamentals had finally yielded modest gains on his stat panel. Natural growth, physical technical attributes. Short pass 62-63, still class C, but nearing B. Long pass 46-47. Fitness 67-68. Strength 49-50, finally breaking the 50 threshold. From frail and delicate to just a bit meatier. Okay, I'm still raw, but at least I'm improving. Zhou Tian, Thursday 5:00 p.m. Small-sided scrimmage. Tanaka move. Zhou Tian received the ball in midfield. His omniscient I-93 instantly locked onto an impossibly narrow channel. He saw it. Between 2 defenders, a fleeting vanishing gap. Go. He struck. Thanks to his upgraded short pass, 63, the ball stayed low and true, gliding across the turf like a scalpel slicing through tissue. Here it comes. Tanaka Kenta, the former commoner No. 2, had evolved into the undisputed first pie eater. At Zhou Tian's cue, he burst forward instinctively. The ball pierced the defensive line. Tanaka controlled it, but his first touch strayed, just slightly, perhaps half a meter. For Kudo Eiichi, half a meter meant nothing. He'd explode forward and shoot before the defender, but Tanaka wasn't Kudo. That half-meter error granted the recovering defender time. Crunch. A sliding tackle shattered the play, sending the ball flying out for a corner kick. Tanaka Kenta clutched his head and dropped to his knees on the grass. Sorry, Sunday. That pass was perfect. I just overhit my first touch. Zhou Tian watched silent behind him, helpless, resigned. This was reality. Without that monster, moments of ephemeral brilliance too often dissolved into bitter near misses. It's fine. Zhou Tian shouted, though his heart bled. My assist. Yet his face remained steady, commanding. Next time, relax your ankle on contact. Again. In the sessions that followed, similar scenes recurred, again and again. Zhou Tian delivered brilliant passes. Teammates reached their positions, but either the first touch betrayed them, or the shot soared wide, or they were muscled off the ball. That suffocating frustration, like spoon-feeding a meal only to watch it spat back, began to fray Zhou Tian's nerves. Stop. Coach in no way blew his whistle. Training's over. Dismissed. Players trudged off, heads bowed. Everyone sensed it. Without Kudo, the team's ceiling had plummeted overnight. 6:30 p.m. The training pitch. Twilight deepened, floodlights flickered weakly, casting the field in soft, hazy gloom. Zhou Tian hadn't left. He sat cross-legged at the center circle, water bottle in hand, staring blankly at the empty goal. Already giving up. A voice came from behind. Coach Inoue Daichi approached slowly, tactical board tucked under one arm, and plopped down beside him. No airs, no distance. Uncle. Zhou Tian didn't turn. I'm not giving up. I'm just wondering, can I really carry this team? Inoue took a sip from his goji berry-infused thermos, then gazed upward, thoughtful. Sunday, how do you feel? How do I feel? Zhou Tian paused. Like driving an F1 car, but with a tractor engine and bicycle tire. I want to race, but the chassis groans with every gear shift. A vivid metaphor. Inoue nodded. Kudo's departure cost you the finest transmission and wheel set. Inoue turned, meeting Zhou Tian's eyes, bright even in fading light. Then let me ask you this. Now that your ace is gone, what remains your goal for the T-League? Survival. A mid-table finish. After all, expectations have plummeted. Even if you lose, no one will blame you. Zhou Tian fell silent for 2 seconds. He remembered that rain-soaked night, the towering, contemptuous silhouette of Kamiya So. He remembered Kudo joking lightly in the mall, see you in 3 months, a kindness meant to spare him guilt. He remembered Mihiro's promise when, and we go public. Goal. Zhou Tian crushed the plastic bottle in his hand. He turned, flashing Inoue a grin the coach would later describe as audaciously delusional. I'm going to demolish that bat. And then, Zhou Tian pointed toward the scoreboard, as if already inscribed with the word champions. Win the league. I'll lead these mortals to T-League glory, then ascend to the Prince League to bring Kudo back, or meet him on equal. Inoue froze, then studied Zhou Tian closely. The boy's face held no jest, only ironclad resolve. That same fire reminded him of himself decades ago. Win the league, Inoue murmured. Even after losing your absolute core, against Tokyo Verde, who boast 3 national team players. Is that truly your conviction? Absolutely. Zhou Tian's voice rang clear and unwavering. If you dare not dream it, you shouldn't even step onto the pitch. Just go home and sell sweet potatoes instead. Ha ha ha. Inoue burst into laughter, so hard tears welled, then slammed Zhou Tian's back with such force he nearly choked. Good. Excellent boy. I love this shameless, unshakable confidence. Inoue rose, brushed dust from his trousers, and his expression hardened into solemn authority. Since you've made this vow, I'll hold nothing back. Sunday, listen carefully. Inoue raised a single finger. Starting tomorrow, the gag order is lifted. Huh. Zhou Tian blinked. What gag order? Before I told you to guide teammates with your feet, not your voice, because your authority was unproven and your passing, Inoue explained calmly. But now, things have changed. Without Kudo, your teammates simply cannot keep pace with your thinking. That's fact. Relying on chemistry and intuition alone is too slow. So, Inoue pointed at Zhou Tian's mouth. From tomorrow onward, you shout. Call out every lane you see, every run you anticipate. All of it aloud. Tell Tanaka to drift left 2 steps. Tell Takeuchi when to press. Tell the defenders when to spring the offside trap. Make your mind, your vision, shared by the entire team. I will force this squad to adapt to your rhythm, to make you its sole absolute brain. Zhou Tian stared dumbfounded. Coach, is this even possible? Won't they kill me? After all, I talk a lot, and I'm annoying. Perhaps this isn't the most democratic or scientific approach, Inoue shrugged. It's borderline authoritarian. But a mysterious smile curled his lips. He gestured behind Zhou Tian. Look, I think these people already trust you. Go on, turn around. Zhou Tian turned, puzzled. Behind the chain link fence, where teammates should have long since dispersed, stood the entire squad, clinging like geckos, ears pricked, eavesdropping intently. Startled by his gaze, some tried to flee, others scratched their heads sheepishly. Hey, what's going on? Zhou Tian's face flushed crimson as he leapt up. Why are you all here? Eavesdropping is extremely rude. He'd just declared championship and demolished Kamiya So, the ultimate cringeworthy confession. That was mortifying beyond measure. Cough cough. Teuchigo pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, still sporting his defiant mohawk, his expression unreadable. Who was eavesdropping? We were. Extra training. Yeah, extra training. He insisted, then quickly abandoned the lie. He approached Zhou Tian, stopping just beyond the fence, studying the slender commander. Hey Sunday. He scratched his head, awkward yet voice booming. Those things you said just now, they're real, right? About winning the league. Zhou Tian paused, then squared his shoulders. Absolutely real. I never lie. Then that's all I need to hear. Teuchi grinned broadly and extended his fist, pressing it against the wire mesh. Count on us, Commander. We want to beat Tokyo Verde, the whole damn bunch. We want to prove we mortals aren't useless, even without Kudo. Tanaka Kenta squeezed forward, eyes suspiciously red, whether from emotion or grit no one knew. Yeah, Sunday. I want to score. Just shout, and I'll run until I drop. Others crowded close. You are loud and annoying, but if it wins games, well listen, lead us to victory. Zhou Tian looked upon those faces, tired, ordinary, yet blazing with hunger. A fire ignited in his chest. Was this trust? Was this what Uncle Inoue meant? Trusting your comrades with your back? Alright. Zhou Tian drew a deep breath, his eyes stinging. He raised his own fist, and met Takeuchi's through the... It's a deal. From tomorrow, I'll be loud. I'll be harsh. I'll be relentless. Anyone who slows down, I'll curse them into oblivion. We couldn't ask for more. The squad erupted in raucous laughter. Inoue stood quietly behind them watching, and nodded, deeply satisfied. It seems, a new FC Tokyo has... Night fell, yet the stadium lights burned brighter than ever before. 1630 in the afternoon. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base. The deafening sound of cicadas is overshadowed by the voice on the training field, as if someone had swallowed 100 loudspeakers. Take 2 meters to the right, Takeda. Block that side. Tanaka, stop watching the ball. Look at that defender's shoulder. He's about to turn. Insert behind him. Sato, your pass is too soft. Is that a pass, or just scratching the grass? Zhou Tian stood at the center circle, hands on his hips, sweat trickling down his cheeks, yet his spirit was excessively high. Without the absolute strong point of Kudo Aichi, Zhou Tian completely let loose. The consequence of Inoue Daichi lifting the gag order was that the FC Tokyo training ground had turned into Zhou Tian's personal stand-up comedy show. It's so noisy. Takeda grumbled through gritted teeth as he moved according to the instructions. Is this guy putting all his lung capacity into his voice? Despite his complaints, Takeda's body was honestly executing the commands. He realized that as long as he followed the instructions of this loud voice, the defense became considerably easier. The balls that previously required physical resistance now often needed just to stand in position, and the opponents would collide with them themselves. Hey, you there? The new fullback. Stop daydreaming. Zhou Tian suddenly pointed at a substitute player on the left. The opposing winger is used to cutting inside. Seal the inside line. Let him go down the line. The newcomer was startled and instinctively sealed the inside line. Sure enough, the opposing winger attempted to cut, and only to crash into the encirclement. See, I told you following my commands is the right choice. Zhou Tian laughed triumphantly. Inoue Daichi, standing at the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction as he observed this scene. Although it's noisy and chaotic, this team is transforming into a whole. A monster centered around Zhou Tian's brain with the bodies of others as its trunk. After training in the changing room. Sunday, my ears are ringing. Tanaka complained while rubbing his ears. Can you keep it down? No way. Zhou Tian replied confidently while taking off his jersey. I'm the commander, and having a loud voice is part of the intimidation factor. Moreover, he pointed at his eyes. There are so many details I can see right now. If I don't shout them out, I'll suffocate. Vision 93 SS rank. In this level of vision, Zhou Tian could even see the change in breathing rates of his teammates as their stamina decreased. If this information isn't converted into commands, it would be a tremendous waste. Alright, you're the boss. Takeda rolled his eyes. By the way, there are no matches next Saturday. What are we arranging for this week? We have a break this week. Zhou Tian pulled out his phone from his bag, glancing at the schedule. But we can't be idle. Our next opponent is Kanto Daiichi High School. Upon hearing this name, the atmosphere in the changing room grew slightly heavy. Kanto Daiichi High School. They are a dark horse in Tokyo high school football in recent years, with a very distinct style, counterattacking. Or more accurately, a strategy of give the ball to that person and watch the show. I heard they have a foreign player. Tanaka inquired. Not a foreign player, but a mixed blood. Zhou Tian pulled up a photo. In the photo was a dark-skinned boy with dreadlocks, lean, but with extremely long muscle lines. His gaze was wild like a cheetah ready to pounce. Speedy Sato. Zhou Tian read out the name. He's of Jamaican and Japanese descent. Currently in his second year, he has only one characteristic. Zhou Tian extended a finger. Speed. How fast? Takeda asked disdainfully. Can he be faster than Kudo? Kudo's speed is about ball control, direction changes, and explosiveness. Zhou Tian shook his head, his expression serious. But this speedy is pure physical speed. 100 meters in 10.8 seconds. This, a sound of collective gasps echoed in the changing room. 10.8 seconds. That's a time that could win awards in track competitions. In high school football, it's practically cheating. Average technique, poor passing, shooting by chance. Zhou Tian added. However, as long as he has space to sprint, even if you're 5 positions ahead, he can still overtake. So, Zhou Tian put his phone away, his eyes sharpening. This Saturday, Kanto Daiichi has a rescheduled match against FC Machida Zebras. We need to see it live, to see just how fast this black lightning really is. Saturday, at 1230 p.m. The morning training session had just ended. Zhou Tian rushed into the shower, cleaning himself as quickly as possible. Because today was not just about scouting the enemy, but more importantly, this was his date with Maki, albeit with he changed into a white sweatshirt, loose-fitting sports pants, and to keep warm after all, he had just finished exercising, he wore the dark blue FC Tokyo jacket over it. This outfit exuded a youthful freshness while also signifying his identity as a professional player. It was simply a tool for showing off. However, due to the time crunch, his hair was still wet, sticking to his forehead with droplets still dripping from the ends. Let's go. Zhou Tian slung his bag over his shoulder and dashed out of the base. At the entrance, Maki had already been. She was dressed casually today in a beige trench coat, a simple t-shirt, and jeans with her hair tied up in a bun, looking both capable and cute. Maki, Zhou Tian waved as he ran over. Maki turned around, and upon seeing Zhou Tian panting, her brow furrowed instantly. Stop. She extended her hand, pressing it against Zhou Tian's chest, preventing his attempt to seek a hug. What's wrong? Zhou Tian wore an innocent expression. Maki said nothing, instead reaching out to pat his hair. Her hand came away wet. I knew it. You just finished sweating, took a hot shower, and then came out into the cold wind with wet hair. Are you trying to make yourself sick and miss next week's match? Oh, it's fine. I'm in great shape. And I just came over. Zhou Tian said nonchalantly. Shut up, squat down. Maki interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for argument. Though Zhou Tian didn't understand why his body had already formed a conditioned reflex obediently squatting down, or rather slightly bending down. Maki unzipped Zhou Tian's sports bag. She was even more aware of what was inside than he was, and skillfully pulled out a clean white towel. Then she placed the towel over Zhou Tian's head. With her hands over the towel, she began to rub his hair vigorously. Ugh, be gentle. My hairstyle is messed up. Zhou Tian protested beneath the towel. Messy your head. It was a nest to begin with. Maki's words were fierce, but her actions were gentle. She meticulously dried the moisture at the roots, her fingertips occasionally brushing against Zhou Tian's scalp, sending a tingling current through him. The teammates passing by witnessed this scene and couldn't help but whistle meaningfully. Yo yo yo. Public displays of affection in broad daylight. Sunday you can be a pet dog after retirement, you're so— Zhou Tian's face flushed beneath the towel, but inwardly, he felt quite pleased. This feeling of being cared for and looked after was truly addictive. All done. Maki removed the towel, looking at her boyfriend's hair that was now fluffed up and standing on end like a lion's mane, nodding in satisfaction. Next time dry your hair before coming out. Otherwise I'll shave your head clean. Yes. Understood. Zhou Tian touched his dry, warm hair, grinning as he took the bag from Maki. Let's go. Let's check out that Jamaican speedster. 14:00 in the afternoon. At a public sports stadium. A few hundred people sat sparsely in the stands. Kanto Daiichi High School versus FC Machida Zebras U18. This is a clash of distinctly different styles. One side focuses on data control and teamwork, the J-League's junior teams. The other side relies on physical talent and simple tactics, a schoolyard dark horse. Zhou Tian and Maki found to avoid attracting attention, especially since he was wearing the rival team's uniform. Zhou Tian zipped his jacket all the way up to cover half his face. Is that Speedy? Maki pointed at the black-skinned player warming up on the field. Yep. Zhou Tian activated his omniscient eye vision 93. In his vision, the player named Speedy Sato seemed to have explosive energy woven into his muscle fibers, especially the proportion of his thighs and calves, a structure born for running. He does look quite intimidating, Maki commented, but football isn't athletics, right? You'll know when you watch the match. Zhou Tian's expression grew serious. The match began. The first 30 minutes. The scene was completely under FC Machida Zebra's control. Sasaki Rahito still wore contact lenses, organizing the midfield like a precision machine. Against a technically crude opponent like Kanto Daiichi, Machida Zebra's possession advantage was magnified. They utilized their skilled cooperation to keep Kanto Daiichi suppressed in their half. In the 20th minute, Sasaki Rahito scored from a long-range shot. In the 28th minute, a cross from Machida's flank led to a header goal. 0-2. Machida Zebras was in the lead. It seems like there's no suspense here. Maki ate the octopus balls Zhou Tian bought. That black striker isn't even getting the ball. Indeed. In the first 30 minutes, Speedy was almost invisible. Because Machida Zebras had a possession rate of 70, Kanto Daiichi couldn't even touch the ball, let alone pass it to the forwards. Sasaki Rahito appeared to be at ease on the field. He even had the leisure to direct his teammates, watch your positioning, cut off their long pass routes. However, the situation suddenly changed. A Kanto Daiichi defender was flustered by the pressure in the backfield. Just as the ball was about to be lost, the defender panicked, not even scanning ahead, and kicked the ball blindly. Clear it. That ball poses no threat. The Machida defenders judged it as just a purposeless kick. The ball soared high, tracing a lofty arc, landing deep in Machida's half, approximately 30 meters away from Speedy, and only 10 meters away from Machida's center back. Normally this would be an absolute defensive ball. Machida's defender just needed to turn around and easily control the ball or pass it back to the goalkeeper. However, at the moment the ball was kicked, Zhou Tian's omniscient eye suddenly throbbed violently. He saw a red shadow accelerating with an unexplained— Here it comes, Zhou Tian whispered, forgetting to eat the octopus balls in his hand. On the field, Speedy Sato did not give up despite the distance. He saw the ball flying towards the backfield. In his mind, there was only one command: run. No feints, no changes of direction, just pure straight-line acceleration. Whoosh! Maki felt the world before her blur. The black boy who had just been strolling instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt. In his first 3 steps, he had already reached top speed. That kind of explosiveness kicked up a large clod of dirt from the grass. Machida's defender was still turning around slowly to chase the ball. But just as he turned around, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. Nanny! The defender was horrified to discover that the guy who had been 20 meters away had closed the gap in the blink of an eye. Overtaking. No flashy overtaking. It was like a Ferrari effortlessly overtaking a truck on the highway. Speedy caught up with the ball before it landed. At this moment, the defensive advantage that had originally led him by 20 meters had vanished. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Speedy didn't need to slow down or make any shooting motion. He merely nudged the ball forward with his toe. Then using his speed, he bypassed the goalkeeper, caught up with the ball, and carried it into the net. 1-2. The whole stadium fell silent. Then a frenzy of cheers erupted from the Kanto Daiichi side. Sasaki Rahido stood in the midfield, his expression frozen. His data calculations did not account for such an irrational variable. How did he catch up from that distance? In the stands, Zhou Tian and Maki were also dumbfounded. This? Maki dropped the skewer she was holding. Isn't that a foul? Is he fitted with a motor? Zhou Tian took a deep breath, his expression becoming extremely serious. This is the Speed Express. As long as the ball is kicked forward, no matter how far or how skewed it is. As long as it lets him run. Zhou Tian looked at Speedy, who was celebrating with a Jamaican dance. Technique, awareness, coordination, all unnecessary. In the face of absolute speed, all tactic, although in the end Machida Zebras still won with a score of 3-1 due to their overall strength because Speedy's technique was too poor, wasting 2 clear chances. However, the impressions left by Speedy's sprints were more profound than Sasaki's control. The match concluded. Zhou Tian stood up, zipped up his jacket to cover half his face. Let's go, Maki. Where to? Home. Zhou Tian clenched his fist. I need to go back and recalculate. If we don't solve this speed bug next Saturday's match, we might get smashed by... Maki looked at Zhou Tian, who appeared to be facing a great challenge. Though slightly worried, she reached out her hand and held his. It's okay, she smiled and said, no matter how fast he runs, I believe your eyes can definitely see faster than him. Zhou Tian felt the warmth of her hand, and his anxiety eased a little. That's a must. He gripped Maki's hand back. Because my eyes hold. The power of love you gave me. Can you not say such disgusting things in public? He feeling shy. The two figures disappeared into the crowd, though the path ahead was blocked by the black lightning. The youth's steps remained resolute. Sunday 1100 M. Near T-Site Bookstore in Daikanyama. For a footballer, Sunday usually means either a match or recovery training. But thanks to the league's fixture schedule, and coach Inoue Daichi's philosophy of balanced intensity, Schouten had once again been granted a rare day off. This reprieve came as perfect timing for Schouten, who had just witnessed the terrifying speed of the Kanto First High School team, and felt a quiet ripple of anxiety. More importantly, however, today was sacred, the day of his date. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees onto Daikanyama's streets, the epitome of Tokyo's fashion landscape, where even the air carried the rich, expensive aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Schouten sat at an outdoor cafe table wearing the work shirt Makoto had sternly decreed he must wear, idly stirring his iced Americano with growing boredom. Opposite him sat the man he both adored and resented, Ichi Kudo. The prodigy soon to join the senior squad, dressed, as ever, in flamboyant elegance. Sunglasses hung casually from his collar, his hair was meticulously styled. In one hand he held an English book titled The Evolution of Modern Football Tactics, though Schouten strongly doubted he'd read a single page, while posing like a brooding aristocrat lost in melancholy reverie. At another table nearby, Makoto Katashira and Chio Sakura, Kudu's girlfriend, huddled over a fashion magazine, pointing and giggling with silvery laughter. A double date. Schouten sighed, taking a bitter sip of coffee. It's lovely having beautiful company, but why must you tag along like dead weight? Kudu closed his book and shot him a disdainful glance. Commoner, get your facts straight. Chio wanted to meet Makoto. I'm merely the designated payer and chauffeur. Incidentally, he gave Schouten an appraising once-over. I also came to check whether that Jamaican sprinter had shattered your... At the words Jamaican sprinter, Schouten's brow instantly furrowed. Speedy Sato's absurd physics-defying overtake from yesterday afternoon replayed vividly in his mind. You mean Speedy? Schouten set down his cup, expression grave. That guy is truly a glitch. His acceleration is even faster than I imagined. If we faced off directly, I'd likely be utterly outmatched. Humph. A mischievous smirk curled at Kudu's lips as he lifted his sparkling water and swirled it gently. Enjoy the match while you still can, Commoner. No. 1. His tone turned suddenly cryptic, like a spy master guarding classified intelligence. In 2 weeks' time, you'll no longer have the chance to play against him. Huh. Schouten froze, nearly dropping his spoon into the cup. No chance to play. What did that mean? His mind raced, albeit wildly off course. What could it be? His eyes widened in alarm as he leaned in, voice hushed with dread. Is he being deported back to Jamaica? Ha, cough, cough. Kudu nearly choked on his sparkling water, spraying droplets across the table. He wiped his mouth hastily, staring at Schouten with the pitying gaze reserved for the profoundly unintelligent. Is your neural pathway literally one way? He gritted out. Deported? You actually thought of that? What is it then? Schouten frowned. Career-ending injury. Transferring to track and field. No, not quite. Kudu took a slow, deliberate breath, reassembling his enigmatic composure, clearly savoring the thrill of holding exclusive knowledge. Fine. Interpret it however you wish. But, he raised a single finger, wagging it before Schouten's face. Treat him as your final battlefield opponent. Next Saturday's match may well be the last time you see him in the T-League, not as a rival, but as an adversary. What do you mean? Hey, spit it out. Schouten snapped, exasperated, leaving sentences hanging like that was nothing short of criminal. Humph. That which must remain unsaid. Kudu turned his head away with theatrical hauteur. It's classified. If I told you, you'd lose all sense of urgency. What kind of riddle master are you? Schouten snatched up a napkin, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it. Try me. I'll cut you down where you stand. I loathe riddle masters. Did you escape from Gotham City? Violence prohibited. Kudu dodged effortlessly, then rose smoothly to adjust his jacket. Just then the two girls finished their conversation and approached smiling warmly. Let's go. Kudu gestured toward a nearby viral ice cream parlor. Chio says their pistachio gelato is divine. As punishment you're treating today. Why? Shouten protested. Because you attempted to assault a first-team club member, technically not yet officially enrolled. Kudu declared with unshakable logic. That damn riddle master. Shouten grumbled as he stood, then instantly transformed into a simpering, obsequious grin the moment Makoto drew near. Makoto. Tired. Shall I carry you? Kudu. Ugh. Revolting. 300 p.m. Shibuya, a VR experience center. Thus unfolded the so-called double date. Shouten had expected awkwardness, but instead found unexpected harmony. Though sharp-tongued Kudu behaved like a docile Persian cat when Chio was near its first stroked smooth. And though Makoto projected fierce authority outward, she treated Shouten with unwavering deference, especially in front of others. All four now wore VR headsets battling zombies in a shared virtual arena. Left. Shouten. A zombie's coming from the left. Makoto shouted. Got it, my turn. Oh, out of ammo. Shouten fumbled frantically. Idiot. Reload. Elsewhere. Eiichi. I'm scared. Chio's voice was soft and trembling. Don't worry, stay behind me. I'll clear them. Kudu's tone remained calm, deeply reassuring. His aim precise, each shot fired with the unerring reflexes of an S-class athlete. Even within simulation. The game ended. Removing their headsets, all four were drenched in sweat. Phew, exhilarating. Shouten wiped his brow, glancing at the leaderboard. Kudu ranked, first Makoto, second Shouten, third Chio, fourth. TCH. What good is gaming skill? Shouten scowled at Kudu. Let's settle this with juggling instead. Childish. Kudu handed his headset to staff. Let's go, we're dropping them off. Training tomorrow. At party, Kudu fixed Shouten with a sudden cryptic remark, by the way, Thursday. Thursday. Shouten blinked bewildered. During Thursday's training, keep your eyes wide open. A faint knowing smile played on Kudu's lips. You'll witness either a surprise or a shock. With that he took Chio's hand and vanished into a waiting taxi, leaving only taillights fading into the distance. What on earth is that guy scheming? Shouten stared after the receding car, utterly baffled. Who cares? Makoto slipped her arm through his and rested her head on his shoulder. Kudu never speaks anything useful anyway. Let's go home. Home? Where? Shouten's pulse quickened. Yours, of course. Makoto replied matter-of-factly. I just bought the latest Zelda and haven't beaten it yet. 700 p.m. Shouten's apartment. Though billed as gaming, the evening unfolded into tender domestic serenity. Makoto sat cross-legged on the sofa, controller in hand, unleashing relentless fury upon screen-bound monsters. She'd changed into her favorite pink silk pajamas, left permanently at Shouten's place, radiating effortless ease. Shouten sat on the rug back, leaning against the sofa, just beside Makoto's legs, holding a large bowl of washed grapes, feeding them to her one by one. Open up. Oh, sweet. Not bad. Focus. I'm about to die. This simple, unvarnished rhythm of coexistence filled Shouten with profound peace. Yes, Speedy was fast. Yes, Kudu was a riddle master. Yes, the future brimmed with uncertainty. Yet right now the warmth inside this room remained perfectly constant. Hey Shouten. Makoto paused the game and looked down at him. That's Speedy. Really that formidable? Shouten paused and nodded slowly. He is. An opponent who dominates purely through raw physical talent. That's the most unreasonable kind of adversary. I can anticipate his path, but I cannot catch him. It's like knowing exactly where the bullet will strike, yet being utterly unable to dodge. Makoto furrowed her brow, then reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Then don't chase him, she said simply. If you can't outrun him, make sure he can't run at all. A spark of cunning lit her eyes. Like in games, if the boss moves too fast, slap on a slowdown buff, or lay a trap. Shouten blinked. A trap. His mind flashed with omniscient eye full awareness. 93. What if he stopped chasing players, and instead used his vision to intercept passes before they were made? Or coordinated teammates positioning to funnel Speedy into a dead end? There's merit in that. Shouten's eyes brightened. Makoto, you're a genius. Well, of course, the top-ranked student in our grade didn't earn that title by accident. Makoto lifted her chin proudly. Now keep feeding me. I've got a temple to conquer. That night held no grand romance. Only two people nestled close together, bathed in the gentle flicker of the television screen until deep into the night. Time flew. Thursday arrived. That week FC Tokyo had rigorously trained against Kanto, first highs, speed. Coach Inoue Daichi had devised a tactical formation dubbed the pocket defense, designed specifically to constrict Speedy's sprinting lanes. 4:00 p.m. Moments before regular training commenced. Shouten was playing keep away with Takashi Takeda and Kentaro Tanaka along the pitch's edge. Kuda skipping again today? Tanaka asked. He said he might drop by this week. Who knows, mister? Busybody, Shouten scoffed. Probably fetching slippers for senior squad legends. Just then, a commotion erupted at the training ground's main gate. Hey, look, who's that? Holy! Shouten turned and dropped his jaw. There stood Coach Inoue Daichi, beaming with unmistakable delight. Beside him walked a lean, dark-skinned youth with signature dreadlocks, dressed head-to-toe in brand-new deep blue FC Tokyo. The club crest gleamed fiercely under the sun. Chewing gum nonchalantly, oversized headphones draped around his neck, he strode forward with swagger, as if accompanied by his own cinematic score. Speedy. Shouten rubbed his eyes, certain he was hallucinating. This was Kanto First High's ace. The Black Lightning, who ran 100 meters in 10.8 seconds. The very nemesis they'd spent the entire week devising countermeasures against. Why? Why was he wearing FC Tokyo colors? Attention! Coach Inoue blew his whistle sharply. Players gathered dazed and disoriented, staring at Speedy as if he'd descended from another planet. Allow me to introduce someone. Inoue gestured toward the dreadlocked youth grinning like a fox who'd just stolen a henhouse. Though he remains enrolled at Kanto First High, he has formally passed our club's scouting evaluation and medical assessment. Beginning with the summer break in 2 weeks, he will officially transfer to our FC Tokyo U18 squad. In other words, Inoue scanned the stunned faces before him, delivering the seismic announcement. He is your future teammate, and will assume the position vacated by Eiichi Kudo upon his promotion to the A team. Boom. The entire field erupted. Future teammate. They've poached our archrivals ace. This is insane. Pure financial dominance. Shouten stood frozen amid the crowd head ringing. He finally understood Kudo's cryptic words. In 2 weeks you won't get to play against him anymore. Of course not. He'd become a teammate. This wasn't deportation, it was recruitment. That damn Kudo. Shouten clenched his teeth. He should have told me outright. I worried myself sick for days. At that moment Speedy removed his headphones' flashed, dazzling white teeth and waved cheerfully at the group. Yo, hey everyone, I'm Speedy. Please treat me kindly. His Japanese bore a charming, distinctive accent, warm and radiant. Shouten raised his hand hesitantly. Coach, don't we play Kanto First High this Saturday? The day after. With him here now, shouldn't there be some kind of conflict of interest protocol? This was borderline betrayal. Preparing for battle, and having the enemy's star general show up in your uniform for inspection. Coach Inoue waved dismissively. No issue. Paperwork's nearly complete. Today's just his final medical check, and a brief introduction and light integration session. He glanced at Speedy, eyes glinting with sly amusement. And I trust Speedy's professional integrity implicitly. This Saturday he'll still represent Kanto First High, and he certainly won't hold back, correct? Speedy shrugged, chewing gum, his gaze sharpening with competitive fire. Of course. He locked eyes with Shouten, recognizing instantly the No. 11 who'd watched him intently from the stands. Your Sunday right. Could have mentioned you. Speedy stepped forward, standing tall before Shouten. Their heights matched, but Speedy radiated palpable explosive presence. He said your passing is interesting. Though regretfully I'll still crush you this Saturday. It'll be my farewell match. Shouten studied this man, soon to be teammate yet still sworn rival, and felt his blood surge with defiant heat. Crush us. Shouten sneered, raising a fist. Dream on, Dreadlock Kid. If you're joining FC Tokyo, you'll need to pass this test first. I watched your match against Machida Zelvia. You're fast, but not clever enough. He tapped his temple. Saturday I'll prove to you that at FC Tokyo speed alone means nothing. Only obedience to command matters. And a wicked grin tugged at Shouten's lips. Once you're here, we'll jointly obliterate Rito Sasakura. That Four Eyes owes me a reckoning. Speedy paused, then burst into hearty laughter, clinking fists with Shouten. Huh, I like you. No problem. Let's smash that glasses-wearing punk. But Speedy's tone shifted, edged with playful menace. Saturday, I won't go easy. Your defenders had better buy insurance. Relax, we'll have bear traps ready. On the pitch the atmosphere grew strangely electric. Charged with rivalry, the future's deadliest striker traded barbs with the present's master tactician. Teammates watched, hearts swelling, with one silent conviction: we're set. With Speedy aboard, even Kudo's departure wouldn't dim FC Tokyo's firepower. It would remain elite in the T-League. Perhaps even omniscient Black Lightning. That pairing alone sent shivers down spines. It seems. Shouten watched Speedy chatting animatedly with Coach. The second half of the season will be extraordinarily interesting. But first, before welcoming the newcomer, they'd win Saturday's match, decisively, against him. That would be his true initiation gift. Thursday, 4:45 p.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training Ground. As the sun set, the atmosphere in the training field became eerily unsettling. The players of the fourth squad, dressed in yellow vests, the old buddies of Zhou Tian, looked pale and dazed as they stared. Opposite them, Zhou Tian, wearing a starter vest, was high-fiving a dark-skinned boy with dreadlocks. Nice pass, bro. Speedy, chewing gum, revealed a bright smile and gave Zhou Tian a thumbs up. Nice run. Zhou Tian couldn't contain his laughter. In the past 10 minutes, these two had conducted a simple collaboration that shattered the common understanding of football for everyone watching. The reason it shattered their understanding was that their coordination completely defied the principles taught in football textbooks. Replay: Zhou Tian received the ball in midfield and was immediately pressured. He had no time to observe or control his footwork and impulsively swung his leg, delivering a blind long pass towards the vast empty space in front. How absurd was this pass? It was not only high but also floated with a bit of spin, landing less than 2 meters from the opponent's baseline. A normal forward would have cursed and strolled off upon seeing such a ball. But Speedy was not a normal forward. The moment he saw the ball fly out, he was like a border collie spotting a flying disc. The ball is over there. I'm going for it. Boom. The turf flew up. Speedy launched from 30 meters away from the landing point. The explosive start left the nerdy defender feeling like darkness rushed before his eyes as a black lightning bolt shot past. Then, under the gaze of everyone who thought that ball is definitely going out of bounds, Speedy miraculously hooked it back, just 0. 0.01 seconds before it crossed the line. Then with a swift turn without needing to adjust, he brought the ball into the penalty area and faced the despairing, overweight goalkeeper easily, pushing it into the net. The entire field fell silent. Inoue Daichi forgot to start his stopwatch. He watched the two celebrating players, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What is this? Inoue Daichi murmured. One doesn't know where the ball can go and the other doesn't know where he can run. It's simply a match made in heaven. Next to him, Coach Koyeno wiped his sweat. Yeah. When Kudu was here, Zhou Tian still needed to calculate the route. But this Jamaican kid, he just runs it out by himself. As long as you kick the ball to a place where no one is, but there's grass, he can catch up. This was simply brutal aesthetics. No need for precise coordination, no need for complicated runs. As long as Zhou Tian dares to kick, Speedy dares to chase. This is terrifying. The goalkeeper slumped to the ground looking at Zhou Tian. Sunday, you are cheating. You're hacking. Hee, this is called tactical complementarity, Zhou Tian said proudly as he pulled Speedy over. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is our new recruit responsible for bringing nightmares to you for the second half of the season. Looking at the shattered football dreams expressions on the faces of the fourth squad, Inoue Daichi had no choice but to blow the whistle. Stop. Speedy, you can go now, Inoue Daichi said with a stern face. If we continue practicing, the fourth squad will have to disband. Go to the medical room. Okay, coach. Speedy shrugged and made a phone gesture to Zhou Tian. See you on Saturday, bro. By then I'll be your opponent, so don't expect me to let you pass so comfortably. Don't worry, I'll prepare a surprise for you, Zhou Tian replied with a mischievous smile. Watching Speedy's retreating figure, he heard the pleasant voice in his mind. Ding. When the practice match crushing victory. Reward free attribute 0.1. Comfortable. Thursday, 8:00 p.m. Showa Pavilion. The shop was still filled with the warm atmosphere of bustling activity. Zhou Tian and Kitaho Maki sat in their usual spot. In front of them were two steaming plates of set meals. Zhou Tian's was still extra large. Is it really that exaggerated? Maki bit her chopsticks listening to Zhou Tian vividly describe the afternoon's practice session. Really? It was even more exaggerated than I described. Zhou Tian gestured animatedly. That Speedy is simply tailor-made for my random passing. I used to think my passing was a flaw, but now I realize it was just a blind box adding difficulty for him. Puffed. Maki laughed. No one else can make bad footwork sound so fresh and refined, but you. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, the wind chime at the shop's entrance rang. Welcome. A figure dressed in a dark gray trench coat and a cap, looking somewhat fatigued, yet still handsome, walked in. Kudu Eiichi. He looked around, spotted Zhou Tian and Maki, and walked straight over, plopping down in the empty seat. Boss, one ginger pork set meal. Less rice, Kudu said weakly. Hey, isn't this our J1 star? Zhou Tian teased. What brings you to such a humble little shop? Kudu took off his hat, ruffled his hair, revealing a face that, though tired, still bore an air of pride. He glanced at Zhou Tian and Maki, who were sharing a meal, and snorted. TCH commoners. Why are you always sticking with your girlfriend? Don't you need to train? Be careful not to get sore legs. TSK tisk tisk, Zhou Tian retorted, deliberately feeding a piece of meat to Maki. Someone's sourness is making my meal taste sour. What isn't Chio accompanying you? Is it because you got bullied in that so-called first team and don't dare to tell your girlfriend? Kudu raised an eyebrow, his expression sharpening instantly. What are you talking about? I am Kudu Eiichi. So, the first team's training? Maki asked curiously. Kudu sighed, accepting the ice water the boss handed him, and took a, how should I put it? His expression became somewhat complex, tinged with awe and a hint of defiance. Alberto, Kudu uttered that name. The Spanish head coach of FC Tokyo's first team, known for his tactical rigor and explosive. That Spanish old man is really too strict. Kudu rubbed his temples. In U18, as long as you can dribble and score, being a bit selfish is fine. But there. He gestured. Even the angle of passing, the orientation of the body, and which direction to look when receiving the ball are strictly regulated. If you deviate from the tactical system by even 10 centimeters, he will blow the whistle and scold you mercilessly. As he said this, Kudu shot a gleeful glance at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, if you went under him with your wild style, you'd probably get scolded to death. Absolutely. Especially in the midfield position, Pedro demands precise clockwork components, while you are the explosive device that could go off at any moment. Zhou Tian was taken aback. Was it really that terrifying? Even the orientation of the body had to be regulated. TCH, that just shows he doesn't know talent. Zhou Tian stubbornly retorted. I'll show him what intuition beyond tactics really means. Keep dreaming. Kudu started eating, but he paused, chewing on the pork, his voice muffled. Come over quickly. Huh? Zhou Tian didn't catch it. I said come over quickly. Kudu swallowed his food and looked at Zhou Tian seriously. Although that old man is strict, playing football there is really exhilarating. It's a different level of football. Yuto Nagatomo, former national player, praised my shooting today. I was there alone, and no one passed me those unreasonable balls. I found it quite uncomfortable. Zhou Tian looked at Kudu. This guy, although he claimed to be a commoner, actually recognized him in his heart. Don't worry. Zhou Tian raised his teacup. Once I win the championship, I will come to snatch your starting position back. In your dream. Saturday, 1:00 p.m. Kanto First High School football field. Although Kanto First is a high school team, due to its recent good performance and having the star player Speedy, the atmosphere at their home ground was very lively. Everywhere were students in yellow uniforms, as well as cheerleaders with drums. At the visitors' locker room, Zhou Tian and his teammates were organizing their gear. Not far away in the home team's area, a group of Kanto First players were surrounding Speedy. Today Speedy was not wearing the dark blue FC Tokyo training kit, but had changed back into Kanto First's yellow. This made him look less professional and added a wildness of a local snake. After this match, you're going pro, Speedy. Yeah, from now on we'll have to watch you on TV. Hey, if you get bullied over there, just tell us. We don't allow racism. If that FC Tokyo guy dares to give you a hard time, well, these high school students might look a bit unruly. After all, they are Kanto First, but they were truly loyal to their brothers. In today's match, we'll help you make a name for yourself. The short-haired defender glared fiercely at FC Tokyo, especially at Zhou Tian. First, take down that so-called. Speedy looked at his teammates who he had spent so much time with and smiled. He took off his signature large headphones, revealing, "Yo guys, relax." Speedy spread his hands, looking carefree. "I'm just signing with the youth team, or I still have to go back to school for classes. We're still classmates at the same school, so there's no need to be so sentimental. And," he pointed at himself, "I'm in my 3rd year of high school, and I was going to retire to prepare for exams after this season. Even though he is a sports specialty student, I'm just starting my professional career a bit early." Haha, true. Everyone laughed. Just then a figure in a deep blue number 11 jersey appeared beside them, not knowing when he had wandered over. "Hey, seems like you're having a great time chatting." Zhou Tian had his hands in his pockets, wearing a harmless smile. The Kanto First players instantly became alert, forming a protective barrier around Speedy. "Hey, who are you? What do you want?" Zhou Tian ignored the fierce glares and looked directly at Speedy, who was "Hey, Speedy." Zhou Tian's gaze sharpened. "Although our Thursday practice was enjoyable, but," Zhou Tian pointed at the grass beneath his feet, "this match won't let you run so comfortably. I've thoroughly studied your footage. I even know which foot you prefer to step with." This was a blatant threat. It was also a declaration of war. Speedy pushed past his teammates who were blocking him and stepped in front of Zhou Tian. The two were of similar height, but possessed entirely different auras. One was an explosive Black Panther, while the other appeared frail, yet was cunning like a fox. "Is that so?" Speedy chewed on his gum, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Then let's see, bro. My speed can't be defended merely by watching footage." "We'll see." Zhou Tian waved his hand and turned back to watching his retreating figure. Kanto First teammates began to whisper among themselves. "That's the commander from FC. He doesn't look that special, just as skinny as a monkey." "Sure, don't underestimate him." The short-haired defender lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "I heard. He's really fierce. I heard in the last match against Tokyo he made that guy cry. He cried on the spot. Is that true? That guy is notoriously a bully. And there's more." Another teammate chimed in. "I heard he treats the defensive midfielder he works with, that Mohawk guy, like a dog. He points and they bite. Absolutely no rights. OMG, that's too brutal. Is this the core of a professional youth team? A tyrant?" The group's gazes turned back to Zhou Tian. In their imagination, Zhou Tian's frail figure seemed to be enveloped in a layer of terrifying black mist. Zhou Tian, who was warming up, suddenly sneezed. "Achoo! Who's cursing me?" Zhou Tian rubbed his nose. Beside him, Takeda Go, the Mohawk guy, was handing him water like a loyal dog. "Here, boss, drink some water." Zhou Tian accepted the water. "Thanks, Takeda." This scene solidified the rumors in the eyes of Kanto First. "Look, that Mohawk guy really obeys him. So terrifying." Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match between FC Tokyo U18 and Kanto First High School, Zhou Tian stood at the center circle, watching the poised Speedy across from him. His God's Eye Omniscient Vision 93 had already been activated. "Come on, Black Lightning. Let me see whether your legs are faster or my trap is faster." Saturday, 1:05 p.m. The football field of Kanto First High School. This is not just an ordinary T-League match. For the home team Kanto First High School, this is a festival. In the stands, the marching band in yellow uniforms was energetically playing the theme song of Lupin III, the thunderous beat of the taiko drum resonating through the hearts of the spectators. Hundreds of students were waving yellow and black cheering flags, creating an atmosphere that could turn this modest stadium with only 2,000 seats into a devil's home ground. For Speedy, let him take victory to the professional team. Defeat that bunch of rich kids from the city. The banner read in crooked letters, "Swift Wind and Thunder Farewell Battle for Sato Speedy." This grand and passionate atmosphere made Zhou Tian, who was waiting for the kickoff in the center circle, feel a bit of a toothache. "Hey, bodyguard." Zhou Tian nudged Takeda Go. "This atmosphere makes us seem like the villains here to break up a family. Isn't that so?" Takeda Go rolled his eyes, looking at the Kanto First players across the field, their eyes gleaming with greed. "We took their ace away, and now we're beating them up in their own territory. This script makes us look like the villainous bosses. Let's just be the villains then." Zhou Tian shrugged his gaze. God's Eye Omniscience Vision 93 activated. In his sight, although the opposing formation was rudimentary, a typical 541 defensive setup, every player had a red buff labeled Morale Max hovering above their heads. Especially the dreadlocked boy standing at the front, Speedy. His body was in an extremely excited and tense state, like a bow drawn to its fullest. However, villains usually have tight plans to destroy the world. Zhou Tian extended his right hand, making a strange gesture. His index and middle fingers crossed, and his thumb tucked in. This was the result of a week of special training between him and Takeda Go. Silent Command System version 1.0. Receive. Seeing the gesture, Takeda Go immediately understood and silently took 2 steps back to block a potential passing. No more shouting. No more needing the whole world to know what Zhou Tian intended to do at this moment. Just a gesture. This is the evolved commander. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. FC Tokyo kicked off first. They did not rush to attack. Zhou Tian controlled the ball in the midfield, calmly observing the situation. Come on, let me see how heavy your farewell gift is. The players from Kanto First suddenly swarmed towards him like rabid dogs. Their skills might be rough and their ball control might leave the ball half a meter away, but their reckless running and tackling made up for the technical gap. Take him down. A midfielder from Kanto First charged at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian did not dodge. At the moment the opponent charged in, he kept his left hand behind his back and made a fist gesture towards Takeda Go, the signal iron wall. Takeda Go instantly sprang into action, crashing into the space between Zhou Tian and the opposing player like a tank. Boom. The clash of muscle against muscle. The Kanto First player was pushed back half a step by Takeda Go's bulk. In that half-step gap, Zhou Tian elegantly snatched the ball and delivered a precise ground pass. Nice ball. Tanaka Kenta received the pass and surged forward. In the first 15 minutes the match was completely under FC Tokyo's control. After all, a professional team is a professional team. Whether it was the stability of passing and receiving or the execution of tactics, they were on a different level than a high school team. Especially Zhou Tian. Today he was unusually quiet. He was no longer the loudspeaker shouting all over the field, but a silent chess player. Left hand in circles. Everyone's formation retreated, compressing space. Right hand downward, controlling the tempo, passing back to lure the opponent out. Both hands crossed, initiating the pocket formation, targeting Speedy. Throughout the week, in no way Daichi and Zhou Tian had designed an extremely cunning strike, that clever tactic to counter Speedy's speed. Counter speed trap. As long as Speedy roams near the midfield, FC Tokyo's defense line will press up as a whole, creating an offside trap. And the moment Speedy tries to retreat to receive the ball, Takeda Go will stick to him like a shadow, not allowing him to turn. Most importantly, with his 93-point vision, Zhou Tian could always anticipate the landing point just a second before the Kanto First defender's kicking action, directing his teammates to position themselves in advance. Don't even think about passing the ball. Zhou Tian maneuvered effortlessly in the midfield. I know who you want to find, but I've blocked the path. In the 20th minute, Kanto First attempted a long pass to find Speedy. Zhou Tian saw the opposing defender's kicking motion 2 seconds in advance. He pointed sharply to the left rear. FC Tokyo's center back instantly understood and retreated early. When the ball came flying, FC Tokyo's defender was already at the landing point, easily heading the ball back. Although Speedy was fast, he was a half beat late to start. He was anticipated and could only watch helplessly as the ball was cleared. Shit. Speedy cursed in frustration, shaking his dreadlocks as he shouted at Zhou Tian. Hey, Sunday, if you don't let me have the ball, how can I perform? Want the ball? Zhou Tian laughed coldly. Come beg me. On the field, FC Tokyo held a significant advantage. The possession rate reached as high as 70. Tanaka Kenta and the other winger took turns penetrating the Kanto First defense. Though no goals had been scored, yet it seemed only a matter of time. The students of Kanto First in the stands began to feel anxious. What's going on? The ball can't get out. Speedy, that number 11 from FC Tokyo is too cunning, always blocking our passing routes. The match progressed to the FC Tokyo had been attacking relentlessly. Although they controlled the game, Kanto First's turtle shell-like 5-defender system was not so easy to break. This is a bit troublesome. Zhou Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. These guys have such strong defensive determination. Every time we shoot, someone blocks the shot. Just as FC Tokyo pressed everyone forward, trying to break the deadlock, before halftime, an unexpected event occurred. Or rather, an explosion following extreme suppression. FC Tokyo made a passing error in the front. Tanaka Kenta tried to dribble past, but was tackled to the ground by the opposing fullback, who took both man and ball. The referee did not call a foul and signaled for the game to continue. The ball rolled to the feet of Kanto First's defensive midfielder. He was a short but fierce-looking boy with a buzz cut named Takahashi. He was the team's captain and Speedy's best friend. Counterattack. Takahashi shouted loudly, sprinting with the ball. Stop him. Takeda. Zhou Tian instantly sensed the danger. In God's eye, the red alarm was flashing wildly. Takeda Go charged in like a fierce beast, protecting its territory, coming in from the side. Stop right there. Takeda Go prepared to teach this naive high school student a lesson, using his physical advantage. Under normal circumstances, facing someone bulkier than himself, Takeda Go's opponent should have chosen to protect the ball or pass. But today was the farewell battle. Today was a match where they gambled their manly dignity. The defensive midfielder named Takahashi looked at the charging Takeda Go with no hint of fear in his eyes, only determination. Don't think you can block my path. Takahashi did not slow down or dodge. At the moment they were about to collide, he made an extremely reckless move. He turned himself into a cannonball and threw himself forward. He slid in a tackle, not to take someone down, but to get there before Takeda Go, sharply poking the ball with his toes. Bang! The sound of muscle colliding was enough to make one's teeth ache. Takeda Go and Takahashi collided violently, rolling like two out-of-control trucks on the grass. Takeda Go grunted, feeling as if his ribs were about to break. Meanwhile, Takahashi, though in pain and with a twisted face, lay on the ground and used his last ounce of strength to let out a heart-wrenching roar. Get up. Speedy. That shout, filled with blood, tears, and the trust between brothers, sent the ball flying from Takahashi's. It was a long pass with no technical finesse. No, it couldn't even be called a long pass. It was simply a blind kick. The ball soared high and floated, crossing the midfield and landing in the backfield of FC Tokyo, which had been left wide open due to their aggressive forward push. It was a field of grass, and on this field a black lightning was about to strike. Oh no! Zhou Tian's heart sank. No matter how he calculated, he never expected the opponent would use such a suicidal method to pass the ball. He turned to look at the front field. Speedy Sato. At this moment his face showed no trace of the usual playful demeanor or the carefree chewing of gum. His expression was terrifyingly cold. Received, bro. Speedy thought silently. Yo, I'm going full sprint. Boom. It was as if the air was torn apart. Zhou Tian watched as that figure accelerated from 0 to 100 in an AFC Tokyo fullback who was originally positioned behind had at least a 5-meter lead. He saw the ball coming and turned to chase back. No problem, I can reach the ball first. The thought had just crossed his mind. He suddenly felt a black whirlwind rush past him. What a... The fullback only felt a flash before his eyes. That originally trailing dreadlocked boy appeared beside him as if fast-forwarded then. Overtook him. No technical moves required. No need for feints. Just pure unreasonable and despairingly absolute speed. The terrifying speed of 10.8 seconds in the 100 meters was vividly displayed at this moment. Speedy had already left the defender 3 positions behind before the ball landed. He extended his foot and gently tapped the ball. The ball obediently landed and rolled in the direction he was running. A clear chance. This was a single opportunity more thorough than any before, because behind him no one could catch up. Damn it. Zhou Tian watched that figure from the midfield, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. No matter how good his vision was, he couldn't turn back time. This unreasonable brute force was the nemesis of tactics. Speedy charged into the penalty area, facing the approaching FC Tokyo goalkeeper. Usually Speedy's shooting was not stable, often missing or hitting straight. But today, bearing the hopes of the entire team, carrying the glory of the farewell battle, he entered a state known as... He looked at the goalkeeper. The world slowed down in his eyes. He did not shoot with full force. Instead, while running at high speed, he calmly pushed the ball with the arch of his foot. The ball skimmed along the grass, passing through the goalkeeper's armpit. Then it stirred up a white wave in the net. 1-0. Kanto First High School, after being suppressed for 35 minutes, took the lead with a suicidal tackle and an unstoppable roar. The stadium erupted. The previously anxious students all jumped up, wildly waving their flags. Speedy. Captain Takahashi is amazing. After scoring, Speedy did not dance as he usually would. He turned and sprinted back to the midfield. But he did not seek Zhou Tian. Instead, he ran towards Captain Takahashi, who had just gotten up limping. All the players from Kanto First surged forward. They embraced each other, forming a circle around Speedy and Takahashi. It was their final youthful celebration. Meanwhile, FC Tokyo was in complete silence. Everyone was stunned. This feeling was too suffocating. Clearly controlling the game, clearly executing the tactics perfectly, yet they were broken by a single display of brute force. Takeda Go rubbed his ribcage, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Damn, was that kid raised on gunpowder? He just flattened me. What do we do? Tanaka Kenta looked equally perplexed. That speed is simply foul play. Morale was low. The sense of powerlessness that no matter how hard they tried, they would be crushed by talent loomed over everyone again. At this moment, a figure silently ran into the goal. It was Zhou Tian. He bent down and pulled the ball out of the net. Then, holding the ball, he jogged back to the center circle. He placed the ball firmly on the kickoff point. Then, standing upright with his hands on his hips, he looked at the celebrating opponents and then at his dejected teammates. There was no disappointment or despair on his face. On the contrary, a thrilling, even slightly bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Hey, Zhou Tian chuckled. This is really exhilarating. He turned to Takeda Go and Tanaka Kenta. In those omniscient eyes, flames burned brighter than before. Hey, why the long faces? Zhou Tian shouted, his voice filled with a confidence that seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Was that last goal cool? It was indeed pretty cool. But, Zhou Tian pointed at the time on the scoreboard. The match has only been 35 minutes. Their captain's last collision was already their last gasp. Their stamina has been nearly depleted from defending. And what about us? Zhou Tian patted his chest. Our commander has only just warmed up. He extended his hand, making the gesture again. Index and middle fingers crossed. But this time his thumb was not tucked in but raised. New signal, full counterattack. Tanaka. Takeda. Zhou Tian shouted loudly. Stop watching the show. This shout was like thunder awakening the spirits of the FC Tokyo players. Takeda Go looked at Zhou Tian's annoyingly reliable smile, unable to help but laugh. He endured the pain, straightened his back. TCH knew you'd be bossing us around. Tanaka Kenta also clenched his fists. Yes, Commander. Oh, the response to Zhou Tian was the rekindled shouts of the FC Tokyo players. Conceding a goal. That was just the prelude to making a comeback even more interesting. Zhou Tian stood on the ball, watching Speedy walk back from the opposite side. The gazes of the two collided in midair. You run fast, Jamaican. Zhou Tian thought to himself. But next, I'll let you know the ball is always fast. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Kanto First High School soccer field. The score is 0-1. FC Tokyo is trailing. Although the situation seems to be under control, the fear that a long clearance from the opponent could lead to a unknown hangs like a Damocles sword, keeping FC Tokyo's defense on high alert. However, for Zhou Tian, who stood in the center circle, fear, it does not exist. At this moment his mind is filled only with a burning flame named unwillingness to yield. Don't joke around. Zhou Tian looked at the Kanto first players across who were excitedly celebrating their successful defense. You have bonds and buffs for farewells, do we not have any? We this ragtag group looked down upon when they lost their trump card, are also fighting desperately for that championship. Zhou Tian received the ball in midfield. There are only a few minutes left until the end of the first half. Kanto first defensive formation is tightly packed, like a steel barrel. They want to maintain the 1-0 score until halftime. Dream on. Zhou Tian's gaze sharpened. I have got omniscience vision 93 full power output. In his vision, the originally impenetrable yellow defense showed the slightest crack as it fluctuated with their breathing. It was the moment of hesitation when the opposing central defender and fullback exchanged defensive duties. That gap was very narrow. If it were a normal through ball, it would be intercepted. If it were a high ball, it would be headed away. There's only one way left. Zhou Tian recalled that night practicing until his ankle was swollen. He remembered Inoue Daichi's roar, remembered Kudo Aichi's taunts. De Bruyne style. Reverse spin. Zhou Tian's body posture suddenly became unusual as he ran. Instead of swinging his thigh, he utilized the explosive power of his calf, striking the bottom side of the ball sharply with the instep of his right foot. Swish. The ball flew out. It carried a visible spin, tracing an extremely peculiar arc. It bypassed the forward's block and evaded the interception from the midfield. Most remarkably, when it landed, it did not accelerate forward like an ordinary ball. Instead, due to the intense spin, it suddenly decelerated upon touching the ground, even bouncing backward. This sudden deceleration caused the Kanto first defender who was ready to tackle to miss completely, and at the spot where a figure charged in like a mad dog. Tanaka Kenta. He looked at the ball, which seemed to be held down by someone, and his eyes turned red instantly. All the way here. This guy's progress is also quite remarkable. After passing the ball, Zhou Tian did not stop, but continued to advance, mumbling to himself as he watched Tanaka's back. Tanaka Kenta. He came from the fourth team with mediocre talent, average speed, and average skills. All along, he had been the filler living in the shadow of Kudo Aichi's brilliance, the commoner no. 2 in Zhou Tian's words. But this week Tanaka trained harder than anyone else. He pushed himself to the point of vomiting in the gym and strained his muscles on the sprinting track. Because of the nightmare where Jason Suzuki had his way with him. I've had enough. Tanaka Kenta took the ball, facing the speedy defender who was closing in. If it were before, Tanaka might have panicked and passed the ball. But today, Tanaka looked at the shadow that reminded him of Jason. Speedy. Tanaka roared in his heart. You are a genius, you are lightning. But I am not here to be your substitute. I also want to be the protagonist for once. Tanaka did not slow down or pass the ball. He made a decisive feint using Speedy's excessive acceleration to his advantage and forcefully slipped past. He got past. That commoner Tanaka had outmaneuvered the genius Speedy. An open path ahead. Oniano. Facing the goalkeeper, Tanaka Kenta did not hesitate at all, pouring all the sweat and unwillingness of the week into his right foot. Bang. A shot to the far corner. 1-1. The ball went in. FC Tokyo equalized before the end of the first half. After scoring, Tanaka Kenta did not slide on his knees as usual or seek the camera. He simply swung his fist hard, releasing the pressure in his heart. Then he turned around. No celebration. No hugs. He ran straight towards the center circle. There Zhou Tian was standing next to the kickoff point, hands on his hips, glaring at the opponent to prevent them from a quick restart, even though they hadn't picked up the ball yet. Seeing Tanaka running over, Zhou Tian extended his right hand. His face bore no joy, only a sense of calm that seemed natural. Clap. Their palms met forcefully. It's not time to celebrate yet, right? Tanaka Kenta panted, but his eyes shone brightly. Zhou Tian looked at this usually timid, yet now resolute teammate, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That's right, Kenta. Zhou Tian patted his shoulder. This is just the beginning. The best part is yet to come. Halftime. In the changing room. The atmosphere was heated and tense. Inoue Daichi said only one thing: the opponent has only one tactic, which is to look for Speedy. As long as we cut off this connection, they are toothless tigers. Understood. The second half began. Just as Inoue Kanto First High School was in a hurry. They wanted to win too badly, too eager to give Speedy a perfect farewell. Thus their tactics became increasingly simplistic and impatient. Long pass. Look for Speedy. Get him the ball. Let him run. The ball flew towards FC Tokyo's halftime. However, Zhou Tian had been preparing for this all week. He had simulated Speedy's starting routes countless times in his mind. In the 55th minute, Kanto first sent a long pass. Zhou Tian commanded 2 seconds in advance. Takeda. Fall back. Close the door. Takeda had just teamed up with the center back to sandwich Speedy in between. Although Speedy was fast, he had no space to accelerate and could only helplessly give up the ball. In the 65th minute, Kanto first attempted a through ball again. Zhou Tian, with the eye of omniscience, predicted the passing line, standing in the path ahead, easily intercepting it. Useless. Zhou Tian looked at the anxious Speedy. An isolated star player can hardly succeed. This is also what Uncle Inoue hoped I would teach you. The first lesson of professional leagues. Football has never been a one-man game. Even if you are as fast as lightning, if your teammates can't keep up, if the pass doesn't reach you, you're just an athlete running around aimlessly. In the 78th minute, the moment that would decide the outcome, Kanto first pushed everyone forward, leaving their defense vulnerable. Zhou Tian intercepted the ball in midfield. Counterattack. This time Zhou Tian did not look for Tanaka or the forwards. He saw the right side. There the usually inconspicuous right-winger Sato Ken, who came on as a substitute, was taking advantage of the gap left by the opposing fullback charging forward at high speed. Everyone thinks I will pass to Tanaka right. Zhou Tian glanced at the opponent, who was shifting their focus to the left. I am omniscient. Zhou Tian's ankle twisted. A penetrating diagonal pass shot straight towards the depths of the right. What? The Kanto first defenders were shocked. The right winger arrived, received the ball, cut inside and shot. 2-1. FC Tokyo took the lead. At that moment the spirit of Kanto First High School was completely shattered. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. The match ended. FC Tokyo U18 team reversed Kanto First High School. Zhou Tian stood in the center circle listening to the prompt sound of free attribute points won in his mind, letting out a long sigh. Tired. Really tired. To limit that Jamaican sprinter, he felt as if his brain cells were about to burn out. But they won. And they won fair. At that moment, a suppressed sobbing sound came from not far away. Zhou Tian turned his head to look. That Speedy, who had been as fast as lightning on the field joking around while chewing gum, was now kneeling on the grass, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently. That signature dreadlock hung limply behind his head. Whoa. This seemingly cool mixed-race boy was crying like a child. I'm sorry, brothers. Yo. Speedy choked, his voice intermittent. In the end, I still couldn't bring you victory. I wanted to leave you all with a win. Tears of regret. Also the reluctance of youth as it comes to an end. Around him the players of Kanto First had red eyes one by one. The captain Takahashi limped over. He offered no comfort, nor did he help Speedy up. Bang. Takahashi clenched his fist and struck Speedy. Bastard. What are you crying for? Takahashi shouted, even though his own tears were falling. It's just a game. Is the sky falling? You are going to the professional team. You are the star we will be watching on TV. Lift your head. Takahashi grabbed Speedy's shoulders, staring at him intently. When you go over there, don't embarrass us. Get into the pros. Get into the national team. And then, become a superstar. We will always be watching you. You idiot. Captain. Speedy raised his head, tears streaming down. Not just Takahashi. All the teammates, including the cheerleaders in the stands who had been cheering, had stopped their actions at this moment. They shouted in unison, Speedy. Go for it. Don't lose to those city folks. You are the best. This scene was moving. Even Takeda on the FC Tokyo side couldn't help but rub his nose. Damn these guys. However, just at this heartwarming and touching moment, an extremely untimely and somewhat irritating voice. Hey, Speedy. Zhou Tian, with his backpack, hands in pockets, had somehow appeared beside them. He wore that signature mischievous grin that made people want to punch him. Are you done crying? Zhou Tian shouted at the still tearful dreadlocked youth. The bus is about to leave. Do you want to ride back to the club? So you won't have to take the train by yourself? The air froze. The Kanto First players glared at him. How could he be so clueless? They were in the middle of a touching farewell ceremony. Speedy sniffed, stood up, and glared at Zhou Tian. Bastard. Sunday. Can't you see him crying? You have no sense of atmosphere. What's the use of crying? Zhou Tian rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and handed Speedy a bottle of water, even though it was half drunk. Save your tears for when you win the championship. Zhou Tian's expression suddenly turned serious. He pointed at the score on the scoreboard, showing 1-2. A loss is a loss. Admit it, you can't win against us alone. So, Zhou Tian extended his hand, pointing at Speedy's chest. Go back and practice harder. Remember today's humiliation, remember the taste of losing. And also, Zhou Tian pointed at the Kanto First players around who had tears in their eyes. And the trust of these teammates. Carry all of that with you. And then, Zhou Tian grinned, his eyes filled with arrogance. Come with me, let's win that damn T-League championship. Since you lost to me, join me and turn this team that beat you into the... Though this sounded harsh, it ignited a fire that dried the tears at the corners of Speedy's eyes. Yes, they lost. But the journey was not over. Carrying the dreams of his brothers going to higher places to win back was the best way to repay. TCH. Speedy wiped his tears, took the bottle of water, and gulped it down. Chatty commander. Zhou Tian nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around, facing the furious Captain Takahashi and a group of Kanto First players who looked ready to devour him. He showed no fear. On the contrary, he spread his arms wide, striking an extremely arrogant pose. As for your leave it to us. It'll make him useless. No, wait, it'll make him stronger. You just watch us dominate Tokyo on TV. Hey, the bully of Tokyo FC. Takahashi was so angry his teeth were itching, pointing at Zhou Tian and cursing. Don't pretend to be familiar with us. Who would give their trump card to a bastard like you? Other teammates echoed exactly. Don't bully Speedy. If we find out you've been giving him a hard time, we won't let you off. Also, we're already exhausted from this match. Don't make him practice more. He needs to stretch properly. Demon, are you a demon? The cheerleaders in the stands joined in the chorus, Tokyo's, give our Speedy back. Facing the collective outrage, Zhou Tian not only did not get angry, but instead smiled. He even waved at the stands. See you in the second half at home. You guys are really interesting. After saying that, he dragged the still stunned Speedy and turned to run. Let's go. The bus is really about to leave. Hey, wait. Let me say something to the captain. Speedy was being... What do you want to say? Just keep it in your heart. From now on, speak with goals. Looking at the two figures, one a deep blue bully, the other a yellow-black, tearful person, Takahashi stood in place, cursing, and suddenly smiled. That bastard. Although he's annoying, it seems like leaving Speedy to him might actually be okay. In the stands, Kitaho Maki sat there holding an unfinished bottle of oolong tea. She had witnessed her boyfriend ruin the atmosphere, draw hatred, and then forcibly take away their trump card. She helplessly held her forehead. Sigh. Maki sighed, but her eyes were full of smiles. It's like this again. Clearly doing the right thing, motivating the opponent, yet insisting on doing it in such a villainous manner. What a word. She stood up, dusted off her skirt, watching the youth who was now shoulder to shoulder with Speedy, though Speedy was still struggling, walking towards the bus. But that's my boyfriend. Even if he acts like a devil, he's still the coolest devil. On Saturday at 7:30 p.m. in Setagaya, Tokyo at Shoati. If the daytime match was a farewell ritual, then Shoati now became a celebration of rebirth. Cheers, bro. With a cheer infused with reggae rhythm, a dark hand raised a cup of oolong tea, spilling it due to excitement, colliding fiercely with the surrounding glass cups. Speedy Sato. This black lightning, who had been crying on the court 2 hours ago for the top high school in Kanto, was now dressed in FC Tokyo casual, where though borrowed from Tanaka, it was a bit short, sitting in the center of Shawadi-ai, with a skewer of fried quail eggs in one hand and a skewer of grilled chicken skin in the other, while chewing on a piece of fried pork cutlet. Oh my god! Speedy exclaimed with wide eyes in an exaggerated tone. This pork cutlet. It's amazing. It's better than anything I've eaten in Harajuku. Is this the benefit of joining a prestigious club? That's right. Takeda, sitting next to him, patted his shoulder like an older brother. As long as you stick with our commander, you'll have plenty of good things. Of course, the premise is that you have to win the games. No problem. For this piece of pork, it'll run my opponents to the ground. Speedy immediately pledged his loyalty. Zhou Tian, sitting across from him, watched this shameless former enemy quickly integrate into the group and couldn't help but laugh. This guy has level adaptability. At this moment, Shoati was fully booked by the FC Tokyo U18 team. The owner was busy to the point of not being able to stand still, but the wrinkles on his face were stretched into a smile. After all, this group of kids not only won the match, but also brought back a seemingly impressive foreign player. Coach Inoue Daichi was also present. He did not squeeze in with the kids, but sat at the bar sipping sake, while chatting with the owner, watching the rowdy youths with a kind. Being young is wonderful. Inoue Daichi took a sip of his drink. Wins and losses are written on your face. A meal can make you forget all your unhappiness. Yes, the owner said while frying tempura. But Daichi, does that dark-skinned young man really need to move into... Yes. Inoue Daichi nodded. His home is in Chiba Prefecture, and commuting daily is too far. To prepare for the second half of the season, letting him stay in the player's apartment at the base is the best choice. Moreover, Inoue Daichi glanced at Zhou Tian, who was teaching Speedy how to use chopsticks. Letting him live with these guys will spark a quicker chemical reaction. In a corner of the dining table, Zhou Tian was not wolfing down food as usual. He was in an exceptionally good mood today, not only because they won the match, but also because at this moment he was rightfully sitting next to Kitaho Maki after publicly announcing their relationship. Maki was not wearing her school uniform today, but instead had changed into a loose beige knitted sweater, her hair casually tied up, looking cozy and gentle. She was helping Zhou Tian pick out fish bones, though she was saying, "Are you a giant baby?" Her hands were still moving. "Here you go." Maki placed the boneless fish into Zhou Tian's bowl. "Thanks, wifey," Zhou Tian casually said. Maki's face turned red as she stepped on his foot under the table. "This." Zhou Tian inhaled sharply, but the smile on his face became even brighter. He was eating the fish while taking out his phone, opening the calendar and schedule. Zhou Tian frowned. "What's wrong?" Maki asked. "The schedule." Zhou Tian pointed at the schedule on the screen. "Today we finished playing against the top of Kanto. The next match is against Kokugakuin Kugiyama." "I know that school," Maki nodded. "It's known for beautiful football, full of academic elites who play very smart. Right, it's a strong opponent." Zhou Tian sighed, "But look at the time." Maki leaned over to take a look. 2 weeks later. "Yes." Zhou Tian complained. "The T-League is such a short league. How many matches are there? And we have to rest for 2 weeks in between. This break is even longer than my summer and winter vacations." For someone who urgently needed to level up, a 2-week gap was simply torture. This means he wouldn't gain any points for a whole 14 days unless he went to bully weak teams, but the fourth team had almost been traumatized by him. There's no way around it. Inoue Daichi, sitting not far away, heard his complaints and turned around to explain. "This week is the International Match Day FIFA Day." Inoue Daichi shook his cup of sake. Although the T-League is just a regional league, many national team players are in. For example, Kamigami Aoi from Midori, Jason, and Kudo, whom we just sent off. They all have to go to national teams U16, U17 for training or matches. To be fair, the league will pause for a week. At this point, Inoue Daichi suddenly remembered something, looking at Zhou Tian with a hint of teasing in his smile. "By the way, Sunday. Speaking of which, you're also an eligible player, right? Although you play in Japan, your nationality is still... This week is the International Match Day. Has your national youth team invited you at all?" As soon as this was said, the whole table fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhou Tian curiously. Indeed, with Sunday being so strong with an unbeatable vision, he should have been called up by the national team long ago, right? Speedy even stopped chewing, seriously asking, "Bro, are you the secret weapon of the Chinese team?" Zhou Tian was taken aback for a moment. He then waved his hand, a bitter smile appearing on his face, as if to say, "You think Haha, uncle, you're thinking too much. Don't worry. If our country's scouts would come to watch players in the T-League in Japan, our national team's results wouldn't be so poor." Although this is a joke, it reveals a bittersweet reality. As a wild player, playing abroad, if there is no agent working for him, and without connections back home, it is almost impossible to be noticed by the Football Association thousands of miles away. Moreover, at present his physical data on the surface is still so poor. Besides, Zhou Tian shrugged. I haven't even signed a professional contract yet. In their eyes, I guess I'm just an amateur high school student. That's their blindness. Takeda said indignantly. Even Kudo acknowledges that your passing is top-notch. It doesn't matter. Zhou Tian's gaze was calm. Once I win the T-League championship, or even join a professional team, they'll naturally notice me. At that time, Zhou Tian's lips curled into a proud smile. It won't be a matter of them choosing me, but whether, well said. Inoue Daichi raised his cup. You've got spirit. Come, let's toast. The others clinked their glasses. Zhou Tian put down his cup and changed the subject. So, since everyone is going to the national team, will our team have a break? This is indeed the case. Inoue Daichi nodded. Given the dense schedule recently, and how fiercely you played today, there will be a complete rest period of 3 to 5 days. No group training free activities. 3 to 5 days. Zhou Tian's eyes instantly lit up. This means time to freely allocate. Zhou Tian turned to look at Speedy and Tanaka Kenta, who were busy eating. Hey Speedy Kenta. Zhou Tian had a sly smile like a big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Since we're on break, why not? Go play street soccer. Speedy looked up with sauce still on his lips. You mean street soccer? In the park? Yes. The kind with no rules, only victory or defeat, filled with passion and sweat. Zhou Tian tempted. I know a few really great street soccer fields with many local masters. However, the expected enthusiastic response did not come. Speedy frowned, shaking his head. No bro. That's dangerous. He pointed at his ankle. The grass at street soccer fields is usually terrible sometimes, and those older guys play very unsafely. It's easy to get injured. I'm about to report to a professional team. I can't take. Tanaka Kenta nodded vigorously, looking at Zhou Tian in fear. Yeah, Sunday. Especially you who are so your physical confrontation training is just starting to improve a little. What if you get injured by those clueless older guys during a street soccer brawl? No, absolutely not. For the team, you must stay put. Zhou Tian was rendered speechless. He knew his team, but he felt distressed. I have a system. I have a low injury tendency buff, and as long as I win, I can level up. But I can't tell you guys about this. Looking at his teammates' resolute opposition, Zhou Tian could only lower his head and eat in frustration. Am I really just going to do push-ups at home for these 3 days off? At 10 p.m., Zhou Tian's apartment. Maki had already gone home, though she wanted to stay, but her parents were home, and she dared not do anything. Zhou Tian sat alone on the sofa in the living room and opened the system panel. Current free attribute points 2 points. Source remaining 1.1 point for winning against Kanto's top team. 2 points. Zhou Tian looked at the golden Vision 93. Consumed 2 points of free attribute points. Vision 93-94 buzz. His mind felt a cool rush. But this time there were no earth-shattering effects. Just a feeling of being more stable. That sense of capturing dynamic objects and perceiving spatial distances became more instinctual. If before it required brain calculation, now it feels as natural as breathing. Slightly stronger. Zhou Tian clenched his fist, feeling that subtle difference. Calculating the schedule, there are about 8 rounds left in the T-League. If I win all the matches plus some task rewards, I should have a chance to raise my vision points to 100 before the season ends. 100 points. Is that the realm of gods? Zhou Tian was filled with yearning. But the current problem is, there are no matches to play. Other attributes, short passes, stamina, can grow slowly through training, but core talents like vision must be stacked through points earned in actual combat. I really want to play soccer. Zhou Tian rolled around on the sofa. I really want to win. I really want to level up. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was a line message. Sender, Inoue Daichi. Zhou Tian clicked it open and Inoue, hey brat. You're not asleep yet, right? Inoue. I saw you looking unsatisfied during dinner, so I knew what you... Inoue. Although I don't agree with you playing that kind of chaotic street soccer, as it's easy to get injured. Inoue, but... Inoue. If you're really bored and want to stay in shape. Inoue. I have an interesting tournament invitation for you. Want to take a look? Immediately after, there was an image of an Zhou Tian opened the big picture. Adidas Cup Tokyo Street 5-a-side Football Championship Adidas Tango League Tokyo format. 5v5, no tackles, emphasizes skill and speed. Time during the international match day, lasting 5 days. Scales 16 invited teams, including college students, amateur experts, and even members of professional teams on break. Schedule group matches, knockout rounds with a maximum of 45 matches to determine the champion. Rewards champion prize of 1 million yen, full set of top equipment sponsorship. 5-a-side. Zhou Tian jumped up from the sofa. 5-a-side football. The field is small, the rhythm is fast, and the transitions between offense and defense are extremely quick. Most importantly, tackling is prohibited. This means the risk of injury is greatly reduced. Moreover, 5-a-side requires high standards for vision, short passing, and close-range coordination. This is simply a stage tailor-made for Zhou Tian, the brain-type player. 5 days. At most 5 matches. The green light in Zhou Tian's eyes seemed to pierce through the screen. If I can win the championship, that's 5 victory points. Plus the championship reward. This is a windfall. Zhou Tian replied excitedly, his fingers trembling. Zhou Tian, coach. I want to participate. Zhou Tian, this is simply made for me. Oh no, for you. In no way, I knew it. However, this tournament requires team registration with 57 players per team. In no way. You need to find people yourself. Don't say it was me who sent you. If you get injured, it's your own responsibility. No problem. Zhou Tian excitedly jumped off the sofa and started pacing around the room. Form a team. That's not difficult. Ready-made goalkeeper, the goalkeeper of the fourth team. Ready-made meat shield five-a-side also needs positioning to K to go. Ready-made finisher, though technically rough, but powerful shots to Tanaka Kenta. Even that newly arrived incredibly fast, Speedy. Although the five-a-side field is small, it still requires explosiveness. Speedy's burst speed in a small area is absolutely a bug. It's settled then. Zhou Tian picked up his phone and opened a group chat called FC Tokyo Pork Cutlet Mutual Aid Society. Sunday, everyone look at me. Sunday, there's a good opportunity to win money, get the prize. Bully weak teams play against amateur teams, maintain our form. Sunday, Adidas Cup, five-a-side. Champion prize of 1 million. They'll treat you to Shoati for a year. A second later, Speedy yo, prize money. Count me in. Tanaka Kenta, a year of Shoati. If not going, will I be killed? Takeda go five-a-side. No tackling. Can I crash into people? If so, I'm in. Zhou Tian watched the replies popping up on the screen and the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. Good. FC Tokyo. No Shoati rice bucket team assemble. Monday 9:00 a.m. Setagaya, Tokyo, Aoyama Yachiku. The summer sun can be felt even through the curtains, radiating warmth. The sound of cicadas faintly comes through the glass, heralding the official arrival of summer vacation. For Zhou Tian, this is a perfect morning without the need to wake up early for school or rush to the training ground. The air conditioning is set to a comfortable 24 degrees, and the quilt carries the scent of sunlight. He dreams of holding the FIFA World Cup, preparing to deliver his acceptance speech. Suddenly, he feels the sensation of being watched, like a feather lightly brushing against his nerve endings. Zhou Tian groggily opens one eye. What greets him is not the familiar ceiling, but a pair of clear water-like eyes just inches away. Long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and cheeks that even in the morning light reveal fine hairs. Hokuto Maki is propped up at his bedside, her chin resting in her hands, observing him as if she were watching a rare hibernating animal. Zhou Tian's brain is still booting up. He blinks, closes his eyes again, and then opens them once more. That beautiful face remains. Her lips even curl into a teasing smile. Awake. Maki's voice is soft like the morning breeze passing through wind chimes. Zhou Tian's voice is hoarse, his mind a mess. I must be dreaming. He mutters to himself, turning over to continue sleeping. How could Maki be at my bedside? This dream is too beautiful to wake up from. Is that so? A soft laugh, immediately a pleasant fragrance, a mixture of shampoo and morning air wafts over him. Zhou Tian feels something soft and warm gently touch his lips. It touches and pulls away. But like an electric shock, it instantly pierces through his nervous system. Maki leans down, looking at the boy who has momentarily turned to stone, and asks with a mischievous smile, "What now? Still dreaming?" Hey. Zhou Tian's eyes widen in shock, his pupils shaking. His face turns red at an alarming speed from the base of his neck to his hairline. I am awake. Wide awake. Zhou Tian sits up, abruptly clutching the quilt to his chest, though he is wearing pajamas, resembling a startled innocent boy. You. How did you get in here? Maki shakes the cute keychain-adorned key in her hand. You gave it to me, silly. Also, today is the first day of summer vacation. My parents are at the hospital for work, and I was bored alone, so I came to see if that lazy pig is still asleep. She is wearing a simple white t-shirt and light blue denim shorts, revealing a pair of long, straight, white legs full of summer vitality. Zhou Tian looks at her, his heart racing. That earlier was a good morning kiss, right? It must be. Absolutely. The real sensation and the sweetness lingering in the air make his brain short-circuit again. Maki. Zhou Tian swallows hard, his gaze a bit unfocused, unable to resist glancing at her lips. Can we kiss again? He asks cautiously, his voice carrying a hint of youthful greed and shyness. Maki is taken aback for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. She reaches out and firmly pinches Zhou Tian's cheek, pulling it outward. Dream on. You haven't even brushed your teeth. Go brush your teeth. Silly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Understood. I'm going right now. Zhou Tian rushes into the bathroom, rolling and tumbling as if he received a holy command. 5 minutes later, he emerges with a mouthful of refreshing mint, feeling invigorated, standing before Maki like a soldier awaiting inspection. Report. All done. 3 times. Zhou Tian grins, showing off his big white teeth. Maki is sitting on the edge of the bed playing with her phone, and upon hearing his voice, she looks up. Looking at the messy-haired boy with bright eyes before her, she can't help but smile helplessly. She puts down her phone, stands up, and beckons with her finger. Zhou Tian immediately leans closer. Maki stands on her tiptoes. This time it's not just a fleeting touch, but a real kiss that lingers for 2 seconds, tasting of mint. This is a reward. Maki releases him, turns her head away, pretending to tidy her hair. All right, hurry up and change clothes. Don't dawdle. Zhou Tian touches his lips, feeling as if he could run to the top of Mount Fuji in one breath. He lets out his characteristic silly laugh. So what are the orders today, my queen? Zhou Tian asks while opening the wardrobe. Are we going shopping? Or to the movie? Neither. Maki points to his huge sports bag. Weren't you shouting excitedly in the group last night? Something about a 5-a-side championship, something about a prize of 1 million. Maki remarks. Since you've talked a big game, don't embarrass me now. First go to the base and practice with those foolish brothers. Then sign up. Zhou Tian pauses, turning to look at Maki. Maki, will you come with me? Of course, Maki replies matter-of-factly. I'm your supervisor and also the manager self-appointed of the Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket team. I can't let you fill out the registration form wrong. And also, she mutters softly, I want to see you play soccer. Zhou Tian feels something fill his chest. Alright, let's go. 1030 a.m. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base Holiday Mode. Due to the off-season and international match days, the large training base feels empty, with only a few staff members maintaining the grass. However, in a corner of the auxiliary field it is bustling. Yo, Sunday, you're late. Speedy, still wearing those enormous headphones and a flashy basketball jersey, is juggling the ball. Don't even mention it, that was a late arrival for love. Takeda Go is stretching nearby, wearing a knowing expression. Zhou Tian walks over holding Maki's hand. Today the entire Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket team is present. Forward midfielder Zhou Tian, captain, wing Tanaka Kenta, defender Takeda Go, goalkeeper Kobayashi Maru. None of them are wearing official training gear, but rather their own casual jerseys, colorful and resembling a ragtag army. Alright brothers. Zhou Tian claps his hands. Since we are going to grab some money. No, I mean fight for honor, we need to look a bit professional. Futsal is quite different from the 11-a-side we usually play. Zhou Tian analyzes seriously. The field is small, no tackling is allowed, and the pace is fast. This requires a high level of skill. But, Zhou Tian waves his hand with mysterious confidence. Look at our lineup. He points to Speedy. The Black Lightning with a 10.8-second 100-meter time. In this small field he can reach the baseline in 2 steps. He then points to Takeda Go, the renowned bulldozer of the T-League. Just standing there is like a wall. Lastly he points to himself. And me, the commander with the God's Eye. With this lineup, playing against those amateur futsal teams is like a dimensional suppression, right? It's a piece of cake. Zhou Tian is filled with ambition. That's right. Let's grab the money. For Showa Pavilion. This group of boys is fired up. However, 10 minutes later reality slaps them across the face. Futsal practice match 3v3, just casually pulled in a teammate for practice. Speedy, run. Zhou Tian instinctively makes a long pass. Got it. Speedy instinctively takes off, then, bang, a loud sound. Because the futsal field is only 40 meters long. Speedy has just started to accelerate, and before he could feel that desperate sprint he crashes into the wire netting at the end. He slides down the net like a gecko. Oh shit. Speedy rubs his bruised forehead. Bro, this field is tiny. I can't stop. On the other side, Zhou Tian is also feeling the strain. Vision 94 can indeed allow him to see everything. However, the futsal space is too cramped. Those gaps that seemed large on the 11-a-side field are only half a... Zhou Tian wants to pass. But his short pass 63 seems particularly coarse in this precision-demanding pass. Zhou Tian makes a direct pass. The result is that it is just a bit too powerful. The ball rolls directly out of bounds. Oh, why is this ball so slippery? Zhou Tian is going crazy. The futsal ball size for low-bounce ball feels completely different from a regular soccer ball, heavier and stickier. For Zhou Tian, whose skills are already rough, this is a disaster. And then there's Takeda Go. Don't go past me. Takeda Go instinctively attempts to tackle. Toot. Maki, acting as referee, blows the whistle. Foul. Tackling is prohibited in futsal. Do you want to injure someone? Takeda Go looks wronged. How can I defend without tackling? I only know how to do that. After 10 minutes, this group of so-called elite professional team members plays like a bunch of amateur street players meeting for the first time. Frequent mistakes, crashing into walls, kicking the ball off target. This. Tanaka Kenta wipes his sweat. Can we really win? It feels a bit precarious. Zhou Tian also feels a bit awkward. He forgot that he and Speedy, one compensates for his foot skills with vision, and the other uses speed in open spaces. Throwing them into the futsal cage is like throwing a shark into a bathtub. They can't unleash their potential. Cough cough. Zhou Tian forces himself to save face. This is called an adjustment period. Do you understand? We are professionals. Our foundation is here. Once we are familiar with the rules, we will dominate. Is that so? Maki, sitting on the sidelines, coolly interjects. I see that goalkeeper is quite adjusted as he doesn't. The goalkeeper grins. That's just talent. 2:00 p.m. Harajuku Adidas Football Park. This is the registration point for the Adidas Cup. The scene is very lively, gathering various street football experts. There are freestyle football masters dressed in hip-hop style, as well as university team members in matching jerseys. When Zhou Tian and his group walk in, it causes a stir. After all, Speedy's iconic messy braids and physique are too eye-catching, and although they are wearing casual clothes, the muscular lines trained by a professional youth team cannot be hidden. Hey, isn't that number 11 from FC Tokyo? And that flying man the best in Kanto? What was a professional team here to fish? Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Tian regains some confidence. See, this is power of intimidation. They walk to the registration desk. Team name Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket Team. Zhou Tian writes the name flamboyantly on the form. At that moment, a familiar and lazy voice sounds from behind. Yo, isn't that our commander? What? On break from the T-League, and here to earn some extra cash. Zhou Tian shivers. This voice sounds a bit like that unreliable coach. He quickly turns around. Not far away, a group of middle-aged uncles wearing retro jerseys, looking a bit paunchy, but with sharp eyes, are standing there. Leading them is a scruffy man with a lit cigarette in hand, smiling with a face full of wrinkles. Inoue Daichi. Behind him, there are even a few familiar faces. For instance, the assistant coach of FC Tokyo's first team, and even a former J-League star who often appears in television commentary. Oh, old man. Zhou Tian's eyes widen. What are you doing here? Just getting restless. Inoue Daichi moves his ankle, making cracking sounds. Watching you guys play soccer almost puts me to sleep. So I took the opportunity during the break to get these old buddies out for some exercise. He points to the old men's team behind him. Team named Tokyo Old Boys. Inoue Daichi walks up to Zhou Tian, slightly shorter than him, but the aura of a former national player instantly overwhelms him. Zhou Tian. Inoue Daichi squints, revealing a fox-like smile. Futsal is the realm of technique. Here your long passes won't work, and Speedy won't have that sprinting space of dozens of meters either. If luck is on our side, we might meet in the finals. Zhou Tian pauses for a moment. Instantly, the competitive spirit within him is ignited. This is a great opportunity to defeat the coach. This is a chance to prove that the student surpasses the teacher. I can't wait. Zhou Tian extends his fist. Old man, just wait. We will blow you old bones apart with the storm of youth. Inoue Daichi laughs, heartily bumping fists with Zhou Tian. Then let's see. Registration ends. Exiting the field. Maki looks at Zhou Tian's spirited demeanor and can't help but ask, are you sure you can beat Coach Inoue? He was once known as the midfield magician. Don't worry. Zhou Tian puts his arm around Maki's shoulders. Now, I have a secret weapon. He silently thinks, I have a system. Moreover, while futsal limits my long passes, it tests rapid reactions. As long as I make the most of my vision in this little cage, I will be God. Let's go. Back to practice. Zhou Tian shouts for 1 million to defeat the old man. Oh, the Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket team lets out a thunderous roar. This vacation is bound to be anything but peaceful. Monday 1000 a.m. Harajuku Adidas Futsal Park. This is the holy ground of street football in Tokyo, located on the top floor of a commercial building. The court, surrounded by barbed wire, features a graffiti-style floor painted in vibrant colors with powerful hip-hop music blasting from the massive speakers. The Adidas Cup Tokyo Street Futsal Championship officially kicks off. Rather than a match, it feels more like a trendy. In the center of the field, the Showa Pavilion team, Zhou Tian and his crew, dressed in colorful casual, where some even in flashy basketball jerseys, form a serious circle. Listen up. Zhou Tian, as the captain, tries hard to make his voice heard over the background music. Although we're here to fish for wins for the prize money for that 1 million, we absolutely cannot mess up in the first match. Understood. Takeda clenched his fists, his eyes fierce. No matter who the opponent is, just knock them down. Yo, relax. Speedy, wearing his expensive sports sunglasses which he has to take off during the match, chews gum and says, we're a professional team. This is like high school kids playing in kindergarten. Easy. However, standing on the sidelines, Kataho Maki, part-time manager, furrows her brows as she watches the opposing team warm. Their opponents are called Shibuya Technico. This is an entirely amateur team, mostly comprised of local office workers or freelancers. They may lack strong physiques and impressive speed, but their control of the low bounce ball number 4 seems glued, dribbling, passing, and executing footwork with astonishing skill. This feels a bit ominous, Maki whispered. Beep. The referee's whistle blew and the match began. Futsal rules: 2 halves of 20 minutes, each running clock except for timeouts, no offside, and kick-ins instead of throw-ins. Let's go, Zhou Tian shouted. However, the nightmare descended in the very first second. Zhou Tian received the ball at the center circle. Following his usual instincts, he prepared to stop the ball, observe, and then send a long pass to Speedy. However, the futsal court was simply too small. Just as he received the ball, there was no time to stop it. An opposing forward, short in stature, suddenly appeared right in front of Zhou Tian, as if he had sprung from the ground. So fast. Zhou Tian was startled. It wasn't just sheer speed, it was the rapidity of their footwork. Zhou Tian attempted to shield the ball. But the futsal ball is heavier and has less bounce compared to a regular football. Zhou Tian used his usual force to push the ball, but it barely moved, as if it were filled with lead. Smack. The ball was intercepted. Counterattack, the opponents yelled. Stop him. Takeda charged forward. But in such a confined space, Takeda's large frame became a liability. The opponent executed a light V-pull, causing Takeda to almost split in half. Speedy, fall back, Zhou Tian shouted. Speedy attempted to chase back. But just as he started, before reaching full speed, he realized there was no path ahead. The ball had already been passed to the baseline. So fast. This passing frequency. Zhou Tian activated his God's eye omniscience, Vision 94. He could see it. He could truly see it. The movements of the 3 opposing players resembled a precisely executed triangular attack. Pass, move, return, and pass again. Each touch of the ball lasted no more than a second. The FC Tokyo players, used to the stop, observe, pass rhythm of larger fields, now appeared like slow-motion actors in a fast-forward scene. Bang! The opponent crossed from the baseline, actually a push to the back post. A player lurking at the back post lightly tapped it. The ball went in. 0-1. Just 3 minutes into the match, the Showa Pavilion team fell behind. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Hey, isn't that FC Tokyo? Isn't that dreadlock guy supposed to be the fastest? How come he can't even touch the ball? Is this the professional team? It's laughable that they can't even keep up with the futsal tempo. Zhou Tian stood on the field, his face ashen. What a disgrace. Such a disgrace. The assist king of the T-League, the owner of S-level vision, actually got ambushed by a group of amateur middle-aged men at the start. Speedy was even more furious. He took off his sunglasses and slammed them on the ground, then picked them up with regret. Fuck. This court is too slippery. And too cramped. I can't run at all. Tanaka Kinta also looked bewildered. Why is this ball so heavy? I can't even kick it. Meanwhile, in the VIP viewing area on the sidelines, Inoue Daichi leaned against the railing sipping an iced coffee, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. Behind him, a group of retired veterans from the Tokyo Old Bombers were pointing and commenting. Haha Daichi, is this your problem? A former national team player teased. He doesn't seem to adapt at all. Futsal is a war in a confined space. Their expansive style of play is a death sentence here. Exactly. Inoue Daichi took a sip of coffee, but a hint of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. These kids are used to having free reign on spacious fields, thinking they can do whatever they want with space. Now I've put them in a cage. A sly smile curved on Inoue Daichi's lips. This is the trap I've set for them. In this cage of only 40 by 20 meters, there are no long passes or aggressive break. If they don't learn to think, if they don't learn how to handle the ball under pressure, they can forget about winning. Alright, Sunday. Inoue Daichi watched the somewhat anxious figure of number 11 on the field. The match continued. The Showa Pavilion team, eager to equalize, found themselves in a more chaotic situation. In the 8th minute, Zhou Tian was intercepted again in midfield. He was getting anxious. His body reacted faster. Don't think you can get away. Zhou Tian saw the opponent break through with the ball and instinctively went down, executing a perfect sliding tackle from the side. Although his move was fierce, it was aimed at the ball. However, beep beep. The referee's sharp whistle sounded. The match was interrupted. The referee ran over and unhesitatingly pulled out a yellow card, showing it to Zhou Tian. Foul. Yellow card warning. The referee sternly stated. Futsal rule number 1: sliding tackles are strictly prohibited, whether against a player or the ball. Another one results in a direct red card. Zhou Tian was stunned. He remained in a sliding tackle position on the ground, staring at the yellow card, his mind blank. Can't. Slide tackle. He suddenly recalled seeing that rule before, but in the heat of the match, his muscle memory from larger fields had completely taken over. Damn it. Zhou Tian slammed his fist on the ground and got back up. The sound of laughter from the opponents reached his ears. Oh, is the professional grandpa getting anxious now? This isn't grass that must hurt when you fall, right? Zhou Tian said nothing in reply. He stood still, his chest heaving violently. It wasn't due to fatigue, but because of the chaos. The rhythm was off. The space was off. Even his defensive movements were off. All the weapons he relied on for survival had failed in this cage. So this is futsal. Zhou Tian closed his eyes. The background noise was a cacophony of music, the squeaking of opponents' shoes on the floor, and his teammates' anxious shouts. System prompt: current environmental adaptability extremely low. Suggestions: switch vision mode. Switch mode. Zhou Tian suddenly opened his eyes. He reached out and slapped his cheeks hard. Smack. Smack. The crisp sound startled Takeda standing nearby. Calm down. Zhou Tian, you are the man with S-level vision. If you can't even see through this small cage, what can you say about beating Kamigami AO? Zhou Tian took a deep breath. God's Eye Omniscience Vision 94 was activated again. This time he no longer tried to look for openings in the distance, because there simply were none. He also no longer tried to anticipate long-distance trajectories. He adjusted the focal length of his vision, bringing it closer to the 5-meter range around him. In his eyes, the world transformed. The previously chaotic scene suddenly became clear and slow. He could see the ball at the feet of the opposing players, each touch occurring at a frequency of 0.5 seconds. He observed the passing lines of the opponents, no longer long arcs, but short, straight pulse-like zigzags. I see now. Zhou Tian's pupils constricted slightly. In larger fields we need wavelength. But here it's not about running fast, it's about thinking fast and moving fast. Zhou Tian turned and looked at the dejected. Hey, Jamaican. Zhou Tian shouted. Speedy looked up. What? Stop thinking about sprinting. Zhou Tian pointed to his feet. Adjust your step frequency. Don't take long strides. Take small steps. Hum the rhythm from your headphones for me. Speedy paused for a moment. Dancing. Rhythm. He glanced at Zhou Tian and noticed the change in his commander's gaze. That anxiety vanished, replaced by a cold sense of control over everything. Okay. Dance. And you guys. Zhou Tian looked at Takeda and Tanaka. Don't stand still. Move. Even if it's just spinning in place, keep moving. We need to raise the frequency. In the 12th minute of the match, the players of Shibuya Technico suddenly realized that their opponents had changed. The once headless fly like number 11 was no longer blindly sending long passes. He began frequently receiving the ball and quickly distributing it. The time spent on each touch was extremely short. Even if his receiving posture looked awkward, he managed to push the ball away immediately. You want to compete with us in speed? You're asking for death. The opposing captain sneered, signaling for a full press. Yet Zhou Tian was at the center circle with the ball. The opponents pressed hard. This time Zhou Tian did not turn to shield the ball. At the moment of receiving the ball, he used the superior dynamic vision brought by his 94 points to see when the opponents extended their feet. Too slow. Zhou Tian lightly pulled the ball with his left foot, and it rolled obediently to his right foot. Then with the tip of his right foot he poked it through their legs. The movement was minimal, even somewhat sneaky, but it was extremely effective. The ball rolled through the opponent's legs to Takeda, who was 2 meters away. This time Takeda did not stop to ponder life. He recalled Zhou Tian's words, move. After receiving the ball, he turned half a circle like a door using his broad body to shield the defender behind him, then passed the ball horizontally to Tanaka. Tanaka received the ball and immediately passed it back to the advancing Zhou Tian. A 1-2. Wall pass. This series of plays, though still lacking in finesse, was characterized by speed. So fast that the opponents couldn't even react. Zhou Tian got the ball again. At this point he was already in the attacking half. In front of him was a dense forest of defensive legs. Was there no way through? No. Under the high-frequency scanning of omniscient eye, Zhou Tian spotted a gap. A gap that existed for only 0.5 seconds. And at the end of that gap, there was a black figure, Speedy, who was moving with high-frequency small steps like a boxer looking for an opportunity. Now, Zhou Tian did not swing his leg wide. In this confined space, a wide swing would get intercepted. He executed a toe poke pass, a move rarely seen in official matches, but extremely common in futsal. With a quick flick of his toe, it was short, concealed, and rapid. Smack. The ball zipped through the gap between 3 legs. Speedy watched the ball flying toward him. He didn't need to think. His body instinctively took over everything. He deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, following up with his left foot. In a minuscule range, he performed an eye-catching nutmeg, evading the last defender. Facing the goalkeeper, Speedy even had the composure to smile. BM. He gently nudged the ball, which rolled into the corner. 1-1. The Showa Pavilion team equalized. Yay. After scoring, Speedy did not run wildly, but instead broke into an impromptu Jamaican reggae dance right where he stood. This is rhythm, bro. I found it. Zhou Tian walked over, drenched in sweat, but smiling brightly. He fist-bumped Speedy. That's it. In this cage, we don't need to run faster than the wind. We just need to think faster than they do. On the sidelines, in no way Daichi threw his empty can into the trash bin, a satisfied smile on his face. Did they adapt? He looked at Zhou Tian, who was maneuvering smoothly even in the limited space, though his movements were still clumsy. It seems this kid's evolution speed is even faster than I imagined. Futsal might really be the key to breaking through his bottleneck. However, in no way Daichi glanced at his old teammates behind him. To win the championship, mere adaptation isn't enough. When we reach the finals, we'll show these kids what it means to be seasoned and experienced. The match continued. But for Zhou Tian, the hardest part was already behind him. He had obtained the key to this cage. Next, it was time to rack up points. Monday, 10:45 a.m. Harajuku Adidas 5-a-side football park. The second half of the first group match is halfway through. The score is 1-1. Although the score seems tight, the spectators on the sidelines and the players of the opposing Shibuya Technical Flow team can clearly sense something is off. The wind direction in the air has changed. The Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket team, which had been haphazardly bumping around like headless flies and making frequent mistakes, suddenly seems to have found a way to channel their energy. Or more accurately, the two originally incompatible super engines, Zhou Tian and Speedy, finally found the correct gear engagement. The rhythm is now. Zhou Tian received the ball in the midfield. Facing the two amateur players trying to tackle him, he no longer panicked like he did in the first half. The Eye of God Omniscient Vision 94 not only brings vision, but also a sense of control over time. In his eyes, although the movements of these two salarymen are skillful, they are too slow. The decline in their physical fitness has caused their movements to begin to distort and their breathing to become hurried. Although we are a ragtag team, don't forget. Zhou Tian lightly flicked the ball with his toes, skillfully evading the outstretched foot of the opponent. We are a professional team that battles monsters like Kamigawa Ao and Sasaki Rahito every day. The greatest chasm between professionals and amateurs has never been the few flashy dribbles. Instead, it is physical fitness, confrontation, and the ability to maintain reaction speed even under extreme fatigue. Takeda crushed through. Zhou Tian passed the ball to Takeda Go at his side. Takeda Go had been holding back his anger because he couldn't slide tackle. After receiving the ball, he faced the skinny technical defender of the opponent and made no feints. He simply turned around and leaned back with his broad back. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The opponent was directly knocked back 2 meters and even rolled on the ground. Legal collision. The referee signaled for the match to continue. Hehe, against absolute power, fancy moves are useless. Takeda Go grinned menacingly, advancing with the ball like a heavy truck invading a bicycle lane. The opponent's defense collapsed instantly. Everyone had to rush to counter this unreasonable bulldozer. And just then, a black shadow was moving horizontally near the baseline at a high frequency. Speedy. He no longer attempted those 40-meter straight sprints. He learned to move like a cat, turning back, stopping suddenly, and then starting again in tight spaces. Give me the ball. Speedy suddenly made a backward run, shaking off the defender marking him. Takeda Go passed the ball. Speedy received it. Facing the goalkeeper. BM. A powerful strike. The ball thundered into the top corner of the goal, leaving a trail. 2-1. We took the lead. Nice. Zhou Tian ran over and high-fived the two. Can you feel it? This is our rhythm. We crushed their skills with body and speed. The next 10 minutes turned into a slaughter. The Shibuya Technical Flow uncles were completely exhausted. They leaned on their knees, breathing heavily, watching the group of still energetic youngsters who were even speeding up, their eyes filled with despair. Are these kids monsters? They don't even need to catch their breath. In the 32nd minute, Tanaka Kenta broke through. As a commoner who rose from FC Tokyo's 4th team, Tanaka's skills are mediocre in the professional league, but a standout in amateur circles. His solid fundamentals and not so slow speed allowed him to dominate the flank like it was uninhabited. Cross it. Tanaka made a horizontal pass. Zhou Tian followed up with a calm shot. 3-1. In the 36th minute, Speedy once again used his explosive power to overpower an opponent, assisting Takeda Go in scoring. 4-1. In the 38th minute, Zhou Tian played around in the midfield, even attempting a heel flick to get past the defender. Though he nearly tripped himself, he still succeeded, then assisted Tanaka for his second goal. 5-1. In the 40th minute, in the last second before the match ended, Speedy brought the ball past the goalkeeper and kicked it into the empty net. 6-1. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. The Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket team, after conceding a goal first, scored 5 goals in the second half, completing the turnaround. The opponents slumped to the ground, lacking even the strength to shake hands. No wonder it's FC Tokyo, the opposing captain said with a bitter smile, shaking his head, losing with no regrets. Zhou Tian stood on the field, though. He was sweating. He felt as if he had just finished warming up. System Settlement won the first round of the 5-a-side group match. Reward 1 free attribute point. Got it. Zhou Tian snapped his fingers in his mind. Looking at that golden one, he resisted the urge to allocate points immediately. The current vision is 94. To upgrade to 95, I need 2 points double consumption. Just 1 point short. That means I just need to win one more match. The group stage consists of 4 teams in a round-robin format. As long as we place in the top 2 of the group, we can advance to the quarterfinals. A total of 3 group matches must be played, followed by the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. If we win all the way to the championship, that's 6 victories. That means 6 attribute points. I'm going to get rich. Zhou Tian wiped his sweat, smiling like a miser. Earning 6 points in 5 days is way more efficient than grinding for half a month in the T-League. Noon 1230 p.m. Break area. Kitaho Maki, like a diligent manager, was distributing lunchboxes and sports drinks to the hungry wolves. Eat more properly. Maki swatted away Takeda Go's hand that was reaching for Zhou Tian's lunchbox. That's Zhou Tian's special meal. You need to eat your own. You're biased, big sister. Takeda Go wailed. I also want to eat that expensive-looking beef. Want to eat? Use the championship bonus to buy it yourself. Maki was merciless. Zhou Tian, while eating his special lunchbox, looked at the other teams around him, exhausted and leaning in all directions. Most were university students or amateur enthusiasts. Although there were a few strong teams led by retired professionals, the overall level compared to the meat grinder of the T-League was simply a greenhouse. Is this what it feels like to strike down a dimension? Zhou Tian sighed. I used to be bullied in the 4th team by the 3rd team, and in the 3rd team by the green field. Now it's finally my turn to bully others. Speedy came over chewing on a sandwich. Bro, although the intensity of this match isn't high, it really helps with reaction time. I feel like my small area turning has improved. That's a must. Zhou Tian nodded. We have another match this afternoon against the Shinjuku Biker Gang. The name sounds intimidating. I hope we can hold on a little longer. Afternoon 2:00 p.m. The second round of the group match. The opponent, Shinjuku Biker Gang, is actually just a group of streetball players with exaggerated hairstyles and hip-hop styles. They have many fancy moves, performing rainbow flicks and nutmegs with great skill. But against absolute tactical awareness and physical prowess, flashy tricks are meaningless. Just 5 minutes into the match, Takeda Go used a strong but fair positioning to push the opponents forward, who was biking out fancy moves. Takeda Go spat disdainfully. In the 10th minute, Zhou Tian received the ball in the midfield. The 2 opponents rushed in to tackle him, trying to humiliate him with streetball moves. Zhou Tian didn't even lift his eyelids. The omniscient I had already seen through everything. The one on the left is unstable, and the one on the right has an entire gap behind him. Zhou Tian made no unnecessary movements. Just a simple change of rhythm. A sudden stop, then a quick start. He slipped through the gap between the 2. Too slow, Zhou Tian thought. Having experienced Sasaki Rahito's precise machine-like defense, this amateur-level pressure seemed full of holes in his eyes. Tanaka. Zhou Tian made a diagonal pass. Tanaka Kenta received the ball, comfortably shot, and scored. 1-0. The rest of the match turned into a showcase for the FC Tokyo 5-a-side team. They even started to play various combinations on the field. Speedy's heel pass. Zhou Tian's outside foot volley. Even the chubby goalkeeper rushed out to assist with a kick. The crowd on the sidelines was growing larger. Everyone was pointing at this team dressed in colorful casual wear, but with a frighteningly cohesive play. Hey, which team is that? I heard they're kids from FC Tokyo's youth training. That number 11 and that dreadlock black guy are too strong. Is this the level of a professional team? Coming to play streetball is simply unfair. It's a total crush. That number 11's passing seems like it has eyes. Final score, 8-0. A shutout against the opponent, scoring 8 goals. Zhou Tian once again earned 1 attribute point. He had saved up 2 points. Comfortable. At the moment the final whistle blew, Zhou Tian felt as if he had transcended. Although this bullying of weaker teams lacked a sense of accomplishment, the tangible rewards made him crave more. Evening, 8:00 p.m. Zhou Tian's apartment. Maki didn't come along today. She had to go home to play the good girl, so Zhou Tian returned home alone. Although it felt a bit lonely without the beautiful girl's company, there was something more important to do tonight. Allocate points. After taking a shower, Zhou Tian sat on the sofa bare-chested, looking solemn, as if performing some ritual. He opened the system panel. Current free attribute points 2 points. Vision 94 SS grade. Upgrade requirement, spend 2 points to increase to 95. 95 points. Zhou Tian took a deep breath. This is his highest single attribute so far. It could even be higher than Kamigawayao's. Come on, let me see the view at 95 points. Zhou Tian tapped with his finger. Spent 2 free attribute points. Vision 9495 SS grade buzz. This time the vibration was stronger than any previous one. Zhou Tian felt as if a string deep in his... He closed his eyes, but seemed to still see everything in the room. The fall of dust, the ticking of the clock's second hand, the light and shadow of the traffic outside. All the information was flowing into his brain in an extremely efficient and orderly manner. There was no dizziness, only a sense of absolute control. He opened his eyes. The world seemed to become brighter. He casually picked up an apple from the table and tossed it into the air. The apple rolled in the air. Zhou Tian didn't even need to think. He reached out casually and caught the apple steadily. It was as if the apple flew into his hand by itself. Is this what 95 points feels like? Zhou Tian murmured. More agile, more precise. The sensitivity to small changes has reached a millisecond level. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of leveling up the sign behind the vision attribute on the system panel, it did not turn gray as usual due to insufficient points, but rather, it was completely locked. It turned into a red padlock icon. System prompt core attribute vision has reached the current physical limit, 95. Warning: the brain's computational speed is too fast, causing a mismatch between bodily neural responses and muscle explosive power. Continuing to elevate will lead to physical collapse or severe distortion of movements. Unlock condition: please enhance physical fitness, strength, explosive power, agility to be grade 70 to unlock a higher limit. Zhou Tian was stunned. He stared at that line of red text, speechless for a long time. Bottleneck. So this is what... He did not feel frustrated. Instead, he had a sense of sudden enlightenment. It was like a computer equipped with a top-notch graphics card, but paired with an outdated CPU and power supply. Oh, no matter how powerful the graphics card is, it cannot achieve full frame rates, and may even blue screen. My current body is indeed too weak. Zhou Tian glanced at his other attributes. Physical fitness, 68, close to C, strength 50, just reached D, explosive power, 55D. Such physical quality wanting to support 95 or even 100 points of vision is like using a bicycle tire to race on an F1 track. It's bound to burst. Finally maxed out one attribute. Zhou Tian jumped up from the sofa, not feeling disappointed, but rather with a sense of accomplishment, as if he had cleared the first stage. Since vision has reached its current limit, then the next goal is very clear. Zhou Tian's gaze shifted down, locking onto that pitiful pile of physical data. Address the shortcomings. If I want to see the view at 100 points, I must first train this body into a steel physique. Where should I start? Zhou Tian recalled the moment he was knocked away in the T-League. He remembered being easily shoved aside by Sasaki Rihito. Strength. Zhou Tian clenched his fists. I want muscles. I want confrontation. I want to become a man harder than Takeda Go. In the upcoming matches, all the points earned will be gambled on. Strength. Zhou Tian looked out at the night, seeing his eyes burning with a new flame. There are still several matches in the five-a-side tournament. If he can win the championship, he can at least earn 4 points. 4 points of strength, plus Maki's muscle-gaining meals combined with grueling training. When I return to the T-League, Kamigawa Yo Sasaki, I will let you know what it means to be a commander who can endure. That night, Zhou Tian slept soundly, knowing that he was on the path to becoming stronger, running tirelessly. Thursday evening, Harajuku Adidas Futsal Park. Golden red light bathed the iron cage pitch as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air hung thick with the sharp tang of evaporating sweat and the feverish energy born of relentless high-intensity matches. For the Shoati gluttons, these past few days had been nothing short of a dreamlike odyssey. 3 wins in the group stage. In the quarterfinals, they'd crushed a team of retired university players 52. Zhou Tian stood at the sideline, a half-empty water bottle in hand, quietly reviewing his system interface. The numbers displayed there had shifted delightfully since just days ago. Current free attribute points 0. Allocated points 3 Allen. Strength 50-53. 53. Zhou Tian flexed his bicep. Though its circumference hadn't visibly changed, he could distinctly feel a new resilience woven into his muscle fibers. If before he'd been a paper-thin figure who'd crumple at the slightest breeze, now he was at least a plank of wood. Firm, if still modestly so. Stop daydreaming over there. Speedy strode up, shaking droplets from his dreadlocks. Bro, we've got the semi-final to prepare for. Our opponent's reportedly a youth squad from a professional futsal club. No joke. So what? Zhou Tian closed the interface. A hungry glint flickered in his eyes. As long as it's not someone like Koga Ao, a true anomaly. Every move they make unfolds in slow motion before my eyes. Let's go. One more win, and it's ours. Meanwhile, in Chiba Prefecture, JFA Yum Field, Japan's national football training center. Its turf lay flawlessly smooth like an immense emerald carpet. Sea breezes stirred gently, carrying crisp, clean air. This was the heart of Japanese football, the sacred ground where countless youths' dreams took root. A group of youths clad in the revered samurai blue training kits had just concluded an intra-squad scrimmage and now sat scattered along the sideline, catching their breath. They were the assembled members of Japan's U17, U18 national team, each in his own club or high school, the undisputed ace. Near the water cooler, a small cluster chatted idly. Were any other T-League players to glimpse them, their knees might buckle. These were the T-League's very own Avengers. Ao Koga Tokyo Verde, Ichikudo FC Tokyo Jason, Suzuki Tokyo Verde, Takumi Osaki, Tokyo Verde goalkeeper, and Rito Sasazaki Machida Zelvia. Rivals who tore each other apart week after week in the T-League now sat together like old friends, because on the national stage they were teammates. Phew, scorching. Jason Suzuki lay sprawled on the grass, gazing up at the sky. We play Australia the day after tomorrow. Heard those kangaroos pack serious muscle. Muscle? What good is it? Rito Sasazaki, wiping his contact lens case, spoke coolly. Without brains, you're just a monkey being led around on a leash. To them, the upcoming friendly against Australia elicited no real tension. Perhaps in their eyes, youth matches across Asia were little more than formalities. Soon the conversation drifted toward the far more immediate, and far harsher, realities of professional careers. Hey Eiichi. Ao Koga unscrewed his water bottle and drank with elegant composure. His long hair tied back with a bandana lent him the air of a nobleman, even drenched in sweat. Heard you've already reported to FC Tokyo's first team. How's it feel? Our J1 match is easy to handle. Though Ao Koga was Tokyo Verde's crown prince, and widely regarded as the strongest midfielder of his generation, the awkward truth remained Tokyo Verde's senior squad languished perennially in J2, and their approach to young talent was notoriously conservative. Thus, despite his fame, Ao Koga rarely saw meaningful minutes in professional matches, whereas Eiichi Kudo's direct promotion to FC Tokyo's elite J1 side was genuinely enviable. Eiichi Kudo sat with a towel draped over his head. Hearing the question, he sighed. Just okay. His voice carried exhaustion, and none of his usual swagger. I've only scraped a few garbage time minutes in cup matches. He yanked off the towel, his expression clouded with frustration. Those seasoned pros, they're truly formidable. Physical duels. Not even in the same league. And our first team coach, the Spanish veteran Mr. Pedro, is absurdly cautious. Eiichi mimicked Pedro's mannerisms, waving his arms. Position. Position. Kudo, you're 10 centimeters off your defensive mark. Stop showing off your dribbling. Pass the ball. A total control freak, Eiichi grumbled. Their tolerance for youth, one mistake, and you're benched for a month. The others fell silent. This was the brutal reality of professional football. Talent that made you an unstoppable force at U18 might barely earn you a bench spot at the pro level. Jason Suzuki sat up and slapped his thigh. Next year, if I break into the first team, I'll be in the regular rotation. My body was forged for the professional pitch. Uffed, dumb giant, muttered Takumi Osaki, the goalkeeper, dryly. You've got it easy. Goalkeepers suffer most. Unless I wait for the starter to retire or get injured, I'll never see the field. Honestly, grinding lower division opponents sounds more fun. A faint heaviness settled over the group. This was the quiet anguish of so-called geniuses standing atop their peers, yet lingering helplessly at the threshold of professionalism. By the way, Rito Sasazaki adjusted non-existent glasses and turned to Ao Koga. Ao, I heard from my agent. You've received a trial invitation from Bayer Leverkusen. At those words, all eyes converged on Ao Koga. Bayer Leverkusen, a Bundesliga powerhouse, one of Europe's big 5 leagues. That pedigree dwarfed anything the J-League could offer. Yes. Ao Koga nodded, his expression unruffled. I'm still deliberating. Whoa, Jason gasped. Ajax. That's the Star Factory. You'd soar there. Not so simple. Ao Koga shook his head, his gaze turning inward and profound. Joining a European elite academy sounds glamorous, but if you don't adapt or can't outcompete those black and white prodigies, you may end up relegated to fetching water. Compared to watching water bottles in Europe or playing regional leagues, Ao Koga tightened his grip on the bottle. I'd rather join a team where I can start regularly, even if it means beginning lower down. Only match play breeds growth. Rito Sasazaki watched Ao Koga, a flicker of genuine envy in his eye. How wonderful. I haven't even stepped foot in a first-team setup, yet you're already weighing European trials. Is this the privilege of raw talent? Don't be bitter. Your mind will get you there soon enough. Ao Koga smiled faintly. Then, as if recalling something, turned abruptly to Eiichi Kudo. By the way, Eiichi, that Chinese player on your team, Zhou Tian. At the name, every ear perked up, especially Rito Sasazaki's, whose expression darkened slightly. That young man had left a deep impression on him. Has he signed a professional contract yet? Ao Koga asked. Eiichi Kudo, idly plucking blades of grass, replied offhandedly, nope. How long has he even been there? Seems he's still on a student visa enrolled at that Sakuramachi High. Why? Figures. Ao Koga narrowed his eyes. After last derby, our academy director spoke with me. He said that no. 11's vision and passing intelligence are exceptionally rare assets. If he spends several more years at FC Tokyo and matures, the next few Tokyo derbies could become extremely uncomfortable for us at Verde. Ao Koga studied Eiichi, a playful edge in his tone. So, he's currently a free agent. Free to walk away, and Eiichi Kudo blinked, momentarily stunned. He'd never considered the possibility. In his view, Zhou Tian, the loud, earnest kid constantly shouting about becoming the core and winning trophies, had already adopted FC Tokyo as home. That's right. Eiichi frowned. But do you really think he'd transfer? I can't even picture him in another club's jersey. He's unreliable looking, sure, but fiercely loyal to the team. Not necessarily. Jason Suzuki chimed in, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What if the offer's better? Or, what if the teammates are stronger? Say joining us at Tokyo Verde. Imagine him partnering Ao Koga in midfield, 2 austere vision monsters. The image is too dazzling. Jason grew increasingly animated, already envisioning Zhou Tian in green, threading perfect passes to him. Shut up. Eiichi Kudo cut off the fantasy with a dismissive glare. Don't even think about it. You know what? Eiichi pointed at Jason's massive head. Kenji Tanaka, the guy in FC Tokyo's locker room. He's taped your photo to his training wall. A candid shot, grimacing unflattering. Huh. Jason's eyes widened. What's he trying to do? Worship me? No. Eiichi delivered the truth with cruel precision. Sunday and Tanaka take turns kicking soccer balls at your face. Your photo, that is. While they kick, they yell, take that, you overtaking demon. Backtrack, you mixed race beast. Get wrecked. Ao Koga and Rito Sasazaki couldn't hold it in. They burst into laughter. Jason Suzuki turned positively green, with perfect synchronicity, to his jersey. Damn it. That Chinese kid, and Tanaka. Daring to use my handsome portrait as target practice. Next time we meet, I'll flatten them into hamburger patties. Watching Jason's furious tantrum, the whole group dissolved into raucous, unself-conscious laughter. That pure, unadulterated blend of rivalry and camaraderie, unique to youth, felt especially precious in that moment. Eiichi Kudo laughed, yet his thoughts lingered. Transfer. That fool won't leave. After all, he promised to storm the team and seize my position. Meanwhile, back in Harajuku, on the futsal pitch, the semifinal raged on. Achoo. Zhou Tian sneezed mid-match. Someone's talking about me. Must be Kudo again. He rubbed his nose and plunged back into the fray. Their semifinal opponent was Shibuya Fire, a professional futsal youth squad. Trained rigorously in futsal-specific technique, their footwork was exquisitely refined, their tactical discipline impeccable. The toughest challenge Zhou Tian's team had faced in the tournament. Now, with 15 minutes gone in the second half, the score read 21. The Shoati Gluttons led by 1 goal, but were under relentless pressure. Defend. Don't stray, Zhou Tian shouted. Their opponent's forward was diminutive, but in tight spaces he darted like a mouse. He feinted sharply, attempting to slip past Zhou Tian. Days ago, Zhou Tian would have been easily bypassed. But now, strength 53. The number wasn't extraordinary, but compared to his former frailty, his core strength had sharpened ever so slightly. Zhou Tian didn't retreat. Instead, he timed his shift perfectly, shouldering sideways into the attacker. Thud. They collided. Zhou Tian staggered half a step, but held his ground. Using his shoulder, he disrupted the forward's balance and shattered his rhythm. Huh. The forward blinked, startled. This kid looks scrawny, but he's got some grit. In that split second of stalemate, Zhou Tian lunged forward, poking the ball cleanly to take Hiko Takeda beside him. Counterattack. Takeda launched a long arcing throw, futsal's version of a long ball. Speedy surged forward, using his blistering pace to reach the ball ahead of the keeper, and executed a breathtaking overhead kick. Goal. 31. Victory secured. Huff. Zhou Tian bent double, breathing hard. Winning felt good, but the physical toll of such intense duels was real. Still, he pressed fingers to his ribs. 53 strength holds up far better than 50. At least I won't fly off my feet at the first touch. Beep. The final whistle pierced the air. The Shoati Gluttons had advanced to the finals. Afterward, Zhou Tian and his teammates collapsed onto the turf. Exhausted, yet their eyes gleamed with fierce, unquenchable light. Just one match stood between them and 1 million yen. Brilliant work. Maki handed Zhou Tian a bottle of water and wiped his sweat with a towel. The final opponent's been decided. Who is it? Zhou Tian asked. Maki pointed toward another pitch, where another semifinal had just concluded. There, a group of men in vintage kits, slightly portly yet technically sublime, were slapping hands in celebration. At their center stood their head coach Daichi Inoue. Tokyo Old Timers defeated the University All-Stars 40. Maki announced the score. Phew. Zhou Tian sucked in a sharp breath. 4-0. Those uncles are that strong. They can't run, but the ball clings to their feet like roots. Impossible to dispossess. Take Hiko Takeda added gravely, and coach Inoue's passing. Uncanny. Always these impossible angles. He mimed a surreal arc with his hand. We simply can't defend them. Zhou Tian watched Daichi Inoue wave from afar, a roguish smile on his face. Master versus disciple. Zhou Tian rose, brushing dust from his pants. Perfect. Coach once told me not to cry out, coach. During matches, Zhou Tian clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fierce, unyielding resolve. Then in the final, I'll show him. In this cage, youth is the greatest advantage. And Zhou Tian glanced at free attribute points, 1 semifinal victory. Accumulated total 1 point. When the time comes, Coach Inoue, prepare to be swept aside by the next wave. Zhou Tian spun around and bellowed at his teammates. Brothers, sleep early tonight. We play the final tomorrow. Run those old men into exhaustion. That 1 million yen belongs to us. Oh, a final awaited. Not merely of skill, but of legacy and transcendence, of battle across generations. Friday 2:00 p.m. Harajuku, Tokyo Adidas 5-a-side football park, final match venue. Chiba Prefecture, JFA Dream Vision, National Football Training Center, international friendly match venue. 2 completely different battlegrounds sounded the starting whistle at the same time. On one side, there was the cacophony of hip-hop music, a cramped iron cage, and amateurs vying for the 1 million yen prize in a pseudo-final. On the other side, the solemn sound of the national anthem, a vast natural grass field, and the U18 international friendly match fought for national honor. Yet on either side, there were players with FC Tokyo blood flowing through their veins, preparing to stir things up. With the referee's whistle, this also counted as an unconventional Tokyo Derby. Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket Team, Zhou Tian's team versus Tokyo Old Cannon's team. Inoue Daichi's team officially kicked off. Although it was a master-student duel, there was no atmosphere of respect for the teacher on the field. Go. Run these old men to death. Zhou Tian issued an extremely disrespectful command at the start. That's a must. Speedy and Takeda go charged at Inoue Daichi and the others like two ferocious beasts utilizing the explosive power of youth to launch a frenzied high-pressure attack. However, Inoue Daichi, dressed in a faded old jersey, looked at the aggressively charging Zhou Tian with a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Too green. Faced with Zhou Tian's pressure, Inoue Daichi did not accelerate, not even moving much. He simply slightly arched his back, lowered his center of gravity, and gently nudged Zhou Tian's hip bone with the thick ugh. Zhou Tian felt as if he had crashed into a stone wrapped in cotton. His point of force entirely dissipated. Taking advantage of Zhou Tian's momentary stiffness, Inoue Daichi discreetly flicked his ankle. The ball slipped through Zhou Tian's legs. Through the legs. And it was a humiliating thruff. The legs. Old ginger is hotter than young pepper, you little brat. Inoue Daichi turned, carried the ball forward, and did not forget to mock. Go practice your core again. Damn, old man. Zhou Tian, furious and embarrassed, turned to chase back. But this was the essence of five-a-side. In a larger field, Zhou Tian might utilize his 94-point vision to anticipate long passes. But in a small field, this kind of close-quarters grappling and micromanipulation often required experience more than talent. In the first 5 minutes, this group of young men from FC Tokyo was struggling. Don't rush. Spread out. Zhou Tian directed from the midfield. He tried to use quick-paced ball movement to unsettle the opponent. The ball reached Takeda Go's feet. Takeda Go attempted to break through. However, the seemingly overweight center back from the opposing side merely tugged lightly at the hem of Takeda Go's jersey, an extremely discreet move unseen by the referee, causing Takeda Go's rhythm to falter, and the ball was intercepted. What a pity Sunday. Inoue Daichi received the ball in midfield, and while shielding it from Zhou Tian's defense, he activated trash talk teaching mode. If it were a larger field with space for you to adjust, you might not have so many mistakes. But Inoue Daichi suddenly feigned an action, tricking Zhou Tian into shifting his weight. This is a small field. Every inch of space here has to be fought for with brains and butt. Being continuously toyed with, Zhou Tian finally unleashed his bully attributes. Stop yapping. Zhou Tian ignored any fake moves. Strength 53, though not high, it's enough to deal with old men at the professional level. He charged forward, shoulders slamming into Inoue Daichi. Not just for the ball, but for the man. Old man, take this hit. Bang. The two collided. Though Inoue Daichi was experienced, his age caught him off guard. He was directly knocked to the ground, rolling twice. Toot toot. The referee's whistle blew. Foul. Collision foul. The referee rushed over and sternly warned Zhou Tian, but considering it was the finals and there was no malicious intent, he did not issue a card. Inoue Daichi sat on the ground, rubbing his old waist, pointing at Zhou Tian and scolding. You little brat. Did you really collide? Do you understand respect for the elderly and love for the young? Wait. Tomorrow at the training base, I'm going to make you do 1,000 sets of push-ups. Zhou Tian made a face. This is a match. What you taught me going all out is respect. Meanwhile, on the grass in Chiba Prefecture, a completely unequal slaughter was taking place. Japan U18 national team versus Australia U18 national team. Although the Australian players were tall and had seemingly strong physical attributes, under the control of Japan's two midfield cores, Shinkai Ao and Sasaki Rito, they resembled a group of clumsy kangaroos spinning in circles. Sasaki Rito adjusted his contact lenses and calmly intercepted an attack from the opponent in the midfield. Too slow, Sasaki commented. Both in thinking speed and action frequency, they seem a bit dull. Shinkai Ao received from him, lightly controlling the ball with his left foot. Don't underestimate them. Though Shinkai Ao said this, his expression was relaxed. Let's score first. Nothing counts. Before he finished speaking, Shinkai Ao's eyes suddenly changed. God's eye omniscience captured a moment in the front court. That was the weakness of the two tall Australian center backs, turning slowly. And that number 10 silhouette had already started moving. Go. Shinkai Ao drew a beautiful arc with his left foot. A precise diagonal pass. The ball, like a cruise missile, skimmed past the defender's zone and landed at the edge of the penalty area. Kudo Aichi rushed in. Aichi, Shinkai Ao called out. In the front court, Kudo Aichi, running at high speed, slightly frowned. Though the pass was comfortable, he still proudly muttered in his heart. So noisy. Passing the ball to me doesn't need a name call. Though Shinkai didn't shout it out loud, he felt it. And this ball has a bit of spin. It's not as smooth as the commoner's pass. Though there were many thoughts in his mind, Kudo's footwork showed no hesitation. Facing the advancing Australian goalkeeper, Kudo Aichi neither chose to dribble nor to shoot powerfully. He simply leaned slightly to the left while running, and with a flick of his right foot executed an artistic curling shot. The ball sailed past the goalkeeper's fingertips and nestled into the far corner. 1-0. After scoring, Kudo Aichi simply raised his fist in celebration. Teammates in Warrior Blue rushed over to celebrate, but everyone remained composed. Because for this Japan U20 team, which boasted a golden generation, winning against Australia was merely a basic operation. This is just the first goal. Kudo Aichi picked up the ball and ran back to the center circle. He looked toward the camera in the stands, thinking, that fool is probably getting bullied by Coach Inoue right now. It turned out Kudo Aichi's premonition was accurate. In the 15th minute, taking advantage of a free kick opportunity, Tokyo Old Cannons team showcased what it meant by the wisdom of old Oilers. Inoue Daichi stood over the ball, feigning a direct shot. Zhou Tian and Takeda Go nervously formed a wall. In the end, Inoue Daichi merely faked a shot and lightly passed the ball. The retired former J-League star next to him didn't even need to move, just met the ball with a clever shot. The ball passed through the wall's legs again, through the legs, and drilled into the dead corner. 0-1. The Rice Bucket team fell behind. Yay! After scoring, this group of uncles, averaging 40 years old, even celebrated by hugging each other like children. Inoue Daichi even made an extremely childish face at Zhou Tian, sticking out his tongue. Sorry son, we want to take this 1 million prize and eat until we burst at Showa Pavilion. You'll just have to drink the northwest wind. Zhou Tian glared at the disrespectful coach, grinding his teeth in anger. Damn, old man. Can you at least act like hurry back to kick off? I'm going to counterattack. On the sidelines in the VIP family seats, Kataho Maki was sitting there next to a gentle-looking middle-aged woman, Inoue Daichi's wife. Both watched the two children, making faces and trading trash talk with each other on the field, unable to help but cover them. Inoue's wife laughed awkwardly. Maki-chan, I'm really sorry. My old man turns into a 3-year-old when it comes to playing football. No, madam, you're too polite. Maki blushed, wishing to find a hole to hide in. My man isn't any better. These two are simply grown-up monkeys. The two exchanged glances, sighed in unison, and then silently chanted in their hearts. These two are not from Tokyo FC. These two are not from Tokyo FC. I don't know them. I don't know them. The match continued. After conceding a goal, Zhou Tian calmed down instead. He looked at the smug Inoue Daichi. Thinking you can win me with experience? Dream on. Zhou Tian took a deep breath. Vision 95 frequency adjustment. Speedy. Stop running around. Look at my signals. Zhou Tian raised his thumb. In the 18th minute, Zhou Tian received the ball in midfield. Inoue Daichi again closed and ready to use that, but defense method. But this time Zhou Tian did not withstand it. At the moment, Inoue Daichi arched his, but Zhou Tian suddenly used his newly practiced high frequency, pulling the ball back with his toe, then spun like a top. Marseille turn. Though the move was still a bit stiff, not smooth enough, it was sufficient in a 5-a-side field. Inoue Daichi hit empty with his butt and staggered. Passed. Zhou Tian had gotten past his coach. Ahead lay open space. But he didn't get greedy, because he saw that Black Lightning had already started moving. Here you go, Flyman. Zhou Tian made a quick through pass. The ball was played quickly with a hint of power from his strength. Speedy arrived in a flash. Facing the goalkeeper, he took a powerful shot into the net. 1-1. Tied. After scoring, Speedy was about to dance, but was pulled back by Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian maintained his miser habit, not celebrating, only thinking about winning. He shouted at Speedy. Stop dancing. Quickly bring the ball back. Tonight we're going to feast at Showa Pavilion. I'm going to eat all the old man's secret stash. Speedy laughed heartily, carrying the ball back to the center circle. Okay, boss. For the pork cutlet rice. The ensuing match turned into a tug-of war between Youth Storm and Sunset Experience. Inoue Daichi's team's cooperation was indeed clever, with various backheel passes and lobs, leaving Zhou Tian and the others bewildered. But Zhou Tian's side excelled in running, colliding, and quick reactions. 2-1 Zhou Tian assisted Takeda Go. 2-2 Inoue Daichi scored directly from a free kick. 3-2 Speedy broke through with individual skill to score. 3-3 a retired star equalized with a long shot. Until the last minute of the match, the score remained 3-3. Last ball. Zhou Tian was gasping, but the light in his eyes grew brighter. Let's settle this, old man. Zhou Tian received the ball. Inoue Daichi could no longer run and could only rely on positioning to block. Zhou Tian looked at Inoue Daichi. Suddenly he made a bold move. He neither passed nor dribbled. Instead he directly shot a lob. In 5-a-side lobs are extremely rare, but Zhou Tian's omniscient eye saw that the opposing goalkeeper was slightly out of position. Going. The ball traced a high arc soaring over Inoue Daichi's head and the goalkeeper's fingertips. It struck the underside of the crossbar and fell into the net. 4-3. A last-minute winner. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. Showa Pavilion Rice Bucket team won the Adidas Cup Championship. Zhou Tian collapsed directly to the ground, staring at the ceiling, laughing like a fool. We won. 1 million. Inoue Daichi walked over, and although he lost his smile, was even happier than he extended his hand, pulling Zhou Tian up. Well done, you little brat. Inoue Daichi ruffled Zhou Tian's hair. That last lob, I had the style of my youth. Hee, that's thanks to your teaching, old man. Zhou Tian played along. Alright, stop. Inoue Daichi patted his back. Let's go to Showa Pavilion. Since you won, I will accept my bet. Old man, how about I treat? Zhou Tian shook the championship check in his hand. After all, you also contributed to the prize. Silly brat. Inoue Daichi put his arm around his shoulder, walking towards the sidelines. Today I'm treating. This isn't just a meal. This is your initiation gift. You played well Sunday. Your current level is already enough to challenge higher places. Zhou Tian was taken aback, looking at the white hair at the coach's temples, feeling warm inside. Thank you, coach. On the sidelines, Kataho Maki and Inoue's wife were waiting for them. Watching these two sweaty men casually leaning against each other, the two women helplessly pouted, saying in unison, Hey, you two. Did you forget about us? Almost at the same time. Beep, beep, beep. The other match also ended. Japan U18 4-0 Australia U18. A resounding victory. Kudo Aichi completed a hat-trick. Shinkai Ao contributed 2 assists. There were no wild celebrations. For them, this was just routine. Kudo Aichi approached the referee to take the match ball. This is customary. A player who completes a hat-trick can take the ball home as a memento. In the post-match mixed zone, countless reporters surrounded this Suntadebit super rookie in J1 League. Kudo-san, congratulations on the hat-trick. How do you feel right now? What are your expectations for the upcoming first? Kudo Aichi held the ball wearing that signature, slightly arrogant smile. Feelings? It's alright. After all, the opponent was just Australia. This comment left the reporters sweating. Kudo-san, we saw that you specifically took the match ball. What do you plan to do with this ball? Will you keep it at home? Kudo Aichi looked down at the ball in his hands, the dirt still not. He suddenly smiled, smiling slyly and gently. This ball. Kudo shook the ball toward the camera. I don't plan to keep it. I want to take it back to FC Tokyo's youth training base. For whom? A reporter curiously. For a silly teammate in my youth training team. Kudo Aichi said. That guy is a football fanatic and also a miser. He will definitely be envious of this ball. He seems to have never been called up to the national team. I want to take this ball to provoke him a bit. All the reporters were stunned. Silly teammate. Never been to the national team. Is this a mockery? Oh, that teammate. Is he strong? Will he join the Samurai Blue Japan national team soon? A reporter keenly sniffed out the news point. Kudo Aichi shook his head. Haha, no way. He won't join the Samurai Blue. Why, oi? Because. Kudo Aichi looked at the camera stating word by word. He is not Japanese. He is Chinese. As soon as these words left his mouth, the reporters were in an uproar. A Chinese. In FC Tokyo's youth training. Still a teammate recognized by Kudo Aichi. Kudo Aichi ignored the reporter's astonishment, continuing. Though he can't enter the Japan team. But. Kudo Aichi's eyes became incredibly firm. Remember this. He will be the most important player for FC Tokyo in the future. Of course. Except for me. After speaking, he casually turned away, leaving a group of reporters in disarray. In front of the television, Zhou Tian was eating a celebration feast at Showa Pavilion, watching the screen, and forgot to chew the pork cutlet while staring at the back of that braggart. That bastard. Zhou Tian's eyes turned a bit red. Who wants your broken ball? How dare you call me a fool on national live broadcast? Though cursing, he turned to Maki beside him, saying, Maki, I want that ball. July midsummer. Tokyo. The cicadas cried out hoarsely from the treetops as if protesting against the intense heat that could melt the asphalt. The international match day has ended, and the flames of the T-League are about to reignite. However, due to the oppressive heat of Tokyo's summer, to ensure the players' safety, the training schedule of the FC Tokyo youth team has been adjusted. Training during the scorching noon hours has been cancelled, replaced by dual sessions in the early morning and evening. FC Tokyo youth training base locker room. Although the air conditioning is running strong, the boys who just finished a scrimmage still look as if they've just been pulled from water, with the locker room filled with the scent of sweat spray and hormones. Naturally, the topic of conversation revolves around their next opponent, Kagakuin Jigawaka. Hey, have you heard? Tanaka Kenta said mysteriously while patting toner onto his face. This guy has recently started to pay attention to his. That Hayakawa Rin from Kagakuin played as a forward partner with Kudo in the recent national youth team match. Of course, I watched the live stream. Takeda, bare-chested and showing off his muscular build, was using a massage gun to relax his thighs. That guy, while not tall at about 168 centimeters, has a center of gravity as stable as a weeble. An Australian defender who is around 190 centimeters collided with him, and he almost got sent flying. This is what is called the low center of gravity advantage. Speedy chewed gum, busy with his dreadlocks. He's a bit like Messi. Though not as monstrous as Messi, he is indeed hard to defend against among high school students. His change of direction is too fast. I worry my ankles can't keep up. As a former national youth team member, Kudo Aichi had specifically warned Zhou Tian before leaving that Hayakawa Run is a typical small guy who plays with his brain. He can not only break through himself, but also create opportunities for his teammates. If you don't contain him, you'll be in for a rough time. Zhou Tian sat in a corner listening to his teammates discuss without interjecting. He was examining his own body. After enduring a hellish period of physical training combined with Maki's precisely measured nutritional meals and the strength attributes he had been crazily enhancing during five-a-side matches. Though Zhou Tian still looked slim without his clothes, his muscle definition was already quite obvious, especially in his thighs. Earlier during the training match, he attempted to shield the ball and surprisingly withstood 30 of Takeda's force. Previously, he couldn't withstand even 10. It's not just about hardness. Zhou Tian clenched his fist, feeling the strength coursing through his fingertips. I feel that my body's flexibility and the fine control of my muscles have also improved. In the past, when his brain issued commands, there would be a 0.5-second delay in his body, sometimes even resulting in awkward movements. But now that delay is shortening. Though he hasn't reached the point where the heart moves with intention, at least he wouldn't make the low-level mistakes of thinking about a through ball while his foot kicks it away. It seems that investing points in strength was the right choice. Zhou Tian felt pleased. If I can win a few more matches and raise my strength to 60 or even 70, I can unlock the upper limit of my vision and push for 100 points. He skillfully summoned the system panel, ready to admire his attributes and plan his score farming schedule for the week. System opened the panel. However, no familiar blue data box popped up. Instead, a massive dialog box glimmering with golden red light appeared, occupying his entire retina. System notification: the host's bodily functions and technical level have surpassed the complete novice stage. Detection indicates that the host's understanding of football has shifted from mere game data to competitive essence. Zhou Tian was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you complimenting me? The next second the text in the dialogue box changed. It grew cold, yet carried a sense of stern expectation. It seems that even if I strip you of the ability to directly acquire points through victory, you can still progress on your own. Zhou Tian's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Strip? What do you mean by stripping? Moreover, your progress far exceeds your own imagination. Your body is adapting to professional intensity, and your nerves are being reshaped. In that case, I will return your system upgrade announcement of version 3.0 victory point allocation function disabled. Note: winning matches will no longer yield free attribute points in the future. To grow stronger, please sweat. New module: unlock training assistant system. Physical enhancement: training effectiveness increased by 80. You train for 1 hour of strength equivalent to others training for 8 hours with faster recovery. Ball control assistance: training effectiveness increased by 80. Compensation for your poor ball sense from starting late. The more you touch the ball, the more it will stick to you. Tactical understanding: training effectiveness increased by 200. With your S-level vision, your absorption of tactics is 3 times that of an average person. Passing specialized training effectiveness increased by 300. This is your core weapon. As long as you are willing to practice, your technique will catch up to your vision at a terrifying speed. Other items: ball control, dribbling, shooting, free kicks, defense. No bonuses. Only hard practice. Finally, the system left a line of text seeming to mock, yet also encourage: keep it up, young man. On the road to becoming a football king, there are no shortcuts. Only this pair of enhanced eyes and a resilient body. Zhou Tian sat dumbfounded on the bench, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. It's gone. The simple and straightforward winning point allocation is gone. The mechanism that made him feel like he was joyfully leveling up in an RPG is gone. In its place is a training accelerator. Is this the nerf or a buff? Zhou Tian screamed internally. In the short term, this is a monumental nerf, because he can no longer instantly boost a stat through a few easy matches. But in the long term, passing training effectiveness increased by 300. This means that if he practices passing for a month, it would be equivalent to others practicing for 3 months, coupled with the physical training bonus. This absolutely shatters his upper limit, but the process is going to be incredibly exhausting. So in order to become stronger in the future, I have to train like a mad dog. Zhou Tian looked at his hands. No more slacking off. I can't rely on luck anymore. The massive influx of information left Zhou Tian feeling a bit dazed. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It's like having always played a game with cheat codes, and suddenly the GM tells you, since you've been playing well, we've confiscated your modifier, but we've given you a 10-fold experience card. Please level up on your own. Just as Zhou Tian was in the midst of this intense internal conflict. Buzz buzz. The phone resting on the bench. Zhou Tian numbly picked up the phone. It was a video call request from line. Note: Queen Maki. Zhou Tian took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and answered. On the screen appeared the delicate face of Kitaho Maki. She seemed to be at home with her background showing her wardrobe piled high with several sets of clothes. Hey, Zhou Tian. Maki's voice carried a hint of urgency and an almost imperceptible excitement. What are you doing? Why aren't you back yet? Didn't we agree to go see a movie this afternoon? I already bought the tickets. Zhou Tian suddenly remembered. Today is Sunday. Although he trained in the morning, the afternoon was free time. Plus, he promised Maki they would go to Shibuya to see that new romantic suspense film. Oh, I just finished training and was daydreaming. Zhou Tian stammered. Daydreaming about what? Maki brought the phone closer, her beautiful eyes glaring at the screen. Hurry up and take a shower and change. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Actually, she hadn't left yet, trying to trick him. If you're late, you're dead. And remember to wear that white shirt. It looks good on you. Yes. Zhou Tian instantly snapped out of his philosophical musings about the system change. The world is vast, but the girlfriend is the most important. The system has changed, but life goes on and football must be played. But if Maki gets angry, that would be more terrifying than having no attribute points. I'll wash up now. 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. Zhou Tian hung up the phone, stuffed it into his bag, grabbed a towel, and dashed toward the shower. Damn the system. I'll study you after the date. Shibuya Toho Cinema. The cinema lobby was air-conditioned, a stark contrast to the steamy world outside. Zhou Tian stood by the ticket machine, holding a cup of iced cola, a cup of iced water, and a large bucket of popcorn. He had already changed into his outfit, a white shirt following orders, sleeves rolled up, revealing his smoothly defined forearms, with dark casual pants below. His hair was also dry, looking neat and tidy. Sorry for the wait. A wave of fragrance wafted in. Zhou Tian turned his head, and his breath caught for a moment. Kitaho Maki had arrived. She was wearing a black floral slip dress with a skirt that split above her knees, subtly revealing a glimpse of white skin as she moved. Over it, she wore an extremely lightweight white sunscreen cardigan, half concealing, which only added to her allure. On her feet were fine-strapped sandals with her toes painted a cute cherry red. Most strikingly, she wore a slightly more mature makeup today, with her lips glistening, making one want to take a... What are you staring at, silly? Maki walked up to him, naturally taking the cola from his hand and casually adjusting his collar. I'm staring at how beautiful you are, Zhou Tian answered honestly. Maki, you look a bit against the rules today. Against the rules? Maki raised an eyebrow. Where am I breaking the rules? Everywhere. This dress, isn't it a bit too Zhou Tian's gaze became a bit dazed. Too what? Maki leaned closer to him, her eyes playful. Too sexy. You don't like it. I like it. Really like it. Zhou Tian nodded vigorously. It's just, I don't want others to see you. Hey, you stingy boy. Maki linked her arm with his, pressing her body close. In that moment, the soft touch and cool skin temperature sent Zhou Tian's heartbeat soaring to 120. Let's go, we need to get in. It's a horror film, don't get scared and dive into my arms later. Huh, isn't it a romantic suspense film? I was kidding. It's the latest Ju-on. Inside the screening room, the lights went out. The eerie theme song began to play on the big screen. Zhou Tian and Maki sat in the couple's seat in the last row with no armrest in between. To be honest, Zhou Tian was actually quite afraid of ghosts. But as a man, especially in front of his girlfriend, he had to act as if nothing was wrong. It's fine, it's all fake, it's all special effects. Zhou Tian silently recited in his heart, while tightly gripping the 10 minutes into the movie, a pale ghost face appeared on the screen. The sound effect exploded suddenly. Zhou Tian jumped, almost spilling the popcorn. At that moment, a warm hand quietly reached over, grasping his cold hand. Zhou Tian turned his head. In the faint reflection from the screen, he saw Maki staring intently at the screen, her face showing no trace of fear, instead completely engrossed. However, her hand gently caressed the back of his hand, as if soothing a frightened puppy. Are you scared? Maki leaned close to his ear, her breath like an ethereal fragrance. No, Zhou Tian insisted. TCH. Maki chuckled lightly. She rested her head on Zhou Tian's shoulder, encircling his waist with one arm. This way you shouldn't be scared anymore, right? She whispered. Zhou Tian froze. The soft touch, the lingering scent of her hair at his nose instantly dispelled all feelings of terror. Is the ghost on the screen screaming? He couldn't hear it. At this moment, Zhou Tian's world contained only the weight on his shoulder and the warmth of the hand around his waist. Maki. Zhou Tian turned his head, his lips almost brushing against her forehead. She'll watch the movie. Maki said this, yet did not pull away. For the next hour, Zhou Tian had no idea what the movie was about. His focus was entirely on the girl beside him. She would occasionally gasp in surprise at the plot, gripping his shirt tightly. She would occasionally change her position, her hair brushing against his neck, causing a ticklish sensation. She would occasionally feed him a piece of popcorn, her fingers brushing against his lips. This intimacy in the dark in a public place was far more thrilling than any horror film. The movie ended. The two walked out of the cinema, and the sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. Phew. That ghost actually didn't die in the end. That's so ridiculous. Maki was still complaining about the plot. Zhou Tian had a dazed expression. Really? Didn't die? You really? Maki pinched him. I watched you. Zhou Tian smiled foolishly. You're so slick with your tongue. Maki, it's still early for dinner. Do you want to rest for a bit? At those words, Zhou Tian's radar perked up immediately. Rest? Rest? Is it that kind of rest, or that kind of rest? Let's go to your place. Maki added, it's too hot outside, I want to enjoy the air conditioning. Moreover, she lowered her voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. These shoes are a bit painful, I want to change into some slippers. No problem. Let's go home right away. As soon as they entered Zhou Tian's apartment, the cold air conditioning dispelled the summer heat. Maki kicked off her high-heeled sandals as soon as she entered, her bare feet on the floor, letting out a comfortable sigh. Home is so much better. Hey, Maki, be mindful of your image. There's no one else here. Maki said lazily. She patted the space beside her. Come here, sit. Zhou Tian obediently walked over and sat down. Maki leaned over, resting her head on Zhou Tian's thigh. She gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Moi. Zhou Tian looked down at her, unsure where to place his hands, finally settling them gently on her shoulder. Do you have confidence in the match against Kagaquin Jugawaka? Yes, Zhou Tian nodded. Though the system had changed, his determination to get stronger had not. Moreover, with the 300 passing training bonus, he planned to push himself hard over the next few days. That's good. Maki reached out, playing with the buttons of Zhou Tian's shirt. That Hayakawa run, while very formidable, but I believe my boyfriend is the best. She unbuttoned the first button of Zhou Tian's collar, then the second. Zhou Tian's breathing quickened. And Maki, what are you doing? It's hot. Maki replied defiantly. And she paused, her movements, her hand sliding down along Zhou Tian's collarbone, slowly tracing down to his chest. Feeling the intense heartbeat beneath. I want to see. Maki's gaze grew somewhat hazy. Whether this body has really become stronger. Zhou Tian felt as if his mind was exploding. He lowered his head, looking at the girl in his arms. Her rosy lips seemed to silently invite him. He leaned in and kissed that chattering mouth. Of course it was just a kiss. Outside, the sound of cicadas continued to buzz, but inside the room the air on this summer afternoon became incredibly enchanting and prolonged. This is youth. With passionate football, a brutal system, and this damn sweet love. On Sunday evening at Zhou Tian's apartment, the stubborn afterglow of the sunset clung to the windowsill, reluctant to depart. The atmosphere inside the room, after enduring an intense evaluation, gradually cooled down to a safe threshold. Nothing inappropriate had occurred. After all, it was during the tea league, and although Kataho Maki spoke of evaluation as a principled honor student and a member of the discipline committee, she hit the brakes at the last moment. Of course, that long, passionate, and slightly clumsy kiss was enough to overload Zhou Tian's brain CPU. At this moment, Maki was sitting on the sofa, adjusting her somewhat disheveled collar. The blush on her face had not completely faded, but her gaze had returned to its usual clarity, even with a hint of killing intent. All right, the evaluation is over. Maki cleared her throat and forcibly dispelled the lingering romantic atmosphere. Although your muscles are indeed a bit harder, they haven't reached my standard. Keep up the effort. Yes. Yes. Zhou Tian sat on the carpet like an obedient elementary student still savoring the earlier sensations. Now let's talk business. Maki took out a notebook from her bag. It was the body transformation plan 2.0 she had devised for Zhou Tian. Since your goal is a higher level league, and you said you can feel your bonus potential, which is actually a system prompt, the facilities at home must keep up. She glanced around the living room, which though spacious had nothing but a sofa and a television. This place is too empty. Rather than letting it gather dust, it should be turned into a gym. No problem. Zhou Tian waved his hand grandly by it. I was just thinking the same. I have no other hobbies anyway. Money left and used just gathers mold. As a rich second-generation, Zhou Tian displayed an astonishing money ability at that moment. He took out his phone, opened a shopping website, and began frantically placing orders under Maki's guidance. This. Professional squat rack. Buy. Smith machine. Buy. This set of dumbbells looks good, made of cast iron. Buy the whole set. What else do we need? Bench press. Rowing machine. Treadmill. How about a hyperbaric oxygen chamber? I saw that Ronaldo has one. Maki pressed down on his hand. That's too extravagant, and your electricity bill will explode. Just buy the basic equipment for now. In just half an hour, Zhou Tian spent about several 100,000 yen. For an ordinary high school student, this was astronomical, but for Zhou Tian, it was merely an investment in necessary equipment for leveling up. Next are the supplements. Maki pulled out a list filled with various chemical names. Whey protein powder, branch chain amino acids, BCA, glutamine, creatine, deep sea fish oil. Maki pushed up her non-existent glasses, looking every bit the professional sports nutritionist. I've already contacted suppliers for these, and they'll be delivered tomorrow. They'll write your daily intake on a sticky note, and if you dare to skip even a sip or secretly pour it out. Maki narrowed her eyes and made a scissors gesture. They'll tie you to the squat rack and force it down your throat. Zhou Tian shuddered and quickly nodded. He'll drink. I love protein powder the most. Not really. The following week, with the new equipment arriving one after another, Zhou Tian's apartment had completely transformed into a mini training base. Zhou Tian himself also officially began his experience journey with System 3.0, Training Assistance Mode. Morning at 5:30. Zhou Tian woke up before the alarm rang. This was not due to insomnia, but because his body seemed filled with a certain craving. Craving to sweat, craving to tear. Let's begin. Zhou Tian downed a cup of Maki's special awakening drink, which tasted like dishwater, and walked over. Body strengthening training effectiveness increased by 80. The terrifying aspect of this buff lies not in instantly increasing your strength, but in recovery and feedback. An ordinary person might need to rest for 3 minutes after a set of squats, and the next day their legs would ache so much that they couldn't go downstairs. But Zhou Tian found that after completing a set, he only needed to catch his breath, as if the lactic acid were rapidly decomposed by some mysterious force, and his muscles were re-energized. Moreover, with each contraction of the muscles and every effort, his brain received clear feedback. This set stimulated the outer quadriceps. This set did not sufficiently activate the gluteus maximus. This extremely clear leveling up feeling made mundane strength training as addictive as playing a game. Refreshing. Zhou Tian pushed up the barbell, sweat flowing along the muscle fibers. He could feel his body transforming at a speed that defied physiological norms, becoming stronger, firmer, and more explosive. Afternoon at 1600. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base. If training the body was painful yet pleasurable, then passing training was like opening the door to a new world for Zhou Tian. Passing special training effectiveness increased by 300. What does this mean? It means that when he kicks a ball, he is equivalent to 3 kicks from others. He practiced for an hour, matching the effort of others practicing for an afternoon. In a corner of the training ground, he set up a row of cones, establishing various tricky angles. Bang! 1 kick sent the ball flying. The ball hit the wall and rebounded. Bang! He shot without stopping. Previously, Zhou Tian's consecutive rapid kicks would likely misfire on the 3rd or 4th kick, or the ball would fly off. But now, this feeling. Zhou Tian looked at the ball beneath his feet. The ball seemed to have become an extension of his body. His ankle arch and the area making contact with the ball adjusted automatically with each touch. Muscle memory was being generated at an astonishing speed. Again, Zhou Tian tirelessly repeated the process. 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times. When Inoue Daichi passed by and saw Zhou Tian still kicking the ball against the wall, he initially wanted to advise, but he stopped watch for a while and his expression changed. This kid's progress speed. Is it a bit unscientific? Inoue Daichi was secretly astonished. Last week his ankle was still quite stiff, but this week, the smoothness of his touches feels as if he has changed feet. Could this be what they call having an epiphany? Zhou Tian was unaware of the coach's astonishment. He only knew he couldn't stop. The feedback of as long as you practice you can become stronger was too intense. Every pass was more precise, more effortless, and more in line with his intentions than the last. Until night fell and the lights turned on, Kitaho Maki appeared on the sidelines looking displeased as she shouted, Zhou Tian, it's time to go home. If we don't leave soon, Showa T will close. Only then did Zhou Tian snap back to reality, reluctantly stopping his feet. Coming. They'll leave right now. He looked at the wall marked with his kicks, revealing a satisfied smile. We'll continue tomorrow. Wednesday at 1630. FC Tokyo Youth Training Subfield. It was yet another routine bullying the inexperienced day. The fourth-tier experienced babies stood opposite Zhou Tian once again. The goalkeeper looked utterly desperate. Bro, there's no match this week. Can't you let us off the hook? The defender shivered. Yeah, last time that Speedy made us doubt life. What new tricks are you planning this time? Zhou Tian, wearing the main team's jersey, stood at the center circle with that familiar harmless smile. Don't worry, it's just a test of training results. Although the system had removed points for winning, it didn't mean matches were useless. In combat, practical application is the only standard to measure training outcomes. Moreover, even without the point rewards, the tactical understanding training 200 buff still took effect during actual matches. Beep. The match began. In the first 10 minutes, the players of the four teams noticed something strange. The Zhou Tian, who usually ran around like a mad dog rushing to retrieve the ball as soon as he scored, shouting get the ball and get the ball in, was nowhere to be found. In his place stood a overly composed midfielder. Zhou Tian held the ball at midfield. He was calm, and he did not choose to blindly make a long pass to the forwards immediately, as there was no need to rack up assists now, but instead calmly observed pass sideways and orchestrated. In the 15th minute, Zhou Tian spotted an opportunity and made a penetrating through pass. Tanaka Kenta received the ball when unknown and scored. 1-0. After scoring, Tanaka habitually prepared to run back, waiting for Zhou Tian to urge him on. But when he turned around and looked back, Zhou Tian was standing still, sorting out his socks. He did not rush into the goal to retrieve the ball, nor did he shout. Not even that iconic money-loving expression was visible. Huh. Tanaka was stunned. Sunday, aren't you going to get the ball? Zhou Tian raised his head, looking puzzled. Why retrieve the ball? We've taken the lead, let's take it slow and control the tempo. Got it. Huh. The whole field was in shock. This included opponents' teammates, and even in no way Daichi on the sideline. Hey. Takeda just ran over and touched Zhou Tian's forehead. Are you feeling alright? Didn't you love racking up score? Isn't time money? What was in the past is in the past, what matters now is now. Zhou Tian brushed Takeda's hand away, his expression calm though inside. He was bleeding, because there are no points. Now I pursue quality, not quantity. I want to make every pass and every run perfect. As for the score, Zhou Tian shrugged. As long as we win. The others exchanged glances. The sudden shift in atmosphere was too rapid. Where was that demon who would stop at nothing to rack up points? Could it be that dating has changed his personality? Yet, soon they realized they were wrong. The demon was still the same demon, just with a different way of torturing others. In the 25th minute, Takeda made a defensive blunder at midfield, letting the opponent's forward slip past. Although the opponent ultimately shot off target, it was not a big deal. But at the moment of dead ball, Zhou Tian suddenly erupted. A roar louder than when he was trying to score rang out. Zhou Tian dashed in front of Takeda, pointing at the spot from just now, spitting words. What are you doing? Are you sleepwalking? You should have moved 2 steps left. Block his cutting route. Where's your anticipation? Where's your positioning? Have the bodyguard tactics you've been practicing for days gone to the dogs? Takeda was stunned by the scolding. No, that ball didn't go in. It didn't go in because we were lucky. Zhou Tian insisted. If it were Hayakawa Ren from Kokushikan Kagakuin, that ball would have gone in already. We can't rely on luck to play football. We need absolute control. Focus. If there's another time like this, it'll make you watch me eat pork cutlet rice while you sip cold water tonight. Takeda, how ruthless. This is even harder to bear than being killed. On the sidelines, Inoue Daichi watched this scene, his previously tense heart relaxed, and he even couldn't help but laugh. Hey Daichi. The assistant coach wiped his sweat. I thought this kid had changed his ways, lost his desire to win. No. Inoue Daichi shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration. It seems he still has it. It's just that the thrill of bullying the inexperienced is gone. In the past, he rushed to score because he wanted to win to prove himself. Now, Inoue Daichi watched Zhou Tian on the field, who was drawing tactical movement diagrams for his teammates. He is beginning to pursue dominance. He is no longer satisfied with victory in chaotic battles. What he desires is a perfect, flawless win. This is what a true core player should be like. The match continued. Although Zhou Tian no longer rushed to urge the ball to be played, FC Tokyo's offensive became even more suffocating. Because every time Zhou Tian played the ball, it was well considered. The error rate significantly decreased. Control greatly increased. The final score was 5-0. A clean sheet against the opponent. Moreover, throughout the match, the 4 teams didn't even have a single decent shot on goal. Too terrifying. The chubby goalkeeper lay flat after the match. Before I was beaten to death by his wild punches, and now I'm slowly suffocated like a frog in warm water. It feels completely different in terms of level. Zhou Tian stood on the field, feeling the feedback from his body. Although there was no prompt sound for point rewards, he could clearly feel that after this match his use of vision had become more proficient, and his synergy with his teammates had, amidst the scolding, improved a notch. Not bad. Zhou Tian wiped his sweat. Kokushikan Kagakuin. He looked far away. No matter what your American football, or what the smartest team is, facing the current me, you may not have enough brains left. Time flew by. A week of summer vacation quickly. Under Maki's nurturing and the system's enhancement, Zhou Tian's physical attributes visibly strengthened. Although he was still some distance from Class B, he was no longer the fragile glass man who shattered at the slightest touch. July, the height of summer. FC Tokyo, Xiaoping Stadium. Though it was summer vacation, the fires of the T-League showed no sign of cooling. Indeed, with the heavyweight newcomer Speedy, what Tung Si Pai D officially registered, and set to make his debut. FC Tokyo's home ground was unusually electric today. The stands were packed. Not only parents and diehard fans, but scouts with notebooks in hand filled the tiers. Everyone wanted to see how FC Tokyo, having lost its absolute ace Gonting Roni, would react after introducing that their opponents were Guakshuiyuan Juoshan High School, a side that carried a resonant nickname in Tokyo high school football, followers of beautiful football. They were famed for high academic deviation, top scholars, delicate ball control, and astute off-the-ball movement. Most feared among them was the little dynamo wearing number 10 Zhaochuan Lian, barely 168 centimeters tall, yet their talisman. In the pre-game warm-up area, Zhou Tian and Speedy stood stretching near the center circle. The Talon-short light-tan-dark pairing was eye-catching simply by standing there. Zhou Tian fixed his gaze on the small figure warming up with the ball on the opposite half. "Hey bro," Speedy asked, chewing gum and following his look with curiosity. "That little number 10, is that the Zhaochuan Lian you were talking about?" "Of course," Zhou Tian said, hands on hips, delivering his appraisal with mock solemnity. "Don't be fooled by his height, look closely at his thigh muscles." Zhou Tian traced an exaggerated arc with his hand. "Those are built for instant changes of direction at low center of gravity. In that compact frame is an extraordinary ability to pivot. They say he can dribble past 3 men inside a phone booth." "Damn." Speedy removed his sunglasses, surprised. "What do we do then? Low center of gravity guys are the worst. I'm afraid if I shoulder him, he'll just fall, and the ref will call a foul on me." "Don't worry." Zhou Tian patted Speedy's shoulder and spoke loudly. "You can't muscle a concentrated dynamo like that. We'll exploit our height. Play over his head, that's his aerial blind spot." They chatted animatedly without a hint of lowering their voices. Or rather, in Zhou Tian's worldview, that of a social provocateur, this was normal tactical banter. However, less than 10 meters away on the opposite half, Zhaochuan Lian, who had been warming up, suddenly froze mid-motion. He slowly turned his head. The scholar-like calm of his face betrayed a sudden flush on his forehead, several red, angry lines visibly rising. Small, concentrated, aerial blind spot. The corner of Zhaochuan Lian's mouth twitched, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Though he was short, this was his inviolable pride. Being compared in front of him to some animal in a zoo was intolerable. "You too." Just as Zhaochuan Lian was about to storm over and argue, 2 precise hand strikes landed on Zhou Tian and Speedy's heads with a loud crack. FC Tokyo's bouncer and unofficial discipline officer, Wu Tiangang, stood behind them with a grim, "Are you 2 idiots?" Wu Tiangang hissed in a low voice. "Don't loudly discuss the opponent's physical defects. They can hear you. Are you trying to provoke them?" "Ow." Zhou Tian clutched his head. "This is psychological warfare. Don't you get psychological warfare?" On the stands, Baishio Jinshi, wearing a sun hat and holding an iced lemon drink, watched the farce below and pressed a hand to her forehead helplessly. "That fool, offending the opponent's ace before the match even starts." She glanced instead at Zhou Tian, wearing a brand new number 11 jersey, bruised but smiling. After this period of special training, the boy's posture had indeed straightened. Standing there, he now gave off a faint air of core presence. "Good luck," she murmured. Before kickoff, to welcome Speedy's official arrival, FC Tokyo's captain suggested the team form a circle. They put arms around one another and leaned in. Speedy stood in the middle, visibly moved. "Yo brothers, thanks. I'll run myself to death." A roar erupted. 1, 2, 3, go. When the circle broke, Zhou Tian remained standing in place, looking plaintively at his teammates. Hey. Zhou Tian pointed at himself, then at where the circle had been. "Why didn't I get one? When I started as a regular, nobody gave me a welcome like this." The proposing defender blinked and said matter-of-factly, "Sunday, you worked your way up from the 5th and 4th teams, right? Besides, you were promoted from the bench back then. Who deserves a circle for that? Not even once." Zhou Tian complained bitterly. "I'm a genius commander too. I need ceremony. This is discrimination against local youth training." All right, well, make it up to you next time." Tian and Jinta pushed him along. "Get to your position. The ref is about to blow." With the referee's shrill whistle, the match officially began. Guakshuiyu and Juoshan were clearly stung by the pre-game jives. Especially Zhaochuan Lian, who charged at Zhou Tian with the ball from the first whistle, as if to teach the outspoken boy a lesson with a dribble. But this time the man before him was no longer the Zhou Tian who fell at the slightest touch. Zhou Tian did not He timed Zhaochuan Lian's change of direction, and rather than stick a leg out, shifted his body slightly, and used his shoulder to block the inside lane. "Thought you could get past me. Not so easy." Though Zhaochuan Lian still nicked the ball with his rapid feet, Zhou Tian's positioning forced him to slow, and that opened a window for Wu Tiangang to cover. "Keep it." Wu Tiangang stretched a long leg and cleared the ball. FC Tokyo retained possession. "Counter," Zhou Tian shouted. A defender fed the ball back to the retreating Zhou Tian. The moment he received it, 2 Guakshuiyuan midfielders swarmed him. They had studied the tapes. Stifle number 11 and half of FC Tokyo's attack would wither. A trap. Zhou Tian's lip curled into a smile. After this brutal training stint, his short passing had improved to a new level, and his ball sense had made marked strides. Most importantly, his confidence was booming. Faced with the press, Zhou Tian did not panic. At the instant the opponent reached in, he turned his back to the attack. Then with the heel of his right foot, he tapped the ball so deftly it rolled backward, not forward, landing perfectly at Wu. The move was supremely stylish, almost playful. "Didn't expect that, did you, After releasing the pass, Zhou Tian spun and made a forward run, shouting over his shoulder, "I have been reborn." Wu Tian, Play it to me. Ill-organize. Wu Tiangang holding the ball and watching the theatrical commander sprinting and gesticulating for the ball broke into a cold sweat. I was going to pass to you, but could you not shout it out? It's a little too obvious. Despite the protest, Wu Tiangang obediently fed the ball to him. After all, that was their tactic. Give the ball to that madman. Near the center circle, Zhou Tian had the ball again and had already shrugged off the first line of pressure. Ahead of him stood Guoxueyuan and Zhuo Shan's vaunted defense, reputedly the cleverest line in the city. Mark Speedy. Watch behind, their captain barked. All the defenders braced as if facing a nuclear threat, eyes locked on the dark figure poised on the left flank. After all, a 100-meter time of 10.8 seconds wielded the deterrent power of a strategic weapon. Speedy played his part. He executed an exaggerated sprint, faint body leaning forward as if about to explode into pace. He's off. Drop back. The Guoxueyuan back line immediately retreated 5 meters, trying to compress speed. Zhou Tian watched and smiled. A bunch of fools. Do you think my eye is only on that flyer? He muttered that cryptic phrase as though to himself. His gaze, however, was indeed fixed on Speedy. Even his body orientation faced Speedy. He raised his right leg into a clear long pass posture. Blocked the long pass. A Guoxueyuan midfielder lunged to cut the lane. Yet at the instant Zhou Tian struck the ball, his ankle executed an uncanny flick, a demonstration of his passing training, a De Bruyne style outside off the foot curve. He did not strike the ball's bottom. Instead, he met the side of the ball with the outside of his foot, slicing it hard. The ball burst forth, but it did not fly toward the left where Speedy waited. It arced with a wildly exaggerated curve to the right, bypassing the charging midfielder and the retreating center back. Like a boomerang, it flew toward the right flank, the area considered the weak side. The Guoxueyuan defenders were stunned. Not for Speedy. The Black Lightning had been nothing more than bait, the most sumptuous, costly decoy. On the right, in that vacuum of space, the defenders had forgotten a figure ran silently. Not as fast as Speedy, nor as graceful as Gongting, but he ran with firm resolve. Tianzhong Jinta watched the ball, spinning as if with eyes heading straight for him. His heartbeat quickened. Here it comes. I knew Sunday would see me. Tianzhong Jinta extended his foot and cushioned the ball down with composure. This week, by borrowing extra hours at Zhou Tian's wall training, his first touch had visibly improved. Ahead of him now stood only a stunned fullback. It was unknown. Tianzhong Jinta inhaled deeply as outside voices echoed. Tianzhong is just filler. With Speedy here, Tianzhong will be benched. What a joke. Tianzhong roared. Speedy is strong, but he is not my replacement. I'm not here to be a sub for that Jamaican. He did not cross. Facing the fullback, he performed a simple cutback, then using the fitness and explosiveness honed these days, powered an incisive inward run. He's past him, bursting into the box, and facing the keeper. Tianzhong Jinta made no hesitation. He summoned every ounce of strength and struck with his right foot. The ball thundered like an angry bullet into the near corner. The Guoxueyuan keeper reacted, but the shot was too swift. It carried the force of commoner fury. The net billowed white. 10. After just 12 minutes, FC Tokyo opened the scoring through a feint to the east and strike to the west, courtesy of the unassuming Tianzhong Jinta. Tianzhong Jinta, ecstatic, tore at his jersey in a wild celebration, though it did not rip. He charged toward the camera, pointed at his name, and roared. In midfield, Zhou Tian still held his post after the pass. He watched the jubilant Tianzhong, then glanced toward Speedy, who looked almost surprised it had not been for him. Zhou Tian shrugged. How was that? He said into the air, actually addressing the still shocked Zhao Chuan Lian. My passes are not limited to a single lane. On this field, every person is my weapon. On the stands, Baishio Jinshi set down her drink and allowed a proud smile to curl at the corner of her mouth. Well done. Not just the pass, but the ability to unite everyone. That's my commander. The match continued. But FC Tokyo's momentum had already become unstoppable. The 50th minute of the second half. FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Park. Score 1-0. Although FC Tokyo is leading, the game is not as one-sided as expected. The number 10 from Kokugakuin Kagane Hayakawa Run, who was mocked by Zhou Tian as the essence in a bottle, is proving with his actions why he was selected for the Japan U20 national team. Don't try to stop me. Hayakawa Run took possession of the ball in midfield. Facing the bulldozer-like pressure from Takeda Go, this 168 centimeters tall player demonstrated astonishing low center of gravity control. He pivoted with his left foot, his body spinning almost on the grass as if equipped with bearings. Takeda Go's massive frame swiped through the air, charging ahead like a clumsy bear. So fast. Takeda Go exclaimed in astonishment. It's not over yet. Hayakawa Run bypassed one defender only to face Zhou Tian's defensive effort. Zhou Tian clearly saw Hayakawa Ren's next move, a change of direction to the right. However, seeing it is one thing, stopping it is another. Hayakawa Ren's pace was too quick. He touched the ball 3 times in a second, each touch altering the rhythm. Just as Zhou Tian extended his foot, Hayakawa Run had already flicked the ball to the other side. TSK. Is this what they call Mesa-style play? Zhou Tian was forced to tactically retreat, attempting to block the inside lane. Hayakawa Ren pushed through, charging into the edge of the penalty area. However, just as he was about to pass, he froze. Where are his teammates? The winger who should be supporting him on the left was still held back by FC Tokyo's defender. The striker who should be making a run into the center was panting heavily, just arriving at the edge of the arc. Too slow. A hint of helplessness flashed in Hayakawa Ren's eyes. This is the downside of campus football. Although Kokugakuin Kagane is a strong school, they can only pick players from the current batch of students. Even if you're a genius, if you're surrounded by ordinary high school students, your talent will be diluted. Unlike FC Tokyo, which can recruit the strongest talents from all over Tokyo, Japan, and even overseas like Joe, since no one is supporting me, then I'll do it myself. Hayakawa Ren gritted his teeth and forced a long shot against the three defenders. Bang! The ball hit the defender's leg and went out of bounds. Huff! Huff! Hayakawa Ren leaned on his knees, sweat pouring down like rain. He was exhausted. Every attack relied solely on him to carry the ball from midfield to the front. Meanwhile, across from him, Zhou Tian was also panting, but his eyes remained bright. Are you tired? Short genius. Zhou Tian glanced at Hayakawa Ren. His recent special training combined with improved stamina endowed Zhou Tian with terrifying endurance. Although he lacked Hayakawa Ren's explosive power, he could run like a piece of chewing toffee, tirelessly disturbing, blocking, and challenging. The defensive midfielder from Kokugakuin was already exhausted from keeping up with Zhou Tian. Is this guy made of iron? How is he still sprinting? The opposing midfielder felt his mentality crumble as he watched Zhou Tian's relentless figure. This is the gap. Zhou Tian sighed inwardly. My teammates are Speedy, Tanaka, and Takeda. And you? Only have yourself. The 55th minute of the second half. Kokugakuin Kagane launched their final counterattack. Hayakawa Ren seemed to realize his stamina was about to run out and decided to go all in. He received the ball on the left, weaving past Tanaka Kinta and the fullback. His dribbling technique in tight spaces was truly a work of art. Stop him. Don't let him into the penalty area. In no way, Daichi shouted from the sidelines. Hayakawa Ren in a frenzy charged in from near the goal line, facing the goalkeeper. The angle was very narrow. Go in. Hayakawa Ren unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. Bang! The ball shot past the near post like a white flash. It hit the side netting. Hayakawa Ren knelt down, holding his head, letting out a desperate scream. So close, just a few centimeters away. This was not just a missed shot, but the culmination of Kokugakuin Kagane's spirit throughout the entire match. That was their last moment of glory. In the 60th minute of the match, the physical breaking point had arrived. The players of Kokugakuin Kagane began to feel heavy on their feet, and the defensive formation began to fall apart. Zhou Tian stood in midfield, feeling the wind direction, sensing the frequency of the opponent's breathing. The all-seeing eye told him it was time to hunt. He turned his head to look at the black figure in the front line who had been in standby mode, even looking a bit bored. Hey Speedy, Zhou Tian called out. Speedy, who was chewing gum, perked up immediately upon hearing his name. It's almost time. Zhou Tian pointed to the opposing fullback, who was already pale from running. It's time for the hero to make his entrance. Otherwise the audience will question why we signed you for such a hefty price, even though the payment hasn't been made yet. Speedy grinned, revealing a big set of white teeth. He rolled his ankle, and his gaze turned predatory like a cheetah. Following your lead, bro. My tank is still full. In the 62nd minute, FC Tokyo intercepted the ball in the backfield. The ball landed at Zhou Tian's feet. This time there was no pressing, because the midfield of Kokugakuin was already too exhausted. Zhou Tian had ample time to observe. He didn't need to look for delicate gaps, nor did he need to calculate complex spins. He just needed to do one thing. Kick the ball into open space. Go. Zhou Tian swung his leg, sending a lofty long pass toward the vast expanse behind Kokugakuin. The ball was sent high with a large arc, the intention so obvious, it was almost an insult to the intelligence of the opposing defenders. Defend. Behind. The defenders of Kokugakuin shouted, turning to chase back. However, at the moment the ball flew over their heads, the black figure exploded into motion. Boom. As if an engine roared. Speedy's explosiveness was fully displayed at this moment. He surged forward like an F1 car on a go-kart track. The defender who had marked him all game had initially been 2 positions ahead. But after the 3rd second of Speedy's acceleration, he felt a gust of wind pass by him. Then, all he could see was the back of the jersey marked Satu getting further and further away. What? The defender desperately flailed his arms trying to catch up. But the more he chased, the more hopeless he felt. That sheer unreasonable speed difference made him deeply question his years of football training. Am I really cut out for football? How can the gap between people be larger than that between man and dog? Speedy didn't even need to slow down. He caught up to the ball before it touched the ground. Ahead was a vast green field. The goalkeeper appeared to him as a station. Being his first opportunity after transferring and the first performance in front of the home fans, Speedy treasured it greatly. He didn't try any tricks. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. Thud. The ball rolled into the net. 2-0. There was no suspense. Simple, brutal, yet unsolvable. Yeah. Speedy dashed toward the corner flag, executing a passionate slide. The grass quality this time was good, so he didn't get stuck. The fans in the stands erupted. So fast. Impossible to catch up. Is this the power of a foreign player? Zhou Tian clapped in midfield, wearing a knowing smile. This assist was really easy to get. In the 70th minute, Speedy gained another unknown opportunity. It was Zhou Tian's long pass again. Another unreasonable play. But this time Speedy might have been too relaxed trying to chip the goalkeeper, but ended up kicking too hard, sending the ball over the crossbar. Hey, bro, don't waste it. Zhou Tian shouted, that's my assist. Speedy scratched his head and stuck out. Next time for sure. The coach of Kokugakuin Kagane finally couldn't sit still. The defender who had been overtaken by Speedy to the point of doubting life was now cramping from running. Substitution. They brought on a fresh substitute defender. At the same time, the goalkeeper of Kokugakuin changed tactics. Since I won't let you run right. The goalkeeper's position moved closer to the penalty area, taking on the role of a sweeper ready to rush out at any moment to clear Zhou Tian's long passes. Oh, Zhou Tian keenly noticed the opponent's formation change, bringing the goalkeeper up, trying to compress the space. Zhou Tian looked at the goalkeeper standing closer, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. Hey, in that case, there will be even more gaps. In the 75th minute, Zhou Tian took possession of the ball at the center circle. He pretended to aim for a long pass to Speedy. The opposing goalkeeper immediately reacted, preparing to rush out of the penalty area to clear. However, Zhou Tian's footwork changed. He didn't take a powerful shot. Instead, he lobbed it. The ball soared high. It didn't fly toward the sidelines, nor did it fly toward Speedy. Instead, it flew toward the somewhat open, unguarded goal. Nani, the goalkeeper of Kokugakuin, was taken aback. He was still rushing forward, but the ball flew over his head. Get back. The goalkeeper awkwardly slammed on the brakes, turned, and rolled back in a frantic scramble. He fell on the grass using hands and feet, like a frog struggling in a mud pit. Although in the end he barely managed to push the ball out from the goal line, this clumsy scene caused the entire audience to burst. What a pity. Zhou Tian shrugged. Though there was no goal, the strategic objective was achieved. But that's enough. Zhou Tian looked at the panicked goalkeeper, who could only retreat to the goal line. As long as you don't dare to come out, this field will be Speedy's garden. In the 90th minute, the match was about to end. Kokugakuin Kagane crumbled completely. Zhou Tian again took possession of the ball in midfield. This time no one dared to press him, nor did anyone dare to push the defense too far up. It's over. Zhou Tian casually sent a through ball. The ball pierced through the already shattered defense. Speedy surged forward again. The newly substituted defender, though fit, was still like a child in the face of absolute speed. Speedy received the ball. This time he didn't waste it. With a powerful shot, the ball hit the net. 3-0. A brace. Comfortable. Zhou Tian listened to the notification sound in his mind, feeling that all the special training of the week was worth it. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. FC Tokyo U18 won 3-0 against Kokugakuin Kagane. Zhou Tian stood in midfield watching his teammates celebrate around him. Tanaka Kenta scored the first goal and Speedy scored two. And he orchestrated all the goals. This feeling. Zhou Tian clenched his fist. This is the feeling of controlling the game. He walked over to Speedy and they bumped fists. Well done, bro. It was your good pass Sunday. Then the whole team went to the sidelines to thank the fans who supported them. At that moment, a reporter rushed over with a microphone. Though it was a youth league, the attention was increasing. Zhou Tian, congratulations on the victory. Assist hat-trick. Do you have anything to say now? Zhou Tian took the microphone. He wiped the sweat from his face and did not say the usual phrases of gratitude to teammates. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing over the reporter, looking straight into the camera lens. In his black eyes a glimmer of ambition sparkled. In this match we won. But this is just the beginning. Zhou Tian extended a finger pointing at the lens, as if it was aimed at someone who might be sitting in front of the television at that moment. Tokyo Verde. Zhou Tian uttered the name. Kamiyama Ao. Jason Suzuki. And all those who look down on us. Watch closely. Zhou Tian pulled Speedy and Tanaka Kenta closer, wrapping an arm around their shoulders. This is the new trident of FC Tokyo, whether it's technical play, speed play, or data play. In the second half of the season, Zhou Tian took a deep breath, issuing the most arrogant declaration. We will crush. The championship of the T-League is ours. After saying this, he shoved the microphone back into the reporter's hand and turned to walk toward the locker room, leaving a deep blue, extremely arrogant silhouette for the camera. In front of the television, in a high-end apartment, Kamiyama Ao was sitting on the sofa holding a remote control. Watching the number 11 on the screen, making bold claims, a hint of amusement appeared on his usually calm face. Kamiyama Ao said softly, "Interesting. It seems that the guy with the eye of lies has really evolved." Next to him, Jason Suzuki, who was doing push-ups, looked up with an unhappy face. This guy is too arrogant. Next time we meet, I want to knock him out. Meanwhile, in another place, in Shoati, Kitaho Maki looked at the television, shaking her head helplessly, yet unable to stop the corners of her mouth from rising. What a show-off idiot. But she looked at the confident young man on the screen. That kind of confidence isn't bad. Scorching heat. Tokyo. The first half of the T-League is nearing its climactic finale. After a series of victories, especially that heart-stirring comeback against the top high school, in Kanto, the morale of FC Tokyo U18 has reached its peak. Now the only thing left before them is the last opponent of the first half, Kozuwa University High School. In the locker room, Inoue Daichi is marking key points on the tactical board. Listen up, lads. Inoue Daichi tapped the board, pointing to a name on it. Kudo Tetsu. If Speedy is the Black Lightning, then this guy is a human catapult. Zhou Tian sat in the audience looking at the photo. He was a fullback with arms thicker than thighs and a face full of muscle. Kozuwa University High School's tactics are brutally simple. Use physical confrontation to strangle the opponent and then create throw-ins. Because Kudo Tetsu's throw-in distance easily exceeds 40 meters, he can even throw directly into the small penalty area. For them, every throw-in in the forward area is equivalent to a corner kick. Moreover, Inoue Daichi looked at Speedy, who was chewing gum. This Kudo Tetsu will be directly matched against you. Although his speed is not as good as yours, he is extremely strong in physical confrontation, and his tackles are quite rough within the rules. Be careful not to be pushed off the sideline by him. Speedy shrugged. As long as I pass the ball into the space, he won't even get a whiff of my exhaust. Zhou Tian squinted his eye. He had already simulated the scene of aerial bombardment in his mind. It seems that the next match is not only a battle on the ground, but also a competition in the air. However, before that tough battle arrives, they still have a rare Sunday holiday. Sunday 1400. Daikanyama, Sataya Bookstore Outdoor Cafe. The sunlight today spilled onto the table through the parasol, making it a perfect day for a date chatting or just daydreaming. Zhou Tian was wearing a simple white t-shirt with a dark blue shirt over it, a combination suggested by Maki, sitting in a chair toying with a football. This is quite absurd. In a trendy place like Daikanyama, holding a football while drinking coffee feels as out of place as wearing swim trunks to a banquet. But Zhou Tian had no choice. The man sitting across from him insisted on shoving the ball into his hands. Kudo Eiichi, this former star player who had reported to the first team for a week, had come out specifically today. He looked a bit sturdier than before, his skin slightly tanned, clearly showing that the training with the first team had been rigorous. Kudo Eiichi pointed at the ball wearing that familiar, annoying expression. Treasure it. This is the ball used in the recent match against the Australian national team. And it's the one where I scored a hat trick. He added, there's even my autograph on it. Although I'm not famous yet, once I win the Ballon d'Or, it will be worth something. Zhou Tian looked at the ball. It indeed had the name Kudo scribbled on it along with several marks from grass rubs. He touched the surface of the ball, feeling the unique texture of a professional match ball. Although he said he didn't care, he felt it. This guy, despite his sharp tongue, really did care about this matter. TCH. Zhou Tian held the ball close as if cradling a promise that needed to be fulfilled. All right, he'll reluctantly accept it. Zhou Tian looked up, his expression serious. Just wait. He'll definitely place it in the most prominent spot on my bedside table. Every morning when I open my eyes, the first thing he'll do is look at it, reminding myself. There's a show-off running too fast, I need to catch up to him and surpass him. Kudo Eiichi froze for a moment before laughing. Then you better run fast. The scenery in the first team is quite nice. He'll be looking forward to it. Zhou Tian extended his fist. Just as the two men were immersed in the atmosphere of passionate bonds, it felt like the surroundings were about to ignite in flames. Clap, clap. Two delicate hands slapped down on the table. What are you two looking forward to, huh? Sakura Chio, Kudo's girlfriend, was wearing a cute dress, holding a freshly bought milk tea, looking helplessly at the— We're on a date right now? Do you understand what a date is? Can you put away that bacteria-ridden ball? This is a cafe. On the other side, Kataho Maki was still radiating confidence today. She wore a black spaghetti strap long dress covered by a short denim jacket, looking both cool and beautiful. She reached out and directly grabbed Zhou Tian's collar, pulling him out of that brotherly bond atmosphere. What? Maki squinted her eyes, looking at him dangerously. I see you're having a great time chatting. Your eyes are practically sparkling. Are you planning to spend the night with him? Or do you prefer that ball? This was a deadly question, and it was one that had to be answered within zero. Zhou Tian's all-knowing eye instantly alarmed, his survival instinct kicking in. Of course it's with you. Zhou Tian replied decisively, even nudging the ball aside, though carefully placing it on the chair. Who is Kudo? I don't know him. What's a ball? Having you is enough for me. Humph. Maki let go, her expression still cold, but the smile at the corner of her eyes betrayed her. Bingo, you got it right. She snapped her fingers. But there's no reward. Maki stood up, adjusting her dress. Let's go first buy a cup of coffee. Then she shook her phone and handed the screen filled with a dense list of shops. There are so many stores to visit today. You better save your energy for carrying bags. Don't waste it on arguing with men. Zhou Tian glanced at the list, feeling his calves cramping. Understood. Yes, ma'am. On the other side, Sakura Chio also pulled Kudo Eiichi up. Eiichi, you can't escape either. We have to go to that art supply store we discussed last time today. Kudo Eiichi made a pained face. Please spare me. I just want to go back to sleep. No way. This is punishment for not replying to messages for a week. Seeing Kudo's henpecked expression, Zhou Tian felt much more balanced. Haha. So what if you're a star of the first team? You still have to obediently carry bags. 1530. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base Gym. Although it was a Sunday, and most people had gone to rest, in this iron shed filled with the scent of sweat, two figures were still sweating profusely. Tanaka Kenta. His former commoner no. 2. Now a main winger was struggling under the squat rack, gritting his teeth. 98. 99. 100. He let out an angry roar, pushing the barbell up, then collapsed onto the floor. Hey Tanaka. On a nearby treadmill, Takeda Go was running at a speed of 12 km/h, sweat cascading down like a waterfall. What got into you? Takeda gasped while running, looking at him. It's a rare day off, and you're here, training extra. Who are you planning to outdo? Tanaka Kenta lay on the floor, staring at the fluorescent lights on the ceiling, his chest heaving heavily. Stop talking nonsense, Takeda. You're here too, aren't you? How can you criticize me? I'm different. Takeda raised the incline. In the meat shield, I must maintain my physical strength. Otherwise, how can I protect Sunday? Same here. Tanaka Kenta clenched his fists. If we don't train, the gap between us will only widen. He recalled the pass Zhou Tian had given him. Remembered Speedy's unreasonable speed. Remembered Kudo Eiichi's figure before he left. That guy Sunday. Tanaka mused. Although he still looks fragile, he remains that commander who needs our protection. But, have you noticed? Tanaka looked at Takeda. This week his training results have clearly improved. He used to gasp for breath after half the field, but now he can keep up with the pace of the entire match. and his long passes are becoming steadier. Takeda nodded, switching off the treadmill. Yeah. Takeda panted, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Maybe he has broken through some plateau. That guy. Although he doesn't say it, he must be training harder than anyone else. Even that genius is evolving. Takeda jumped off the treadmill, grabbing a dumbbell. If we mere mortals don't, we won't even qualify to be his bodyguards. The sound of metal clashing echoed again in the empty gym. This was the melody of chasing. 2000. Zhou Tian's apartment. A day of dating and labor finally came to an end. Zhou Tian threw the large and small bags at the entrance and collapsed directly onto the sofa. So tired. More exhausting than playing extra time. Maki, however, was full of energy. She placed the football signed by Kudo in the most prominent spot on the TV cabinet, nodding in satisfaction. It looks quite impressive. Then she pulled out that familiar notebook from her bag. It was Zhou Tian's body transformation plan 3.0. Get up. Maki kicked Zhou Tian's leg. Don't play dead. Although there was no training today, stretching is still necessary. Understood. Zhou Tian struggled to get up, spreading out the yoga mat. Maki sat cross-legged beside him, watching as Zhou Tian stretched while flipping through the notebook. Next week is the match against Kozuwa University High School. Maki said. I also looked up information about that Kudo. His throw-ins are indeed a hassle. Zhou Tian replied while stretching his legs. I'm also thinking of countermeasures. But as long as we control possession and deny him throw-in opportunities, we should be fine. Naive. Maki tapped his head with a pen. Do you think controlling possession is that easy? And she looked at Zhou Tian's arms and abs, which though still thin had developed noticeable lines. After this period of system-enhanced training, Zhou Tian's physical condition has indeed improved significantly. Your physical fitness is improving rapidly. Maki closed the notebook, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Since that's the case, I'm going to add an item to tonight's extra training. Zhou Tian was taken aback. We still need to practice. I walked 20,000 steps today. Maki stood up, walking up to Zhou Tian and looking down at him. This is to test whether your core strength and arm strength. It's also a privilege of being my girlfriend. What item? Zhou Tian felt an ominous premonition. Maki pointed to herself, then spread her arms. Project name: weighted squats. Weight me 48 kilograms. Action requirement: princess carry. Zhou Tian's eyes widened. Not done yet. Maki's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. After picking me up, you need to walk 3 laps around the living room. And she paused, her voice softening, yet carrying an authoritative tone. With each lap you must shout. PFF. Zhou Tian nearly choked. What? What kind of shameful play is this? And why do I have to shout it out? Although the soundproofing here is good, it's still pretty embarrassing. Stop whining. Maki's face turned even redder, but her momentum couldn't falter. Just tell me whether you'll do it or not. If you don't, she narrowed her eyes, then you won't be allowed to hold hands tonight. And all the pork cutlet meals next week. He'll do it. Zhou Tian instantly sprang into action. What kind of joke is this? Not holding hands. That would be worse than killing him. He took a deep breath, settling his energy. He walked up to Maki. Are you ready, my princess? Zhou Tian struck a pose as if he were facing death. Maki smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Ready, let's go. Zhou Tian bent down, one hand going through her leg and the other around her back. Power. Explode. Lift. Zhou Tian steadily picked Maki up. She felt very light. Really light. Or rather, he had truly. Maki nestled in his embrace, feeling the firm chest and powerful arms of the boy, her heart filled with sweetness. Let's go. First lap. Zhou Tian carried Maki, starting to circle the living room. Although it felt a bit silly and a bit tiring, looking at the girl's radiant smile in his arms made it all worthwhile. Maki. Zhou Tian shouted loudly. The windows were closed anyway. I love you, idiot. Keep it down. Maki buried her face in his neck, laughing so hard she shook. FC Tokyo Youth Training Base. In the summer of Tokyo, the air is always filled with a heat wave that seems capable of roasting a person alive. The sound of cicadas creates a relentless background noise, inexplicably irritating one's mood. However, in a corner of the training ground, there is a shadowed area cast by a massive sunshade. There a series of extremely rhythmic and muffled striking sounds can be heard. Bang! Snap! Bang! Snap! Zhou Tian, dressed in a training vest soaked with sweat, faced a weathered concrete wall, engaging in what appeared to be a monk-like form of training. There are 3 days left until the T-League's first half finale against Kozuwa University High School. As it is summer vacation and there are no classes, Zhou Tian devoted all his time to the training ground. At this moment, his eyes were solely focused on the ball and the white circle he had drawn on the wall with chalk. Current enhancement effect 300. It's not just about accuracy. Zhou Tian wiped the sweat that had dripped into his eyes, his gaze flickering with fervent light. In the past, my passing relied either on sight to find gaps, creating nanny balls, or were simply wild attempts, luck balls. But now, Zhou Tian adjusted his breathing and prepared for another run. This time his ankle was not locked. At the moment of contact, the top of his foot struck the lower part of the ball's exterior like a whip, accompanied by an extremely subtle lifting motion. Here we go. Whoosh! The ball flew out. At first it looked like a misdirected long pass about to go out of bounds, heading straight towards the left edge of the wall. However, halfway through its flight, the strange and strong side spin it carried suddenly kicked in, creating intense friction with the air magnus effect. Swish! The ball executed a jaw-dropping sharp turn in midair. Like a cobra spotting its prey, it suddenly darted to the right. Snap! The ball precisely struck the white circle at the center of the wall. Moreover, when it rebounded, its speed did not diminish much. It still spun intensely and obediently bounced back to Zhou Tian's feet. A changeup, or in baseball terms, slider or curveball. I did it. Zhou Tian looked at the ball at his feet, revealing a satisfied smile. This was the chemical reaction produced by a 300 training enhancement combined with S-level vision, extreme insight into physical trajectories. His passing was no longer a direct physical line. Instead, it transformed into a missile with second guidance capability. Can Kamigami Ao's left foot play the violin? Zhou Tian scoffed, swinging his leg again. Then my right foot can. Meanwhile, at the coaching office on the second floor, two figures stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the indefatigable figure on the training ground. This kid. Inoue Daichi held a cup of iced coffee, observing Zhou Tian's recent pass that curved the muscles in his eyes, twitching uncontrollably. The speed of improvement is truly astonishing, Inoue Daichi remarked. Last week his long passes could only be considered able to find someone, but this week he has actually developed this strongly personal curveball. This type of trajectory is what goalkeepers and defenders dread the most, because you can't predict its landing point at all. Standing next to him was Coach Ono, head coach of FC Tokyo U18 team. This coach, known for his strict demeanor, now wore an expression of incredulity. Indeed, Coach Ono pushed up the brim of his cap, watching Zhou Tian. I can hardly believe that just a few months ago during his trial training my assessment of him was merely very spirited and fundamentally poor. At that time I thought he was only good at using his eyes, and was otherwise useless, barely managing to mix in with the fifth team. Now, Coach Ono sighed. Not only has he become the assist king of the T-League, but even his physical confrontation and footwork are evolving at an unscientific pace. At that moment, a young assistant coach approached, holding a thick stack of data reports. Director Inoue, Coach Ono. The assistant coach handed over the report with a puzzled expression. This is Zhou Tian's training load and physical function monitoring report over the past 2 weeks. Inoue Daichi took the report and flipped through a few pages. It was densely packed with records of heart rate, running distance, muscle recovery index, and dietary intake calories. Is there a problem? Inoue asked. The issue is, it's too perfect. The assistant coach pointed to the look. His daily training volume is actually on the verge of that injury red line. Normally, with this intensity of extra training, his muscles should have shown signs of strain or even injury. But the assistant coach pointed to the green curve representing recovery. Every morning, his physical function magically recovers to over 95. Moreover, his dietary intake is as precise as if it were machine calibrated. The proportions of carbohydrates, proteins, and trace elements perfectly match his training consumption for the day. This is definitely not something a high school student can achieve by themselves. The assistant coach asserted. There must be a skilled individual guiding him behind the scenes. It's as if there is a professional sports rehabilitation team and nutritionist attending to him. 247. Inoue Daichi and Coach Ono exchanged glances. Skilled individual. Team. Suddenly, Inoue Daichi's mind conjured the image of the flaxen-haired girl who often appeared in the stands or served Zhou Tian food at the Showa Pavilion. That sharp-eyed commanding disciplinary committee member. Inoue Daichi couldn't help but chuckle. There is indeed a skilled individual. Inoue Daichi closed the report and returned it to the assistant coach. However, it's not a team. It's the power. Meanwhile, in Setagaya, Tokyo, at the Hoju family mansion. Despite it being summer vacation, the atmosphere in Hojumaki's room lacked the comfort of air conditioning, watermelons, and comic books. On the contrary, the atmosphere was as serious as a self-study room preparing for college entrance exams, or more like a small command center. Maki, dressed in loose home clothes and wearing black-framed glasses, had her hair casually pinned back. She sat cross-legged on the carpet, surrounded by several thick professional books. Atlas of Sports Anatomy, Dietary Guidelines for Young Elite Athletes, Rapid Recovery from Sports Injuries, German edition, Facial Chain Theory. If Sakura High School's teachers were to see this scene, they'd probably think their top student was preparing to apply to medical school. Maki pushed her glasses up, holding a red pen, as she quickly recorded something in a notebook. On the cover of that notebook in cute font were the large words "Puppy Care Diary" for Zhou Tian only. Although the name was adorable, the contents were brutally hardcore. July 25th. Training load high. Main areas: quadriceps, ankle joints. Dinner suggestions: 200 g of deep-sea fish, remove red meat. Increase magnesium intake to prevent cramps. Massage focus, iliotibial band relaxation, plantar fascia release. Maki flipped through the book filled with skeletal muscle diagrams, simulating Zhou Tian's physical condition in her mind. Based on the training video he sent yesterday, his power application method has changed, utilizing more of his glute muscles. This indicates that his explosiveness is increasing, but the pressure on his lumbar spine will also become greater. He's progressing quickly. Maki frowned and drew a heavy circle in her notebook. But there are also many hidden dangers. She closed the book and glanced out the window. The sun had already set. That fool should be finishing training and heading home soon, it seems. Maki took off her glasses and rubbed her slightly sore eyes, a hint of a nurturing smile curling it. Tonight it's time for a thorough and in-depth muscle examination. At 1930, Zhou Tian's apartment. Zhou Tian returned home with a tired yet excited body. As soon as he entered, he was met with an incredibly enticing aroma. It wasn't the greasy smell of fried pork cutlet, but a fresh herbal fragrance. I'm back, Zhou Tian called out, skillfully changing his shoes. Go take a shower. Maki's voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by the bubbling sound of a stew pot. After your shower, wear less clothing, preferably just shorts. Huh. Zhou Tian's hand froze at the buttons. Just shorts. What kind of new play is this? Isn't this a bit, even though they had already established their relationship? Don't get the wrong idea. Maki came out of the kitchen holding a pot of soup, wearing an apron adorned with a bear pattern, and looked at Zhou Tian, whose face was flushed, and scolded. I need to check your muscle condition. This week you will be playing against Kamizawa University, and that Kudo Tetsu is a muscle monster. I need to ensure your body has no hidden injuries. Oh, okay. Zhou Tian felt a bit disappointed and relieved, and obediently walked towards the bathroom. At 2030 in the living room, Zhou Tian was wearing only a pair of loose sports shorts lying on a yoga mat. His back and leg muscles were defined, and his skin glowed healthily under the lights. Maki knelt beside him holding a bottle of massage oil. She first warmed her palms, and then pressed them against the back of Zhou Tian's thigh. Hiss! Zhou Tian inhaled sharply, burying his face into the mat. Does it hurt? Maki asked. It hurts. It's sore and painful. Zhou Tian muttered. That's lactic acid buildup and facial adhesion. Maki's voice was calm like a detached doctor. Bear with it. If you don't push through, you won't be able to run tomorrow. Her fingers were strong, pressing and kneading along the muscle fibers little by little. Although it was painful after that soreness, there was indeed a sense of relief as the muscles were released. Zhou Tian, Maki said while massaging. Moi. Your thigh circumference has increased by 0.5 centimeters compared to last week. Maki's fingers glided over his leg muscles. And the muscle hardness has also improved. It seems that equipment was not bought in vain. Hee, that's right. Zhou Tian tilted his head with pride. I feel like I can kick a cow to death now. Stop boasting. Maki slapped him playfully. Your next opponent, Kudo Tetsu, can throw a throw-in 40 meters. This means you'll frequently need to contest high balls and engage in physical confrontations. Your waist. Maki's hand moved to Zhou Tian's waist. This is the core area for a football player. This area needs enhanced protection. She applied the essential oil on Zhou Tian's waist, her movements becoming gentler. Zhou Tian lay there feeling the gentle hands on his back. That feeling of being cared for and meticulously looked after made his nose tingle. Maki, Zhou Tian said softly. What is it? Thank you, Zhou Tian said quietly. If it weren't for you, I might have already been practicing poorly. Maki paused for a moment. You fool, she said softly. I am your caregiver. If I let you get ruined, the atmosphere became warm and romantic. After the massage ended, Zhou Tian flipped over, lying on his back on the mat. Maki prepared to get up to wash her hands. Suddenly Zhou Tian reached out and grabbed her wrist. Maki. Zhou Tian looked at her, his eyes sparkling with a desire called yearning. What is it? Not enough massage. Maki's cheeks flushed slightly. No. Zhou Tian sat up and leaned closer to her. Since we've checked the muscles, shouldn't we reward a bit? Maki looked at the boy who was close enough to touch. The refreshing scent from his just-showered body combined with the unique warmth of an athletic youth made her heart race. What kind of reward do you want? She asked knowingly. Zhou Tian pointed to his lips. Just a little. Dope. Maki smiled helplessly. She did not refuse, instead obediently closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head back. Just once, okay? Once is definitely not enough. The next day, training ground. Zhou Tian appeared on the training ground feeling refreshed. His state was better than if he had eaten 10 pounds of ginseng. Hey Sunday. Speedy came over, looking at Zhou Tian's radiant face with suspicion. Did you take hormones last night? Why do you feel like you're glowing all over? Not hormones. Zhou Tian smiled mysteriously, kicking the ball into the sky. The ball traced an extremely bizarre shaped curve in the air, finally landing precisely on the marker cone 30 meters away. It's the power of love. What? Speedy looked bewildered. What the hell? Are you Harry Potter now? At that moment, Inoue Daichi walked over. Gather. Everyone gathered around. Inoue Daichi's expression was serious. This week's opponent is Kamizawa University High School. Their most famous weapon is that human catapult Kudo Tetsu. Inoue Daichi drew a large arrow on the tactical board, pointing directly from the sideline to the penalty area. Throwing grenade tactic. It's simple, crude, but incredibly difficult to defend against. Moreover, Inoue Daichi looked at Zhou Tian and Speedy. Their defensive hardness is stronger than that of Takeo. Zhou Tian, your magic ball may have a difficult trajectory to judge, but what if the opponent doesn't give you any space to kick and just knocks you away? Zhou Tian put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. Then, Zhou Tian glanced at Speedy beside him, then at Takeda, go not far from them. Then let them see what it means to be an uncatchable ghost. He recalled Maki's massage from last night, and that knocked me away. Zhou Tian's lips curled into a confident arc. They have to catch me first. The great battle was imminent. Equipped with a new weapon, magic ball passing, and new armor muscle enhancement, Zhou Tian was eager to test his abilities. The night before the match at 2100 FC Tokyo Youth Training Base. In the empty training ground, only a solitary lamp shone, illuminating the scene where mosquitoes danced in the light. Amidst that halo, a figure tirelessly repeated the same action. Bang! Swish! The sound of the ball striking the wall intermingled with the sound of it scraping against the grass, creating a... Zhou Tian wore a tank top that had been soaked with sweat, dried, and soaked again. His gaze was frighteningly focused. His ankles seemed to be equipped with springs, each touch of the ball attempting to fine-tune the angle and point of force. System status passing, specialized training, 300 bonus activated. Today's passing count 2,800 times. This feeling. Zhou Tian looked at the obediently bouncing ball at his feet, a hint of an obsessive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Over the past few days, he seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. In the past, passing was about doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate, as long as the direction was correct, that was. But now with the improvement of his passing skills coupled with that damned 300 proficiency bonus, he felt as if his feet had become extensions of his hands. He could feel the texture of the ball's surface, the depth of the studs sinking into the grass, and even the impact of air resist the outside of the foot. Just a bit more lift. Zhou Tian took another shot. Screech. The ball flew out, tracing an exceedingly strange arc that spun sharply outward like a rebellious meteor, drawing a large S in the air before accurately smashing into the target marker. Snap. The marker fell to the ground with a thud. It worked. Zhou Tian clenched his fist, relishing the residual sensation on the top of his foot. This exhilarating feeling of rapid progress was even more addictive than winning a game. It was like playing a game. You realized not only could you see the strategy vision, but your reaction speed skill fine. Buzz. The mobile phone left at the side of the field vibrated. Note manager Maki. Zhou Tian smiled and answered the call, preemptively reporting before the other party could say anything. Report officer. Training is over. I'm just about to head home. Absolutely no overtime. On the other end of the line, Maki's helpless voice came through. I'm not rushing you. Just a reminder, there's a match tomorrow. Don't practice too late and wear your legs out. Also remember to drink that awful supplement when you get home. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Tian looked at the moon in the night sky. Tomorrow. Kamizawa University High School. He touched his thighs, which while not yet robust were already as hard as stone. Perfect. Let's see how you guys hold up against my Saturday 1300. The T-League's first half finale. FC Tokyo U18 versus Kamizawa University High School. Today's match venue is FC Tokyo's home ground. The stands were still bustling with excitement. In addition to the parents and fans from both sides, there were even some holding signs that read Speedy Cheer and Sunday Commander. In the players' tunnel, the two teams were lining up. Compared to FC Tokyo's trendy mix-and-match style, various hairstyles, Kamizawa University exuded a strong show, a tough guy vibe. All had crew cuts, dark skin, and each player pulled their socks up high, their eyes showing a fierce determination of him going to smash. Especially their captain, the so-called human catapult, Kinakanda. This guy was 185 meters tall with arms so thick that they seemed ready to burst through his sleeves, clearly someone who had trained in shot put or rugby. At this moment, Kinakanda was staring intently at Speedy, who stood beside him. Hey, foreign player. Kinta's voice was as rough as sandpaper. I heard you're fast. 8 seconds for the 100 meters. Speedy, chewing gum and wearing headphones even though no music was playing, shrugged casually. You're not bad. Just a bit slower than Bolt. Humph. Kintakanda sneered, extending his burly arm to gesture. You're quick on the track, but in my territory. He pointed to the narrow sideline. That's a quagmire. As long as you dare to step in, he'll push you off the face of the earth. Wow, how terrifying. Speedy made a face, clearly not taking it seriously. Then you'd better catch my collar first, big guy. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian was exchanging friendly gestures with the opposing team's midfield core, a seemingly cultured but sharply bespectacled man. It's a pleasure to meet you, FC Tokyo's commander. The bespectacled man smiled with an insincere grin as he extended his hand. I heard your health isn't too good. Be careful, our team plays rather passionately. Zhou Tian grasped his hand, feeling the calluses and hidden mutual respect. Zhou Tian wore a professional fake smile, but his grip remained firm. Please be careful as well. After all, he pointed to his head. Getting your ankle twisted is quite painful too. The two held on for 3 seconds before releasing. Sparks flew in the air. 1 minute before the match began. In FC Tokyo's half, everyone was doing their final. Zhou Tian found Takeda go. This loyal meat shield bodyguard stood solemnly beside Zhou Tian, ready to block for him at any moment. Takeda, Zhou Tian called out. What's up, Sunday? Do you want to change the code? That crossed arm still means the same, right? No. Zhou Tian shook his head, his expression becoming somewhat serious, even a bit resolute. Today we want use the bodyguard tactic. Huh. Takeda was taken aback, thinking he heard wrong. Not using it. Why? The other side is Kamizawa. Those guys hit hard. Without me protecting you, won't you get knocked apart? Exactly, because it's Kamizawa. Zhou Tian rolled his neck, a warlike glint flickering in his eyes. I've been training for so long. I've eaten so many awful chicken breasts and done so many sets of squats. Zhou Tian patted his thigh. I want to test my mettle. I want to see if I can survive in this meat grinder-like midfield without protection. And Zhou Tian pointed to the front line. If you keep protecting me, our attacking width won't open up. You run normally, pull apart the space, and make forward runs. Leave the midfield to me. Takeda looked at Zhou Tian. He saw an unprecedented confidence in the eyes of this young man. No longer the weak commander who needed to hide behind others, but a warrior eager to draw his own sword. All right, Takeda sighed. Although still worried, he chose to trust him. Since you say so. But if you can't hold up, shout, and he'll rush back to knock them away. Don't worry. Zhou Tian grinned. On the other side, in Kamizawa University High School's half, Kintakanda, wearing the captain's armband, gathered all his teammates together. His expression was fierce and his tone was harsh. Listen up. I watched the footage of that number 11 commander on the opposing. His vision is indeed good and his passing is wicked. But Kinta slammed his palm heavily. His weaknesses are too obvious. His physical confrontations are extremely poor. Once he gets close, his movements will deform. Plus, he heavily relies on that Mohawk's protection. So today our tactic is quite simple, pragmatic. Don't think there's anything shameful about it. Don't care about what technical style or not. The midfield will relentlessly shred that number 11. As soon as he receives the ball, just give him your body. Smash him until he can't take care of himself. Yes. The Kamizawa players roared in unison, full of fighting spirit. As long as we take out that commander, the remaining black player who can only run will be like a kite with a broken string. No threat at all. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. After kickoff, Kamizawa University High School did not retain possession, but instead directly launched a long ball forward to try and create chaos. A typical English-style play. FC Tokyo's defenders headed the ball back. The ball fell near the center circle. Zhou Tian ran towards the landing point. God's Eye Omniscience activated instantly. In his vision, a red figure. The bespectacled midfielder from Kamizawa, like a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, charged towards him at full speed. Here it comes. Zhou Tian's heart tightened. The opponent was fast and their approach was fierce, clearly intent on making an imposing first touch. You want to crash into me, eh? Zhou Tian did not evade or hurriedly pass the ball. He was judging the opponent's sprinting speed, judging the timing of contact. If it were the old me, I would definitely get knocked down or have to hurriedly pass back. But now, just as the bespectacled midfielder was about to collide with him, Zhou Tian did not stop the ball in the conventional manner. He suddenly sidestepped. This sidestep was not just to protect, it was also to use the force. He turned the side of his body, which had been honed through countless squats and core training, though not thick, was resilient, directly towards the opponent. Bang! A dull sound of muscle collision. The bespectacled midfielder had expected to knock Zhou Tian away but he was shocked to find himself crashing into a thin, yet deeply embedded bamboo. Zhou Tian's body merely swayed, but did not lose balance. His strength might not be enough on a professional stage, but at the high school level, coupled with Zhou Tian's precise timing of force, it was sufficient. What a... The bespectacled midfielder was taken aback, his movement stalled for 0.5 seconds. Gotcha. Zhou Tian stabilized his center of gravity. While leaning against the opponent, he even had the energy to observe the front line. His vision told him, due to the aggressive pressure from the opposing midfielder, a huge gap had appeared in the defense behind. And that gap was not on Speedy's side, because Kenta Kanda was tightly marking Speedy. It was on the other side. Tanaka, Zhou Tian shouted in his heart. Leaning against the opponent, he flicked his right ankle with great agility. This was not an ordinary through ball. This was the kick he had practiced tens of thousands of times in front of the wall. Magic ball. Go. The ball flew out from between their entangled legs. At first it looked like it was going to fly to the empty space on the sideline, even resembling a misplayed long pass. One of Kamizawa's center backs judged that there was no threat from the ball and prepared to step forward to block the line or let it go out of bounds. However, just as that defender shifted his weight, swish, the ball, as if enchanted, drew an exceedingly strange inward spinning arc in the air. Like a curved blade, it bypassed the defender's defensive radius and suddenly veered towards the center. No way. This ball is curving. The defender was taken aback, wanting to turn back and chase, but it was already too late. The fierce spin caused the ball to land without losing speed, bouncing towards that vacant spot like a sprite. And there, already accustomed to Zhou Tian's neurotic passes, Kenta Tanaka was sprinting wildly. Before the match, Zhou Tian had specifically instructed him, Kenta, no matter what today, as long as our eyes meet, you just run in the direction you feel is right. Don't worry about my movements. Don't worry about the ball's trajectory. Trust me, I will make the ball find you. Kenta Tanaka believed in him. He did not watch the initial trajectory of the ball, but charged towards the seemingly impossible gap, relying on his instinct, and then, the ball really came. It seemed as if it had been precisely calculated, slowing down to stop right at his feet as he arrived at that position. Incredible. Kenta Tanaka was overjoyed. He received the ball. At this moment, only one fullback remained, and due to that strange arc, the positioning of the opposing fullback was not favorable. Unknown. Kenta Tanaka roared, using his speed to forcibly change direction and bypass the still reacting defender. He surged into the penalty area. At this moment, Speedy had drawn Kenta Kanda and a center back away on the other side. The center was wide open. Kenta Tanaka glanced at the goalkeeper. He could choose to shoot, but he saw a better opportunity. A deep blue figure surging in from midfield at high speed. It was Zhou Tian, who had just freed himself from the tussle, breathing heavily, but with unwavering determination in his eyes. Back to you, Commander. Kenta Tanaka did not seek glory for himself. He made a reverse triangle pass. The ball gently lifted, flying over the heads of the retreating defenders, landing at the top of the penalty area. There, Zhou Tian galloped over. No one marked him, because everyone thought he was just a weak commander who could only pass. Because everyone thought that the previous confrontation had exhausted his stamina. But they were wrong. Zhou Tian watched the descent. In this moment, the world stood still in his eyes. He didn't need to pass. He didn't need to look for someone. In front of him was only that white goal and the panicking goalkeeper. This kick. Zhou Tian adjusted his steps, lifted his leg. His thigh muscles tightened, core engaged. I not only have brains, I also have teeth. Bang. A thunderous sound. Zhou Tian rarely took a shot himself, and it was a full-powered, completely unleashed volley. The ball flew like a cruise missile, without spin, pure power and speed, straight into the top right corner of the net. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to react, watching the ball settle in the net. 1-0. Just 5 minutes into the match, FC Tokyo with Zhou Tian's confrontation escaped a magical curve, and the final strike achieved a dream start. Roar. After scoring, Zhou Tian did not act like a goalkeeper as usual. This time he completely let go. He rushed to the corner flag, leaping high and striking the air with a furious fist. Ah! He roared. That was the release of all the pent-up frustration, sweat, and doubts from the past month. Who said I am just a weak chicken hiding behind a bodyguard? Who said I could only pass? Who said I wasn't physically capable? This is... Zhou Tian shouted in his heart, towards the non-existent system, towards Maki in the stands. This is my talent. In the 35th minute of the first half, FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Park. The score is 1-0. Thanks to Zhou Tian's stunning volley reminiscent of an iron tree blossoming, FC Tokyo achieved a dream start. However, this did not shatter the resolve of their opponents, Kamizawa University High School. Instead, it ignited the ferocity of these Showa-tough guys. Especially their captain, the so-called human catapult, Kinetera. Don't panic. It's just one goal. Kinetera roared from the backfield, his muscular frame trembling with his movements looking incredibly intimidating. As long as we limit that black forward, their attack will lack depth. That number 11 can't sustain his stamina for the whole match. I must say Kinetera's defensive strategy indeed proved effective in the following 20 minutes. He abandoned any offensive play and glued himself tightly to Speedy like a powerful adhesive. Every time Speedy attempted to make a move, Kinetera would use his robust physique to block him, even resorting to tactics. Though Speedy was fast without space to accelerate, he struggled against such a physically dominant entanglement. Damn it. Speedy was shoved out of bounds by Kinetera, once again feeling frustrated as he tugged at his jersey. Is this guy a wrestler? Bro, the smell of his sweat is going to knock me out. Zhou Tian watched this scene unfold from midfield, remaining unperturbed. He was collecting data using his vision. Kinetera's defensive coverage is extensive, with a grade in strength and exceptionally strong frontal interception ability. However, his turning speed is only great. Moreover, after each confrontation, there is a 0.5-second adjustment period for his center of gravity. It's been 30 minutes. Zhou Tian glanced at the scoreboard. It's about time. Even the hardest iron starts to rust. In the 43rd minute of the first half, approaching halftime, FC Tokyo maintained control in the backfield. Kamizawa University High School's formation pushed up, attempting to strangle the game in the front field and equalize the score. The ball reached Zhou Tian's feet. This time Zhou Tian did not rush to pass, but instead dribbled the ball leisurely around the halfway line. His posture was relaxed, almost like an old man strolling in a park devoid of any offensive desire. This was a deception, an illusion named "I want to control the pace and waste the first half." Kamizawa's midfield players indeed fell for it, their pressing steps slowing slightly as they prepared to fall back into defense. However, in that instant, Zhou Tian's expression suddenly changed. He did not look toward the front. His head remained lowered, focused on the ball at his feet. Yet his all-seeing eye had already locked onto the black figure entangled with Kinetera in the front field. Zhou Tian made an extremely discreet gesture. It was neither his left hand nor his right, but rather shoulders shrugged. This was an extremely minute secret signal known only to him and Speedy. The meaning was run. Don't look back. Go to the ends of the earth. Just as Zhou Tian shrugged, Speedy, who was still shoving against Kinetera, suddenly turned around, as if electrified, without any warning, and sprinted with the speed of light towards the depths of Kamizawa University High School, the vast, empty grassland. What a... Kinetera froze for a moment. The ball was still at Zhou Tian's feet. Why was this guy running? But in the next second he understood. At the moment Speedy took off, Zhou Tian's body sprang open. He was no longer that leisurely old man, but rather a quarterback standing on the line of scrimmage. Go, my wide receiver. Zhou Tian swung his leg, striking the bottom of the ball with the back of his foot forcefully. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The ball soared high into the sky. This was neither a ground ball nor a curved kick. This was an absurdly high, long-distance lofted pass. The ball sliced through the azure sky like an intercontinental missile, soaring over the heads of the entire defensive line of Kamizawa University High School. On the ground, Speedy was sprinting wildly. He did not even look back at the ball, nor did he slow down to observe where it would land. He charged ahead with his back to the flying ball, fully committed, his posture resembling those wide receivers charging toward the end zone in American football. This was an absolute, almost blind trust. If I get to the position and the ball doesn't arrive, then it's Sunday's error, and he'll laugh at him for an entire week. But I just need to focus on running. Because that guy said his eyes are my navigation. Speedy's speed was astonishing. Although Kinetera reacted, his turning speed became a fatal flaw. By the time he turned around to chase back, Speedy had already distanced himself by 5 body lengths. Stop him, goalkeeper! Kinetera shouted in despair. The ball had been airborne for a full 3 seconds. Then it began to descend. Speedy was still sprinting at full speed. He sensed the sound of the wind and felt Kinetera's heavy footsteps fading. Then he felt a whistling sound above his head. It's coming. Speedy extended his foot, not needing to make too many adjustments. The ball landed precisely 2 meters in front of him like a well-trained bird. It bounced up using the friction of the turf perfectly at knee height. Perfect ball control, not even needing to slow down. At this moment, only the charging goalkeeper stood in front of Speedy. For a forward with great speed, this was practically a gift. The goalkeeper charged out, attempting to block the angle. A mischievous smile appeared on Speedy's lips. He did not shoot. Instead, while running at high speed, he lightly flicked. The ball flew over the goalkeeper's head. It passed by the tips of his desperately waving fingers. Slowly, with a hint of mockery, it descended into the empty net. 2-0. FC Tokyo before the end of the first half scored yet another goal with Zhou Tian's quarterback pass and Speedy's blind run to receive the ball. Wow! The entire stadium erupted in cheers. That goal was stunning. So powerful. So American. After scoring, Speedy spread his arms wide, gliding across the field like a bomber. Did you see that? This is speed. This is teamwork. He turned around looking for the quarterback, who passed him the ball. However, at this moment in the center circle, Zhou Tian did not celebrate excitedly with fists raised, nor did he rush over to embrace anyone. He continued to stand in that familiar position, next to the center kickoff point. His hands on his hips, brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the players of Kamizawa University High School, especially the goalkeeper, who was preparing to retrieve the ball from the net. Don't dawdle. Zhou Tian shouted at the opposing goalkeeper. Although we scored, the match isn't over yet. There's still hurry and get the ball back. And you guys. He turned to Speedy and the other celebrating teammates, shouting, stop, get back on defense. We need to hold on to this 2-0. His tense demeanor, anxious that the opponents would take advantage and score in the chaos, resembled that of a miser. In his eyes, this was akin to money just deposited needing to be locked in a safe immediately for peace of mind. Speedy looked at the buzzkill and smiled helplessly. This bro is truly hopeless. Yet he was not angry, because he knew that this almost obsessive dedication to victory was what had brought them this far. Speedy ran back, but he did not obediently return to defense. Instead, he dashed right in front of Zhou Tian, wrapping his arms around his neck and lifting him up. Though Zhou Tian had bulked up, he still didn't measure up to the talent of a black player. Let go of me. I'm on defense. Zhou Tian struggled. Defense my ass. Speedy laughed heartily, rubbing his dreadlocks against Zhou Tian's face. Celebrate, bro. Celebrate. Your hair is suffocating me. Amidst the laughter and joy, the first half came to an end. Halftime. In the locker room, the atmosphere was relaxed as if they had already won the championship. Dato in no way emphasized, don't be complacent, but the smile on his face was impossible to hide. Leading 2-0 and completely dominating the game. This match was in the bag. In the second half, they will definitely counterattack furiously. Dato in no way sketched on the tactical board. That guy Kanatera will definitely frequently use the grenade tactic, throwing throw-ins into our penalty area. Air defense. This is key. Sitting in the corner, Zhou Tian hydrated while looking at the screen. Assist 1. Current performance rating 9. Not enough. Zhou Tian calculated in his mind. He looked at Kenta Tanaka. Kenta, here. Tanaka was in the second half. Don't just stand around. Zhou Tian pointed to the opposing right wing. Kanatera will definitely push up to assist. The space behind him is your playground. As long as I get the ball, you run like hell. Understood, Commander. The second half began. Kamizawa University High School indeed launched their final crazy push. They no longer cared about formation, resorting to straightforward long balls and creating throw-ins. Throw-in. Kanatera held the ball, standing on the sidelines. He took a few steps back, made a rune up, then used his waist and abdomen to generate force, swinging his arms in a circle. Whoosh! The ball flew into the small penalty area like a cannonball. I'll head it. Takeda Go fought with the opposing high school striker in the penalty area, using his head to knock the ball away. Although the scene became chaotic, it looked somewhat disheveled. But under Zhou Tian's leadership, although FC Tokyo's defense wobbled, it never collapsed. Don't panic. Watch the landing point. The second landing spot is ours. Zhou Tian's loud voice acted as a stabilizing force. In the 65th minute, Kamizawa University High School's stamina began to decline. The reckless running and confrontations finally revealed their side effects. The opportunity for a counterattack has arrived. Zhou Tian intercepted the ball in midfield. Speedy took off again. But this time Kanatera had learned his lesson. Even without looking at the ball, he firmly held on to Speedy's jersey, even risking a yellow card to keep him from breaking free. Tisk has he been marked tightly. Zhou Tian glanced at Speedy, who was entangled. Since the fastest knife was locked, then let's use the most ordinary knife. Zhou Tian looked to the right wing. Kenta Tanaka was quietly making a forward run there. With everyone's attention on Speedy, the area on Tanaka's side had become a vacuum. Go the commoners' counterattack. Zhou Tian did not look at Tanaka. While dribbling, he suddenly used the instep to play a horizontal pass. This was a seemingly unremarkable ground pass. Yet aided by his vision, the ball's trajectory was exceptionally clever, perfectly threading through the defensive gaps of two retreating players. Kenta Tanaka received the ball. At this moment, he faced only an open space and the solitary goalkeeper. I must score. Tanaka roared in turn. He dribbled into the penalty area and, facing the goalkeeper, chose not to blast a powerful shot for fear of missing, but rather opted for a highly cautious push to the far corner. Puff! The ball rolled into the net. 3-0. The match was completely decided. After scoring, Kenta Tanaka knelt on the ground, pointing both hands toward the sky. He did it. In this match filled with talented monsters, this mortal also left his name behind. Zhou Tian watched this scene from midfield, no longer acting as a goalkeeper as he had before. Because with the score at 3-0 and less than 20 minutes remaining, the outcome was settled. He slowly walked over to Tanaka. Well done, Zhou Tian said with a smile. You made a great pass. Tanaka wiped his tears of excitement. The remaining match time turned into garbage time. Although Speedy was still running, he clearly had relaxed, wasting two unknown opportunities, one kicked wide, the other shot. Hey, focus, Zhou Tian shouted from behind. That was my assist. Speedy made a face. Sorry bro. My legs are a bit wobbly. In the end, the score settled at 3-0. FC Tokyo U18 T-League representative team concluded the first half of the season with a resounding victory. After the match, Zhou Tian was undoubtedly named the MVP of the match. 1 goal, 1 assist, and 1 orchestrated attack. Perfect statistics. Although Kudo Aichi was absent under Zhou Tian's leadership, FC Tokyo showcased even stronger cohesion and resilience. Zhou Tian stood by the sidelines accepting interviews. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet he smiled radiantly. Even without geniuses, as long as we unite, as long as we run fast enough and think enough, we are still the strongest team in the T-League. Meanwhile, at the FC Tokyo first team base, in the head coach's office, this was a spacious and bright office filled with tactical boards and player data charts. A tall, bearded, middle-aged white man with deep-set eyes sat behind the desk, staring at a large screen in front of him. The screen displayed the recently concluded T-League match footage. The image froze on Zhou Tian's crossfield quarterback, Alberto Pedro, the head coach of FC Tokyo's first team, a tactical master from Spain known for his rigor, control, and obsession with detail. He held a red pen in his hand, tapping it lightly on the table. "Is this the commoner that Kudo mentioned?" Pedro asked in fluent English with a translator beside him to the youth training supervisor standing nearby. "Yes, mister." Pedro, the youth training supervisor, answered respectfully. His name is Zhou Tian, a Chinese international student. Currently, he is the core of the U18B team. Core. Pedro frowned, pointing at Zhou Tian on the screen. His defensive positioning is full of gaps. Although his physical confrontations have improved, it's still not enough for the J1 League. His passing technique, sometimes even worse than my grandmother's. Pedro criticized without mercy. In the eyes of this perfectionist coach, Zhou Tian's flaws were as glaring as black spots on a white sheet. The youth training supervisor wiped his sweat. Yes, we also feel he needs more training. But Pedro's tone suddenly shifted. A hint of undeniable interest flashed in his eyes. He pressed the rewind button. The image returned to the moment before Zhou Tian passed the ball. That shrugging gesture, and that decisive kick without even looking up. "These eyes," Pedro murmured. He saw something we couldn't see. In that moment, among the 22 players on the field, only he and that forward Speedy knew where the ball would go. "This isn't called tactics." Pedro put down the red pen, leaning back in his chair. "This is talent. A talent that can ignore tactical systems and directly tear through defenses. He may be a chaotic creator, and he might disrupt my system. But in the end, football speaks through goals." Pedro took out a document titled Summer Training Camp Supplement List from his drawer. He wrote down a name: Zhou Tian. "Bring him in," Pedro said calmly. "I want to see up close if this chaotic kid can become that indispensable variable in my precise machine." The youth training supervisor's eyes widened. "Are you saying to let him participate in the first team's summer training, together with Kudo? Is there a problem?" Pedro raised an eyebrow. No problem." Zhou Tian was eating post-match crepes with Maki when he suddenly sneezed loudly. "Achoo. What's wrong? Caught a cold?" Maki worriedly touched his forehead. "No," Zhou Tian rubbed his nose, gazing at the sky. "I just feel like someone is plotting against me from behind." Or, Zhou Tian's lips curled into a something good is about to happen. On Monday at 9:30 a.m., FC Tokyo Youth Training Base office. The cicadas outside were annoyingly loud, and the sun bleached the asphalt road. For most players in the U18 team, this was an ordinary recovery training day. Everyone was jogging on the grass or queuing for massages in the therapy room. But for Zhou Tian, the atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. 10 minutes ago, while bragging about his claw machine achievements in the locker room, he was suddenly called out by Inoue Daichi. And it wasn't a casual "hey, come over," but an extremely formal "Zhou Tian, please come to the conference room on the second floor." Hiss. Tanaka Kenta watched Zhou Tian walk away, taking a sharp breath. Could it be that Sunday got in trouble for being too arrogant during the last match? It's possible. Takeda Go touched his chin. Or perhaps it's because he always takes us to eat high-calorie pork cutlet rice, and the nutritionist reported him. With a heart full of anxiety, Zhou Tian knocked on the conference room door. "Please come in." He pushed the door open. Cold air rushed toward him. Inside sat 3 people. The youth training director Inoue Daichi, U18 head coach Ono, and a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses who looked like he was involved in multi-level marketing. "Sit down." Inoue Daichi pointed to the chair opposite him, wearing a strangely alarming yet benevolent smile. Coach." Zhou Tian cautiously sat down, only half his butt on the chair. "If this is about the pork cutlet rice, I can explain. It's for muscle gain. Plus I paid for it." "What nonsense." Inoue Daichi rolled his eyes and pushed a thick document in front of Zhou Tian. "Take a look at this." Zhou Tian looked down. On the cover of the document was printed FC Tokyo's huge red, and below was a bold heading: Professional Player Employment Contract Class C Draft A. Professional contract. Zhou Tian suddenly looked up, his pupils shaking. "For me? Of course, who else would it be for?" Inoue Daichi huffed. The man in the suit, the club's human resources manager, spoke with a smile. "Zhou Tian, based on your outstanding performance in the recent T-League, particularly that unique football intelligence and vision you've shown. Following the personal recommendation of the first team head coach Alberto Pedro, the club has decided to sign a professional contract with you ahead of schedule. Although you are not yet 18 and your student status is still at Sakuraji High School, this does not prevent you from becoming our specially designated player or directly transitioning to a professional team member." Zhou Tian felt a buzzing in his head. A professional contract. How many young footballers dream of this? With this contract, he would no longer be a student playing for fun, but a true professional player living off football. He opened the contract. It was filled with dense clauses and various legal terms. Although he was an excellent student at school, facing such a professional document made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Zhou Tian, you can first look at the key terms. The manager pointed to the second page. Annual salary 4 million yen before tax. Contract duration 3 years. Penalty for breach 4 million yen. Approximately 2,000. For a rookie in the J League, the Class C contract maximum is 4.8 million. This figure is standard, even slightly high. After all, he had only been playing for a few months. Zhou Tian looked at that number. He didn't immediately convert it to yuan. Instead, he calculated. How many servings of supersized pork cutlet rice can this buy me? Probably enough to buy half of Shoati. How about it? Inoue Daichi observed Zhou Tian's expression. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate more. But as a newcomer, this was already very sincere. Zhou Tian did not answer immediately. He closed the contract. His initial expression of shock slowly turned calm, even taking on a hint of cunning. Coach Inoue and Mr. Manager. Zhou Tian straightened his back. This contract is very important to me. This is my first professional contract. Although I may seem a bit loud, I am very cautious when it comes to signing matters. So, Zhou Tian revealed an awkward smile. Can I bring my agent to help me review it together? And also I want to share this important moment with her. Inoue Daichi was taken aback. An agent? When did this kid get an agent? But he quickly reacted and glanced outside at the stands. Are you talking about that little girl? Yes. Zhou Tian nodded. She's waiting for me in the stands. Inoue Daichi helplessly smiled and waved his hand. All right, go call her down. Young people these days even need to show off their love while signing. 5 minutes later, the conference room door was pushed open again. Kataho Maki walked in. She was wearing the summer uniform of Sakuraji High School and holding a notebook used for recording data. Originally thinking that Zhou Tian was called in for a reprimand, upon entering and seeing the 3 people in a serious meeting stance and the document labeled contract on the table, she instantly understood what was happening. Maki. Zhou Tian jumped up as if seeing a savior and pulled Maki to sit next to him. Quick, help me take a look. This is a contract of servitude. I'm about to sell myself to the capitalists. Shut up. Don't say it so harshly. Maki shot him a glare, but when she saw the words professional contract, her hand trembled slightly. A hint of pride flashed in her eyes. You're going pro, she said softly. Then Kataho Maki's orchestration. She adjusted her non-existent glasses, instantly switching from the girl next door to the top lawyer agent mode. She picked up the contract and did not look at the 4 million figure to the young lady of the Kataho family. This was not a huge amount, but directly flipped to the additional terms and obligations. Regarding the profit-sharing ratio for image rights. Regarding medical coverage during injuries. As for the termination clauses if receiving offers from overseas clubs. Maki read while circling items with a red pen, occasionally raising her head to ask the suit-clad manager some extremely tricky questions. Mr. Manager, isn't this statement about the club's right of first refusal too vague? What if Zhou Tian wants to, and this about the obligations for commercial activities, will it affect his studies and training? The human resources manager, who originally thought he was just going through the motions, was now sweating profusely. Is this really a high school girl? She's tougher than those professional agents. Inoue Daichi watched with great interest. TSK Tisk Sunday is going to be a henpecked husband in the future. After half an hour of negotiation and review, Maki finally closed the document. She turned to Zhou Tian, her eyes softening. No problem, Maki said. Although it's a Class C rookie contract and the salary isn't at the top level for you right now, this is the best stepping stone. Moreover, the medical coverage clauses are very comprehensive. This is what she cares about most. FC Tokyo's sincerity. Shall we sign? Maki asked. Zhou Tian looked at her. What do you think? Sign. Maki nodded. This is your... All right. Zhou Tian picked up the pen. But before signing, he took out his phone. Could you wait a moment? Zhou Tian dialed an international call. Hello, Mom. It's me, Zhou Tian. I'm about to sign a professional contract in Japan. Annual salary of 4 million yen. Oh, you said only 2,000 yuan. That's not enough to buy a bag. Oh, it's not about the money. It's an honor. Do you understand honor? Okay, I gotta take care of your health, eat more vegetables. So I'm signing, right? Tell my dad about it for me. He hung up the phone and let out a long breath. Although his parents weren't too keen on football and just hoped he'd be healthy and happy and conveniently take over the family business, they still needed to be informed for such a significant matter. All right. Zhou Tian tightened his grip on the pen. Maki. He suddenly handed the pen to Maki. What for? I want us to sign together. Zhou Tian looked into her eyes, speaking very seriously. This contract, though it's in my every muscle I've built, referring to muscle gain, every goal scored has a part of you in it. You are my supervisor, my nutritionist, my brain auxiliary. So let's sign this together. Maki's face flushed. This was utterly ridiculous in such a serious business setting. But, seeing Zhou Tian's eyes filled with a stubborn plea of if you don't agree, I won't sign. She reached out and took Zhou Tian's hand. Both hands held the pen together. On the Party B player signature line. The pen tip touched the paper. Zhou Tian. Though it was just 2 characters, it was written with the combined effort of 2 people. The warmth of their hands touching against each other seemed to imprint onto the thin paper. Click. Inoue Daichi had pulled out his phone at some point and captured this moment. In the photo, the afternoon sun spilled onto the conference table. The hands of a young man and woman overlapped, their expressions focused and solemn. Beside them was the thick contract. The background was the FC Tokyo emblem. This photo could be called the most romantic signing ceremony. Alright, contract signed successfully. Zhou Tian put down the pen, stretched, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. The manager put away the contract, a relieved smile on his face. Welcome to the FC Tokyo family, Zhou Tian. Thank you. Just when Zhou Tian thought everything was over and prepared to take Maki out for a celebratory meal, Inoue Daichi suddenly pulled out another sheet of paper from behind. Don't rush to leave. Inoue Daichi's smile turned slightly mischievous. Now that the contract is signed, you're one of us. So there are some internal benefits you should also enjoy. Benefits? Zhou Tian's eyes lit up. Are we getting bonuses? More exciting than bonuses. Inoue Daichi handed him the paper. FC Tokyo First Team Summer Sprint Training Camp invitation time starts next Monday for 7 days. Location: FC Tokyo First Team Training Base. Head coach Alberto Pedro. This is the summer training camp. Although the second half of the T-League is still to come, this week is the off-season. Coach Pedro specifically requested you to join. And Kudo Eiichi. You two will be invited, you 18 players living and training with the first team stars. This is Hell Week. Zhou Tian looked at the invitation, his hands trembling. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. The first team. Nagatomo Yudo. Oliveira. Those J-League stars he could only see on TV. And that strict Spanish old man. This isn't just training. This is a trial. If he performs well, who knows? This benefit is too hardcore. He turned to Maki. Looks like I won't be able to accompany you next week. Maki looked at the invitation. A hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes, but more was pride. She helped Zhou Tian adjust his collar. Go ahead. Go show them. My boyfriend is not just a king among you, even among seasoned professionals. He's the brightest star. As they walked out of the office building, the sunlight was just right. Zhou Tian held the copy of that contract and the heavy invitation. Maki. I'm now a professional player with an annual salary of 4 million yen. So what? So, tonight at Shawadi it's on me. Order whatever you like. Even add 2 eggs. You've become something. Maki teased him, but still tightly linked her arm with his. But before we go eat. Maki suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Since you've signed a contract, that means you're an adult now. Maki stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer to his ear. To celebrate, you're becoming a social person. How about a different kind of... Zhou Tian's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. No. Something different. Could it be? Maki mischievously blew into his ear. What are you thinking? I mean, my parents are on a business trip today. Really? We get to share a bed tonight. The laughter of the young man and woman carried far in the summer breeze. The door to their professional careers had already opened. Monday, 9:00 p.m. Zhou Tian's apartment. This day was perhaps the most information-rich day in Zhou Tian. In the morning, he signed a professional contract and even dragged his girlfriend to do a couple's double sign, leaving Uncle and... In the afternoon, he was informed that he would soon participate in hellish-level training with the first team. And in the evening, that was when the Real highlight would occur. At the entrance, 2 pairs of shoes were neatly placed together. The air inside was filled with a kind of ambiguous atmosphere known as legal cohabitation pseudo. By Chiao, Maki's parents were still attending a long medical forum in Hokkaido thanks to medical advancements, thanks to academic conferences, so this usually decisive big sister took over Zhou Tian's apartment again tonight. Maki. Zhou Tian stood in the middle of the living room, feeling a bit at a loss. Maki was sitting on the sofa holding the copy of the newly signed professional contract and carefully reading the terms under the light, even though she had already gone through it once during the day. Hearing Zhou Tian's voice, she lifted her head, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of teasing. I really meant it when I said I wouldn't let you sleep on the sofa. She closed the contract and carefully placed it on the coffee table. This lady keeps her word. But, Maki sized up Zhou Tian with a look that carried a warning of you know what I mean. You still have training and a match next week. So don't get too carried away. Zhou Tian paused for a moment and his face instantly flushed red. He certainly understood the insinuation behind her words. This was probably the legendary. You can share the bed, but no crossing the line. I think so too. Zhou Tian nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice to mask his slight, actually. As a professional player, maintaining ample physical stamina is the top priority. I am very disciplined. I absolutely won't mess around. Good to know. Maki nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Go take a shower. You smell like sweat. Half an hour later, both of them had finished washing up. Zhou Tian wore loose t-shirt and shorts while Maki changed into the light pink silk pajamas she left at Zhou Tian's place. In the bedroom, only a dim yellow bedside lamp was on. On the 2-meter-wide bed, 2 blankets were neatly spread out. In the middle was an invisible but physically present boundary. The 2 of them each dug into their own blankets. Lying flat, their hands rested on their stomachs. Their poses were so standard that they resembled 2 plants undergoing photosynthesis. The lights are off, Zhou Tian said softly. Click. The light went out. The room fell into darkness with only the moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, casting a silvery beam on the floor. Silence. A death-like silence. The only sounds were the 2 heartbeats resembling 2 war drums responding to each other. Zhou Tian stared at the ceiling, feeling all his muscles tense up. Though there was nothing they could do, just knowing that the person he liked was sleeping only a few centimeters away made the hormonal excitement impossible to suppress. At that moment, a rustling sound came from under the blanket. A slightly cool little hand crossed the boundary and accurately found Zhou Tian's large hand. Zhou Tian clasped it back, their fingers intertwined. This skin-to-skin touch brought more reassurance than any Zhou Tian, are you asleep? Maki's voice was soft, sounding particularly clear in the quiet room, laced with a hint of lazy nasal tone. No, Zhou Tian answered honestly. I'm too excited to sleep. It feels like I'm dreaming today. A sound of fabric rubbing came from beside him. Maki turned to face him. Using the moonlight, Zhou Tian could see her bright eyes staring at him, unblinking. Congratulations on signing the contract. Maki suddenly said, her tone becoming serious, even slightly solemn. Zhou Tian also turned to face her. Their faces were very close, their breaths intertwining. Thank you, Zhou Tian whispered. Maki looked at him, her gaze gentle enough to nearly bring tears. She tilted her head slightly and closed her eyes. Understanding her cue, Zhou Tian leaned down and kissed her soft lips. It was a pure celebratory kiss devoid of any distractions. The moonlight spilled over their faces, and time seemed to pause at that moment. After a long while, their lips parted. Maki rested her forehead against Zhou Tian's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. Zhou Tian, I will work hard. Maki's voice was muffled, yet it carried a sense of determination. I want to stand by you always, no matter where you go, no matter how far. Zhou Tian was taken aback. He didn't expect that the usually confident and strong Maki would have such a side filled with insecurities. He tightened his grip on Maki's hand and said seriously, is that all right? Maki, you have your own life. You're the top of your class, you want to get into the best medical school, and you want to do many things. I think you should have your own life too, instead of revolving around me. My own life. Maki raised her head to look at Zhou Tian. A faint smile played on her lips, a mixture of the bitterness of memories and the sweetness of the present. What if I say? Maki leaned closer to Zhou Tian's ear and whispered, you are my entire life, right now. Flashback to spring 2 years ago at Sakuramuki High School. At that time, Bai Chao, Maki was famous as the thorny rose of Sakuramuki High. Although her grades were impressive, always ranked first in her year, due to family reasons her parents were long absent, and her character, she disguised herself as a delinquent girl that no one dared provoke. Dyed hair, shortened skirts, fierce eyes. She roamed the school alone, surrounded by a group of little delinquents who were more fearful than friendly. Returning home to an empty mansion, she had grown accustomed to using indifference to combat loneliness. Until the transfer student arrived. Zhou Tian, a foreign student from China. He was quite good-looking, but seemed to have a different way of thinking. He was neither afraid of Maki's delinquent aura, nor did he cower like other nerds. That day during lunch break, the classroom was noisy. Maki sat in the last row preparing to lie down and sleep. Suddenly a rich aroma of oil wafted over. It was the smell of specially made garlic fried chicken. Maki twitched her nose and opened her eyes. Zhou Tian was drooling, staring at the fried chicken on Maki's desk. Hey, Bai Chao classmate, that piece of fried chicken looks really delicious. Can I have a taste? Zhou Tian pointed at the unopened box of premium fried chicken on Maki's desk, which was bought by a classmate to curry favor with her, but she had no appetite. Maki was taken aback. Huh. She looked at the boy who dared to ask the big sister for food and found it somewhat amusing. She watched as Zhou Tian looked like he was about to drool and saw his slightly silly but somewhat handsome face. Take it. Maki generously pushed the box of fried chicken over. After all, she didn't want to eat. Zhou Tian's eyes lit up and he immediately opened the box, grabbed a piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Maki watched his satisfied expression and suddenly a plan formed in her mind. She took out the physics workbook she had been too lazy to write in from her drawer and tossed it in front of Zhou Tian. But Maki propped her chin on her hand, grinning mischievously. If you eat my chicken, you have to let me copy your physics homework. Zhou Tian was still chewing on the fried chicken when he heard the words copy homework and he froze. He glanced at the brand new physics workbook and then at the fierce delinquent girl across from him. A unique, serious expression appeared on his face. Copying homework is not good. Zhou Tian mumbled, still chewing. Maki rolled her eyes, feeling that this foreign student was utterly incomprehensible. Otherwise, how can it be called copying homework? She impatiently tapped the table. Hurry up and write. When you're done, lend it to me. I don't want to think. However, Zhou Tian swallowed the meat in his mouth, wiped his hands with a tissue, and pushed the workbook back. His gaze was clear and stubborn, completely unfazed by the big sister's aura. No, Zhou Tian said seriously. If you don't know how to do it, I can teach you. Unless you prove you can do it, I won't let you copy. Huh. Maki laughed in anger. She narrowed her eyes and looked at this clueless guy. Hey, whether I can write or not is none of your business. Do you want to get beat up? Getting beat up won't work either. Zhou Tian protected his workbook like a treasure keeper. This is a matter of principle. If you just copy, you still won't know how to do it during the exam. That's pointless. Maki looked at his unyielding demeanor, her fists clenched, and then relaxed, then clenched again. Finally, she took a deep breath and retrieved the workbook. Fine. You've got guts. Maki snorted coldly. Then do it yourself. Don't expect this lady to deal with you again. Zhou Tian watched her angry expression and scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he had eaten her fried chicken, but refused her small request. But Zhou Tian pointed at the empty fried chicken box, speaking sincerely. The fried chicken was really good. I'll find a way to return it to you tomorrow. Who cares? Maki turned her head and laid down on the table, ignoring him. The next day, during lunch, Maki had just woken up when she looked up and saw Zhou Tian standing at her desk. He was holding a steaming paper bucket, the latest family-sized fried chicken from the convenience store, the aroma wafting into her nostrils. Here. Zhou Tian placed the fried chicken on her desk, wearing a pleasing smile. Here's your return. This is fresh out of the fryer. Maki looked at the bucket of golden calorie-laden fried chicken, and her throat involuntarily moved. But she quickly regained her aloofness, pulling back slightly in disdain. I need to control my figure. How could I eat something like this? Maki pointed at the fried chicken with a look that said, are you trying to kill me? It's all oil and carbs. Do you want me to get fat? Huh. Zhou Tian was stunned, scratching his head in confusion. But you clearly wanted to eat it yesterday. And this bucket is very expensive. Seeing Zhou Tian's bewildered and somewhat aggrieved expression, Maki's morning irritation suddenly dissipated. She sighed and shook her head helplessly. I really can't deal with you. She extended her hand not to take the fried chicken, but to slap the still blank physics workbook back on the table. Then she took out a red pen from her pencil case and twirled it in her hand. No choice. Maki beckoned Zhou Tian to come here. Zhou Tian obediently leaned in. Maki opened the workbook and pointed at the hardest mechanics problem, her expression instantly shifting from lazy delinquent to top student. Let me tell you how to solve this problem with that poor brain of yours. Maki's voice was crisp and clear, her logic frightening. Here you need to use calculus concepts, first break down the acceleration, and then integrate over time. Do you understand? Zhou Tian was left dumbfounded. He watched the beautifully written formulas on the draft paper, and then looked at the girl in front of him, who was currently tapping his head with her pen. This was hardly a case of not knowing how to do it. This was simply a professor-level approach to problem solving. Did you understand, dummy? Maki impatiently asked. I understand. Zhou Tian nodded eagerly. Good to know. Maki tossed the pen aside, laid down on the desk again, and returned to her. From now on I will explain the major problems in your homework every day. Then, she pointed at Zhou Tian. You are responsible for finishing the processes and calculations properly, and writing them down in my notebook for me to copy. That's the price. Got it. Zhou Tian looked at the bucket of fried chicken, and then at the back of Maki's head. Suddenly he smiled. Deal. From that day on, fried chicken was exchanged for Zhou Tian's labor, while Maki became Zhou Tian's exclusive named tutor. That was their initial contract. The scene shifted back to Zhou Tian's apartment. Moonlight spilled onto the bedside. The memories gradually faded away, leaving only the warm afterglow in their hearts. Maki buried her head in Zhou Tian's chest, her voice somewhat muffled, yet filled with infinite affection. At that time I thought this boy, although a bit silly, is quite cute. At least he didn't stay away from me because I was a delinquent, nor did he really get angry because I bullied him. Zhou Tian held her hand tightly, a smile appearing on his face. At that time I was also thinking, this girl, although fierce, is really smart. If only I could take her home as my strategist. Who would want to be your strategist? Maki blushed playfully, punching his chest, but did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she clutched the collar of his pajamas. If you want me to be your strategist, your appearance fee is quite high. Zhou Tian looked down at her, his gaze tender to the point of melt. He rested his chin on Maki's head, feeling the softness of her hair. Then, how about I mortgage my entire life to you? Is that enough? Zhou Tian's voice was soft, but in the quiet night, each word felt like a heavy hammer striking Maki's heart. A professional player's golden career probably lasts only 15 years. After retirement, I might get fat, I might become a bald uncle, and I might not be as handsome as I am now, though I'm just okay now. But no matter whether I'm a superstar with a golden ball or a retired old man playing soccer in a park, as long as you turn back, I will definitely be there. Maki's body trembled slightly. She said nothing, burying her face deeply in Zhou Tian's embrace, not wanting him to see the slight moisture in her eye. After a long while, a muffled voice tinged with a nasal sound emerged from her. Deal. No take-backs. Those who take back are little dogs. Woof. Zhou Tian called out without hesitation. Puffy. Maki burst into laughter. She snuggled into Zhou Tian's embrace, finding the most comfortable position. Sleep, you idiot. Tomorrow we still have the first team to endure. Good night, Maki. Good night, Zhou Tian. That night, the moonlight gently watched over the two young hearts. Although the future was filled with uncertainties and the path of professional soccer was cruel and long, at least at this moment in this small apartment they had each other's all. The next day at 6:30 a.m., the alarm hadn't gone off yet, but Zhou Tian's biological clock had already awakened him. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was still the girl wrapped around him like an octopus. However, this time he did not panic like last time. He simply gazed at Maki's sleeping face. The morning light spilled over her long eyelashes, casting a small fan-shaped shadow. She was sleeping deeply, her gentle breath brushing against his neck. That real tactile sensation made him feel incredibly at ease. I really wish it could always be like this. Zhou Tian sighed in his heart. As if sensing his gaze, Maki's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she groggily opened her eyes. The moment of confusion looked particularly adorable. Then she realized her current position, almost straddling Zhou Tian. Oh. Maki shrank back like she had been electrocuted, wrapping herself in the blanket, leaving only her rosy ears exposed. Gee, good morning. You woke up too early, she said in a slightly muffled voice. Good morning, Maki. Zhou Tian stretched lazily, sitting up with a smile that made Maki want to punch him. It's not early. We have to report to the first team. Besides, someone was holding me so tightly just now that my hands went numb. Shut up. The blanket was too heavy. Maki poked her head out of the blanket, glaring at him fiercely before quickly jumping out of bed and rushing into the bathroom. Hurry up and wash up. They'll make you breakfast. After you eat, hurry and get to training. 8:00 a.m. Outside the apartment building, Zhou Tian carried a huge sports backpack packed with his cleat, shin guards, and a large box of nutritional supplements that Maki had specially stuffed in. Maki stood at the entrance, still holding the bag with the empty lunch boxes. Though she tried hard to maintain her usual aloofness, the reluctance in her eyes was impossible to hide. Go ahead. Maki helped Zhou Tian straighten his collar, even though that training outfit had no collar to adjust. Even though it's the first team, even though that Coach Pedro is very strict, and even though Kudo will definitely mock you. But, Maki looked up, her expression resolute. You are the best commander. That I have already confirmed. Zhou Tian looked at her, feeling a warmth surge in his heart. Suddenly he opened his arms and hugged Maki tightly regardless of everything. It was a forceful, powerful embrace. Don't worry, Zhou Tian whispered in her ear. I will make it my home ground. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he released her and turned to stride toward the station, the morning breeze lifting the hem of his clothing. The boy's back was straight and full of vitality, each step resonating with the rhythm of dreams. Maki stood still, watching that figure disappear around the corner. She touched her lips, which still seemed to hold the warmth of last night's kiss. Idiot. She smiled, shining brighter than safe travels. FC Tokyo Kagane Sports Ground, first team training area. Though it was only separated from the youth training area by a wire fence, the atmosphere was entirely different. The grass here was more even, and the air was filled with a sense of seriousness and professionalism. Zhou Tian stood at the gate, taking a deep breath. He took out the invitation letter and handed it to the security guard at the entrance. Player Zhou Tian, please enter. The gates, inside a group of adult players in professional uniforms, were warming up. Nagatomo Yudo Oliveira. Those familiar faces were right in front of him. On the sidelines, a tall, sharp-eyed Spanish man, Alberto Pedro, was crossing his arms, coldly watching the entrance. Beside him, Kudo Eiichi, who had arrived early, raised an eyebrow at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian clenched his fists. The first team. I'm here. Monday, 9:00 a.m. FC Tokyo Kobe Sports Park, first team training zone. A wire fence separates two worlds. On this side, there is the noisy, restless, and youthful U18 youth team, while on that side, the first team J1 League is solemn, precise, and permeated with the scent of money and competition. Today, this gate opened for a select few. Zhou Tian, carrying a sports bag, stood on the meticulously trimmed grass, taking a deep breath. The air seemed to carry the essence of professionalism. The superior turf maintenance agents, the expensive sports drinks, and the heavier pressure. Stop looking around like a country bumpkin in the city. A familiar, annoying voice came from nearby. Kudo Eiichi was standing not far away, wearing the orange training vest of the first team, indicating a substitute or rookie, arms crossed with a proud expression that screamed, I've been there. Yo, Kudo-senpai. Zhou Tian walked over, teasingly exaggerating. Just a week away, and your aura has changed. Is this the aura of a J1 star? Stop rambling. Kudo Eiichi maintained a stern face, but his eyes showed a hint of relaxation upon seeing Zhou Tian. It's good that you could come. These veterans. They're tough to deal with. The two stood side by side, watching the adult players in the center of the field warming up for the circle drill. Nagatomo Yudo, Diego Oliveira, Morishige Masato. Names that could only be seen on TV broadcasts or posters were now running right in front of them. Every touch of the ball and every shout radiated an undeniable confidence. And on the sidelines, the tall, deep-eyed Spanish coach, Alberto Pedro, had his hands in his coat pockets like a lion surveying its territory, coldly watching the entrance. Zhou Tian thought he was looking at him, quickly straightening his back and putting on a look of I'm alert, I'm professional, even considering going over to greet him. However, Pedro merely glanced at him, his gaze not lingering, not even a nod, and just moved on. That look was like observing a stone by the roadside or a newly bought training cone. Zhou Tian awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand. Don't get carried away with yourself. Kudo Eiichi whispered. To Pedro, we're just disposable materials to fill the training. In his eyes, unless you prove your worth on the field, you don't even deserve to have a name. How cold? Zhou Tian gasped, but he noticed that although Pedro didn't look at him, his brows were still tightly knitted, his gaze fixed on the large iron gate of the training center, as if waiting for something or suppressing some kind of anger. Who is he waiting for? Zhou Tian wondered. Could it be a big-name foreign player? I don't know. Kudo replied, puzzled. This training roster should only include us two U18 players. Wait a minute. Just then, sudden hurried footsteps echoed outside the gate, accompanied by the sound of wind created by someone running too fast. Wait for me. A black shadow like an out-of-control torpedo slammed through the half-open gate, rushing into the training ground like a whirlwind. Everyone stopped their movements and turned to look at this uninvited guest. They saw a boy with messy braids, dark skin, holding one shoe, the other one on his foot, and with his socks not properly pulled up, panting heavily as he stood there. Speedy Sato. He was drenched in sweat, fearfully looking around, then spotted Zhou Tian and Kudo, and instantly broke into that signature carefree smile. Yo, bro, I barely made it. Speedy shouted loudly, while hopping on one foot to put on his shoe. Sorry, I was too excited last night. The alarm didn't go off. No, I didn't hear it. The big shots of the first team exchanged glances. Where did this clown come from? This isn't a training ground for amateurs, it's a professional team. Zhou Tian painfully covered his face. I don't know him. I really don't know him. Kudo Eiichi's mouth twitched. Is this guy here to be funny? It turned out that just last night, while Zhou Tian was having a cozy moment with Maki, Inoue Daichi had sent an urgent note. One of the first team's wingers had suddenly pulled a muscle, and they urgently needed a Speedy sparring partner. For Speedy, this was like winning the lottery. So this kid was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, and only dozed off in the early morning, resulting in. On the sidelines, Coach Pedro's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He looked at the Jamaican descendant, who was flusteredly tying his shoelaces, took a deep breath, seemingly contemplating whether to kick him out or let him run 10 kilometers to cool off. But in the end Pedro merely let out a cold grunt. Is this the kid who supposedly runs 100 meters in 10.8 seconds, he asked his assistant. Yes. Yes it is. The assistant wiped his sweat. Though he lacks discipline, his speed is indeed impressive. Return to the team. Pedro said only 2 words, his voice not loud, yet carrying an irresistible authority. Yes, coach. Speedy instantly stood at attention and then darted over to Zhou Tian and Kudo like a rabbit. Phew. That scared me. Speedy patted his chest and quietly said, that old man's gaze is terrifying, it feels like he wants to eat me. You had it coming. Zhou Tian shot him a glare. Showing up late on the first day, you really are something. Regardless of anything, Kudo Aichi looked at the 2 of them and sighed helplessly. Looks like for this week's hell training the 3 of us are together. 3 rookies from U18. 1 commander with keen eyes but a weak physique. 1 talented but arrogant forward, is that even a flaw? 1 invincible speedster with a peculiar thought process. The future trident of FC Tokyo was thus formed for the first time on the first team's training ground in a rather comical way. 9:30 a.m. Gathering for a briefing. The captain of the first team approached. Takahashi Tera, 31 years old, 183 centimeters tall, playing as a central defender. He is the defensive core of FC Tokyo and the soul of the team. Unlike those fierce-looking defenders, Takahashi Tera has a very kind face with fine lines at the corners of his eyes when he smiles, giving a neighborly uncle vibe. Welcome, young warriors. Takahashi Tera extended his hand and shook hands with the 3 of them. His palms were wide, dry, and strong, a texture formed from years of battling with strong forwards. I'm Takahashi. You can call me Takahashi-san, or Captain, he said with a warm voice. Don't be nervous. Although this is the first team, we're all here to play football. Fundamentally, there's no difference. As long as you're willing to run and fight, everyone will accept you. Yes, Captain. The 3 responded in unison. Zhou Tian looked at this nice guy captain, but dared not relax, and the eye of all-knowing told him that this seemingly gentle uncle had extremely tight muscles and stood firmly like a mountain. That was a kind of reserved strength. A smiling tiger. Definitely a smiling tiger. Zhou Tian mentally tagged the captain. Then Takahashi Tera began introducing them to other teammates. Over there, the one juggling the ball is Diego. Takahashi pointed to a burly Brazilian forward with thighs like trees. He is our top scorer. Although he looks fierce, he is actually very nice and can speak a few words of Japanese. Seemingly sensing their gaze, the Brazilian giant turned his head, revealing a bright smile, giving a thumbs up to Zhou Tian and the others. Konnichiwa, boys. Wow, he's really strong. Speedy looked at Diego's muscles with envy. Now that's what a real forward's physique looks like. And over there, the short guy stretching. Takahashi pointed to the midfield area. Matsuki. He also came from our youth training, 19 years old, and is already a key midfielder now. He has excellent skills, you can learn a lot from him. The player named Matsuki merely cast a cold glance at them without any response, continuing his business. That gaze carried a unique, kind of, disregard from a professional player towards youth trainees. Alright. Takahashi Tera clapped his hands. Coach Pedro dislikes small talk. Warm-up is over, and we'll begin the group matches shortly. Remember one thing. Takahashi Tera's expression grew slightly serious, his gaze becoming sharp. In the first team, there's no saying you're a newcomer, so we'll go easy on you. Once you're on the field, if you can't keep up with the pace, or if a mistake leads to a goal, then you'll be immediately substituted, or even sent back to U18. Understood? Understood. 10:00 a.m. Group matches, 11 versus 11. Since it was a first-team practice, it was a full field match. Zhou Tian, Kudo, and Speedy were assigned to the substitute group B, mixed in with some first-team substitute players. Their opponents were the main group A, led by Takahashi Tera in defense with Diego charging forward. Sunday, you play as an attacking midfielder. Speedy, you're on the right wing. I'll lead the front. Kudo Aichi quickly assigned tasks. Don't think too much, just treat this as an upgraded version of the T-League. Upgraded version. Zhou Tian stood in the center circle looking at the big shots on the opposite side, all of whom were completely different in stature, muscle, and expression. This is probably hell version. Beep. The whistle blew. As soon as the match started, Zhou Tian felt what it meant to experience professional-grade suffocation. This was completely different from the T-League. In the T-League, even Kamitani had some gaps in pressure. But here, too fast. Not only was the running speed fast, but the ball movement speed was even faster. The main group's passing flowed like water, each pass forceful and stable like a magnet. 5th minute. Zhou Tian touched the ball for the first time. He had just received a pass from the defender and hadn't had time to bang. A tremendous force surged from the side and behind him. A defensive midfielder from the main group, 26 years old, at the peak of his career, came right up to him. It wasn't like the brute force of Takeda Go. Instead, it was a highly skillful pressure using body weight and hand movements. Zhou Tian felt his breathing space was instantly compressed. He wanted to turn but couldn't move. He wanted to pass but the lanes were blocked. Damn. Is this what adult competition feels? Zhou Tian gritted his teeth to hold on. Even with training enhancements under this level of competition, it felt like being snap. The ball was lost. The opponent easily intercepted the ball and launched a counterattack. Fall back. Zhou Tian turned around clumsily to chase back, but the main group's counterattack was too sharp. With a few passes, the ball reached Brazilian forward Diego. Facing 2 defenders, Diego used his body to hold them off, and then blasted a shot. 1-0. The main group took the lead effortlessly. On the sidelines, Pedro recorded something with a blank expression. That gaze made Zhou Tian's heart race. No way. If this continues, you'll be sent back. Zhou Tian gasped. Stay calm. Zhou Tian, you must stay. Your body may not be as strong as theirs, but you have eyes. You have vision. 15th minute. Group B attacked. The ball was passed to Zhou Tian again. This time the defensive midfielder closed in again with a teasing glint in his eyes. Kid, this isn't a playground. Zhou Tian didn't try to resist anymore. God's eye all-knowing fully activated. He saw it. Though the midfielder's approach was fierce, he left a gap behind him, and Speedy was hovering over there. Although my body can't keep up, my mind is faster than yours. Zhou Tian made a change the moment he received the ball. He didn't stop the ball. Instead, he met the ball directly and flicked it with the outside of his foot. A pass. The ball changed direction and slipped through the defensive midfielder's legs, though it was a bit lucky. What a... The midfielder was taken aback. The ball rolled to the right. Speedy got the ball. Facing the main group's fullback, Speedy made no fancy moves, kicked the ball forward, then sprinted at full speed. Speedy revealed, even if you're a professional player, don't think you can catch up with me. Boom. The black lightning took off. The fullback clearly underestimated Speedy's explosiveness and was overtaken as soon as he turned. So fast. Takahashi Taira shouted from the center, cover. Speedy made a cross from the end line. Though it was slightly off an old habit, it gave Kudo an opportunity. Kudo Aichi was in the penalty area facing Takahashi Taira's defense. He knew he was at a physical disadvantage, so he used agile movement to steal the near post and turned back to shoot. Bang! The ball went off target, sliding past the goal. Damn! Kudo slammed the ground in frustration. Although he didn't score, this attack made the main group's veterans pay a bit more attention. Interesting. Takahashi Taira looked at the three young players retreating. That black kid is very fast. That forward makes smart runs. As for that commander, though his physical contact is like a primary school student, that last pass's timing was really well chosen. The following training match turned into a survival game for the three rookies. Zhou Tian was knocked down countless times. Speedy was fouled and yelled dramatically. Kudo Aichi had no temper against Takahashi Taira's defense. The final score was 5-0. The substitute group was completely defeated. After the training, Zhou Tian collapsed on the ground, feeling as if his bones were falling apart. This is the first team. The gap is too big. At that moment, Captain Takahashi Taira approached, holding several bottles of water, tossing them to them. How do you feel? Takahashi smiled and asked. Like being run over by a truck, Zhou Tian replied honestly. Haha, that's normal. Takahashi Taira sat beside them, wiping his sweat. Your technical foundation is actually quite good, especially your vision and awareness. Just now those few passes were very instinctive. If your body could be a bit sturdier and withstand the initial impact, you'd be a much bigger threat. I'll practice. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. I'll train to death if I have to. And you? Takahashi looked at Speedy. Speed is a talent, but you can't rely solely on speed. In the first team, everyone is experienced. If you only know how to outrun in a straight line, you'll soon be blocked. You need to learn how to utilize changes in rhythm. Finally, he turned to Kudo. As for you, shooter, your movement is very clever. But how to maintain the stability of your shooting action under pressure is your task moving forward. The three youths nodded frequently. These were the valuable insights of the big brother, each word a gem. All right, hurry up. And Takahashi stood up. Though Coach Pedro seems fierce, he's actually watching everything. If you guys performed like trash, he would have kicked you out long ago. Since he let you stay for lunch, it means he's somewhat satisfied with you. Hearing this, the three's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Come on, let me take you to the cafeteria. The first team's food is excellent. At the FC Tokyo first team cafeteria, compared to the youth training base's canteen, this was simply a Michelin restaurant. The buffet was filled with various high-protein, low-fat delicacies. Steak, salmon, pasta, various fresh fruits. Wow. Zhou Tian and Speedy holding plates were wide-eyed. This is too luxurious. Zhou Tian picked up a thick steak. Is this the treatment for a 4 million annual salary? Even though he's not yet officially on the first team, the three found a corner and began to wolf down the food. Just then, Coach Pedro walked by with a plate. He stopped and coldly glanced at them. The three immediately stopped chewing, just like elementary school students seeing their homeroom teacher. 1:30 p.m. FC Tokyo's first team tactical audiovisual room. The afternoon sunlight was firmly blocked outside by heavy blackout curtains, leaving only the cold light from the projector to illuminate the dust floating in the air. According to the usual first team schedule, the afternoon should have been the players' free recovery time or massage time. After all, the high-intensity training in the morning had already exhausted a significant amount of their stamina. But today was different. Alberto Pedro, the tactical master from the Iberian Peninsula, stood before the massive electronic tactical board, his expression as dark as an impending storm. The reason was simple: FC Tokyo had lost to a relegation-threatened team in the last round of the J1 League. For Pedro, who pursued perfect control, this was an unforgivable systemic collapse. Look at your positioning. Pedro's laser pointer frantically circled the screen, the red resembling an angry mosquito. Here, in the 65th minute. The moment we lost possession, why did the distance between the defensive midfielder and the center back stretch to 20 meters? Are you laying out a red carpet for their attacking midfielder? Below the stage, a group of professional football stars earning tens of millions to even over 100 million yen a year sat rigidly, not daring to breathe. Even Diego, the usually jovial Brazilian player, was now staring down, picking at his fingers. In the corner sat three interns, Zhou Tian, Kudo Aichi, and Speedy, who felt the low pressure known as professional stress. Speedy quietly spat his chewing gum into a tissue, afraid that making noise would get him thrown out by the Spanish coach. Kudo Aichi frowned, seemingly struggling to understand the complex Spanish words spewing from Pedro, even though there was a translation, but the speed was too fast. Only Zhou Tian had eyes that shone with excitement. System status: Tactical Understanding Training Aid, 200 enhancement, active. The Eye of God Omniscient, passively activated. To others, the dense network of running routes on the screen might seem like a tangled mess. But in Zhou Tian's mind, these flat lines suddenly came to life. They automatically constructed a three-dimensional 3D sandbox model. He could understand Pedro's anger. He could even understand what Pedro wanted. Here, Pedro suddenly stopped pointing at a still frame on the screen. That was the moment the opposing team initiated a counterattack. If at this moment our number 8 central midfielder wants to cut off the opponent's passing route, where should he stand? Who can tell me? Pedro scanned the room, his gaze sharp like an eagle. Silence enveloped the room. The starting defensive midfielder Matsuki hesitated for a moment, just about to raise his hand. Stand at the midpoint between the opposing number 6 and number 10, simultaneously blocking the passing angle to the flanks. A clear voice suddenly rang out in the quiet conference room. Everyone turned in surprise. The speaker was neither Matsuki nor the captain Takahashi Hira. It was Zhou Tian, the U-18 newcomer in the orange vest, sitting in the corner. Pedro was momentarily stunned, his gaze piercing through the crowd to lock onto Zhou Tian. Reason? He asked coldly. Zhou Tian stood up. At that moment his brain was operating at high speed, as if a supercomputer was assisting his thought process. Because Zhou Tian pointed to the upper right corner of the screen. The opposing left back has already pushed forward. If we just simply chase back, they will have 2 passing options. But if we stand in that position, the critical point in the flank using body orientation. Zhou Tian gestured an angle with his hand as he spoke. We can pressure the ball carrier simultaneously and force him to choose a backward pass. This is what you have always emphasized. Defend with positioning, not with feet. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell into a dead silence. Speedy's mouth fell open, looking at Zhou Tian beside him, as if he were seeing a monster. Bro. What kind of celestial scripture are you speaking? I can't understand a word. Kudo Aichi also wore a shocked expression. He knew Zhou Tian had a high football IQ, but he never expected it to be to this extent. This was Pedro's core tactical philosophy, and this guy comprehended it in just half a day. Pedro looked at Zhou Tian, the coldness in his gaze gradually melting away, replaced by a kind of surprise at finding a kindred spirit or a useful tool. Very good. Pedro nodded, a rare smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although your body is like that of an elementary school student, your mind, he pointed to his temple, has already reached the standards of the J1. No, even European leagues. Sit down. Zhou Tian sat down, letting out a long sigh of relief. The proficiency in tactical understanding significantly improved. This feeling of mental stimulation was exhilarating. 3:00 p.m. First Team Fitness Training Center. After the tactical class, Zhou Tian was not given much time to gloat. The harsh reality followed closely behind. Player Zhou Tian, please follow me. A bald coach with a muscular physique in tight sportswear approached. He was Garcia, the fitness coach in Pedro's team. Where to? Zhou Tian asked. Strength room, Garcia replied. Wait. Aren't we going to the pitch? No need. Garcia looked Zhou Tian up and down, as if assessing a feeble chicken for slaughter. Mr. Pedro said that while your tactical understanding is perfect, your body is a negative score. If you were to execute his tactics with this body, you would likely be smashed apart by the opponent within 10 minutes or run until your legs broke. So, Garcia pushed open the door to the strength room. A blast of cold air mixed with the scent of metal and sweat. This week your main task is not to touch the ball, but to train yourself into a real man. Zhou Tian looked at the enormous and cold equipment, then glanced at Diego, who was doing bench presses nearby. The barbell plates were terrifyingly thick. He swallowed hard. I understand. Zhou Tian clenched his fists, his gaze determined. I completely understand. Garcia pulled out a form filled with training items. Squats, deadlifts, bench presses, core explosiveness, neck muscle strengthening. This is your specially designed help package. Garcia continued. Considering you are still growing, we will control the weight, but the sets and density will be very high. You might throw up. You might cry. You might want to go home to find your mom. But Garcia leaned close to Zhou Tian's face. If you want to establish yourself in the first team, this is the necessary price to pay. Even when you return to the T-League, we will remotely monitor your training data. Don't think about slacking off. All right. Zhou Tian shouted excitedly, his voice filled with enthusiasm, not fear. Because he heard the system's prompt sound: body strengthening training aid activated, 80 enhancement. Current state extremely thirsty. Let's go. Coach, don't hold back on me. Zhou Tian rushed towards the squat rack. The next 2 hours, the strength room was filled with Zhou Tian's screams and the sound of metal clashing. Get up, Zhou Tian's face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his neck as he performed the last set of squats. Though the weight wasn't too heavy, 60 kilograms, it was already the 10th set. Sweat dripped onto the floor like rain, forming a small puddle. Garcia stood by, stopwatch in hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid, Garcia thought to himself, at this intensity an ordinary high school student should have collapsed on the ground by now, even experiencing hypoglycemia. But though Zhou Tian looked pained, his legs trembling. His recovery speed was astonishing. After finishing each set, he only needed a brief 1-minute rest, and his gaze would regain its brightness, his breathing steadying. This was undoubtedly due to the 80 body strengthening enhancement, providing him with incredible recovery power. Coach, what's next? Zhou Tian bounced up from the ground after finishing his squats, albeit somewhat unsteady, his eyes shining as he looked at Garcia. Aren't you tired? Garcia couldn't help but ask. Tired? My lungs are about to explode. Zhou Tian pointed to his chest and then broke into a grin. But I can also feel the muscles tearing and then growing. This feeling of getting stronger. It's amazing. Garcia looked at this seemingly insane youth, shaking his head helplessly. All right, since you've chosen to torture yourself. Next, burpees with sprints. 50 reps per set, do 5 sets. No problem. Kudo Aichi and Speedy, who were resting nearby, bro. Speedy chewed his gum. Did Sunday get some kind of stimulation? He never pushed himself this hard before. Maybe. Kudo Aichi took a sip of water, his expression complicated. Maybe that's why he can catch up to us. That guy would risk his life to win. Evening 6:30 p.m. The training finally ended. The big shots of the first team had long finished their showers and were driving their luxury cars home to their families. Kudo Aichi and Speedy were also too exhausted to speak, dragging their heavy feet back to the dormitory. The vast training center gradually quieted down. Zhou Tian was the last to leave the strength room. He felt a strange state within himself. Every muscle in his body screamed soreness, permeating everywhere. Yet his spirit was exceptionally exhilarated. Today's training was equivalent to the past week's volume. Zhou Tian leaned against the wall, inching his way out. Is this the training intensity of a professional, coupled with the system's 80 enhancement? By the end of this week, my strength attribute will definitely break 60. Once it hits 60, I can unlock higher confrontation abilities. Even laying the foundation to challenge the 100-point vision. Zhou Tian exited the strength room and arrived at the dimly lit corridor leading to the exit. I need to hurry back and have Maki give me a massage. Otherwise, I won't be able to get up tomorrow. As Zhou Tian walked forward thinking of pleasant things, at that moment a person emerged from the corner ahead. Zhou Tian was startled and quickly stopped in his tracks. It was a tall, middle-aged man. However, he wasn't wearing the iconic FC Tokyo coaching outfit, nor did he exude that suffocating pressure seen on the field. He wore a flashy Hawaiian shirt, beige casual shorts, and flip-flops on his feet. In his hand, he carried a supermarket shopping bag from which a large green onion and several bottles of red wine were peeking out. If one didn't look closely, he appeared to be an ordinary foreign uncle out shopping for groceries. But that face, that deep eye socket, that signature stubble. P. Pedro, coach. Zhou Tian's eyes widened, nearly biting his tongue. This was the one who berated people on the pitch mercilessly, the coach with an obsession for tactical precision. This was the tactical master who made all J1 players tremble in fear. The contrast was just too great. Pedro clearly hadn't expected to run into someone here. He paused for a moment, then recognized Zhou Tian. Oh, it's you. Pedro's voice was calm, speaking in English. Zhou Tian's English was about on par with his Japanese, devoid of the aggression he showed during training, instead carrying a hint of post-work laziness. What's up? Not going back yet. He glanced at Zhou Tian's still slightly trembling legs and his soaked training uniform. Garcia just told me about you. Pedro shook the shopping bag in his hand. The green onion wobbled. He said you're a masochist. Training harder than I imagined. Zhou Tian awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to face this athome version of the head coach. I want to play in the first team. Pedro looked at him. The corridor's light illuminated the boy's face, reflecting that unmasked ambition. Want to play in the first team? Pedro chuckled. He pulled an apple from the shopping bag and tossed it to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian fumbled to catch it. Get some sugar in you, kid. Pedro, wearing flip-flops, trotted off toward the exit. Your mind is quite useful, which is rare among young players. But, he paused, turning his back to Zhou Tian. Professional football is not just a mental game. It is a beast's arena. This week, if you can endure without being broken by training or crying while running home. Then, Pedro turned his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps before the end of the T-League, I'll give you a surprise. I'm off. Going home to cook for my wife. With that, the J1 coach disappeared down the corridor, clutching the green onion and wine. Zhou Tian stood there holding the bright red apple, stunned. Several seconds passed before he reacted. A surprise.